Chapter 1. So, it appears if I truly traversed into another realm. Lin Yan found himself seated by the sea, the gentle breeze tousling the bangs that fell across his forehead. He gazed at the notifications from the system, murmuring to himself. Just moments prior, he had been transported into the world of pirates as a globally renowned intellectual property. The influence of One Piece is felt far and wide. It has been a companion to countless individuals throughout their formative years, bearing witness to the essence of countless youths. It is indeed an honor for Lin Yan to be among them. Yet he could scarcely fathom that one day he would find himself on the Grand Line. Amidst the fantastical chaos of this pirate universe, Lin Yan acknowledged his fondness for One Piece and every character within it. However, the thought of those formidable beings, capable of reshaping mountains and filling seas, wielding powers that could devastate the world, left him feeling utterly despondent. In this realm, ordinary individuals are merely fodder. The notion of an average contemporary youth being thrust into an alternate world to serve as cannon fodder is a rather audacious misjudgment. Reflecting on the protagonists from various films, upon discovering their own transference, they would immediately tremble with vigor, their eyes sparkling with fervor, radiating an inspiring brilliance. Since I have fortuitously encountered this journey, I shall live splendidly in this life, to wield the power of the world, to revel in the embrace of beauty, to masquerade as the weak while vanquishing the strong. Such aspirations are the standard fare for those who traverse worlds. What? I have obtained the legendary celestial level cultivation technique. What? I have awakened the fabled sword intent. What? Am I truly the strongest in this world? In response, Lin Yan could only scoff. Obtain your celestial technique, awaken your legendary sword intent, and become the world's strongest? A talentless, powerless individual with no connections being so audacious in an alternate realm? Do you not believe I would be swiftly dispatched if I stepped outside? Fortunately, fate is not entirely devoid of mercy. Lin Yan's system was activated in tandem. It was named the Heaven Fishing System, as the name suggests. It is designed to assist Lin Yan in fishing for treasures from the heavens. Whether it be the devil fruits from the pirate world, Shrank ninjutsu from the world of Naruto, or the Kamehameha and Senza beans from the Dragon Ball universe, even elements from fantastical realms could be acquired. The sole prerequisite for such endeavors as bait can be obtained through completing tasks. Moreover, the system is remarkably user-friendly. Beep. Host has just traversed, granting a beginner's gift package of 365 baits. Beep. The beginner's gift package has been distributed. Please commence fishing. With the system's prompt, Lin Yan found himself in possession of a set of fishing tools. Through his understanding, the 365 baits corresponded to 365 days, essentially a year. The bait acquired from the beginner's package would suffice for Lin Yan's fishing endeavors for an entire year. Gazing upon the descriptions within the system, Lin Yan felt a surge of desire for the devil fruits of the pirate world, the ninjutsu of the Naruto universe, and the myriad abilities across the vast realms. Having recognized the perils inherent in the pirate world, a sudden enlightenment washed over him. He understood that this might be his singular opportunity to defy fate in this lifetime. He had to seize it with fervor. Acquiring the celestial fishing system was imperative. While achieving the pinnacle of strength was a lofty aspiration, at the very least, he sought the capability for self-preservation without hesitation. Lin Yan embarked on his fishing endeavor. This undertaking consumed an entire year of his life. It must be said that a year of fishing proved to be both monotonous and tedious. However, in comparison to the prospect of becoming stronger, these trials paled in significance. After an arduous 365 days of fishing, he found that his bait had been exhausted. Congratulations. Host, the fishing is complete. You currently possess 365 exquisite blind boxes. Would you like to open them? Within Lin Yan's system repository, exquisite blind boxes were piled high. These boxes, awarded with each fishing session, held unknown treasures within. It's time. Lin Yan's hands trembled in anticipation, like unwrapping a package. This moment represented the culmination of his year-long dedication to fishing. His emotions surged, and he could hardly contain himself. System, open all exquisite blind boxes. Ding. Opening exquisite blind boxes one by one. The exquisite blind boxes were unveiled. A cascade of notifications flooded Lin Yan's ears. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained 1 month of cultivation experience from an exquisite blind box. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained 1 month of armed color hockey cultivation experience from an exquisite blind box. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained 1 month of observation color hockey cultivation experience from an exquisite blind box. Ding. Congratulations. Host, as the 365 exquisite blind boxes were opened in succession, A dazzling array of lights overwhelmed his senses. It was an abundance beyond comprehension. Lin Yan's eyes widened, and he could not help but exclaim in astonishment as rewards continued to pour forth. This exhilarating process persisted for a full 10 minutes. Once the rewards manifested, they were infused into Lin Yan's being. He felt an unprecedented surge of power within him, his strength escalating like the tide at last. The auditory effects of the 365 exquisite blind boxes concluded. Ding! All 365 exquisite blind boxes have been opened, calculating the rewards obtained for the host. Calculation complete. Congratulations. Host, you have gained 240 months of cultivation experience. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 240 months of devil fruit cultivation experience. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 240 months of observation hockey training experience. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 240 months of armament hockey training experience. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the thunder fruit. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, a Beto version. As Lin Yan beheld the system statistics, particularly the thunder fruit and the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could scarcely contain himself. He leaped from his spot in sheer astonishment. Is this for real? The thunder fruit, the kaleidoscope, I've struck gold. Despite his attempts to temper his excitement, the mere presence of these two items was overwhelming. Without hesitation, Lin Yan retrieved the thunder fruit. Feeling the weight of the formidable devil fruit in his grasp, his heart soared with elation. It is essential to note that devil fruits are categorized into different tiers, and the thunder fruit ranks among the finest in the Grand Line. It is rightly classified as an SS or level devil fruit. Though the emergence of the Nika fruit has given rise to a humorous saying that even dogs wouldn't eat the thunder fruit and the flame fruit, the latter being particularly notorious for its undesirable reputation. Any strong individual could effortlessly unleash flames with a mere punch. Truly, it is said that even dogs would not partake in it. However, this does not detract from the esteemed status of the thunder fruit. Its potency remains undisputed. Consuming it could indeed be described as a leap to greatness, especially with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan as a companion. Moreover, it is the Beto version, boasting abilities such as replication, Kimui, and Susanoo. If one were to encapsulate the current situation in 4 words, it would be, woohoo, let's take flight. Lin Yan's excitement knew no bounds. Impulsively, he devoured the thunder fruit. Thus, the second Thunderman of the Grand Line was born. After consuming the thunder fruit, Lin Yan found himself momentarily stunned. It is commonly said that devil fruits are bitter and unpalatable. Yet this particular fruit, it was not only devoid of bitterness, but even possessed a hint of sweetness. System notification. All devil fruit abilities acquired through fishing will not carry their inherent side effects. At that moment, the system provided clarification. No side effects? Does that mean it will not share the curses of the devil fruit, such as the aversion to seawater or sea prism stone? Excellent. Lin Yan nodded, silently praising the fortuitous nature of his acquisition. Apart from the thunder fruit, the other abilities also captured Lin Yan's keen interest. 240 months of training experience when converted into years has indeed been a full 20 years. This truly affirms the adage, with a punch honed over 2 decades, can you withstand it? To rephrase, Lin Yan has inexplicably gained an entire 20 years of cultivation depth and strength. No wonder, just moments ago, when he opened the exquisite blind box, he felt an immense primordial energy brewing and settling within him. So that was the case. System. Display the character panel. Lin Yan called out to the system character. Lin Yan. Talent. Ordinary. Devil Fruit. Thunder Fruit 70100. Haoshiku. Observation Hockey 70100. Armament Hockey 70,100. Skills. Swordsmanship 70100. Physical Arts 70100. Navy 6 Styles 70100. Sharingan. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This ninjutsu originates from the Naruto world. Thus, the energy source for activation is converted to Haki. The stronger the Haki, the more potent the Sharingan evaluation. Top-tier strength in the Grand Line. Gazing at his system panel, this was the fruit of a year's diligent effort in fishing. Lin Yan felt compelled to exclaim, "Marvelous! The Fishing the Heavens system is truly remarkable. System, I have run out of bait. How can I replenish it?" Despite his elation, Lin Yan found himself devoid of bait. The immediate priority was to replenish the exhausted supplies. The question remained, how to replenish? Esteemed host, greetings. The method to obtain bait will be issued through system tasks. Currently, the task system template has been activated. Task 1. Within 10 days, hunt a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Completion of the task grants 10 bait. The system presented the task template. Has the task been issued? Lin Yan scrutinized the task panel, Stroking his chin thoughtfully, a bounty of 100 million is rather steep in the first half of the Grand Line. Such a bounty would place one close to the level of supernova, but let us not forget. Where is this? In a new world, where formidable foes abound, the number of pirates with a bounty of 100 million is indeed countless. Coincidentally, just yesterday, a pirate crew boasting a bounty of 150 million made landfall. Upon their arrival on the island, they wreaked havoc, pillaged, and forcibly took maidens, committing every conceivable atrocity in the blink of an eye. The entire island was engulfed in chaos. Early arrival pales in comparison to fortuitous timing for the sake of 10 bait. You shall be the target, and while I'm at it, I shall assist the local residents in ridding themselves of your vile ilk. A glint of cold determination flickered in Lin Yan's eyes. The Battle Axe pirate crew, led by Captain Battle Axe, with a bounty of 150 million, wielding 2 pair Blossom Mountain axes, capable of sending even the likes of Zhang Fei and Zhuge Liang to their doom, without return. First Mate Jack, with a bounty of 86 million, is a formidable master of swordsmanship. Their crew comprises a total of 300 men, each seasoned by the trials of a new world. The members of the Battle Axe Pirates are battle-hardened, possessing remarkable skills and prowess in the span of merely one day. The Battle Axe Pirates rampaged through the island, plundering resources as if they were invaders. Wealth and women were unceremoniously loaded onto their ships. The island's inhabitants suffered greatly. Living in dire straits before the might of these powerful pirates, they dared not resist. For countless cold corpses of those who had attempted to fight back lay strewn across the ground. My daughter, please do not take her away. An elderly woman clutched her daughter tightly. Weeping in despair, get out of my way. A crew member of the Battle Axe Pirates kicked the woman aside, forcibly dragging her daughter away. Do not take my wife. Another man gripped his wife's hand, desperately die. Yet he was met with the swift blade of a pirate. An arm was severed and tossed into the air. Spinning twice before hitting the ground, the man clutched his severed limb. Howling in agony, this horrific scene unfolded in every corner of the island. Countless lives were extinguished, countless riches were seized. Countless women were forcibly abducted. Gold, stained with blood, was indiscriminately loaded onto the ships. The island ran red with blood, a veritable field of corpses. It resembled a hellish nightmare indeed. The wealth possessed by the inhabitants here is quite substantial. Not only wealth, but the women are also quite alluring. Yet these are merely our playthings. Ha ha! On board the Battle Axe Pirates, the crew laughed boisterously, having long grown accustomed to such acts, seemingly oblivious to the hell unfolding before them. Behind them, the captured women gazed with fearful, pitiful eyes, uncertain of the fate that awaited them, but without a doubt, from this moment forth, their bodies and souls would no longer belong to themselves. As the Battle Axe Pirates reveled in their laughter, the captured women sank into despair. What a scene of devastation! Lin Yan sat atop the mast of the Battle Axe Pirates, observing the chaos around him, inhaling the pungent scent of blood, and spoke with a calm demeanor. Many perceive piracy as an adventurous saga full of fervor. But in truth, who truly comprehends the extent of blood and bones concealed within the dark corners of this world? What lay before him was merely the tip of the iceberg. Who goes there? As the captain of the Battle Axe Pirate crew, the leader immediately sensed the impending danger. He swiftly raised his gaze towards Lin Yan, who was perched atop the mast. Upon hearing the captain's words, the crew members, having endured countless trials between life and death, instinctively fell into a synchronized rhythm. With calm composure, they unsheathed their swords, their eyes collectively fixating on the ominous presence of Lin Yan. Who are you? The captain inquired, furrowing his brow as he pointed his pear-shaped axe at Lin Yan, demanding an explanation. Under the watchful eyes of the entire Battle Axe Pirate crew and the captured women, Lin Yan made his move. He leaped down gracefully, landing firmly on the ground. Forgive me, I merely passed through this place. I have come to your Battle Axe Pirate crew solely to borrow something, he stated, his hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed all present with a tranquil demeanor. Something? What is it that you seek? The vigilance in the eyes of the Battle Axe was unyielding. Lin Yan's expression remained calm, as usual. She scanned the entire Battle Axe Pirate crew, finally locking onto the captain of the crew. With a detached gaze, Lin Yan seemed to utter a trivial remark. Your head. As soon as the words fell, the air around them suddenly turned cold. The temperature dropped sharply. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yan took a swift step and instantly vanished from her spot. She moved like a hare with thunderous speed. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, breaking through the sky, illuminating it red and reflecting on the sea. Lin Yan's speed was so fast that she could only be seen as a blur. Watching Lin Yan move so swiftly, The others realized she was a master, and everyone should be cautious. The pupils of the battle axe constricted, wanting to remind the other crew members to pay attention. However, the battle axe's words had not yet finished. Sizzle. His head was directly severed by Lin Yan, tracing a parabolic arc in the sky. In that moment, the world seemed like a black and white painting. The Axeman's neck broke, and black blood gushed out like a fountain from his neck, splattering onto the deck and staining the entire ship red. Then, with a thud, his head smashed onto the deck. At that moment, the Axeman actually saw the entirety of his own body. Why? Why can I see my own body? Unfortunately, before he could think too much, a powerful pirate with a bounty of 150 million was instantly killed on the spot. Boss, Captain. When the crew saw their captain being killed in an instant, they were utterly shocked. After all, this was their captain, a figure with a bounty over 100 million. Even when encountering ordinary naval forces, he might not necessarily be outmatched. More importantly, where were they? This was the New World. The New World is a place where only the strongest survive. Any pirate able to stand here is not comparable to the lowly ones from the first half of the Grand Line. Their Axe Pirate crew had already endured countless hardships. While they may not be at the very top, they had managed to establish themselves in the New World. Yet even so, the Axeman couldn't last a single round against Lin Yan and was decapitated. The crew members looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes wide as saucers, their faces almost bearing the words impossible. The kidnapped women were equally shocked. They had thought they were doomed, but unexpectedly, at their most desperate moment, Lin Yan appeared and brought them hope. After a brief period of astonishment and shock, each member of the Axe Pirate crew turned red with anger and humiliation. Together, they rushed forward to take revenge for their captain. Kill him, go for it. Everyone in the Axe Pirate crew, fueled by rage, charged ahead with bloodshot eyes. They rushed forward, picking up their weapons with a fierce killing intent. On their faces, a strong hatred for Lin Yan was evident. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, some things cannot be compensated for with mere passion. 1 million volts. Lin Yan clenched the lightning in one hand and then struck out with a punch. The Thunder Fruit activated, instantly enveloping the entire Axe Pirate crew. The members of the Axe crew could not withstand the impact of the thunder, and a violent lightning struck them. Suddenly, cries of agony echoed everywhere, one after another collapsing to the ground. Lightning swept through, leaving the entire ship charred. Where it passed, not a blade of grass remained. The overwhelming lightning was about to tear them apart. Are you a devil fruit user? The first mate looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. It seems we don't know each other. Why are you targeting us? Who are you? The other crew members, though terrified after witnessing Lin Yan's power, still shouted, suppressing their anxiety. Does it matter who I am? Just like an ant doesn't recognize your foot. Lin Yan, calm and indifferent, scanned them with a detached gaze. What do you want to do? The first mate asked tremblingly. With one move, their captain was defeated. And with this storm of lightning, the power of both sides was no longer on the same dimension. He realized that today their Tomahawk team had provoked an extraordinary existence. Hadn't it been said before? Using your heads as a sacrifice. Lin Yan no longer intended to continue wasting words with them. He slowly raised his hand. With a single grip, the lightning in the air suddenly began to compress. It all converged towards everyone in the Battle Axe crew. This group of people could no longer withstand the pressure exerted by the Thunder Fruit. They were directly smashed by the Thunder Fruit, exploding on the spot and turning into a cloud of blood mist, rotting in the air. The sea breeze blew in, dispersing the blood mist. In less than half a minute, the Battle Axe Pirates were annihilated. Congratulations to the host for completing the hunt of a pirate with a bounty over 100 million, earning 10 bait. The system prompt indicated that Lin Yan's mission was complete. However, he didn't pay attention to those things, but instead looked towards the group of trembling girls who had been captured. Lin Yan sighed. Similar things happen every day all over the world. This is the unknown side of the world of One Piece. You are safe now. Leave this place. Lin Yan unlocked their shackles and spoke to them. Can we really go back? A girl with a bruised face and bloodstains asked. They have all been dealt with. No one will come to disturb you again. Lin Yan comforted them carefully. Upon hearing this, although many girls had tears on their faces, their panic gradually faded away. Thank you, the rescued girls said gratefully in a small voice. You're welcome. After saving them, Lin Yan planned to leave this place. Even though he had rescued this group of girls, it ultimately did not change the fate of the village being invaded by pirates. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Just as Lin Yan was about to leave, a girl suddenly called out to him. That benefactor, you saved us. Can you tell us your name? She wanted to know the name of the man in front of her. Lin Yan paused in his steps, turned his back to them, and said, "Lin." As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle breeze blew by. The many girls felt as though their vision blurred for a moment. And then the mysterious man in front of them vanished into the sea wind. 10 baits, enough for me to fish for 10 days. Alas, it's still a bit. Ever since he opened the exquisite blind box and got something good last time, Lin Yan had been thinking about these baits. Cultivation? What cultivation? Fishing is more fragrant. In the following days, Lin Yan was either fishing or on his way to fish. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have gained a month's worth of fruit cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have gained a month's worth of armed color domineering cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a gold apple plum. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Generally speaking, Lin Yan preferred to stock up. Once he had enough, he would open the exquisite blind box. It was like cracking open sunflower seeds and holding them in his hand. The last bite was a delightful experience that needed no further explanation. However, he was anxious to open them, so he decided not to stockpile anymore. He would catch one exquisite blind box and open it, catch another and open it. However, among the rewards he obtained, there was an anomaly. Wait, what did I just get? Lin Yan suddenly looked up. He hurriedly looked towards the system warehouse. In that very second, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. Jinping Mei? First, Lin Yan was surprised, and then she was dazed. This is the infamous book that was all the rage nationwide, right? Lin Yan's expression became serious, her demeanor passionate. System, come out. What the hell is this thing you fished up? Do I, Lin, read such books? What a joke. I have my pride and my integrity. Who would be interested in such a book? The system then prompted, "Dear host, would you like to destroy Jinping Mei?" And upon hearing that it was to be destroyed, Lin Yan, who just declared she would never read such a book, suddenly hesitated. He stroked his chin and then said with righteous indignation, "Well, after all, it's something obtained from fishing, so why not take it?" When he said this, Lin Yan appeared quite mature, indicating that he just wanted to take a look, that's all. Really, trust me, you have to believe me. As a strong-willed young man of the 21st century, accustomed to various scenes in short films, he could be considered battle-hardened. He didn't think a mere small item could pose any threat to him. Occasionally looking at it after a meal could even be beneficial to his health. Didn't the older generation say that? To be healthy and live a long life, smoke, drink, eat fatty foods, stay up late and get up late, and make friends with the opposite sex. Taking advantage of his leisure time, he glanced around, and after confirming that no one was around, he secretly took out Xiao Mimi. He opened the first page, and the dazzling and captivating words immediately caught his eye. Of course, the first page was unlikely to attract Lin Yan, who was an experienced reader. However, as the plot gradually deepened, the pace became increasingly urgent, and the soul-stirring scenes began to unfold. With Lin Yan continuously turning the pages, the power of the 4 great strange books gradually revealed itself. Lin Yan felt a shiver run through his body, unable to stop. Damn, this is so exciting. He never expected to enjoy such benefits after crossing into the pirate world. Lin Yan swallowed hard, his eyes wide in astonishment. He kept flipping through Xiao Mimi. The more he looked, the more enjoyable it became. The more he looked, the more fascinated he was. Fishing? Does fishing have the scent of Xiao Mimi? This fishing, I might as well not fish. I have to admit, Xiao Mimi, the top of the 4 great strange books, is truly a masterpiece. Lin Yan is now a top player in the New World. But as a normal man, who can resist such a book upon seeing it? It's hard. I mean, my fists are hard. At the same time, at the port of this archipelago, the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Aizu, arrived here. You have to know, this sea area is all the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. The island even has the Whitebeard Pirates flag flying. Now, in their own territory, the residents are threatened by other pirates. Aizu's expression darkened immediately. He immediately brought the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates to the scene. Due to the distance, it took them a day to arrive. However, when they reached the location, Aizu was slightly taken aback. Contrary to his expectations, the village was not devastated and plundered by pirates. Aside from a faint burnt smell in the air, it wasn't as ruined as he had imagined. What's going on? Aizu felt puzzled. After settling the villagers, he began to inquire about what had happened. When he learned that a person named Lin had helped them and taken down the Battle Axe Pirates, Aizu was slightly shocked. He had heard of the Battle Axe Pirates, known for their bounty of 150 million, ruthless killing, and extreme bloodthirstiness. Wherever they targeted, only ruins would remain. If it were just the battle axe alone, it would be one thing. The key point is, they have a whole crew of pirates. It's quite astonishing that such a powerful pirate group could vanish overnight without a trace, not even leaving behind any bodies. This is a bit hard to believe. Lin? Isan narrowed his eyes and noted down this name. Interesting, I really want to meet this person named Lin. Isan stroked his chin and then murmured to himself. Ren? What do you think of this person? Ren, the vice captain of the 16th Division, is one of Isan's most trusted subordinates. Being able to single-handedly wipe out the battle-axe pirate group overnight, his strength must be considerable. After thinking for a moment, Ren instinctively voiced his opinion in response. However, at that moment, Ren hesitated slightly. He picked up on the hidden meaning in Izong's words. Captain, do you mean, if possible, I would like to meet him and spar a bit? Izong said with bright, piercing eyes. Private fights are prohibited in the Whitebeard Pirates. After years without combat, Izong's hands were itching. It was rare to encounter such an interesting opponent. How could he possibly miss it? Right away, he sent someone to inquire about Lin's whereabouts in the town. After half a day's investigation, it turns out that news about Lin really did reach Zhang's ears. There is a fisherman on the back mountain of the town, according to the accounts of the people coming and going. His appearance is just like Lin, who rescued their town this time. Currently, he has been fishing in the back mountain for a whole year. During this time, he occasionally goes down the mountain to buy supplies. At first, many people were puzzled, wondering if he had gone crazy from fishing. Who would spend a whole year sitting there doing nothing? Until recently, when the town was raided by pirates, and Lin single-handedly wiped out the battle-axe pirate crew. Everyone in the town was shocked. They then realized the remarkable qualities of this young man. From then on, the residents held even more awe and admiration for the back mountain of the town. The back mountain? Upon hearing this, Zhang's eyes brightened. He led all the members of the 16th Division towards the back mountain of the archipelago. At the back mountain, Lin Yan was fishing while happily holding his little Mei. From time to time, a grin would appear on his face, much like the expression of someone secretly browsing the internet in bed, lights off, volume low, brightness high, and typing in a mysterious code. Just then, a voice suddenly came from his system. Ding! Dear host, a new mission has been issued. Mission 2. Defeat 3 enemies with a bounty of 300 million within 10 days. Completing the mission will reward you with 20 bait. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Yan shifted his gaze away from little Mei. Another mission has been issued? To be honest, the 10 bait he obtained from defeating the Axe Pirate group was completely insufficient for Lin Yan. After the newbie package was gone, the bait decreased sharply. What was originally a small amount of bait suddenly became a rare treasure. He needed to acquire more bait in the shortest time possible. Of course, defeating the so-called 300 million strong enemies wasn't a big deal for Lin Yan. This wasn't arrogance. It was just that those with 300 million strength were no longer on the same level as him. However, the problem lay precisely there. Where could he find strong enemies with bounties exceeding 300 million? It wasn't that he was afraid of the 300 million strong, but rather he was worried about not being able to find them. Moreover, the missions had deadlines. 10 days wasn't quite enough. Just as Lin Yan was feeling troubled, a group of people entered his line of sight. With a glance, they quickly found Lin Yan in the back mountain. The young man fishing. Could it be the Lin that the residents mentioned? Izong walked towards Lin Yan with his group. Do you know someone named Lin? Although he guessed Lin Yan's identity, out of politeness, Izong still took the initiative to inquire. Lin? Lin Yan paused. He quickly recalled the identity he had disclosed to the villagers recently. Were these people here to find him? The only conflict he had recently was with the Axe Pirate group. Lin Yan said calmly, "You are from the Axe Pirate group, right?" Upon hearing this, Izong and the vice captain exchanged glances, momentarily not understanding. "We are from the Axe Pirate group. What does that mean?" Izong asked, confused for a second. "All right, stop pretending. If you want revenge, just come at me. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." Lin Yan was currently troubled about where to find strong enemies with bounties exceeding 300 million. Because of this, he felt no interest in the remnants of the Axe Pirate group in front of him. "Aren't you here for revenge? Then let us get it over with." Lin Yan beckoned them with his hand, indicating that if they wanted to fight, they should go ahead. Oh, Izong realized that Lin Yan misunderstood them. He originally planned to explain, but soon he thought of Lin Yan's strength. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The scene suddenly turned into a crooked-mouthed dragon king. "Since you put it that way, let me experience your strength." Izong did not clarify this misunderstanding. He came to find Lin Yan for 2 purposes. First, to test Lin Yan's strength. Second, if Lin Yan was indeed as strong as imagined. The 16th Division would not mind extending an invitation for him to join the Whitebeard Pirates. After his son agreed, The vice captain and other crew members exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they saw smiles. It should be noted that the division leaders of the Whitebeard Pirates are renowned and powerful throughout the seas. Even Hassan, ranked at the bottom, is someone that major powers would give a bit of face to in the Grand Line. Competing with their own division leader? Have you lost your mind? Everyone shook their heads, even if Lin Yan annihilated the Axe Pirates overnight. They also don't believe that Lin Yan can really gain any advantage in front of Captain Izong. A good show is about to unfold. Challenging Captain Izong? This person is exceptionally bold. TSK, TSK, TSK. I am really looking forward to seeing his shocked expression later. This person is going to have bad luck. The vice captain and the crew exchanged words, all with broad smiles as they stepped back, clearing a space for the two. Izong suddenly drew two guns from behind him. The gun spun twice at his fingertips before being tightly gripped in his hands. Blades and swords are merciless. Be careful, Izong said with an indifferent expression and a beaming smile. He is particularly confident in his own abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take on the position of squad leader today. You're quite polite. Lin Yan glanced up at him. Without further ado, let's get started. Izong twisted his wrist and said casually. Both sides lined up in this open space. An invisible wave of energy enveloped the two of them. Izong just smiled and said nothing. As soon as the words were spoken, it was quick. He stamped his foot on the ground, leaving a dent in the sand. Then he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, appearing right in front of Lin Yan with a whoosh. He drew the gun in his hand, aiming it at Lin Yan's head. Bang! The muzzle spat fire. After the gun fired, the bullet pierced through the illusion and shot towards Lin Yan. At that moment, Lin Yan tilted his head to the side, and the bullet brushed past him. Dodged it? As a firearms expert, Izong's speed in drawing his gun was needless to say impressive, but he didn't think much of it. Izong closed in again, kicking towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan dodged once more. Oh, not bad speed. Izong nodded. An expert reveals their skill in a single move. No wonder he could wipe out the Battle Axe team. Not to mention, Lin Yan's ability to keep up with his speed had already earned his recognition. Let's see just how strong you really are. Izong suddenly erupted with even greater speed and more explosive power. Facing Izong's sudden assault, Lin Yan responded calmly, his body constantly shifting. It was precisely this seemingly trivial movement that narrowly evaded all of Izong's attacks. After all, Izong was the captain of the white team, and he quickly sensed the threat posed by Lin Yan's strength. It was like landing a combo on a boss, only to see a series of misses pop up above the boss's head. This person is not simple. The other members of the 16th Division also noticed this scene. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. We underestimated him. I have to say, this Lin is quite capable. He can actually keep up with the captain's speed. The other members of the squad, watching the battle, began to express their opinions. However, just as they were admiring Lin Yan's strength, Lin said to them with a hint of surprise, I didn't expect that you members of the Battle Axe pirate crew actually have some skill. It really opened my eyes. Yes, from beginning to end, Lin Yan regarded the other party as a member of the Battle Axe pirate crew. This statement made the members of the 16th squad exchange glances. Did he really not recognize that Izong is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates division? When was that? Their team leader is so unknown? Come on. Lin Yan's calm demeanor also sparked the fighting spirit of Izong. He drew his dual guns again, and a hail of bullets was instantly released. This time, the angle of his concealed gunfire was particularly tricky, almost entirely locking onto Lin Yan's blind spots. No matter what actions he took, there would always be a next bullet ready to hit him. Besides his dual guns, his close combat skills were also extremely formidable. He sped forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Yan. A whip kick swept towards Lin Yan. A hint of surprise appeared in Lin Yan's eyes. With the strength of a captain-level Shinigami, he revealed his true power at that moment. He couldn't help but hesitate. Among the remnants of the Battle Axe Corps, there are actually such strong individuals? If there are really such powerful figures, how could the bounty be only 150 million? However, Lin Yan quickly regained her composure. A faint smile appeared on his face. No matter who it is, the outcome is always the same. In the face of Izumi's attacks, Lin Yan kept dodging. One after another, all the attacks missed, and every bullet fired resulted in a miss. Izumi couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He quickened his pace, trying to suppress Lin Yan with speed. But when it comes to speed, how many can match the Thunder Fruit? If we say that Kizaru's Pika Pika Nomi allows him to reach the speed of light through elementalization, then Lin Yan's Thunder Fruit can theoretically also approach the speed of light infinitely. In this moment, Lin Yan moved at the speed of light, and Zong felt an immense pressure. A red light flashed in his eyes, and his observation hockey activated. However, even with observation hockey, he couldn't even capture the shadow of Lin Yan. This couldn't even be captured with observation hockey? How fast must that be? Izing widened his eyes. He rarely showed a look of shock on his face. Previously, he might have complained about Lin Yan always dodging and avoiding. But now, when he saw his true speed, at this moment, he finally understood what a qualitative difference meant. Lin, he is too fast. Incredibly fast. How can there be such a fast man in the world? Lin Yan? It's obvious. This Lin in front of me must have a very high level of devil fruit development. Izumi has become more cautious. But merely being cautious is of no use at all. Lin Yan, stepping on thunder, without any flashy abilities, is already close to the speed of light. He simply kicks at Izumi. Izumi instinctively crosses his hands in front of his chest, forming a defensive posture. Unfortunately, all of this is in vain. Boom! The scene erupted in excitement. Thunder rumbled, tearing through the sky. He was blasted away like a supernova kicked by Kizaru, crashing directly to the ground. He couldn't even block a single move from Lin Yan, and his body scraped a long trench on the ground. Lin Yan kicked the ground with one leg, hands in his pockets, exuding an air of a general as he said, "Oh, have you ever been kicked at light speed?" If you were to wear a cloak with the word justice printed on it, the next leader of the Kizaru gang would undoubtedly be Lin Yan. The imitation was a perfect 100%. Even Kizaru felt inferior. Now, Zong was feeling extremely uncomfortable. Ahem. Lin Yan's speed was so fast that he could barely react at all. He was unable to contain his shock in his heart. The other members of the 16th Division around him were also witnessing this scene. They couldn't sit still anymore. This guy's speed is so fast. No way. He injured Captain Izang with just one move? One move. That was just one move. The members of the 16th Division could hardly contain their inner excitement. Watching their captain being knocked down to the ground by Lin Yan with a single kick, one or two of them gasped in surprise. They even found it hard to believe their own eyes. Izang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lin Yan's strength took him by surprise. "Lin, you really surprised me." Izang awkwardly got up from the ground, gripping his dual guns tightly. If he had only been slightly interested in Lin Yan before now. His inner desire for combat has been completely ignited. Who doesn't long to compete with the strong? His eyes looked at Lin Yan as if he were gazing at a treasure. The battle situation had already begun. Izong disregarded his own injuries and took the initiative. He raised both guns and locked onto Lin Yan. Tot. Countless bullets erupted from his hands. Lin Yan remained calm and composed, activating his elemental transformation. He let the bullets pass through him without any resistance. Seeing this scene, Izong's heart tightened. Is it the elemental transformation of a devil fruit ability? Soon after, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he took out a magazine from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, the magazine was filled with sea prism stone bullets. Sea prism stone has an absolute limiting effect on devil fruit users. This was one of Izong's trump cards specifically designed to target those with elemental transformation abilities. He quickly drew his gun. Izong's hand speed was almost comparable to that of a certain white-haired ninja from a village performing hand seals. The speed of switching magazines was so fast that it almost left an afterimage. He chambered a round, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Tat. 3 shots were fired in quick succession. Seeing that Lin Yan remained unmoved, Izong felt a rush of joy in his eyes. It is well known that elemental transformation cannot resist sea prism stone. In other words, if you do not dodge, the sea prism stone bullets are bound to hit. Even if Kizaru came, he would have to lie down in front of the sea prism stone bullets. Just when Izong thought Lin Yan was about to be hit and fall to the ground, the balance of victory about to tilt in his favor. Whoosh. 3 bullets passed through Lin Yan's body as if they had struck cotton, creating no ripple at all. What? Izong couldn't help but widen his eyes at this scene. The aura of the 16th Division captain had completely vanished. Sea prism stone bullets passed through him? How is that possible? Elemental transformation shouldn't work like this. Looking at the shocked Izong, Lin Yan remained unperturbed. Elemental transformation indeed cannot resist sea prism stone bullets. But was he just using elemental transformation? The Tomo in Lin Yan's eyes flashed. Kamui, couple space. Yes, at that very moment, what Lin Yan had used was the ability of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kamui's couple space allows Lin Yan to ignore all damage for a short period. What exactly is your ability? Izong asked in shock. You don't need to know, Lin Yan replied. Izong frowned. This was more than just a formidable opponent. This was simply a monster. He possessed far too many abilities that Izong had never seen before. Watching Lin Yan continually reveal his trump cards, elemental transformation, and ignoring sea prism stone bullets, Izong felt completely dazed. Damn it, can be played like this? Izong suddenly regretted wanting to compete with Lin Yan. The key was that so many others from the 16th Division were watching. If he lost, it would be a loss of face, but the speed couldn't keep up and the strength couldn't match. As time passed, he increasingly felt the terrifying nature of the devil fruit ability in Lin Yan's hands. "You're really strong." This was not a compliment. It was a sincere acknowledgement of Lin Yan's power from Izong. In fact, before the appearance of the Nika fruit, the Thunder fruit had always ranked among the top 3 in the Grand Line, even surpassing the Tremor fruit. However, after the Nika fruit emerged, the Flame fruit, Thunder fruit, and even Dog fruit became irrelevant. "Your dual pistols aren't bad either." Lin Yan followed up with a compliment. Hearing Lin Yan's mutual flattery, Izong smiled bitterly. At this point, there was nothing more to say. Since he had already decided to compete with Lin Yan, he would see it through to the end. Moreover, he came today just to have some fun. "I was thinking of inviting you to join my pirate crew, but now I've changed my mind. Let's have a good fight." Izumi adjusted his mindset and then turned towards Lin Yan. "Invite me? Your battle axe pirate crew really has some nerve," Lin Yan replied with a mocking tone. Upon hearing this, Izumi, who was just fired up, felt a blockage in his chest for a moment. He actually didn't know how to respond. The other team members also covered their foreheads. A wave of awkwardness fell down. Sure enough, this guy really didn't know they were from the white team. Izong revealed an awkward yet polite smile. He erupted with power again. Drawing his dual guns, he danced like a lotus, wreaking havoc everywhere. Bullets rained down on Lin Yan. Not only that, his speed was faster than before. Yes, he decided to give it his all. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. If some of the ordinary members of the white group could still watch the battle before, now, in their ears, there was only the sound of the wind, the sea, the breaking air, and the sound of sparks. They have completely vanished. The only thing that can be felt is the continuous clash of two figures in the sky. It must be said that Hassan, as the captain of the squad, possesses quite impressive strength. Even when at a disadvantage, in a moment of full power, he can still engage in a brief confrontation with Lin Yan. However, it is only a brief confrontation. Compared to Lin Yan, his strength is still a long way off. Moreover, Lin Yan has never used his full power from start to finish. He only regarded his opponent as a remnant of the Battle Axe pirate group. Gradually, Hassan began to sweat profusely and started to feel overwhelmed. 50 million volts. At this moment, Lin Yan rubbed his hands together, and the 50 million volts of thunder exploded forth. In an instant, the scene was filled with thunder and lightning, producing waves of thunderous roars. Boundless power gathered at the scene. Stars fell, shining brilliantly. Crimson lightning fiercely impacted the sight. The howling wind roared, the sea surged, and the overwhelming aura intimidated all around. The ground was lifted, and there was scorched earth everywhere from the lightning strikes. With the thunder passed, the sky dimmed, and everyone retreated, accompanied by flickering electric light. Finally, on that beach filled with lightning, Hassan could not withstand Lin Yan's thunderfruit ability. Like a kite with a broken string, he heavily smashed to the ground. With Hassan's fall, this battle came to an end. At this moment, the most shocked were undoubtedly the other members of the 16th Division watching from the side. Seeing Captain Hassan's defeat, the other members of the 16th Division fell silent. The other members of the 16th Division swallowed hard. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused entirely on Lin Yan. Who is Hassan? He is the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, with a bounty of 510 million berries. He is renowned far and wide, a force to be reckoned with. As I mentioned before, across the Grand Line, any power has to give him some respect. They initially thought this would be a one-sided crushing from their division captain, but they were wrong. Their team leader was crushed by Lin's one-sided assault. Everyone had truly drunk a big pot. The one they had high hopes for, Izang, fell down. The members of the 16th Division felt a wave of turmoil in their hearts that couldn't settle. Izang lay on the ground in a big shape, gasping for breath. Although he lost this match, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he burst into laughter. Ha! That was enjoyable. This fight was really satisfying. To be honest, private fights were prohibited within the Whitebeard Pirates, and it was hard to find suitable opponents outside. Gradually, Izang's body had begun to rust. Now, upon seeing Lin Yan, he naturally couldn't help but have the determination to compete with him. And Lin Yan's strength did not disappoint him. Even though he had used all his strength, he was still no match for Lin Yan. Lin Yan's strength was evident. This battle was incredibly thrilling and comfortable. This also led to Izang increasingly admiring him. This Lin is really strong. As for Lin Yan, with Izang's fall, he walked up to Izang. Seeing Lin Yan's actions, the members of the 16th Division felt a tightness in their chests. fearing that Lin Yan might do something outrageous. Lin Yan ignored the gazes of those around him and asked Izang, "You're not from the Battle Axe Pirate Group, are you?" He naturally noticed it. If the people from the Axe Brigade truly had that kind of strength, how could they be just an unknown little pirate in the New World? We are indeed not. Lying on the ground, Izang's pale face revealed a smile. "My name is Izang, the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates." "My name is Izang, the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates." At this moment, Izang also revealed their identity. "Izang?" Lin Yan paused. He suddenly raised his head. Damn it. He said that the guy in front of him, who was cross-dressing, looked so familiar. It turns out he had been in the dark for a long time. He was originally a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. In fact, this is not Lin Yan's fault. He has been in the pirate world for a whole year. And during this entire year, he has been constantly fishing. Most of the plot from the original story has been forgotten. Not to mention some irrelevant characters. The capacity of the brain is limited. Who can remember so many things? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your task has been updated. Task 2. Defeat 3 enemies with a bounty of 300 million within 10 days. Current progress. Defeated Izu, captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates with a bounty of 510 million. Task progress 13. Completing the task rewards 20 baits. Suddenly, Lin Yan's task was updated. In a daze, he completed 1/3 of it. Upon seeing this, Lin Yan's originally calm heart began to shine with excitement. Could this be a happy accident? Do you need something from me? Because he completed 1/3 of the task, his mood soared as if he had cleared the clouds and risen into the sky. Lin Yan smiled and asked Izu, "To be honest, I came to thank you for saving the townspeople, and I'm also quite interested in you. But that's not important anymore. Lin, I'm very glad to meet you." Izu awkwardly stood up from the ground and brushed off the dust on his clothes. "Is that so?" After hearing this, Lin Yan smiled slightly. Regarding Izu, he gradually developed a fondness for her. Soon, in order to get to know Lin Yan, Isan didn't hesitate and waved his hand, organizing a lavish banquet in their 16th squad. He then extended an invitation to Lin Yan. Upon hearing about the banquet, Lin Yan glanced at Isan, thinking about crashing the free feast. How could he possibly refuse? Everyone hates freeloading, yet everyone loves freeloading. All right, without a word, he agreed. The members of the 16th Division quickly arrived at the small town to prepare. To avoid disturbing the residents, Izumi specially took Lin Yan onto his ship. On the ship, everyone from the 16th Division warmly welcomed Lin Yan. Glass after glass of drinks were poured into Lin Yan's stomach. As a top powerhouse from the New World, these drinks were no challenge for Lin Yan. In no time, a large portion of the crowd was knocked down by Lin Yan's drinking. The friendship among men is that simple. Watching Lin Yan, who could fight and drink, the members of the 16th Division couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. With a gentle personality and straightforward speech, Lin Yan attracted the attention of others even more. The crowd started to cheer, calling for more drinks. And the atmosphere became increasingly lively. Everyone poured drinks for Lin Yan, who accepted them all. Thus, a lively banquet echoed in every corner of the 16th Division's deck. The next morning, with the sun blazing and lighting up the sky, Izumi, the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, stood on the deck. He looked a bit downcast, with a conflicted expression on his face. Should he extend the invitation or not? At first, he indeed came with the intention of inviting Lin Yan to join their Whitebeard Pirates. But the problem lies right here. You could say that if he had defeated Lin Yan first and then extended an invitation, it would be reasonable. The issue is that he hasn't fought him at all. Instead, he was soundly defeated and left disoriented. It gives off a vibe of trying to show off, but ending up embarrassed. In this situation, is it appropriate to extend an invitation? Regardless of whether it is suitable, he has to try. From what he learned at yesterday's banquet, Lin Yan currently has no forces. Such a strong individual, even if he doesn't invite him, will surely attract many others in the future. As the saying goes, don't let the good water flow to outsiders. Since they have met, he cannot let this opportunity slip away. Lin, I believe you should remember that I wanted to invite you to join our Whitebeard Pirates from the very beginning. Are you interested in our crew? At the moment he said this, Izumi couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Hearing Izumi's invitation, Lin Yan paused. Join your pirate crew? As a fan of pirates, who wouldn't be interested in the Whitebeard Pirates? Of course, if you have any requests, feel free to mention them, and I will do my best to meet them. Realizing that he hadn't expressed enough sincerity, Izumi hurriedly added a line. Seeing the anxious Izumi, Lin Yan couldn't help but laugh. This is not the style of Izumi. The captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, who had previously come to challenge him with great enthusiasm. So do you agree? Izumi wiped the sweat from his brow. In principle, he was supposed to refuse. Lin Yan gave Izumi a half-hearted response. As a fine tradition of Blue Star, principal refusal carries its own connotations that need not be elaborated on. Unfortunately, Izumi is a straightforward person. After hearing the principal refusal, he didn't catch the underlying meaning and assumed that Lin Yan had rejected him. Feeling disheartened, Izumi lowered his head. Well, I respect your choice. Not having successfully invited him, Izumi also respected Lin Yan's choice. Watching Izumi back down like this, Lin Yan sighed. These people are all straightforward in nature. It seems he can't beat around the bush with them. He smiled slightly and changed the topic, saying, but it's not impossible to agree. If you can meet my conditions, I wouldn't mind going along with you. After hearing Lin Yan's agreement, Aizang's eyes lit up. You agreed? Aizang's tone became urgent. Don't rush, I still have conditions. Lin Yan shook her head and said slowly. What conditions? Just say it. Thinking about successfully inviting Lin Yan to join their Whitebeard Pirates, Aizang would agree to any conditions. The conditions are simple. If I join your Whitebeard Pirates, what benefits do I get? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow at Aizang, asking with a knowing look. Benefits? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Aizang quickly understood. Of course, we have benefits. Our Whitebeard Pirates have been established in the New World for many years. We have gathered a lot of information on various aspects, from treasures of the Grand Line to even intel on One Piece. As long as you join, we can share everything with you. This is the foundation of our Whitebeard Pirates. Don't worry, with me around, you will definitely not be treated poorly. I guarantee it as the captain of the 16th Division. Aizang was very serious, patting his chest and looking at Lin Yan with a solemn expression. This demeanor gave him the feeling of painting a grand picture of the future. Lin Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead. More information, more treasures. Who the hell needs those intangible things? I actually just want to ask what the treatment is like in your Whitebeard Pirates. For example, what's the monthly salary? And do you have benefits like 5 insurances and a housing fund? Lin Yan said with a slow, adorable smile. Let's be clear. I don't want anything. I just want something practical. Don't give me that big talk. You're not joking with me, are you? At that moment, Aizang was stunned. Lin Yan actually cared about money? And 5 insurances and a housing fund? Logically, someone like Lin Yan, a strong individual, shouldn't be too attracted to wealth, status, or honor. If it weren't for his serious demeanor, Aizang would have thought he had lost his mind. However, since Lin Yan said so, although he was unsure, Aizang hesitated a bit and finally gritted his teeth and said, as long as you are willing to join, I will go all out. I'll double your salary and arrange all the benefits for you. Upon hearing Aizang's response, Lin Yan gave him a thumbs up. Despite his impressive abilities and holding the thunder fruit, in reality, after spending 360 days in this world, do you know how I got here? My pockets were empty and my sleeves were bare. Not a single cent to spare. I was so poor that at midnight, the old lady downstairs knocked on my door, saying I disturbed their rest. It's strange. I wasn't making noise or jumping around. How could I disturb their rest? Upon further inquiry, I found out that I was so broke that it was ringing. The old ladies couldn't sleep because of my poverty. I was furious at that moment. From then on, I truly understood that being broke is absolutely unacceptable. We agreed no backing out, double salary, and benefits. Lin Yan said seriously, fearing the other party would back out. No problem. Aizang nodded seriously. That's more like it. It's much better to get something practical. All right then, I will join your Whitebeard Pirates. With Lin Yan's agreement, the members of the 16th Division learned the news and cheered. After all, everyone witnessed Lin Yan's strength. Having someone like him join, the overall strength of the Whitebeard Pirates can take a brand new step up. However, on the way back, Aiza became frustrated. Would he really be willing to board the ship just because they offered 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund? Aiza felt that this was a bit unrealistic. Damn it. He joined the Whitebeard Pirates and has risen from an ordinary crew member to the captain of the 16th Division. He used various methods to recruit crew members, including threats, bribes, persuasion, and utilizing the resources of the towering tree that is the Whitebeard Pirates. However, today was the first time he used social insurance and housing funds to trick someone onto the ship. The key point is that this person is extraordinarily strong, far surpassing him and the usual division captains. This situation is a bit absurd, but since Lin Yan agreed, Aizu wanted to avoid any changes in plans. So he immediately sealed the doors and windows. With a wave of his hand, the 16th Division's fleet set sail back to the Whitebeard Pirates base. Let's go. I'll take you to see Dad. Aizu was thrilled to have invited a powerful ally like Lin Yan aboard. However, Lin Yan's expression showed a hint of confusion. This statement sounds a bit strange. After a morning's time, the 16th Division members return to the Whitebeard's base. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. You can probably head to the Moby Dick tomorrow. After settling Lin Yan, Aizu immediately went to find Whitebeard. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard was gathering Marco, Jozu, Vista, and other division captains for a meeting. At that moment, Aizu burst in, Dad, I have good news to share. His energetic appearance caught the attention of many members of the Whitebeard Pirates on the deck. Marco, Jozu, and Vista all turned their heads. They settled their gazes on Aizu. What's going on with you? Marco asked, a hint of confusion in his tone. This isn't your usual aloof style. Vista also smiled slightly and said to Aizu, Did you encounter some good job during this outing? Jozu, in a daze, scratched his head and asked, What's happening? A hint of confusion appeared in Whitebeard's eyes. As everyone thought, Aizu had always prided himself on being aloof, rarely showing his emotions on his face. Now, he had changed his usual behavior, coming in with a bang and leaving in the same manner. This left everyone a bit taken aback. At this moment, Aizu calmed down his excited feelings. He briefly recounted the incident of meeting Lin Yan before. The general meaning is that he has recruited an exceptionally strong crew member. Lin's strength is not inferior to that of the commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates, including Marco and Jozu. It's worth noting what kind of treatment the commanders of the Whitebeard crew receive on these seas, so there's no need to elaborate. Of course, a significant part of this comes from the deterrence of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. However, it cannot be denied that the strength of the 16 commanders can match that of a vice admiral level existence, with their strength starting at nearly 500 million. This is also why various major powers give some respect when they see the commanders. Strong, huh? Vista slightly raised his head. Not inferior to us? Jozu also looked over. The two of them stroked their chins. If it's really as Izong said, then the Whitebeard Pirates have truly struck gold this time. Adding a commander-level powerhouse is undoubtedly a significant gain. The overall strength of the Whitebeard Pirates has risen to a new level. This is a certainty. However, the seasoned Whitebeard remains as steady as a mountain, unfazed by the storm. His calm gaze swept over the likes of Izong, Vista, and Jaws. Then it settled on Marco. Marco, what do you think of this matter? Marco glanced at Whitebeard, his deadpan expression unchanged. He knows. Dad wants to see how he will handle this situation. After assessing the situation for a while, Marco said in a calm voice, Dad, I think this is both a good thing and a bad thing. How can it be a bad thing? Upon hearing this, Izong couldn't help but argue with Marco. Marco lowered his head, his eyes calm and unperturbed. First of all, if this Lin is truly as powerful as you say, and is willing to join our Whitebeard Pirates, it would indeed be a wonderful thing. But have you considered that we not only haven't seen the name Lin, but we've never even heard of it, as if it just appeared out of nowhere, suddenly appearing and being willing to join our Whitebeard Pirates? Don't you find that suspicious? At least on this level. I think we should reserve our opinions and discuss further. Whitebeard observed Marco's calm demeanor. He nodded. Since stepping back from the forefront, Whitebeard had become increasingly worried about his health. The injuries and hidden ailments from his youth had long taken root in his body. Approaching his 80s, plagued by old ailments, he felt like a once great hero in his twilight years, with a sickly tree standing by his window. Especially recently, with Sachi's assassination and Teach's betrayal and defection, his sense of crisis had deepened. He has a feeling that the Whitebeard Pirates will face a great disaster ahead. The source of this great disaster is uncertain. He is not very certain. The top priority is to strengthen the core power of the Whitebeard Pirates and cultivate the next most capable heir. Marco, Ace, and Jozu are all valued by Whitebeard. Unfortunately, although Ace and Jozu are powerful, they also have significant flaws. Ace is young and arrogant, and Jozu lacks composure. Marco has become Whitebeard's final choice. When others have agreed to our warm invitation, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to suddenly raise doubts? It seems a bit hesitant. He still found it hard to believe that Lin Yan could be here to infiltrate their Whitebeard Pirates. Although what Marco said made some sense. There is no such thing as suitable or unsuitable. I'm just raising relatively reasonable questions in the appropriate context. Ultimately, we are all just thinking about the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco said calmly to Izong. Izong was considering the Whitebeard Pirates. In fact, wasn't Marco doing the same? If they truly verified Lin's identity, the Whitebeard Pirates welcomed with open arms. Gururara. At that moment, Whitebeard's laughter echoed. They saw their father stand up. He waved his hand grandly and said boldly, All right, you two stop getting caught up in your own ideas. Marco has his reasons, and Aizu has his. Regardless of which category he belongs to, a guest is a guest. If we don't treat him well, That's not the style of the Whitebeard Pirates. Listening to Whitebeard, the old man asked, "So what should we do?" The captains of the divisions were taken aback and asked, "It's rare to have a guest. Don't you want to meet him? Regardless of whether you want to or not. I'm quite interested in him." Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Besides, speaking of which, we can't miss out on such a powerful figure for the Whitebeard Pirates." Hearing Whitebeard's words, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was a reasonable point. It was still too early to make a conclusion. Let's see what kind of newcomer this is. Whitebeard finally reminded. Also, for the matter of Aizu losing to Lin, don't spread it around for now. I have my own plans. The next day, the news of a new member joining the Whitebeard Pirates was known to everyone. Normally, when a new member joins, everyone in the crew should be excited. However, everyone's focus was on one thing. The old man personally recruited a new member. Shouldn't the logistics team be responsible for this recruitment process? Even if it wasn't the logistics team, at least it should be the division captains in charge. The old man. Why does he have to come out in person? On the Moby Dick, many people frowned, discussing and expressing their dissatisfaction. Who is this newcomer? What a big show. He actually wants Dad to come out to welcome him? I want to see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. If this gets out, where'll the face of the Whitebeard Pirates go? To be honest, I'm a bit upset. How could Whitebeard not understand the current situation of the Whitebeard Pirates? The whole Whitebeard Pirates has been standing at the peak for too long, without facing any real setbacks for a long time. As a result, the atmosphere of pride and complacency among everyone has become rampant. Whitebeard glanced at the scene, taking it all in. It's about time. He needed to do something. Whitebeard walked out from backstage. He took 2 steps forward. All right. Whitebeard slowly raised his hand, signaling for the crowd to quiet down. As the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard held a significant position in the hearts of his crew. With just a wave of his hand, the previously noisy Moby Dick fell into silence. I've already sent Aizu to notify the newcomer. He'll be here soon, so let's wait a bit. Whitebeard spoke to the crowd with the demeanor of a family patriarch. As soon as he said this, the Moby Dick, which had just quieted down, erupted into an uproar once again. Waves of dissatisfaction swept over every member of the Whitebeard Pirates. What's going on? We have to wait? What does this newcomer think the Moby Dick is? I'm really getting angry. Why do we have to wait for him? Are you kidding me, old man? The crew members were completely against this. What position does the Whitebeard Pirates hold on these seas now? The 4 emperors of the New World, the leaders of the era, the top of the 4 emperors, the world's #1 pirate crew, the last of the 3 great pirates from the old era, and so on. Various labels were all attached to them. Coupled with the flattery from various media and news reports, the crew had developed an innate sense of superiority over time. This was also the reason why all the crew members were proud of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now, with over 1,600 people gathered on their ship, they were all here just to wait for a newcomer. Wang Defa? Who the hell can tolerate this? Many crew members gritted their teeth, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. They were furious. A newcomer, huh? Acting so high and mighty. I can't wait to see how you come down from this. Old man, Isaac couldn't help but sigh. How tragic for Lin. Just boarded the ship and faced such a calamity. Even the calm Marco twitched his mouth. I understand now why Dad didn't want us to spread the news about Aizu losing to Lin. From the very beginning, Whitebeard had prohibited Marco, Jozu, and others from spreading the news about Aizu's defeat to Lin. The reason was simple. If everyone knew that Aizu had lost to Lin and were mentally prepared, it would not achieve the current effect. Next, there would be a good show to watch. Vista said as he stroked the long knife in his hand. Let me see how capable this Lin, who defeated Aizu, really is. Jozu clapped his hands, a slight interest on his face. It was easy to imagine that the Moby Dick would soon stir up a storm. On the other side, Aizu arrived in front of Lin and informed him that Dad wanted to see him. He wants to see me? Then let's go. Lin didn't think much of it and, without saying a word, let Aizu lead the way. Are you ready? Aizu recalled Dad's initial reminder and casually asked, ready? What preparation? Lin didn't understand what Aizu meant. Cough, cough, it's nothing, just follow me. Aizu coughed and didn't say much more. He took the lead, walking ahead to guide Lin Yan. Lin Yan followed closely behind. In less than half an hour, Yizong stopped and pointed to the distant port, saying, "That is our Moby Dick." Lin Yan raised his head and looked out. At the dock, there was a ship resembling a whale, standing tall like a majestic mountain against the waves and the sea breeze. This ship was the iconic Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates. The flag of the Whitebeard Pirates danced in the sea wind, and its massive appearance had a powerful visual impact. Floating on the ocean, it was like a giant beast lurking there. When it roared, it was astonishing. Is this the Moby Dick? Lin Yan took a glance and then nodded. No wonder it was the ship of the Whitebeard Pirates. It was incomparable to other pirate ships. In Lin Yan's words, Since he was here, he would take a good look. On this Moby Dick, what kind of royal-level pirate crew was gathered? Lin Yan walked along the corridor, step by step, heading towards the deck. As he stepped onto the Moby Dick, the empty corridor, combined with the sound of his boots on the wooden planks, echoed like a distant melody. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates immediately noticed the commotion in the corridor. Instantly, all 1,600 people on the ship held their breath. The scene became quiet. Not a sound could be heard. A newcomer was coming. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the entrance of the corridor. In the next moment, Lin Yan boarded the Moby Dick. The sunlight reflected on his face. His face was revealed within the field of vision of everyone on the Pequod. In that instant, he shines like a black sheep among a flock of white sheep, attracting the attention of countless people. Everyone's eyes are fixed on him. An invisible pressure rushes toward Lin Yan like a tidal wave. Among these gazes, there are doubts, anger, and cold laughter. They are waiting to see the good show. Speaking of Lin Yan, because it's her first time boarding the Moby Dick, he looked around. The Moby Dick was enormous, standing out in full view. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates surrounded both sides. The scene was bustling with activity. These were all the elite members of the Whitebeard Pirates. They would be the ones participating in the Marineford War. Facing everyone's gaze, Lin Yan's lips curled slightly. In the very center of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat upright, his sharp gaze also assessing Lin Yan. He wore a captain's hat, with a naginata standing beside him. Dripping water, his mustache curved downwards, and the aura of the four emperors spread out. Even in his old age, he could not hide the sharpness that radiated from him. Every gesture carried a sense of solemnity and authority. Even though Lin Yan and Whitebeard were at a distance, they could still feel the impact of his presence. Whitebeard, huh? Lin Yan silently nodded. Soon after, he shifted his gaze and looked at the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates around him. However, Lin Yan was taken aback. Everyone was glaring at him as if he owed them millions. A question flashed through Lin Yan's mind. What's going on? To be honest, Lin Yan was quite looking forward to the Whitebeard Pirates. Moreover, he understood that as a newcomer, it was natural to be noticed when boarding the Moby Dick for the first time. The problem was, what S with the looks that seemed like they wanted to swallow him whole? This is our first meeting, right? I haven't offended you, have I? You must be Lin. At that moment, Whitebeard stood up in the center, looking at Lin Yan with an appreciative gaze. Since Lin Yan came on board, Whitebeard had been sizing him up. He initially thought Lin Yan was like Jozu, one of those muscular guys. However, upon seeing such a refined and easygoing person board, a hint of surprise appeared in Whitebeard's eyes. I am, Lin Yan replied, listening to Whitebeard's question. A wave of emotions surged in his heart. Gula-la-la-la, interesting. I heard that Whitebeard once invited you to join our Whitebeard Pirates? Whitebeard looked at the imposing Lin Yan and nodded in satisfaction. Yes. Lin Yan continued to respond. So what do you think of our Whitebeard Pirates? Whitebeard also wanted to see Lin Yan's perspective on their crew. Not much of an opinion. It's pretty good. Lin Yan gave a compromise answer. Whitebeard paused slightly. It was obvious that this answer was not the result he wanted. Let's get straight to the point, Lin. Are you willing to join our Whitebeard Pirates? Whitebeard laughed again, gula-la-la-la, and then asked with a serious expression. As soon as these words came out, the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates around them clenched their fists. This felt like a newbie being allowed to fly freely, with the consequences to bear themselves. Lin Yan did not answer directly. He first glanced around. An invisible pressure surrounded him, making him feel a bit uneasy. I would like to ask a few questions first. Am I familiar with the crew of your Whitebeard Pirates? Lin Yan pointed at the surrounding crew members and asked. It's our first meeting, so no, not familiar. Whitebeard replied after thinking for a moment. May I ask, do I have any grievances with the crew of your Whitebeard Pirates? No grievances. Then may I ask, have I met anyone from your Whitebeard Pirates before? Probably not. Whitebeard responded after hearing this. He couldn't understand why Lin Yan asked such a question. But the next second, Lin Yan's words made Whitebeard laugh out loud. Then I want to say, since they're nothing at all, why do your crew members look at me as if they want to peel my skin off? Lin Yan was really speechless. I haven't provoked you at all. There's no hatred. What is this about? Suddenly, the Whitebeard Pirates fell in his estimation. I originally had high hopes for your Whitebeard Pirates. Unfortunately, I'm disappointed. Lin Yan raised his head and said helplessly. At this moment, the people around, who had been enduring for the sake of their captain, could no longer hold back after hearing this. They were furious and couldn't contain their anger. Are you mocking us? Who are they? Members of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Yonko of the New World, the leaders of the era, the #1 pirate crew in the Grand Line, and the ones who made all of this possible. Besides Whitebeard, are the division commanders. The contributions of their 1,600 crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates cannot be overlooked. They have put in a significant amount of effort. Anyone who can stand on this Moby Dick is not a force to be reckoned with. Each one of them has emerged from various great battles. Damn it, they have stood in the sea for such a long time. When was it that they were mocked like this? In an instant, Lin Yan became the public enemy of the Whitebeard Pirates. Just boarded the ship, and the tail is already pointing to the sky. If this goes on, won't he be flying out of the solar system? Gulalalala. On the other side, compared to the angry crew members, Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. Lin Yan's words sparked Whitebeard's interest in him. The crew members clenched their fists. They had no intention of letting Lin Yan off the hook earlier. At this moment, the Moby Dick was like a flame igniting a fuse, with curses erupting everywhere. Quite the audacious tone. Kid, don't forget, the Moby Dick is not a place for you to run wild. Just based on what you said today, don't even think about joining the Whitebeard Pirates. Quite arrogant. I really hope you have the strength to keep bouncing around like this. Let him truly experience the harshness of society. Thousands of people continuously spat insults at Lin Yan. All sorts of civilized vocabulary flowed from their mouths. Facing such an arrogant guy, their old man can tolerate it, but the crew won't put up with him. Today, they're determined to give that damn guy a good beating. The Pequod is thrown into chaos. When Whitebeard sees this scene, a faint light flickered in his eyes. He felt a bit worried in his heart. He didn't know if Lin could hold on. It would be fine if he could, but what if he couldn't? To be honest, Whitebeard didn't want to miss out on a powerhouse like Lin Yan, who was at the level of a captain. Just like what Izang had thought before, good resources shouldn't be given to outsiders. He couldn't let the other Yonko crews take advantage of this for nothing. Stop scolding. Stop scolding. Lin Yan raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Seeing Lin Yan like this, the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates felt a surge of joy, thinking that Lin Yan had softened up. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates prohibited private fights. They just indulge in some talk. Dad is watching here. They can't really start fighting. Just when everyone was secretly delighted. Is this the level of insults from your Whitebeard Pirates? The culture of Zuin is nothing like this. It lacks any destructive power. Your insults lack punch. Even the people at my doorstep know how to curse better than you. It's like throwing a handful of rice on the keyboard. Even chickens can insult better than you. Lin Yan dug into his ears and directly launched a map-based mockery. This is serious. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates were under the pressure of their old man. Their volcano has not erupted for the time being. However, because of Lin Yan's remark, although they did not know what Zhuan culture meant, they guessed it was not something good based on Lin Yan's expression. The crew's inner volcano, which had long been suppressed, erupted on the spot. One by one, they seemed like small universes exploding. Insults flew towards Lin Yan like a Gatling gun. Listening to their angry curses, Lin Yan took the opportunity to sort out the sequence of events. It turned out that the uproar was due to their dissatisfaction with Whitebeard personally recruiting him to join the Whitebeard Pirates. Upon realizing this, Lin Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Goodness, are you all so fragile? Is this the tolerance of the Whitebeard Pirates? How come one or two of you are so spoiled? Well, since you Whitebeard Pirates don't welcome me, then I'll leave. Sigh from some guy's sigh. Adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, Lin Yan calmly said, Actually, I was very happy at first about your invitation to join the Whitebeard Pirates. However, since you all don't welcome me, Captain Whitebeard, I can only regretfully apologize. I refuse. I refuse to join your Whitebeard Pirates. Lin Yan didn't want to waste more words. I refuse directly. Didn't you all not want me to join the Whitebeard Pirates? Didn't you all want to kick me off the ship? Then I will fulfill all your fantasies. No need for you to take action. I will leave the ship myself. Upon hearing the words I refuse, Whitebeard didn't say anything. Has he really been rejected? Even Izang couldn't help but worry. Would they really force Lin away? He felt a bit guilty in his heart. The crew members who had just been cursing were now calm. The entire Moby Dick was engulfed in a brief silence. Not a sound could be heard. The current strength of the Whitebeard Pirates goes without saying. As they continue to grow stronger, they have become an unshakable symbol in the hearts of the crew. In the minds of many crew members, the Whitebeard Pirates hold an unparalleled status. Lin Yan's 3 words I refuse, though short and to the point, made them feel particularly uncomfortable. What? You just refused? What happened to that arrogant look you had just now? What happened to that fierce glare? Aren't you supposed to be the dragon, soaring high? Aren't you supposed to unleash a powerful attack? Aren't you supposed to be the one and only? If it were anyone else, Lin Yan's refusal would be understandable. But you have to know, the one who just extended the invitation was their father. Who was their old man? The leader of the 4 emperors. The head of the era, a dominant figure of the old times, one of the legendary 3 pirates. You. What kind of ability do you have to dare refuse our old man's invitation? From the beginning until now, it has always been others begging to join the Whitebeard Pirates. They rarely encounter someone who can refuse an invitation from their old man. Who wouldn't want to join the Whitebeard Pirates? Who wouldn't feel proud to be a part of the Whitebeard Pirates? The crew's pride and arrogance have gradually developed because of the current status of the Whitebeard Pirates. As a newcomer, Lin Yan publicly rejected them. The crew was furious. Lin, do you think you have a right to refuse? You want to leave? No way. You've gotten yourself into big trouble. Before it was just noise, but now, one by one, they grabbed Lin Yan and wouldn't let him off the ship. In the eyes of the Whitebeard Pirates crew, only they can refuse others. When has it ever been that others had the right to attempt to refuse them? Now, Lin Yan saying he is not interested in the Whitebeard Pirates is simply insulting them. They wouldn't let Lin Yan have his way no matter what. At this moment, Lin Yan looked at the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates with the same disdainful gaze as an old man looking at his phone on the subway. Damn it, idiots. There was a famous line that leaked a sense of national essence before a certain country exited the EU. These people are idiots. They are all idiots. Aren't the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates right in front of him a bunch of idiots? It's neither joining nor not joining. Lin Yan, having lived for half his life, has never seen such psychologically twisted people. He felt like he could pay out of his own pocket to send these shameless guys to see a psychologist. How arrogant do you have to be to reach their level? What if I really have to leave? Lin Yan frowned, a bit unhappy. Are you trying to make me feel uncomfortable both inside and out? Then just step over us. The crew members heard that Lin Yan seemed to be ready to take action. They burst into laughter. Want to take action? Who are the Whitebeard Pirates afraid of? Who can stand on this? And who is the weak one? Then let the battle begin. Lin Yan originally planned to leave, but at that moment, he suddenly recalled his mission to defeat 3 enemies with a bounty of 300 million each. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was exceptionally skilled. There were plenty of fools with more money than sense. It was obvious. They're all the best experienced babies. Thinking of this, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile knowingly, but her face remained expressionless. Daring to challenge our Whitebeard Pirates. You probably don't know how to write the word death. A group of crew members sneered. Why compare with the Whitebeard Pirates? Of all things, you choose to compare strength. It's truly a path to self-destruction, because before Whitebeard's defeat, it was still hidden. In everyone's mind, they thought he was just an ordinary newcomer. An ordinary newcomer. Isn't it easy to teach him a lesson? Today, they said they must show off in front of this newcomer. Let him know why the Whitebeard Pirates are called the world's #1 pirate crew. However, I can't just be a human punching bag. Lin Yan stretched out a finger, a smile on his face as he said, What do you want? The many crew members paused, their faces showing displeasure as they spoke. It's simple. If you want to compete with me, it will cost extra. Lin Yan rubbed his hands together, revealing an innocent smile as he said, How about this 200,000 berries per round? However, his words caused an uproar among the Whitebeard Pirates. So many? The moment the crew heard that number, they were shocked. What the hell? Damn it. Wong Defa. Knock it off. Did I hear that wrong? Am I deaf? Where's this? This is on their ship, the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates. In the eyes of everyone in the crew, the Moby Dick is their home, a sacred place in everyone's heart, a companion that has fought alongside the Whitebeard Pirates for many years. It is as pure and untouchable as Mangekyō in the hearts of the Navy, and even more like the goddess Athena, lofty and revered, admirable yet unapproachable. And what happened? Good grief. This bastard, this shameless dog. It's one thing to fight on their Moby Dick, but now you want to add money to it? Are you possessed by the spirit of a money grubber, or what? Is this something a person can come up with? Interesting. It's really too interesting. Gwahaha. Whitebeard stroked his beard. The more calm Lin Yan was, the more he appreciated this quality in him. It seemed that Lin and Ace were about the same age. However, his crooked ideas are indeed numerous. There are very few interesting people on their Moby Dick. It has always been their Whitebeard Pirates who seize opportunities. Now, the Whitebeard crew is about to reap what they sow. While Whitebeard admires this, he increasingly wants to invite Lin Yan to join their crew. Next, let's see what level Lin's strength can reach. If it's really as Isa said, Whitebeard already has plans in mind. At this moment, while Whitebeard is pondering, the Moby Dick has erupted with chaos. Damn it, he did it on purpose. I've never seen such a shameless person. Knowing I have no money, he's deliberately targeting me. Right? Don't be ridiculous. You little brat. The group of people who are already displeased with Lin Yan has become even more aggressive. How dare this guy treat the Whitebeard Pirates like this? Creak, creak. A series of sounds of clenched fists echoed in all directions. The sea breeze swept in, filling the scene with hostility and menace. The crew's hatred and animosity towards Lin Yan have reached 100%. They really wish they could stamp their size 45 shoes on Lin Yan's annoying size 38 face. Marco Jaws Bista. and the other captains of the division also covered their foreheads in frustration. They exchanged a glance. From each other's eyes, they saw a deep sense of helplessness. Isan couldn't help but shake his head. He finally understood why Lin Yan had mentioned doubling the salary and providing 5 insurances and 1 fund as soon as he joined their Whitebeard Pirates. It turned out he was really greedy for money. He had misjudged him. He had really misjudged him. Damn, how could he have thought of Lin Yan as a dragon among men? To be honest, before this, Isan thought Lin Yan was the kind of person who looked down on wealth, status, and honor, someone who was above the mundane. This is my fault. What a sin. However, this is the Whitebeard Pirates after all. Everyone has quite a bit of money on them. Although spending so many berries is painful, it still doesn't reach the level of being unaffordable. You're being too naive. We might just be able to come up with it. Today, I'm going to teach you a good lesson. At this moment, the vice captain of the 5th Division stepped forward. He raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it at the distant Lin Yan, shouting angrily. It's the vice captain of the 5th Division. He is one of the strongest on our ship. With him here, this fight is definitely secured. In front of the vice captain. How can this punk jump around? This newcomer has quite a thick skin, but I just wonder how strong he really is. I can't wait to trample him underfoot. Hee. I hope he can last through 3 moves against the vice captain of the 5th Division. The crew immediately recognized the identity of this vice captain. It is well known that Flower Sword Vista is the one who has traveled the farthest and longest in swordsmanship within the Whitebeard Pirates. In terms of swordsmanship, no one in the Whitebeard crew can compare to him. The vice captain of the 5th Division has followed Vista for many years, and his swordsmanship has made remarkable progress. His strength is extraordinary. If there were a ranking of swordsmanship within the Whitebeard crew, this vice captain would at least be in the top 3. As soon as he appeared, the crowd instantly erupted. Go, vice captain! Still want to get paid? Hurry up and beat him so hard that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. The crew members vented their emotions and dissatisfaction. One by one, they shouted encouragement to the vice captain. Surrounded by hundreds and thousands of people at the scene, the vice captain wore a proud expression. He has been able to reach his current position. His strength is naturally among the top in the Whitebeard Pirates. It is because of his confidence in his own abilities that he chose to be the first to stand up. He reached for his waist pocket with one hand, then pulled out a gold watch. I don't have that much money on me. This gold watch is worth 500,000 Bailey. 500,000 is a bit much. But today I'm going to teach you a lesson at that price, and take your head. The vice captain's face was filled with cold sneers, and his taunts were very harsh. In his view, want to make money? I'm afraid you'll have a life to earn it, but not the life to spend it. With that, he finished speaking. He angrily smashed the gold watch in his hand towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan also raised her hand to catch the gold watch. She examined it up and down. It felt heavy. The sunlight reflected off it, making it dazzling. Real gold and silver were held in her hands like this. Facing the cursing vice captain, Lin Yan remained in a good mood, with a smile on her face. Are you using money to hit me? Go ahead. I'll catch as much as you throw. Truly, as expected of the world's #1 pirate crew, their spending was so generous. Awesome. Lin Yan gave the vice captain a thumbs up in a somewhat old-fashioned manner. 500,000 berries. I'll give you a discount and let you challenge 3 times. At the same time, he also opened a back door for the vice captain, allowing him to challenge 3 times. However, the vice captain's expression turned cold. He curled his lips into a cold smile. 3 times? I'm afraid you won't even be able to take one of my moves. As he spoke, he steadily drew the long knife in his hand. With one foot planted on the ground, he raised the sharp blade at a tricky angle and struck fiercely at Lin Yan. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, the vice captain of the 5th squad swung his blade 3 times in succession. These 3 strikes carried his endless fury, venting the anger in his heart as they came crashing down on Lin Yan. However, in Lin Yan's eyes, the speed of these 3 strikes was as slow as a snail. Slow. Too slow. Slow enough that he only needed to take a step to easily avoid them. But then, Lin Yan's eyes shifted, and a mischievous idea popped into his mind. 200,000 berries for the taking. Since you were willing to pay, if I don't cooperate with your performance, I would feel guilty. Lin Yan tilted his body, dodging the first 2 strikes. Bang! The 3rd strike directly hit him, sending him flying. What the hell? Seeing Lin Yan get hit, the first to stand up was Izumi. He deeply felt Lin Yan's speed. Just thinking about that near-light speed, even the observation hockey couldn't catch any trace of it. How could he possibly be hit by such a speed slash? It was as if Buddha had one hand pressing down on the Monkey King. Yet the Monkey King unexpectedly broke free from the 5-finger mountain with a stick and even stepped on Buddha's head with a foot, which was shocking. This, not to mention Zong, Even Marco, Jaws, and Vista were stunned. They also didn't understand what was going on. Didn't they say that Zong wasn't even Lin Yan's opponent? How did he get defeated right from the first move? Before they had time to think more, the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates around them began to cheer. Good. As expected of our vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. This strength is well-deserved. This is the price of arrogance in our Whitebeard Pirates. It made me so happy. TSK, TSK, TSK. On our Moby Dick, even a dragon has to lie down obediently. Seeing Lin Yan suffer a setback, the crew members were overjoyed. They clenched their fists, as if they were witnessing the national football team entering the World Cup, feeling delighted and dancing with joy. Is this your strength? The vice captain of the 5th Division looked down from above, and even he, who had been indifferent before, couldn't help but feel a bit smug at this moment. The Whitebeard Pirates truly deserve to be one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the leaders of the era, the #1 pirate crew in the world. With the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, standing tall at the peak, invincible, looking down on the sea, sweeping through the entire world. There was indeed no one around who could compete with them. This strength is really impressive. Lin Yan clutched his chest, crouching on the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Even though he didn't win the Best Actor award, he vividly displayed the strength of a Best Actor. He even delivered the flattery lines effortlessly. Listening to Lin Yan's flattery, the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates felt so pleased. It was as if they were the heroines of an island country, their hearts filled to the brim with happiness. Don't think that by saying a few nice words, I can let you off the hook. The vice captain was so pleased that it almost showed on his face. But he still forced himself to maintain a serious demeanor and coldly said to Lin Yan. Next, a great battle was about to break out. However, it was basically the vice captain who had the upper hand. Blades flashed and strikes were constant. Various abilities were showcased by him in a handsome manner on the big screen. On the other side, Lin Yan was continuously retreating. It seemed like his life was hanging by a thread. He was even just a step away from being sent to his demise. But he stubbornly held on to the last breath. He did not fall, did not retreat, and certainly did not lose. Damn it, he was just one step away. Hurry up and take down this shameless guy. Damn, how can he hold on for so long? Come on, Vice Captain. It's like he has stuck to us like a piece of gum. Fall down. Hurry up and fall down. Damn it, I almost want to jump on myself. The Vice Captain of the 5th Division was very anxious because he had not defeated Lin Yan, who was hanging by a thread. But he was not the only one anxious. The crew members watching nearby were even more anxious, wishing they could jump in themselves. Clearly, Lin Yan had exposed so many flaws, yet they still couldn't take him down. Gulalala, Whitebeard sat in the center of the Moby Dick. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted under his bent mustache. At first, he was puzzled. However, as time went by, Lin Yan revealed his true skills. Whitebeard smiled, but did not expose him, just letting his sharp gaze settle on Lin Yan. This kid is starting to play tricks again. Don't even mention Jaws, Vista, or Izo. I bet even the calmest Marco would be tricked if he faced him. After a long battle, 100 moves passed, 200 moves passed, 500 moves passed. Finally, at the 904th move, the two determined the victor. Bang! The vice captain of the 5th Division finally couldn't hold on any longer, his clothes soaked in sweat. He collapsed on the spot, exhausted and fainting on the ground. Luck, in the end, I still had the upper hand. In fact, it seems you members of the Whitebeard Pirates are not that impressive after all. It feels like the world's #1 pirate crew is a bit overrated. Next. Lin Yan rubbed his hands, looking smug. The crew members frowned. What do you mean by not that impressive? You've only defeated one vice captain. Are you really that arrogant? Are you really looking down on everyone? Are you really flying high alongside the sun? Is that really defeating others? I'm almost embarrassed to point it out. It's obvious to anyone that you literally wore the vice captain out. You only had a slight advantage. Damn it. Is it starting to get arrogant? I've lived for more than half a life. They have never seen someone so shameless. However, the fact that the vice captain was defeated is undeniable. The crowd's anger has escalated even more than before. I'll go next. Let me do it. Everyone, step aside. I'm his opponent. They had previously hesitated because of the 200,000 berries and cursed Lin Yan for being a ruthless businessman. Now, they're all eager to compete with Lin Yan, even if it means risking everything. Not for any other reason. They're just trying to save face for the Whitebeard Pirates. Isn't living just about this fight? The Moby Dick is filled with noise. The shouts are deafening. Clang, clang. Millions of berries were thrown right in front of Lin Yan. Many challenged him. There were vice captains, elite officers, and strong crew members. In short, anyone with blood in their veins rushed forward, throwing money at Lin Yan. Some even smashed 1,000,000 berries in anger just to get in line for a challenge against him. Lin Yan skillfully accepted all the money and said to them, one at a time, "Don't rush." Then, the person who angrily smashed 1,000,000 berries became the second Whitebeard crew member to challenge Lin Yan. Just a piece of dogskin plaster. It will only delay things. Watch me finish this quickly. He spoke with an angry voice, intimidating the entire Moby Dick. A fierce battle between the two sides was about to break out. A disagreement led to a brawl, not to mention being able to come up with so much money to challenge. His status in the Whitebeard crew is not low. But for Lin Yan, it's just that. The speed is as slow as a snail. Go for it. You are the second one to challenge this bastard. You must take him down. I don't want to see him get even more arrogant. Damn it. I have never felt as frustrated as I do today. This bastard is already outputting on my face. The crew members shouted excitedly. I have to admit, it's a bit surprising that Lin Yan could take down the vice-captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He still has strength. They also acknowledged Lin Yan's strength. But that's beside the point. What does it matter if one is strong? Do they lack strong individuals in the Whitebeard Pirates? Right now, the crew wishes for Lin Yan to be beaten so badly that he has bruises all over his head, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Unfortunately, this time, they're going to be disappointed again. The two sides fought for more than 1,300 rounds. The battle was so intense that the sky darkened. The sun and moon lost their light, waves surged violently, and the heavens trembled. If it weren't for the resentment in their hearts, many people would have almost fallen asleep watching, just like a match with 33 minutes and 0 kills. Back and forth, with exchanges Shakespeare. Without a doubt, the second challenger was once again worn out by Lin Yan. You guy. The second challenger was panting heavily, exhausted and out of breath. He only felt that his fist hit cotton, powerful but with nowhere to exert it. Inside his heart, there are a million grievances. He is flushed with excitement, his face red and his neck thick. But at this moment, he is already powerless to turn the tide. After the vice-captain of the 5th Division, the second challenger has also been knocked down by Lin Yan. No, rather than being knocked down, it would be more accurate to say he collapsed from exhaustion. Lucky. Next one. Lin Yan continues to call for the next opponent. I really didn't expect that this newcomer would consecutively take down 2 groups of us. Today, our Whitebeard Pirates have lost face. No, this dog is just taking shortcuts, only stalling for time, never daring to confront directly. What kind of skill is dodging all the time? It's a one-on-one challenge. I don't care, I want to go next. I can't wait to step on him. I'm coming next. I'll go. I've already paid 800,000 berries. The crew is also extremely excited, each of them filled with righteous indignation. Just as they said, this guy is just stalling for time. He doesn't dare to fight or compete. He leaves them with strength, but no way to use it. But because of this, more people joined in. None of them wanted to miss the chance to compete with Lin Yan. The next challenger was the third one, and they fought for over 300 rounds. The fourth challenger fought for over 500 rounds. The fifth challenger, they battled for over 800 rounds. Now, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was fired up, disregarding everything, with only one thought in their minds. Defeat this newcomer. The more they fought, the more frustrated they became. The more frustrated, the more they wanted to fight. The more they were beaten, the more they wanted to regain their face. It really proved that saying, skill is lacking, but the addiction is strong. Wait a minute. At this moment, Lin Yan suddenly raised his hand, signaling the sixth challenger to stop. What, are you scared? The sixth challenger, with a dark face, glared at Lin Yan and shouted angrily. No. Give me 10 minutes to rest. Lin Yan asked them for 10 minutes. Such a long fight isn't much for Lin Yan. But if he doesn't pretend to rest, he will inevitably show signs of fatigue later. Then in the following matches. After each fight, Lin Yan would ask for 10 minutes of rest. The 6th, 7th, 13th, 14th as they watched Lin Yan's rest time increase. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates' eyes began to shine. Look, his rest time is getting longer. He must be running out of stamina. We are about to see the dawn of hope. Now do you understand the consequences of using a powerful attack? Let us see how you end up. Dog. You have today. I can't wait to leave my footprints on him. Hurry up in the front. Take him down quickly. The crew clenched their fists. And the more Lin Yan showed fatigue, the more excited they are. An excited heart, trembling hands. They just don't believe it. The mighty Whitebeard Pirates. The strongest pirate crew in the New World. Can't they take down a newcomer? What are you even worth? In fact, due to their anger and blood rushing to their heads, they even forgot that this is a battle of attrition. However, after a long period of fighting, Lin Yan managed to defeat over 50 or 60 members of the Whitebeard Pirates. With the crew members' voices hoarse from shouting, someone finally realized, wait, stop sending people to their deaths. Haven't you noticed? He's already taken down over 50 or 60 of our members. Wait, stop sending people to their deaths. Haven't you noticed? He's already taken down over 50 of our members. His words suddenly awakened those lost in thought. Although the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were fired up, they were not fools. If you said you took down 2 or 3, we could accept that. Taking down 7 or 8 is still understandable. Taking down 10 or 20 ISNT completely unacceptable either. After all, they had seen Lin Yan's strength through many battles and knew him well. But what happened? You've already taken down 50 or 60 of our crew members. No injuries, no flushed faces, no heavy breathing. The key point is, look at his eager expression. He even wants to keep the arena going. Why? Why is this newcomer so obsessed with the arena? I get it. This is a trap he set on purpose. He wants to use our desire to leave our mark on him, to orchestrate everything from the sidelines. After a long period of confrontation, a perceptive person finally stepped forward. One sentence awakened the dreamers around. The onlookers felt as if they had achieved enlightenment. Suddenly, it all made sense. So, this guy is just pretending? What? Such a dark heart. Brother, you can't be this devious. You bastard. Damn it. All the money I spent was tuition. 200,000 berries. 200,000 is nothing. I've already put out 1,000,000 berries. I'll bid 800,000. I'll bid 600,000 just cutting in line. Hearing this, the people around understood the situation. Lin Yan was doing this just to milk them dry. Damn, just for 200,000 berries. He doesn't care about his face at all. After realizing Lin Yan's strength, the previous crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates who were eager to challenge him, they were bewildered, to hold their ground, to regain their face. Some even took out over 1,000,000 Bailey just to cut in line. Nowadays, they went all out and spent so much money, only to end up paying tuition fees. Damn it, I'm losing my mind. I'm gonna hit you. Looking at the piles of cash next to Lin Yan, the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates all wore masks of pain. This was all the tuition fees they submitted. What was the fundamental reason for this outcome? Ultimately, it was because they all collectively lost their minds, disregarding everything just to leave a shoe print on his face. And then, there were no footprints left on Lin Yan's face. Instead, their pockets were emptied of cash. This day was a day of abundance for Lin Yan. Similarly, it was a day for the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates to curse and spit in anger. Damn it, I've never seen such a shameless person who's only after money. You really went to great lengths to scam this money. Is our Whitebeard Pirates' money just going to be handed over like this? It's outrageous. You even dare to take the money from our ship? Wait a minute, my head is a bit dizzy. What should I do? The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates are cursing and looking at Lin Yan's face. They're getting more and more angry as they think about it. But there's nothing they can do. They can't fight back, so they can only vent their frustrations with words. Having never experienced a beating before, today they have learned a harsh lesson. Those who didn't participate in the battle are fine. But for those who paid the tuition to join the fight, there are heartbroken voices everywhere. Why is no one coming up? Where's everyone? Don't dawdle. What happened to the courage of the Whitebeard Pirates? Didn't you say you want to make me look bad and let me know why the flowers are so red? Are there 1 or 2 of you shouting that you want to kick me off the ship? Hurry up. I'm standing right in front of you. Do whatever you want of me, stomp on me, trample me. It's all up to you. This is a rare opportunity. If you miss this village, you won't find a shop again. Seeing that no one had come up for a long time, Lin Yan quickly activated the map cannon. However, after seeing the truth, the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates became disciplined. One by one, they stopped being hot-headed and just sat quietly, refusing to speak. They had gotten carried away because they listened to this guy's taunts before. Now they refused to listen. Do whatever you want. Looking at the scene where not a single person from the court spoke, Lin Yan fell silent. He looked at his system. Task 2. Defeat 3 enemies with a bounty of 300 million within 10 days. Current progress, 13. Task 2 is still at a standstill. Among the 20 people he just defeated, none had a bounty reaching 300 million berries. This has resulted in no progress for the task. Moreover, no one else at the scene stepped forward to challenge him. Because of this, Lin Yan was also a bit anxious. This won't do. He turned his gaze towards the various division commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ordinary crew members had bounties that did not exceed 300 million berries. But if you, as a division commander, can't reach 300 million berries, that would be quite unreasonable. You should know that even the lowest-ranked Aizu has a bounty of over 500 million berries. Lin Yan said to the division commanders, "How about you come up and get a try?" As soon as these words were spoken, the previously silent Moby Dick erupted into chaos. All 600 crew members were shocked. No way. What's going on? You're challenging the division commanders? Is he really going to challenge the division commanders? Don't joke around. You don't really think that defeating us ordinary crew members means you can challenge a division commander, do you? Division commanders are the top combat power of the Whitebeard Pirates. They're not someone ordinary crew members can compare to. You're too arrogant. Don't forget, you've already fought over 20 crew members in a row. Now you want to challenge a division commander while dragging your exhaustion? Have you lost your mind? I have to admit, you do have some strength, but you are far from our division commanders. Back off, newbie. No one to quit. That's the best way to save face. The crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates were first stunned, then shocked, and finally, they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Just defeating these ordinary crew members had made him cocky enough to challenge a division commander. Laughter and mockery erupted on the ship. Each face wore a hint of derision. Just a newbie. Doesn't he know his own limits? The division commanders are not something a jumping clown like you can compare to, compared to the mocking crew members. Those from the 16th Division who had witnessed Lin Yan fight Aizu remained silent, knowing the truth. They understood that Lin Yan had not yet shown his full strength. At this moment, a deep voice rang out on the deck of the Moby Dick. Jozu stood up and said in a rough voice, in that case, I'll be your opponent, 3rd Division Commander. The crowd erupted in surprise as they saw Jozu stepping forward. Jozu, the user of the diamond fruit, was the undeniable right-hand man of the Whitebeard Pirates. If their father, Whitebeard, is the strongest man in the world and the backbone of the Moby Dick, then Jozu and the other division commanders are the pillars of the crew. Jozu's strength is second only to Whitebeard and Mangekyō. With the division commander personally stepping in, the crew's enthusiasm gradually began to rise. Many from the Whitebeard Pirates were well aware that they were not Lin Yan's match. Continuing to fight would only lead to their defeat. Now that a division commander was taking action, teaching a newbie a lesson would be a piece of cake, right? Come on. Upon seeing Jozu, Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with a unique light. Jozu was not one for many words. He simply nodded silently. Like Aizu before him, Jozu had long forgotten how long it had been since he last fought due to the crew's prohibition against private duels. Let him see how strong this person who had defeated Aizu really was. After saying that, Jozu activated his devil fruit ability. Diamond-like armor enveloped his body, appearing on his surface in an instant, with only half of his face exposed. Sunlight cascaded down, making Jozu, covered in diamonds, look exceptionally dazzling. If Mangekyō is the sharpest spear of the Whitebeard Pirates, then Jozu is the hardest shield. Mammoth Bull. Jozu stomped down on the deck, causing the Moby Dick, floating on the sea, to sink slightly. He raised his fist, covered in diamonds, like a meteorite, and slammed it down towards Lin Yan. Facing Jozu's attack, Lin Yan did not dodge. A layer of block-shaped armament hockey covered his fist as he faced Jozu's oncoming charge. He swung his fist. Bang! The two fists collided with each other, hard against hard, each punch landing solidly. A wave of air spread outwards from the two of them. The flag of the Whitebeard Pirates flapped loudly, the residual waves causing the surrounding crew members to stagger slightly. After a punch, the two were evenly matched. It was one thing for the speed to be so fast, but his strength was surprisingly strong as well. As someone who had experienced Lin Yan's power firsthand, Zhang had the most say in terms of speed. Lin Yan's speed was incredibly fast, so fast that even his observation hockey couldn't catch it. However, what he never expected was that in terms of strength, Lin Yan's power was still as terrifying as ever. After all, who is Jaws? They are the hardest shield of the Whitebeard Pirates. In terms of strength, there is no comparison. Except for the old man, almost no one can match him. But today, Jaws has encountered an opponent, and the opponent he faced is one who is equally matched in strength. So strong. Similarly, the other captains like Mangekyō, Vista, and Thatch also noticed this detail. As their captain, Whitebeard nodded repeatedly after witnessing this scene, praising good technique. At this moment, the surrounding crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates were all stunned, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Especially after seeing the two fighting evenly, they were incredibly shocked. It should be noted that prior to this, Lin Yan had fought against more than 20 of their crew members consecutively, and each crew member had exchanged hundreds or thousands of blows. That is thousands of rounds. Even a bull would eventually tire out. But when it came to Lin Yan, he looks like he has infinite stamina. Is he cheating? Of course. Besides cheating, people also thought of a second reason. Perhaps, when dealing with these 20 people, he didn't show his true strength at all. Thinking of this, many people broke out in a cold sweat. It is possible, and the likelihood is quite high. If his strength far exceeds that of their ordinary crew members, then wouldn't that mean? Today, the Whitebeard Pirates have a total of 600 crew members. Yet, they were actually toyed with by a newcomer. Everyone had only one thought in their minds. Damn it. From the very beginning, this newcomer laid out a massive trap, just waiting for these naive fools to charge in and fall into someone else's pond. The crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates quickly pieced together the situation in a very short time. However, it was better not to understand it at all. Once they did, everyone suddenly felt uncomfortable, as if they had found a fly in their meal. Damn it. They'd only heard about how ruthless and merciless people could be, but that was just hearsay. When they actually encountered it, all 600 crew members widened their eyes in shock, collectively dumbfounded. Unfortunately, no one cared about their feelings now. The battle between Lin Yan and Jaws was still ongoing. Jaws was truly a top powerhouse of the Whitebeard Pirates, especially with the defensive abilities granted by the Diamond Fruit. He was incredibly strong and tough all over, like a solid block of meat. Just his defense alone was enough to give Lin Yan a hard time. Not to mention Jaws' extensive combat experience. After several exchanges, Lin Yan rarely managed to gain the upper hand against him. It was understandable. Jaws was the vice captain of the Whitebeard crew, and what kind of status does a vice captain hold? They could be compared to an admiral. With that level of comparison, how could Jaws' strength be weak? However, Jaws also furrowed his brow slightly. He is not feeling well either. The pressure Lin Yan puts on him is simply too great. Perhaps his strength can match Lin Yan, but in terms of speed, Lin Yan completely overwhelms him. If it weren't for the hard defense of the Shining Fruit, Jaws would have already fallen into a disadvantage. Moreover, according to Yizong, Lin Yan seems to be a Devil Fruit user as well. After fighting for so long, Lin Yan has yet to reveal his Devil Fruit. It is clear that this guy's strength is probably above his own. Joe's expression became more serious. Hearing that, Yizong said, "You are also a Devil Fruit user. Show your full strength." Joe shouted at Lin Yan. "Show your full strength." Joe shouted again. The surrounding crew members heard this and suddenly looked up. Wait, what did the captain say? Devil Fruit? This guy is also a Devil Fruit user? No way. How is that possible? If he has a Devil Fruit ability, why didn't he use it when dealing with our 20 crew members earlier? The crew members were shocked, feeling as if they were sitting on pins and needles, their scalps tingling. It should be known that Devil Fruits have the ability to elevate a person to great heights, but their negative effects are also quite significant. Almost 99% of Devil Fruit users heavily rely on their fruit abilities. The most famous example is one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, Borsalino. Zephyr once asserted that if Kizaru does not correct himself in time, he will inevitably suffer, greatly relying on the light fruit. However, Lin Yan is clearly a Devil Fruit user, yet he has never used this ability when facing their 50 or 60 crew members. What does this represent? What does it mean? The newcomer in front of them probably hasn't even used 30% of his strength. No, it's even less than 30%, with just under 30% of his strength. He crushes the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Although the crew member strength is not as good as that of the division captain, they are still among the best. Otherwise, they wouldn't be rated as the strongest pirate crew by the world. The crew members were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. This newcomer, what level of strength has he actually reached? Gulalalala. Looking at the crew members who were as anxious as if sitting on pins and needles, Whitebeard nodded. What he wants is exactly the situation. At the same time, Whitebeard also regards Lin Yan with a new perspective. This guy Lin Yan has strength when it comes to strength and ability when it comes to ability. He can dig a pit for others without spitting out their bones. If I had half of his cleverness and charm when I was young, I wouldn't have taken so many detours. In Lin Yan, Whitebeard rarely sees the shadow of his younger self. As for Lin Yan, listening to Joe's words, he just smiled faintly. He said, "Captain Jaws, your strength is formidable, and your defense is unparalleled in the world. But beneath that hard shield, there is a fatal weakness. I wonder if you've noticed it?" Jaws squinted his eyes, examining Lin Yan from head to toe. What weakness? Not just Jaws, but Marco, Izang. And even Whitebeard's gaze was fixed on Lin Yan, waiting for his next words. "You'll know soon," Lin Yan said calmly, keeping them in suspense. He did not clarify either. Bang! Jaws did not let it affect his mindset, and the battle resumed. The onlookers initially thought that Lin Yan's claim of discovering flaws and weaknesses was just talk. However, the next scene left everyone stunned. Just as Jaws and Lin Yan were evenly matched, suddenly, a crimson blood-red light shot out from Lin Yan's eyes. A mysterious Tomo symbol appeared in his pupils. It was the Sharingan. Yes, what Lin Yan activated was the Mangekyō Sharingan. After unlocking the Sharingan, Lin Yan did not use his powerful technique. He simply uttered 2 words, Genjutsu. Jaws' advantage lay in his solid defense. But his weakness was precisely because his defense was too strong. During the War of the Top, Jaws had blocked Hawkeye, fought against Akainu, collided with Aokiji, and withstood Kazuru. One could say he had fought nearly everyone capable. But when it came to Doflamingo, he was taught a lesson in reverse. With just a few threads, Jaws was controlled. This time, as the Vice Admiral, Jaws almost lost his reputation. One must know, what was Doflamingo's expression when facing the drought-causing Jack? Cold sweat pouring down, feeling uneasy. And what was his expression when facing Aokiji? Aokiji wanted face. Did Doflamingo dare to deny him? But when it came to Jaws, he was directly taught a lesson in reverse. How frustrating that was. Success and failure both stem from defense. This was Jaws' most fatal weakness. Of course, Lin Yan's Jinjutsu was basic. It was easy to deal with ordinary people. However, against a powerful enemy, it might not be effective. Nevertheless, catching them off guard was indeed effortless. After activating the Mangekyō Sharingan, the Jinjutsu was unleashed. As expected, how could Jaws withstand Lin Yan's sudden attack? He was caught off guard, his pupils suddenly becoming vacant. His whole body stiffened in place. Then, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone on the Moby Dick, there was a thud sound. The highly anticipated Jozu fell to the ground. Watching Jozu fall, at that moment, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates first fell into a brief silence. After a long pause, a wave of uproar erupted. Defeated? Captain Jozu actually lost? How is that possible? He is our division commander. The previous crew members lost to Lin Yan. Even though they paid the price, they accepted it. But who is Jozu? He is the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. They are the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the top combat power of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now even the captain has lost to this newcomer. The crew felt dizzy and bewildered, their faces showing shock to the utmost. Aside from the crew, Marco, Vista, and others also stood up directly, looking at Jozu, who was lying on the ground. They couldn't remain calm on their faces. Just now, what kind of ability did Lin Yan use? In their line of sight, they only saw Lin Yan's eyes emitting a red glow, and then Xiao Zi fell down. Why? Why did this happen? I knew this guy was hiding something. With a thud, he stood up and took a deep breath, saying, regarding Lin Yan, he has too many things he doesn't understand. The most critical point is that this guy's strength is ridiculously strong. Ding, congratulations, host. Your task has been updated. Task 2. Within 10 days, defeat 3 enemies with a bounty of 300 million. Current progress. Defeated the 16th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Aizu, with a bounty of 510 million, and defeated the 3rd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Jozu, with a bounty of 1.04 billion. Current task progress, 23. Completing the task will grant 20 bait. At this moment, after Jozu fell, Lin Yan's task was also refreshed. Clearly, he was just one step away from completing the task. Is Captain Jozu all right? The medical team rushed out immediately, and after examining Jozu, they had no clues, so they could only ask the instigator Lin Yan. It's nothing serious. Just let him sleep for a bit. Lin Yan waved his hand and replied calmly. Who else wants to come up and get a try? He started to greet the next opponent. At this moment, there were no more voices of doubt on the entire Moby Dick. Let me give a try. After Jaws was taken down, the captain of the 5th Division, Bista, stood up. He stroked his 8-pointed beard. With the other hand resting on his long sword, he said, Bista, the top swordsman of the Whitebeard Pirates. If the world's #1 swordsman is Mihawk, then the man most likely to threaten him and claim the title of the next world's #1 swordsman would undoubtedly be Bista. Facing Bista, Lin Yan turned to Whitebeard and said, Captain Whitebeard, could you lend me a sword for a moment? Lend you a sword? Whitebeard replied, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Could it be? Soon, his thoughts were confirmed. Lin Yan planned to use swordsmanship and spar with Bista. In addition to physical skills and strength, Lin Yan's swordsmanship was also at an extraordinary level. Skills, swordsmanship 7100, physical skills 7100, Navy 6 styles 7100. Before long, a sword was delivered to Lin Yan's hands. The clash between Lin Yan and Bista was about to begin. Besides the mastery of swordsmanship, what they were competing in was speed. Of course, although Lin Yan's swordsmanship was exceptional, compared to Bista, who had been practicing swordsmanship for many years, he was still a step behind. However, in terms of speed, Lin Yan had the advantage. Both sides exchanged blows, and for the time being, it was hard to tell who was stronger or weaker. However, to the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates, it was a different scene. Using strength to clash with Jaws, and swordsmanship to compete with Bista, Lin Yan swept through the Whitebeard Pirates with less than 30 of his strength. How long did it take to reach such a height through hard training? More importantly, how old did Lin Yan look? just in his early 20s. In terms of age, he was about the same as their second division captain Ace, young and already far surpassing them in strength. The crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates were completely stunned. A genius? A prodigy? No, no, no. This is an unparalleled monster. Even their father in his youth probably wouldn't have been like this. Next, no matter what shocking or unexpected situation arose, they would not be shocked anymore. After all, in the encounter with Bista, Lin Yan still emerged victorious. However, in terms of swordsmanship, Bista did not lose. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your task has been completed. Task 2. Within 10 days. Defeat 3 enemies with a bounty of 300 million. Current progress. Defeated Bista, captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates with a bounty of 510 million. Defeated Jaws, captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates with a bounty of 104 billion. Defeated Bista, captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates with a bounty of 780 million. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You have received 20 bait. After Bista, Lin Yan's task was also completed successfully. The 20 bait were in hand. But at this moment, the other division captains were eager to try. Captain 7, Captain 8, Captain 15 all stepped forward to challenge. Faced with their invitations, Lin Yan directly refused. His task has been completed. There's no point in continuing. Moreover, the money is already piled up into a small mountain. One can't have too much of a good thing. It's time to stop. Hearing Lin Yan's refusal, the faces of the various squad leaders showed disappointment. Meanwhile, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates watched Lin Yan skillfully gather the riches. Their hearts are bleeding. This money. They all sent it up. But now, talking about it is all in vain. They smashed their teeth and swallowed them. After this battle, Lin Yan's strength has gained the recognition of everyone on the ship. There's no need to elaborate on the status of Jaws and Vista in the Whitebeard Pirates. They are comparable to the 7 warlords and the admirals. Lin Yan single-handedly took down both of their division commanders. At the very least, he is at the level of an admiral. Even if he can't match a true admiral, he has touched the threshold. Thinking of this, the crew members felt even more conflicted. Indeed, first, their captain personally recruited him, and then all the division commanders attended. What kind of powerful presence could command such a large-scale mobilization from the Whitebeard Pirates? Who else could have such treatment besides someone at the admiral level? Reflecting on their previous behavior, which seemed like that of a clown, everyone felt an impulse to slap themselves. What were they even doing? When other forces learned that a strong individual at the admiral level was willing to join their pirate crew, which one of them wouldn't welcome him with open arms? Yet here in the Whitebeard Pirates, they couldn't wait to kick him off the ship. Look at this. Is this something a person can do? Many crew members felt uneasy about their impulsive actions. Just as everyone was feeling ashamed, Whitebeard stood up, his sharp gaze sweeping across the entire Moby Dick. Are we done? His voice was loud, echoing across the deck of the Moby Dick. The crew slowly raised their heads, feeling a wave of confusion about why Old Man would stand up at this moment. But soon, Whitebeard's heavy voice pressed down on the hearts of the crew. Lin, your strength is formidable, so strong that Zong, Jaws, and Vista are no match for you. To be honest, I was very surprised by today's match. Your power is immense. In you, I see my infinite potential. But do you know why I arranged today's duel? Duel? Lin Yan paused for a moment, then came to his senses. This duel was planned by Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at the astonished Lin Yan and continued calmly. Now, what kind of atmosphere is there in the Whitebeard Pirates? I believe, after spending some time together, Lin, you should have noticed, looking out from here, who isn't arrogant. Just by me personally welcoming newcomers, 1 or 2 can't accept it. And if this continues, we will inevitably suffer a great loss. To be honest, today I indeed wanted to use your hands to properly rectify this unhealthy atmosphere. Lin Yan remained silent. It seemed that Whitebeard had indeed noticed this scene. Whitebeard's gaze swept across the more than 1,600 people on site, and he said sternly, haven't you always been ambitious? Why is it that today, in front of Lin, your dignity is trampled upon without worth? Have you stood on the peak for too long, without facing setbacks, and started to develop a distorted sense of superiority? The world's #1 pirate crew, the leader of the 4 emperors in the New World, has become lost in self-adoration due to external praise, arrogant and short-sighted. Do you think you are worthy of being a member of the Whitebeard Pirates now? Listening to Whitebeard's reprimand, the crew knew all too well about their distorted sense of superiority. They lowered their heads in frustration. Lin, before this, they had never even heard of him. Now, someone casually jumped out and directly wreaked havoc on the Moby Dick. They were completely powerless to fight back in the face of such a situation. What qualifications do they have to be arrogant? I hope you remember today's defeat and do not let arrogance take over like before. Under Whitebeard's reprimand, the Moby Dick was very quiet, like a punished child, bowing their heads in shame. Whitebeard, with a stern face, after the atmosphere had brewed enough, asked Lin Yan seriously, "Lin, tell them, how long have you been cultivating?" In his mind, Lin Yan's strength was so formidable, and at such a young age, he must have been diligently cultivating day after day without slackening. This time, it was Lin Yan's turn to be speechless. Well, does cultivating for a year count? Of course. He naturally wouldn't say that. Lin Yan had an expression like the rabbit in the story, facing the domineering rich man, feeling guilty as he slightly extended 3 fingers. 3 years. Actually, he wanted to say 2.5 years, and after thinking about it, he decided against it. Besides getting scolded, he would also receive a green corpse letter. The Thunderpool cannot be crossed even by half a step. What? Train for 3 years? Ahem, ahem, the old man coughed. He was choked. 3 years to achieve such strength. Is it true? But the old man immediately said, "Take a good look. Someone who has trained for 3 years can beat you all to the point where you can't find your way. How can you sleep at night? What right do you have to be lazy?" The old man's voice resounded in all directions. Suddenly, the passionate blood of many crew members was gradually heating up. The old man was right. In recent years, since Roger surrendered and the Golden Lion was imprisoned, the 3 great pirates of the old era have only left the Whitebeard Pirates. Looking across the seas, the Whitebeard Pirates are invincible. Gradually, they have begun to indulge in pleasure. If this continues, they will eventually be surpassed by those who come after. They need to work hard. Sorry. Suddenly, a crew member walked up to Lin Yan and directly apologized. Whether it was due to Lin Yan's formidable strength or their previous arrogant attitude, the truth was that the fault lay with them. "Sorry. Please forgive our previous rudeness." The beginning is always difficult, with the first person stepping forward. Over 1,600 people on site also began to apologize to Lin Yan. Watching the crew members change their previously proud and complacent demeanor, a smile gradually appeared on the steady face of the old man with a white beard. This was the true nature of their Whitebeard Pirates. He certainly does not want his large Whitebeard Pirates, which he has managed for 40 to 50 years, to fall apart due to pride and arrogance. Speaking of which, the reason why things were resolved so quickly today is entirely thanks to Lin Yan's overwhelming strength. Whitebeard also sees the limitless potential in Lin Yan. For such a neutral powerhouse, if he misses this opportunity, then he wouldn't be Whitebeard. With a single wave of his hand, he addressed Lin Yan. "Lin, thank you for helping me out. I want to ask you again, would you be willing to join the Whitebeard Pirates?" This was the second time Whitebeard had extended an invitation to Lin Yan. Listening to Whitebeard's words, it was impossible for Lin Yan to claim that his heart was unaffected. After all, as a fan of the sea, who wouldn't be interested in the Whitebeard Pirates? However, Lin Yan slightly shifted his stance. He recalled the future situation of the Whitebeard Pirates, from prosperity to decline, from peak to trough. Recently, he heard that the captain of the 4th Division had been assassinated by Teach, and the captain of the 2nd Division, Ace, was already on the way to pursue Teach. What does this represent? Soon, an unprecedented war at the top of the pirate world is about to break out. The war at the top. This is a major event in the entire history of pirates, the largest battle since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, and the turning point for the Whitebeard Pirates from glory to decline. The final outcome is that Whitebeard falls, Ace falls, and the Whitebeard Pirates head towards destruction. The Whitebeard Pirates, which have been operating for 4 to 5 decades, fell apart overnight, shattering into pieces. From then on, they never regained their footing and fell from the throne of the Sea Emperor. As for himself, he could completely stay out of it and not get involved in this muddy water. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan refused, saying, "I still refuse." Whitebeard was stunned for a moment. The division captain was dumbfounded. Everyone on the ship was shocked. To be honest, if such a talent were missed, even Whitebeard would feel a bit pained. But others had already refused twice. It was clearly a bit inappropriate to extend the invitation again. Just as the situation was at a standstill, Izang came up from behind. "Lin, you've already boarded our ship, and things have developed to this point. Just accept old Dad's invitation. Moreover, even if you have some grievances against our Whitebeard Pirates crew, they have already apologized before." Listening to Izang's words, the crew members chimed in. "Yeah, I admit we were wrong before, and if you're still not satisfied, just come and beat us up. As long as you feel better, we will let you do whatever you want." Beat you up? Lin Yan found this statement a bit humorous. Izang, seeing Lin Yan hesitating, knew there was a chance. As the saying goes, professionalism must match. Ordinary things might not attract Lin Yan. Izang knew that painting a big picture wouldn't work on Lin Yan. You have to show genuine sincerity. Coincidentally, Zhang happened to know what Lin Yan liked. So he grinned and quickly added fuel to the fire. As long as you stay, I'll apply to old dad for a fourfold salary. For times. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's ears perked up, immediately catching the key information. Well, watching Lin Yan's reaction, this was not just a good chance. This was Cupid's arrow, hitting the bullseye. How about this? I'll apply to old dad to raise the salary to 10 times, with all other benefits remaining the same. Zhang raised his eyebrows, showing a knowing expression. He also showed his true skills, along with extremely tempting conditions. Isan continued, Lin, not only is the salary attractive, but our pirate crew offers exceptionally rich benefits. As long as you're willing, there are all kinds of benefits that you can't even imagine. A 10-fold salary is right in front of you. Who could refuse this? Lin Yan turned his head and exchanged a smile with Isan, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Deal. Ha ha, Lin, welcome to our Whitebeard Pirates. Lin Yan was willing to join, and everyone on the ship was very happy. The more strong people there are on the Moby Dick, the stronger their foundation becomes. Of course, Lin Yan also made a request. He wouldn't refer to Whitebeard as dad. Hearing Lin Yan's request, Whitebeard waved his hand dismissively. Lin Yan had just joined their Whitebeard Pirates family. It's natural to feel out of place. Whitebeard was also used to similar situations. He will use his actions. He will use his love. Let Lin Yan accept himself and recognize himself. La la la, new crew members are joining. Let's have a lively banquet. Whitebeard shouted boldly at the many crew members. The brightly lit banquet is being held on the Moby Dick. Everyone is eagerly toasting to Lin Yan. Everyone is a hero in their own way when it comes to drinking. After a few cups, the earlier misunderstandings vanished into thin air. The scene was filled with joy and excitement. Lin Yan was also moved by the lively atmosphere and began to blend in, just as the Whitebeard Pirates were thriving. On the other side, a piece of news about the Whitebeard Pirates was transmitted to the Navy headquarters via a transponder snail. The Whitebeard Pirates, as one of the current 4 Emperor's crews, many of their actions are being meticulously monitored by the Navy. They have even placed several undercover agents in the waters surrounding the Whitebeard Pirates. At this moment, a colonel rushed into the Navy Admiral's office as fast as he could, holding a den mushy. Report, Admiral. We have news from Whitebeard. The colonel quickly handed over the den mushy. In the Navy's office, 3 people were sitting upright. One of them, draped in a long robe and adorned with numerous honors, was holding a sunbae and nibbling on it. With each bite, a crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of crunching potato chips. He has gray hair, and his weathered old face, despite its age, appears full of vigor and particularly resolute. He is the legendary naval hero, Iron Fist Carp. With his bony fists, he once pushed Roger into a desperate situation. He is revered by the Navy as a godlike figure. Behind Carp, there's a man wearing an eye patch. He was half leaning, half lying on the chair, with one leg crossed over the other, eyes closed, in a state between dreaming and waking. He is Kozan, one of the current 3 admirals of the Navy, with the codename Akiji. In the center of the office, beneath the large sign of the 2 Justice Gates, is the current Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the highest authority and commander of the Navy. Sengoku is a wise strategist, a king of the old era, and is ranked alongside Garp and Tsuru as part of the Navy's Iron Triangle. With his ability to strategize and make decisive victories, he was once a presence that made the legendary pirates of the old era, such as the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Roger, grit their teeth in hatred. Hearing the commotion from the Whitebeard Pirates, Garp stopped eating his senbei. Akiji also lifted half of his eye mask. Sengoku calmly said, "Bring it up. Soon." The news of the Whitebeard Pirates recruiting a new crew member became known to Sengoku, Garp, and Akiji. Normally speaking, it is quite common for the Whitebeard Pirates to recruit new crew members. Every year, their Navy recruits worldwide, which is nothing unusual. But here lies the problem. When they learned that this newcomer had just boarded the Moby Dick and had swept through the entire Whitebeard Pirates, even defeating many captains like Jozu, Vista, and Izo, an unusual light flashed in the eyes of the 3. Oh, it seems Whitebeard has recruited an extraordinary individual. Akiji straightened up and said, taking down several captains in a row, "This strength is at least top tier." Carp nodded slightly. Lin, looking at this name, Sengoku pondered, as he had never heard of such a name. Who is this person? Admiral, before arriving, our people investigated. This person does not appear on the bounty list in the Navy's database. The colonel had already done thorough work and preparation. Listening to the colonel, it was clear this person was neither a Navy nor a pirate. It seemed he was a neutral individual. Defeating several captains was crucial, especially considering the strength level of these captains. Not to mention Izo and Vista, Jozu was one of the few in the Whitebeard Pirates with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Initially estimating, this newcomer's strength was at least starting from 1 billion. What does starting from 1 billion mean? Moreover, more importantly, they casually caught a handful at sea and ended up hitting the jackpot. How lucky is Whitebeard? Why can't our Navy recruit such talents? That damn Whitebeard, after recently losing the 4th Division Commander Sachi. Now he has another newcomer, Lin, who is even stronger than other captains. This luck is truly unmatched. Sengoku's brows furrowed slightly, his indifferent face showing signs of concern. He rubbed his temples. Over the years, ever since Roger announced One Piece and opened the Great Age of Pirates, the Navy's dominance at sea has been declining day by day, far from what it once was, especially with the increasing number of pirates on the ocean. The strong are countless, and the Navy's governance is becoming more and more challenging. Across the 4 seas, the first half of the Grand Line, and the New World, the number of pirates has reached an astonishing level, causing significant trouble for the Navy. Because of this, Sengoku realizes that, as the fleet admiral, it is time for him to take action. He must do something. Looking over the seas, in terms of strength and influence, the Whitebeard Pirates are undoubtedly unmatched. For this reason, after discussions, the Navy has decided to launch a series of operations against the Whitebeard Pirates. The spark of the era's leader must be extinguished. Whitebeard has become the primary target for Sengoku to eliminate. But how should the Navy act against a major overlord of the New World, one of the 4 emperors? The Whitebeard Pirates? This requires careful planning from the Navy. Not long ago, due to a certain devil fruit, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 4th Division, Ace, was killed. This news is nothing short of a huge shock for the Navy. The division captain holds a crucial position within the Whitebeard Pirates. Now that they have lost one division captain, the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates has weakened a bit. The plan was to use this as a breakthrough point for strategizing. But who would have thought? How long has it been? The Whitebeard Pirates have already brought in another division captain-level fighter. This is also the reason for Sengoku's headache. The position of Fleet Admiral is not easy to hold. After a long period of planning, more white hair has begun to appear on Sengoku's head. Sigh. Sengoku leaned back in his chair. If only a neutral person like Lin could be discovered by our Navy first, that would be great. Carp, give the order to closely monitor the movements of the Whitebeard Pirates. Before we engage with them, there must not be any other incidents. Sengoku has never been a person to regret. Although he feels regret, it is only that. He immediately sent Carp to take care of the matter. Since it was the first time receiving such news, it was not appropriate to hastily issue a bounty. They could only pay attention for now and plan for the future. Okay, Carp agreed immediately. Dismissed. Sengoku signaled for everyone to leave. However, at that very moment, the situation in the Grand Line could not settle down at all. The rise to fame had just begun. Although Lin Yan did not have much popularity and the number of people who knew him was quite limited, the Whitebeard Pirates certainly had a significant presence. The hype surrounding the Whitebeard Pirates even overshadowed that of the Navy. Across these seas, who would dare not to recognize the Whitebeard Pirates? As the foremost of the 4 emperors of the New World, the number of people paying attention to them was countless, especially those media reporting agencies who became aware of the news about Lin Yan. After they returned, they immediately released news detailing the recruitment of a new crew member for the Whitebeard Pirates. If it were a usual recruitment, it would be fine. However, when it was learned that this newcomer had forcefully boarded the Moby Dick and swept through the vast Whitebeard Pirates with overwhelming strength, it quickly spread like wildfire. Suddenly, the entire Grand Line was abuzz. Many people shared the same thought. What status does the Whitebeard Pirates hold in this sea? How strong are the people on the ship? Anyone casually encountered on the Grand Line could provide the answer. Now, the Whitebeard Pirates, at their peak, have been swept away by a newcomer. Wow! Especially after seeing detailed reports, such as how the newcomer defeated those division commanders, many people couldn't help but gasp. Firstly, they marveled at Lin's extraordinary strength. Secondly, they were surprised that the Whitebeard Pirates had struck gold this time. A crew member as powerful as this had joined. The overall strength of the Whitebeard Pirates is about to rise to a new level. In the New World, on the red-haired pirate's side, Lin? Who is this person? The sun is shining and the sky is clear. After Shanks delivered the berries to the seagull, he opened today's live headlines. However, what caught his eye was the news about what happened with the Whitebeard Pirates. Upon learning that this newcomer had defeated Jozu, Vista, and the other division commanders, even Shanks showed a look of surprise on his face. This Lin is not simple. Vice Captain Ben Beckman also fixed his gaze on the newspaper. Inside a castle, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, The world's #1 swordsman Dracul Mihawk was lounging with his legs crossed. His hawk-like pupils sharply scanned the newspaper in his hands. He rested one hand on his head, his brows deeply furrowed. In the other hand, he was holding a newspaper. Lin is not as skilled in swordsmanship as Vista. When it comes to obsession with swordsmanship, Mihawk is second to none. No one dares to say they are first. Even red-haired Shanks has to stand aside. And Vista is one of the few men who can threaten his title as the world's greatest swordsman. Even Vista has been defeated by Lin Yan. Just how skilled is Lin's swordsmanship? Curiosity gradually arose in Mihawk's heart. At the Navy headquarters, oh my, he actually defeated so many strong enemies of the Whitebeard Pirates. Kizaru had just returned to Marineford, only to be met with this news about the Whitebeard Pirates. He had one hand tucked in his pocket, a lewd smile showing on his face. It's really quite terrifying. Just a jumping clown. If he dares to appear before me, I'll tear him apart with my bare hands. Behind Kizu, Akainu finished reading the newspaper. His fist ignited with flames. The newspaper turned to dust in the high-temperature magma. The dim firelight reflected on Akainu's indifferent face. Wano Country, Cake Island. Emaha, 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 Emaha. Whitebeard has held the title of the strongest of the 4 emperors for many years now. You really are going backwards. It's about time you let go of that title. After Big Mom finished reading the newspaper, she shook her head. She never expected that after so many years without contact, the Whitebeard Pirates had become so weak. A mere newcomer swept through their large pirate crew with ease. Wano Country, on Onigashima. Oro. Has the Whitebeard Pirates really fallen to this point? It seems that age really does make one useless. Kaido raised his chin, took a swig of alcohol from the newspaper in his hand, his eyes full of pride. He has long coveted the position of the leader of the 4 emperors. It seems that soon, the Emperor of the Sea will have to abdicate. Thinking of this, a cruel glint flashed in Kaido's eyes. In the first half of the Grand Line, on Bonero Island, Blackbeard was dragging his exhausted body, stumbling step by step out of the ruins. Large beads of cold sweat kept dripping to the ground. Blackbeard looked extremely disheveled. However, compared to his own predicament, Blackbeard suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, Second Commander, I never expected you would meet such an end. Next to Blackbeard, there was a man lying on the ground. He was covered in blood, severely injured. His body was covered in dark-colored substance. Behind him, the iconic tattoo of the Whitebeard Pirates was reflected above. He is the current captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Gasti, Ace. Why is Ace, covered in blood, unconscious here? It turns out that today, when Lin Yan swept through the Whitebeard Pirates, a fierce clash also broke out on this banana island. On one side is Port Gasti Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. On the other side is Marshal D. Teach, who recently betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates after obtaining the dark fruit. Before this, they had long-standing grievances. When Blackbeard and Ace met, they barely exchanged a few words. After meeting, they immediately started fighting. The clash between the flame fruit and the dark fruit was about to erupt on Bonero Island. The two sides fought fiercely, darkening the sky and blocking out the sun. Even this small island was flattened in their confrontation. Although Blackbeard was covered in wounds, the excitement in his eyes was hard to suppress. It was because the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, had been defeated by him. Ha ha ha. 2nd Commander, thank you for personally delivering such a generous gift to me. In return, I will express my gratitude by annihilating the Whitebeard Pirates. A madness flickered in Blackbeard's eyes. The reason he joined the Whitebeard Pirates back then was very clear. He just wanted to lie low within the Whitebeard Pirates, waiting for the right moment to soar. Now, the arrival of the dark fruit has ignited his ambition. His goal has never been to succeed the captain of the division or to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. From the beginning to the end, Blackbeard has only one goal: to replace the Whitebeard Pirates, to establish his own throne, and to become a maritime emperor of the new era. Thinking about the plan he has been brewing for many years, about the future he has been plotting for a long time, and the future that is within reach, Blackbeard can hardly suppress the excitement in his heart. And all of this starts with Ace in front of him, with the Whitebeard Pirates. Just then, bases from the Blackbeard Pirates brought over a newspaper. Bases said, "Boss, there's news about the Whitebeard Pirates." In the news, Blackbeard naturally saw that the Whitebeard Pirates had recruited a newcomer, Lin. Although Blackbeard was physically exhausted, he didn't take the newcomer mentioned in the newspaper seriously at all. How much of a stir can a newcomer cause? He was just a little expectant. After the Whitebeard Pirates were about to be destroyed, would this newcomer regret his decision to join the Whitebeard Pirates today? Van Oka, contact the Navy and tell them we have a big deal for them to handle. Blackbeard did not linger much either. After capturing Ace, he immediately began to contact the Navy without delay. The undercurrents of the Grand Line began to brew from this moment on. As for Lin Yan, after settling him down, Aizu began to introduce him to the various facilities of the Whitebeard Pirates and the current situation on the Moby Dick. After about 3 to 5 hours, Lin Yan understood most of it. At this time, Aizu awkwardly smiled at Lin Yan and said, "Can I ask you for a favor? Favor?" Lin Yan paused. Aizu had already applied for a 10-fold salary for himself. Just helping with a small favor wasn't a big deal. Just say it. "Can we have another match?" Aizu said with an expectant look in his eyes. Lin Yan heard this. He glanced sideways at Izong. "Didn't we compete before?" Lin Yan asked, a bit puzzled. "Lin, I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. Ever since our competition, I've felt lacking in many aspects, whether it's strength or ability. Moreover, the key point is that after losing to you, my overall skills have actually improved quite a bit. So how about we have another match?" Izong said with an eager look. Listening to Izong's words, Lin Yan smiled. He thought it was a big deal. All right. After agreeing, both sides immediately arrived at an open area. This was within the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Basically, no one would disturb their duel. The battle was about to begin. After all, it was a competition. They weren't fighting to the death, but rather just testing each other's skills. However, the commotion from their fight was truly enormous. The entire archipelago was shaking. This also caught the attention of the local crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Why is the ground shaking beneath our feet? Is it an earthquake? Could it be that another pirate crew is invading? Quick, let's go take a look. Many guards immediately abandoned what they were doing and hurried towards the source of the noise. Soon, they found Lin Yan here. However, at this moment, many people's pupils constricted. They saw Lin Yan gripping the thunderbolt, and the thunderfruit was unleashed on the spot. The sky was filled with lightning, overwhelming and rushing towards the hidden town. Wherever the lightning passed, it devastated everything, leaving a scene of destruction. Previously, on the Moby Dick, everyone only knew that Lin Yan was a devil fruit user, but they didn't know exactly which devil fruit it was. They had never seen anything like it before. Nowadays, when they saw the tremendous lightning in Lin Yan's hand, the crew members were so shocked that their mouths were almost agape. Is this Lin's devil fruit? The sky full of thunder was simply too terrifying. Why is Lin competing with Captain Izong? Are they just sparring? Just right, we can observe it. Perhaps it will be beneficial for our future training. As more and more people gathered around, a large number began to join the ranks of spectators. Unfortunately, they haven't been watching for long. The battle is nearing its end. In fact, Lin Yan didn't plan to use the thunder fruit, but at Izong's request, he then unleashed his fruit ability. Because of this, Izumi couldn't hold on for even 20 minutes. Under a barrage of lightning, Izumi was hit solidly. He crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a large pit on the surface. He fell apart all over. "Lin, you're so strong." Izong once again felt the seemingly insurmountable gap between him and Lin Yan. "As long as you are willing to work hard, catching up is just a matter of time," Lin Yan answered honestly. Listening to Lin Yan's words, Izong shook off his previous fatigue. "If there's a chance, we'll come back. Always at your service," Lin Yan said amicably. For Izong, this was just a way to improve his strength. For Lin Yan, it was merely to thank Izong for applying for a 10-fold salary for him. However, unexpectedly, in just one night, the matter of Izong and Lin Yan's competition gradually fermented within the Whitebeard Pirates. It should be noted that previously, aside from Jaws and Vista, the other captains regrettably had not had a match with Lin Yan. This left them feeling quite frustrated. After learning about this, the captains quickly came to an agreement. The next day, in the morning, as the sun just began to rise in the sky, almost all the captains, from the 3rd Division Captain Jaws to the 16th Division Captain Izong, were gathered in front of Lin Yan's door. There was no other reason. The division captains just wanted to challenge the newcomer. What bad intentions could they have? Hatch, this was his first day in the Whitebeard Pirates. He thought it would be a sunny morning, but when he opened the door, a row of burly men stood at the entrance, startling Lin Yan. His drowsy eyes were quite awake now. "What are you all doing?" Lin Yan was a bit surprised. "So many people blocking the door. What do you want? Are you trying to strong-arm me? Is this a joke?" Next, the captains also made their intentions clear. They just want to compete with Lin Yan. Listening to their words, Lin Yan has also sorted out the ins and outs of the matter. However, he frowned slightly. To be honest, if it were 1 or 2 people challenging him, Lin Yan would have no problem accepting. But what does it mean for more than 10 of you to come together? Do you think Lin can be used as a punching bag? Impossible. Lin Yan knew he had to refuse them. Otherwise, if he accepted this time, there would definitely be a next time. Lin Yan pretended to be serious and firmly refused, saying, "Are you kidding? Do I, Lin, have no pride? What kind of decorum is it to fight and kill early in the morning? Is there no moral bottom line left?" Everyone disperse. Hearing Lin Yan's serious words, the many squad leaders exchanged glances and saw laughter in each other's eyes. After yesterday's incident, they have long since figured out Lin Yan's personality. "Lin, it really seems a bit unreasonable for so many of us to challenge you. How about this? Let's go by the rules you set before. However, we are the squad leaders, so we should be treated differently. We need to clarify the price. For example, ordinary crew members are paid 200,000 berries per match. But for us squad leaders, we should start at 300,000 berries. Considering your feelings, Lin, and the fact that we've been competing for a long time, this match should be worth at least 500,000. Plus, with this being a series of matches, it could easily add up to 10 or so. And even if it's just 7 or 8 hours a day, watching us for so long must be quite taxing on your mind. Adding in some compensation for mental distress. It should start at 1 million. How about this? The 13 of us squad leaders will take turns fighting you. And with Marco not here, that's a total of 20 million berries. This shouldn't be too much for you, right?" The squad leaders fiercely bargained with Lin Yan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan stood there, stunned, looking at the enthusiastic squad leaders. Why does this sound so familiar? However, when he learned that they were offering 20 million berries just to spar with him, Lin Yan's earlier attitude, where he claimed he didn't care about his face, began to change. After all, who would turn down money? "Gentlemen, please come in." Lin Yan smiled broadly. "No matter how many of you are here today, I'll take you all on." The squad leaders laughed heartily, immediately starting to prepare for the upcoming showdown with Lin Yan. To them, this seemed like an ordinary competition, but Lin Yan did not see it that way. "You all are offering 20 million berries specifically for me to spar with you. If I don't show some sincerity, wouldn't that money just go to waste? Since we've entered the bathhouse, if I don't make you all feel comfortable, I would feel guilty taking that money myself. What if in the end, you feel it's not worth it and come to reclaim it?" Lin Yan naturally took this seriously. The price of his seriousness would be, today would be a day filled with the wailing and howling of the squad leaders. To avoid them feeling it wasn't worth it, Lin Yan did not hold back. Devil fruits, physical techniques, swordsmanship, the 6 styles of the Navy, illusions, ninja techniques, Sharingan, and so on, various abilities were all showcased on the big screen. Now, even someone as tough as Jozu was hammered into submission by Lin Yan's strength. He was beaten so badly that his face was bruised and swollen. Not to mention the other captains. Originally, it was expected to take 7 or 8 hours to collect the 20 million berries, but under Lin Yan's serious demeanor, it was compressed to less than 2 hours. In just 2 short hours, the captains had been beaten to a pulp, looking as if they had been drained of energy. Their legs were trembling violently. After Lin Yan finished his work, Marco, the ship's doctor, also found himself caught in the crossfire. When he saw the captains from the 3rd Division, Jaws, to the 16th Division Captain, Izuru, all battered and bruised walking into the infirmary, Marco's expression was like this. "What happened? What are you all doing?" Marco wanted to know what had happened. Soon after, when Jaws recounted the series of events, Marco burst into laughter. "You all teamed up to challenge Lin, and instead, you got taught a lesson by him?" The captains lowered their heads in shame. Going to get beaten up for money? This is simply unprecedented. They were all too embarrassed to make a sound. They became withdrawn. One by one, they were all made to feel self-conscious by Lin Yan. After all the squad leaders entered the medical room, this matter quickly began to spread on the Moby Dick. It was initially thought that what Lin Yan did a while ago was already extraordinary enough. They didn't expect it. The more outrageous things are still to come. This is just the 2nd day. One person is taking on more than 10 squad captains. The most critical part is still, he single-handedly knocked all the captains into Marco's medical room. Isn't that too impressive? Meanwhile, the crew members were in shock. They suddenly realized that the strength of this newcomer had already surpassed that of their squad captains. At the same time, Whitebeard also received news. Ever since Lin Yan swept through the Whitebeard Pirates last time, the discipline of the entire Whitebeard Pirates had noticeably improved to a different level. This was all thanks to Lin Yan. Now, many squad captains had consecutively lost to Lin Yan, which was enough to prove his extraordinary strength. Gira. So many squad captains have been defeated by Lin? This guy really knows how to stir up trouble. Whitebeard couldn't help but praise Lin Yan even more. Of course, mere praise was not enough. For someone like him, if a suitable position was not given, it wouldn't just be outsiders who would be dissatisfied. The squad captains and crew members would also be unhappy. Moreover, if this were to spread, how would outsiders view the Whitebeard Pirates? Favoring relatives and not understanding how to recognize and utilize talent? Thinking of this, he made a decision. It was time. A new division was to be established. 3 days later, Whitebeard convened an internal meeting of the division leaders. This time, Lin Yan was also present. During the meeting, Whitebeard announced in front of everyone, "From now on, the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates is established." Captain Lin. After Whitebeard announced this news, the division leaders present seemed to have anticipated it, showing little change in their expressions. Only Lin Yan reacted differently. He showed surprise. What was going on? How did he become the captain of the squad? You should know. How long has he been with the Whitebeard Pirates? 1 day? 2 days? To become a division captain in just 2 days is too fast. Lin Yan looked up and met Whitebeard's gaze. You're not joking, are you? The shock in Lin Yan's eyes was hard to conceal. Of course not. Whitebeard replied to Lin Yan with a smile. Go ahead and do it boldly. You deserve it. He is also very curious to see how far Lin Yan, who came out of his own Whitebeard Pirates, will go on the sea in the future. Congratulations, congratulations. The other captains also smiled happily. Lin's strength is evident. He has even experienced being overwhelmed by it himself. If he doesn't become the captain of the division, it would be unreasonable. Soon, a chorus of congratulations echoed throughout the conference room. The news quickly spread to the Moby Dick. Surprisingly, not only did the captains not oppose it, but not a single one of the over 1,600 people on the Moby Dick objected either. In the world of pirates, strength is revered. As long as you have power, anything you do is justified. They raised their hands in agreement, strongly supporting the establishment of a new squad for Lin Yan. Some even timidly asked, since the new squad has just been formed and is short on personnel, can they switch to join the 17th Division? Glalalala. How about we hold a banquet to celebrate the establishment of the 17th Division? Whitebeard chuckled. Enough, old man. Marco snapped, turning his head in anger at Whitebeard's intention to drink again. From then on, the matters regarding the 17th Division were settled. Meanwhile, the news about the Whitebeard Pirates spread rapidly across the seas. The content of the newspapers was quite simple. A new division of the Whitebeard Pirates was established, and the captain was Lin Yan, who had just joined the Whitebeard Pirates not long ago. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the Navy personnel were recently in talks with Marshal Teach. The two sides seemed to be conspiring. What exactly they were conspiring about was unknown to others. Upon learning that the Whitebeard Pirates had established a new division, Sengoku calmly remarked, holding his chin while looking at the confidential document, as expected. This guy has indeed become the new division captain? Marshal, according to reports from our men, this Lin single-handedly took down 13 division captains of the Whitebeard Pirates before becoming the captain of the 17th Division, demonstrating incredible strength. A colonel reported to the marshal. The news of Lin Yan defeating numerous division captains had also reached them beforehand. Lin will likely become a formidable opponent for our Navy in the future, Rear Admiral Tsaru said, removing her gloves and calmly sipping her tea. Which of the division captains of the Whitebeard Pirates is easy to deal with? Almost the entire army has been defeated by Lin Yan. His strength cannot be underestimated. There's no need to worry too much, even if he is strong. He is just a commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. To shake the entire sea, even the current Whitebeard may not be able to do it. In his youth, when he was at his peak, he was somewhat capable. Carp chewed on the sunbae in his hand, not really caring about Lin Yan. Indeed, what position does Carp hold in the Navy now? Only he has the capability to look down on these commanders. Marshal, there's another matter worth your attention. According to reports from the Sabaody Archipelago, the supernovas including Kidd, Trafalgar Law, and Jewelry Bonnie have landed. These supernovas are not to be taken lightly. I think we need to keep a close watch on them. The colonel suddenly mentioned the Sabaody Archipelago. Although the 4 emperors of the New World are powerful, they stick to their own ways. And with the other 3 emperors watching closely, they generally can't stir up much trouble. But these supernovas are different. They fear neither heaven nor earth. The fearless young bulls are not afraid of tigers. If they don't cause trouble, can they become supernovas? Oh, are the supernovas gathering at Sabaody Archipelago? What about Luffy? Have Luffy and the others arrived at Sabaody? As soon as he heard about the supernovas, Garp quickly put down the sunbae in his hand and asked. Although his grandson is particularly rebellious, no matter how much trouble Luffy causes outside, to Garp, he is just his child. Moreover, the reason Luffy can create various big troubles on the sea and repeatedly escape from the Navy is largely due to Garp's interference behind the scenes. But as the saying goes, grandparents tend to spoil their grandchildren. Who doesn't feel sorry for their own grandson? According to the spies, the Straw Hat Kids haven't landed on Sabaody yet. The colonel scratched his head and answered awkwardly. Not landed yet? That's still early. Garp nodded. Garp, don't tell me you're starting to scheme again. planning to let the Straw Hat crew pass through Sabaody Archipelago and smoothly reach the New World. As soon as the words fell, Garp sensed Sengoku's ominous gaze. Sengoku had reprimanded Garp countless times for his actions, but this guy just won't change his ways. Sengoku understands the feeling of protecting one's own, as he has also protected his own children. But isn't this a bit too blatant? No, absolutely not. Garp turned his head in guilt and whistled. On the other side, the establishment of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates also crossed the sea to reach the red-haired pirates. Whitebeard actually expanded a new division for this newcomer. It seems this Lin has some real skills. I think if there's a chance, we should land on a Moby Dick and try to recruit Lin. What do you think? Shanks took a sip of his drink and laughed heartily. Boss, aren't you being too ruthless? As a member of the red-haired crew, the plump Lucky bit into a chicken leg and said, earlier, you wanted to recruit Marco and Jozu, and now you want to recruit Lin. If you don't succeed, that's fine, but if you do, wouldn't Whitebeard come after you? As the sniper of the red-haired crew, Jesus Burgess was also amused by Shanks' words. A bunch of old kids. The first mate, Ben Beckman, rolled his eyes at them from the corner. Shanks is quite concerned about the matters of the Whitebeard Pirates. Back in the day, when he was an intern in the Roger Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates were already their old rivals. As the last remaining ruler of the old era, both emotionally and logically, Whitebeard deserved Shanks' respect. After the red-haired pirates, various major powers received news about the establishment of the 17th Division. The Big Mom Pirates, the Beast Pirates, the Warlords of the Sea, and even those supernovas, as well as ordinary pirate crews on the Grand Line. If Lin Yan's previous joining of the Whitebeard Pirates was merely a prelude, then now, as he swept through the Whitebeard Pirates, crushing other division leaders and forcefully became the 17th Division's captain, in an instant, his fame skyrocketed, renowned across the seas. Newspapers and news about him flooded everywhere, dominating the headlines for an extended period, with the heat not dissipating for a long time. At this moment, the entire world remembered the name Lin. However, no matter how much noise the outside world made, how they reported, how they published news, or how they remembered his name, did it have anything to do with Lin Yan? Not at all. Now, a huge trouble lay before Lin Yan. That was, am I filming a martial arts world of a single person? After the new division was established, Whitebeard allocated a piece of land on the archipelago for Lin Yan, serving as a temporary base for the 17th Division. However, when Lin Yan arrived here, he just realized what a temporary stronghold meant. Looking around the entire scene, it was empty, desolate, and devoid of any human presence. Even flies didn't want to visit this place. Sunlight filtered through the blinds and cast down on the table, the chairs, and the cabinets. A thick layer of dust accompanied Lin Yan. Lin Yan twitched the corner of his mouth. At this rate, it seemed he was going to have to start on his own. He couldn't help but sigh. The team captain didn't seem to be that glamorous either. Next, he spent an entire morning cleaning up the site. For Lin Yan, who possesses the thunder fruit, cleaning was a piece of cake. Swish, swish, swish. With lightning-fast speed, in less than 10 minutes, the site was spotless, thanks to Lin Yan's efforts. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would definitely be left in shock. Seeing someone with the thunder fruit doing cleaning. Damn, is this something a person can come up with? What's the difference between freezing fruits with chilled cola and using the tremor fruit to open beer? Once I'm done with my current tasks, Lin Yan chuckled. A solo team has fewer people, but there aren't any major issues. Just in time, Lin Yan obtained 20 bait. It's time to start fishing. With that thought, Lin Yan immediately ran to the back mountain near the archipelago. A long fishing rod appeared in his hand. Lin Yan threw the bait into the sea and began to fish skillfully. On the first day, ding, congratulations to the host. You have received a fine level blind box from fishing. Would you like to open it? Open. Ding, congratulations to the host. You opened the fine level blind box and obtained a month's worth of observation hockey training experience. Observation hockey training experience? Not bad. Lin Yan nodded and continued fishing diligently. On the second day, ding, congratulations to the host. You have received a fine level blind box from fishing. Would you like to open it? Open. Ding, congratulations to the host. You opened the fine level blind box and obtained a month's worth of armament hockey training experience. After starting to fish, Lin Yan couldn't stop. On the third day, fourth day, ninth day, 10th day, ding, congratulations to the host. You opened the fine level blind box and obtained a month's worth of devil fruit training experience. Ding, congratulations to the host. You opened the fine level blind box and obtained a month's worth of martial arts training experience. Ding, congratulations to the host. You opened the fine level blind box and obtained a month's worth of armament hockey training experience. Ding, congratulations to the host. You opened the fine level blind box and obtained a golden apple, medium. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lin Yan stretched his waist. With the increase in strength, his physique was beyond that of an ordinary person. Even after fishing for 10 consecutive days, Lin Yan only felt a little tired. Besides that, he felt a bit hungry. Other than that, he felt great. However, at that moment, Lin Yan's gaze quickly turned towards the fine-level blind box. Is Zephyr back again? Lin Yan had already secretly finished reading the previous volume of Golden Apple, Medium. He was worried about not being able to find entertainment tools. Now that the game had fallen into his hands, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. The system really understands him. He immediately opened the book and began to scan the lines of content about Zephyr with a critical eye, humming a little tune, leisurely enjoying the heart-pounding and thought-provoking scenes. The more Lin Yan read, the more engrossed he became, the more addicted he felt. In one word, he couldn't stop. Damn, is this the charm of the 4 great classic novels? It actually made him feel internal injuries from holding it in. This is totally out of line. Just as Lin Yan was fishing in the back mountain, Whitebeard had personally arrived at the 17th Division. The 17th Division had been established for about 10 days to half a month, and it was time to see how Lin Yan was developing. However, when he arrived at Lin Yan's residence, Whitebeard showed a hint of confusion. Where is everyone? At the base of the 17th Division, Whitebeard didn't see a single person. Old man, the captain of the 17th Division, seems to be by the seaside, one of Whitebeard's subordinates said. By the seaside? What is Lin doing at the seaside? Whitebeard continued to ask. I want to take a look before. The captain seems to be fishing. The subordinate thought for a moment, feeling a bit nervous. After hesitating for a long time, he still answered honestly. Gulalala, it's just fishing, a personal hobby. Why are you so nervous? As if he's doing something unspeakable. Whitebeard didn't pay much attention to it. Having a hobby was not something unusual, right? Since the establishment of the 17th Division. He has stayed there without moving and has yet to come back. The subordinate added, bracing himself. He didn't dare to lie in front of the old man. Sure enough, when he heard this, the smile on Whitebeard's face quickly froze. So you're saying that since the establishment of the 17th Division, he hasn't managed the internal affairs of the division at all, nor has he recruited crew members? The subordinate scratched his head and awkwardly said, that's right. Whitebeard's expression darkened. How can this guy be so lazy? Does he think that since he is the only one in the division, he doesn't need to manage internal affairs? You like fishing? Okay, that's your personal hobby, and Whitebeard won't interfere. But sitting in the back mountain for a full 10 days without coming down? There is no way to cultivate your character like that. Whitebeard felt a blockage in his heart and exploded on the spot. But soon, he took a deep breath. Calm down. Must stay calm. He was going to use love to touch Lin. He must have become the new squad captain, and the pressure is immense. That's why he chooses to vent in this way. Thinking that Lin Yan might be under too much stress, Whitebeard didn't think much of it. Then, 10 more days passed. When Whitebeard arrived at the 17th squad, he thought Lin Yan might have made some progress. But as always, the 17th squad was empty. After 20 days, the dust on the tables and chairs had already piled up like a mountain. Where is Lin? Whitebeard's slightly darkened face grew even darker. The captain is still in the back mountain, his subordinate said, forcing himself to speak. He hasn't come down? Whitebeard suppressed his anger and asked. He hasn't come down at all. The subordinate felt like he was about to crack. Captain, please stop fishing. The old man has already come down twice. If you don't come down soon, the old man is going to get angry. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard didn't say much more. He is a bit frustrated that he can't turn iron into steel. You say if you are busy cultivating and breaking through your bottleneck. It would be understandable if you can't achieve anything in the 17th Division. The key is you aren't even cultivating. Fishing? Can fishing feed him? Can fishing help him consolidate his abilities? Can fishing make him stronger? None of that. It's all worthless. You're getting obsessed. You all go inform him. Just tell him I'm waiting for him on the Moby Dick. Whitebeard gritted his teeth, his face dark with anger as he spoke. It's also time to have a good talk with Lin. Thinking of Lin's strength, thinking of Lin's talent. It would be easy for him to become a top powerhouse in the Grand Line in the future, playing around with his body at such a young age. This is unacceptable. Whitebeard absolutely will not allow Lin Yan to go further down this path of degeneration through fishing. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat in the main seat of the conference room. On either side of him stood Marco, Jozu, and Izu. They also learned about the situation. Marco and the others twitched their mouths. Spending 20 days fishing was the key point. The fact that you were slacking off and your old man found out about it. In their eyes, Lin Yan probably wouldn't have a good outcome next. Soon, Lin Yan on the back mountain learned about the situation. Just in time, his 20 baits were used up. He immediately rushed towards the Moby Dick. However, when Lin Yan arrived in front of Whitebeard and the others, the entire conference room erupted in astonished voices. Everyone was stunned when they saw Lin Yan. Pairs of eyes focused intently on Lin Yan. They were all shocked by Lin Yan's appearance. Disheveled and messy, he looked just like the male lead Qin Xuanzong from the demon-slaying tale. He even had a spider web on his head. He was definitely dressed like a homeless person. Was this the same Lin Yan who single-handedly swept through the entire Whitebeard Pirates? Lin, what kind of outfit is that? Marco asked in disbelief. Did you go begging? You look so ragged and tattered. Izan also stood up directly. I heard you call me over and thought there was something important, so I didn't think much of it and didn't have time to tidy up. As for why I look so disheveled, it's probably because I've been fishing in the back mountains for a full 20 days. Lin Yan replied to them truthfully. He scratched his head and took down the spiderweb on it. Have you not moved at all for more than 20 days? Marco couldn't help but ask. That's about the case, Lin Yan admitted. Upon hearing this, the few people present exchanged glances. From each other's eyes, they were incredulous. Damn, so crazy? It was as if an old monk had settled down. After more than 20 days without moving, everyone was a bit dumbfounded. The white-bearded man, who had been so angry he was about to explode, felt his anger subside a lot after seeing Lin Yan's state. Lin, I have to say a few words to you. Fishing is your hobby, and I can't interfere too much, but you have to have some limits. Look at your current state. How many days have you gone without eating or drinking? Speaking of food, Gulyalu, Lin Yan's stomach also growled. After more than 20 days of fishing without eating, drinking, or sleeping, it indeed sounded a bit horrifying. Yes, with your skills and that enviable talent, don't waste them. Bista chimed in. Listening to their earnest advice, Lin Yan dug into his ears. Cultivation? What cultivation? Is fishing not fragrant? Does fishing not improve faster? Of course. This was Lin Yan's inner thought. But on his face, he still humbly said, I understand. Seeing Lin Yan have an epiphany and turn back to the right path. The white-bearded man nodded with relief. Aside from his love for fishing, Lin Yan had no other faults to pick on. The white-bearded man also decided not to get angry. Recognizing and correcting mistakes is the greatest virtue. All right, you go down and organize yourself. Also, after fishing for such a long time, pay attention to resting these couple of days. And hurry up and establish the 17th Division. If you need startup funds, just come to me for approval. The white-bearded man urged Lin Yan to go rest. Such crazy fishing was exhausting. Okay, Lin Yan replied. Then, he left here. He stayed in the back mountain for 20 days. His hair had grown quite a bit, and after being exposed to sun and rain, his clothes were in a dirty and disheveled state. He really didn't look the part. Back at the base of the 17th Division, Lin Yan tidied himself up and grabbed a bite to eat to quell his hunger. Just then, the system emitted a sound. Ding! Dear host, a new task has been released. Task 3. Defeat a top-tier powerhouse from the Grand Line. Completing this task will reward you with 30 bait. Task 4. Invite a top-tier powerhouse to join the 17th Division. Completing this task will reward you with 30 bait. Task 5. Increase the number of members in the 17th Division to 100. Completing this task will reward you with 30 bait. Total, 90 bait. Normally, upon hearing the system announce tasks, Lin Yan would feel mostly excited and thrilled. However, when he saw 3 tasks piled on him at once, Lin Yan was stunned. Why? Why are there so many tasks this time? More tasks mean more bait. Fortunately, these tasks have no so-called time limit. In other words, he could complete the tasks whenever he wanted. However, whether it was defeating a top-tier powerhouse, inviting one to join, or increasing the 17th Division's members to 100, none of these could be easily accomplished. He was in for a marathon of 3 tasks. What does a top-tier powerhouse represent on this sea? At least a mid-admiral level expert. What comes above a mid-admiral? Division captains, celestial stars, calamities, vice-admirals, the 7 warlords, and admirals. Above them are the 4 emperors and the pirate king. Not to mention top-tier powerhouses. Even first-tier powerhouses are rare in the Grand Line, let alone defeating them or inviting them. Whether he could even find them is another question. Lin Yan rubbed his forehead. This task was a bit difficult to handle. Immediately, he applied to Whitebeard, wanting to try his luck on the sea. Whitebeard learned that Lin Yan had started to think about the 17th Division. He not only agreed, but also directly allocated 500 million to Lin Yan as the startup capital for the 17th Division. Go ahead. Lin Yan looked at the 500 million in his hand, surprised that Whitebeard was so generous. Feel free to use this money. If it's not enough, come back to me for more. Whitebeard said with great enthusiasm. With just one sentence, 500 million fell into his hands. Lin Yan suddenly realized that Whitebeard was becoming more and more likable. Lin Yan set sail. He began searching on the sea. Since he had brought very little alcohol, he almost finished it all on the first day. There was no choice. Lin Yan had to slowly savor tea instead. Not to mention, at first, he couldn't get used to drinking tea. But when the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air, Lin Yan gradually began to appreciate its charm. Day 1, drink tea. Day 2, drink tea. Day 3, Lin Yan. Oh Lin Yan, how could you be so decadent? Have you forgotten your mission? Don't you want to make a name for the 17th Division? Don't you want to accomplish something? Day 4, drink tea. And so, after 4 days of drifting at sea, regrettably, not to mention people, he hadn't even seen a single hair. Lin Yan stopped his aimless behavior and began to ponder. When would this aimless search come to an end? Just then, a group of islands appeared before Lin Yan's eyes. What is ahead? Lin Yan pointed at a distant group of islands and asked the boatman. Captain, ahead is the Sabaody Archipelago. The boatman spread out a map, searched for a moment, and replied to Lin Yan. Sabaody? I've actually arrived here. Lin Yan stroked his chin. The Sabaody Archipelago, also known as the Bubble Islands, is located in the center of the Grand Line. It is the hub of the world economy and a necessary passage to the New World. This special archipelago consists of 79 giant red trees, and its most notable feature is its bubble culture. Due to the strategic importance of Sabaody Strait, the islands are heavily guarded by the Navy. One could say that the Sabaody Archipelago is the safest place in the first half of the Grand Line. Unexpectedly, after 4 days of sailing, he had actually arrived here. After a moment of reflection, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Recently, he had heard that 11 supernovas were about to gather at Sabaody. This batch of supernovas consisted of 11 in total, known as the worst generation. Since it's called the worst generation, if they don't cause any trouble, can it still be called the worst generation? Although Lin Yan had mostly forgotten the plot of the pirate world, he certainly wouldn't forget the iconic scenes featuring the supernovas. He immediately became interested in the Sabaody Archipelago, the endpoint of the first half of the Grand Line. Under the sunlight, colorful bubbles gradually ascended into the sky. Lin Yan stood atop a red tree, overlooking the entire spectacle of the Sabaody Archipelago. During this time, several supernovas should have already landed on the archipelago. He vaguely remembered that the Straw Hat Pirates were the last to land. It was precisely because the Straw Hats landed that the chaos in Sabaody began. Lin Yan wasn't particularly interested in the Straw Hat Pirates. The top priority was to complete his mission. Coincidentally, Lin Yan actually knew the whereabouts of a top-tier powerhouse in Sabaody. In a 13th Red Tree area, he could see a brightly lit tavern standing on a small hill from afar. Lin Yan arrived in front of the tavern and looked up. It was Shacky's Rip-Off Bar. He smiled gently, reached out his hand, and slowly pushed the door open. Dingling. As the tavern door opened, a series of wind chimes rang out. Welcome. The landlady, who was wiping a wine glass, smiled as she spoke. For other tavern owners, every customer that walked in was like a god. But for Xiachi, each of these customers was just a little fat lamb. Ah, today the handsome young man has come. He looks good. I'm in a great mood. So I'll go easy on you and not fleece you too much. Xiachi's gaze settled on Lin Yan, and she thought to herself, what would you like to drink, dear guest? Xiachi asked Lin Yan with a professional smile. Just make me your specialty. Lin Yan replied casually. If it were in the past, he would have carefully looked at the prices, assessed the situation, and then ordered a relatively cheaper drink. But today was different. With 500 million berries in hand, and having scammed nearly 10 million berries from those Whitebeard pirates on the Moby Dick, he was feeling rich and carefree. The joy of having money was something he could truly appreciate. May I ask why you chose our tavern among so many in the area? Xiachi raised an eyebrow and inquired while mixing drinks. I came here for you, Lin Yan said, looking directly at Xiachi from across the bar. How rude. Why are you getting close to me? A hint of shyness flashed across Xiachi's face. As a seasoned actress, even though she was older now, she still handled it with ease, her face turning a rosy red. She waved her hand shyly and said, I'm serious. I'm quite serious too, Lin Yan replied earnestly. However, I should remind you, as the landlady of this tavern, I'm quite expensive. Xiachi hinted subtly. No problem. I recently came into a large sum of money. I think I can afford you, Lin Yan said, resting his chin on one hand. Oh, look at you, so confident. Xiachi replied. They were chatting casually, but Xiachi's hands didn't stop moving. Soon, a drink she was proud of was placed in front of Lin Yan. You're quite the expert yourself, so I won tea beat around the bush. What do you want to know at my tavern? Lin Yan looked at the drink in front of him. He took a sip slowly. It was fiery, even spicier than the usual drinks. However, behind the spiciness, There was a hint of sweetness that flowed down Lin Yan's throat. Truly impressive craftsmanship from the landlady. Lin Yan acknowledged. Thank you for the compliment. It's from my years of experience. Xiaqi opened her cigarette case, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it skillfully. She held the cigarette between her fingers, crossed her long legs, and quietly waited for Lin Yan to continue while exhaling smoke. Once he had tasted the drink enough, Lin Yan smiled and put down his glass, saying, Landlady, I want to know, are there any powerful figures around here? As he spoke, a subtle change began to occur in his demeanor. A wild aura from someone in a superior position spread around him. This guy is a bit extraordinary. Xiaqi's eyelids twitched. As one of the few remaining members of the old generation rocks pirates, Xiaqi had seen many storms. Just with one glance, she could tell that the young man before her was not to be underestimated. However, looking at Lin Yan's familiar yet strange face, Xiaqi furrowed her brow. She felt like she had seen him somewhere before, but where exactly was a jumbled mess in her mind, and she couldn't recall. As for strong individuals, there are plenty in the New World, and with 4 emperors reigning over it. If you want to find them, you can definitely look for them. Besides the 4 emperors, there are countless others of similar strength. For instance, division commanders, generals, and calamities, among others. Xiaqi pointed out a clear path for Lin Yan. To be honest, I just came from a new world. I wandered around, but didn't find anyone, so I thought I'd try my luck here in Sabaody Archipelago. Lin Yan dug into his ear with one hand and said calmly, Try your luck here? That's just right. Not far from Sabaody Archipelago, there's an island called Marineford. On that island, there are marshals, admirals, vice admirals, and many strong individuals from the old era. What do you think of this place? Xiaqi smiled and took a puff of her cigarette. Marineford? I think I should go there soon. This place isn't bad. Do you have any other recommendations? Lin Yan recalled the impending Marineford War. After the chaos in Sabaody Archipelago ends, the first to face it will be the most magnificent battle since the dawn of the great age of pirates. I've recommended you so many places, but you don't seem very satisfied. Recently, many interesting, strong individuals have also landed on Sabaody Archipelago. There are 11 supernovas with bounties over 100 million. Are they doable? Xiaqi aimed her focus at the supernovas. These kids are too weak. Lin Yan shook his head, directly dismissing it. Kids. Xiaqi's mouth twitched as she looked Lin Yan up and down. You don't seem that old either. So cute, landlady. Do you want to see how old I really am? Lin Yan picked a cherry tomato from the plate and put it in his mouth. This. Xiaqi was at a loss for words. All right, I won't beat around the bush. I want to know if there are any hidden strong individuals near your tavern. Just a reminder, preferably someone of top-tier strength, a legend from the old era, the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger. Oh, by the way, his last name is Silvers. Lin Yan locked eyes with Xiaqi, quietly observing her. Sure enough, when she heard the name Silvers, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Rayleigh. His full name is Silvers Rayleigh. Who is this guy, and what does he want with old Ray? After thinking for a moment, Xiaqi feigned ignorance and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Yan, however, remained unfazed, saying slowly, Oh dear, it seems I've come to the right place. Realizing she couldn't keep this under wraps, Xiaqi stared at Lin Yan for a while, but remained silent. However, the alertness in her eyes showed no sign of fading. Rayleigh, the former vice captain of the Roger Pirates, one of the 3 great pirates of the old era, and the right hand of Pirate King Roger. The Roger Pirates held a very high status in these seas. Even after the crew disbanded for many years, their influence was still far-reaching. Even the Whitebeard Pirates had to step back in front of the Roger Pirates. The reason Rayleigh had lived in peace in Sabaody Archipelago for so many years was mainly that he posed no threat to the Navy. Coupled with Rayleigh's considerable strength, it was unwise to engage him in battle, so they turned a blind eye, allowing him to hide in Sabaody Archipelago. Now, Lin Yan's arrival made Xiaqi sense a crisis. No matter what, she couldn't reveal even a hint of Rayleigh's identity. Your identity is... Xiaqi thought carefully about Lin Yan's identity. Lin Yan reassured her. You are the division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Upon hearing these words, Xiaqi immediately realized his identity. Recently, the establishment of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates had swept through the entire Grand Line. The name Lin Yan rang in her ears. No wonder she felt Lin Yan looked somewhat familiar. She had seen him in the newspapers. In recent days, many fools had impersonated division commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates to swindle food and drink. However, under the savvy Xiaqi, each of them had been drained of their wealth and thrown out to become homeless. However, this time was entirely different. Looking at the cultured young man before her, Xiaqi understood that she had likely met the real deal. She never expected that a division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates would come to her tavern. However, what surprised her even more was that this newly appointed division commander was so young. Xiaoqi slightly lowered her head. If it were an ordinary division commander, Xiaoqi might not be so surprised, but Lin Yan's actions within the Whitebeard Pirates were anything but ordinary. Although there was no bounty on him, preliminary estimates by relevant individuals suggested his strength has at least reached the level of a general. A general? That's one of the top powerhouses of this sea. Looking across the entire sea, how many can we count? This is also the reason why countless people are jealous of the Whitebeard Pirates. Just casually flipping a card outside. And I ended up with such a strong individual. What amazing luck. Thank you for the compliment. So, can you tell me where Rayleigh is? Lin Yan smiled and replied. You just said you wanted to find top-tier powerhouses? Xiao Qifeng suddenly asked this question. Lin Yan's goal is Rayleigh. Although he doesn't know what Lin Yan wants with Rayleigh, he guesses it's not for a reunion. Since it's not for a reunion, the outcome is probably not a good one. Rayleigh's strength is indeed not weak. However, that was in the past. In his peak state, Xiao Qi doesn't need to worry at all. What about Rayleigh now? Dusk is approaching. He is half buried in the ground, and his strength has greatly diminished. He absolutely cannot let old Ray and Lin Yan face off. Xiao Qi's thoughts were resolute. Oh, what do you mean, lovely boss lady? Lin Yan wanted to see what Xiao Qi would say. If you're looking for top-tier powerhouses, I don't think old Ray needs to make an appearance personally. I actually have someone here that you should be quite interested in. Xiao Qi suddenly revealed a knowing smile. Listening to Xiao Qi crazily diverting the topic from Rayleigh, it seems that old Ray and the boss lady have quite a close relationship. Why go to such lengths to protect him? Is he your husband? Lin Yan asked jokingly with a smile. At these words, Xiao Qi's heart skipped a beat. Her heart raced, and her mature face inevitably flushed, like a girl whose secret has been exposed. Why you're talking nonsense? What relationship could I have with him? Her gaze was evasive, and her speech was not as smooth as before. Ha ha, all right, since you put it that way, I'm actually curious to hear who this other person is. Lin Yan said to Xiao Qi. Suddenly realizing, Xiao Qi looked at Lin Yan, who was laughing heartily. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Today, she was actually teased by someone decades younger than herself. How infuriating. Although angry, Xiao Qi composed herself and said, Black Arm Zephyr. I believe you must have heard of this name. Zephyr? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan suddenly raised his head. Black Arm Zephyr, the former admiral of the Navy headquarters and the highest combat power of the world government, debuted in the same generation as Carp and Sengoku, and once made a name for himself on the seas, feared by pirates. The likes of Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru are all students who came under his command. It can be said that Zephyr laid a solid foundation for the Navy's current dominance over the seas. In terms of honor, he is not inferior to either the hero Carp or the martial Sengoku. Known for his powerful armament hockey, he was given the title Black Arm throughout his life. He has hunted countless pirates but has never killed a single enemy, earning him the title of the non-killing former admiral of the Navy headquarters. Speaking of Zephyr, he is a person with a very tumultuous fate. In the first half of his life, his wife and children were killed, leading him to harbor an immense hatred for pirates. In the second half, he devoted everything to the Navy, only to be betrayed by them. Disheartened, he resigned from his position as a Navy admiral, just when it seemed that the life of this former admiral would come to an end. He is making a comeback with the Enyo Navy, attempting to overthrow the entire world. Of course, this is something that will happen 2 years later. As of now, Black Arm Zephyr has just left the Navy headquarters not long ago. Lin Yan did not expect that Xiao Qi actually knew Zephyr's whereabouts. It seems like you should be interested, right? Seeing the expression on Lin Yan's face, Xiao Qi couldn't help but let out a sigh. She was starting to have some ideas. Where is he? Looking at Xiao Qi's determined expression, Lin Yan guessed that she was unwilling to reveal Rayleigh's whereabouts. Instead of hanging on to Rayleigh like a dead tree, it would be better to find another path. Coincidentally, Black Arm Zephyr's status and abilities are not inferior to Rayleigh's, and he might even surpass him. Immediately, Xiao Qi shared all the information she had about Zephyr with Lin Yan. Listening to the news about Zephyr, Lin Yan nodded repeatedly. Speaking of which, it seems like Zephyr just resigned not long ago. Thinking about it this way, is Zephyr now a free man? A free man? Doesn't that mean there's a chance to invite him aboard? It's important to note that Lin Yan has 3 tasks. The first is to defeat top-tier powerhouses. The second is to invite top-tier powerhouses. The third is to have the 17th Division reach 100 members. Putting the third task aside, the first and second tasks can definitely be linked to Zephyr. Thinking of this, Lin Yan's eyes brightened as if clouds had cleared away, shining with brilliance. Zephyr, you really are a hot commodity. If only Zephyr knew that Lin Yan and Xiaoqi were plotting against him at this moment. He is probably so angry that he will curse on the spot. Did someone set their sights on me just after I left the Navy? Do I have no pride? Can't I have some time to myself? Then it's decided, boss lady, this information is quite good. Name your price. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Hee, captain of the squad. Since this is our first meeting, let's consider this information as a gift for meeting. How about that? Xiaoqi quickly waved her hand, indicating that Lin Yan didn't need to pay. Oh, no money? Lin Yan glanced at Xiaoqi. This is completely inconsistent with Xiaoqi's usual way of squeezing money out of people. It's really surprising. Mr. Lin, don't just look at me. You should hurry up and leave. Xiaoqi was eager for Lin Yan to leave quickly. What if old Lei came back and they bumped into each other? To avoid any complications, it would be best for you to leave as soon as possible. All right, I'll take this as a favor from you. Lin Yan could naturally see that Xiaoqi wanted to hurry him out. He shook his head with a chuckle, no longer in the mood to tease Xiaoqi. He immediately left the tavern and headed towards Zephy's current hiding place. At the bar, Xiaoqi watched Lin Yan leave. After a long while, she let out a sigh, raised her hand, and wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. She felt a wave of dizziness and was completely exhausted. Finally, she had sent him off. Old Lei, I've avoided a big trouble for you. You have to give me some compensation. Thinking of this, a smile reappeared on Xiaoqi's face. I don't want much. Just bring yourself to settle the debt. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, half a day later, Lin Yan arrived at the designated location. Is this the place? Lin Yan raised his head and looked towards a grass hut in the distance. Ever since he resigned from his position in the Navy, Zephyr had left Marin Vondo and retreated to the Sabaody Archipelago. During this time, Zephyr had been enduring torment every day. He hates. He is unwilling. He never expected that after dedicating his entire life to the Navy, he would be treated like this. Ever since the crocodile incident in the desert country was exposed and the defeat of the Straw Hat Kid by the terrifying three-masted ship, the five elders increasingly felt that it was indeed time to reshuffle the warlords of the sea. The warlords of the sea were once an attempt by the Navy to counterbalance the four emperors, regardless of whether they could actually provide that balance. At least the warlords of the sea were legitimate pirates in this great rout. They were so legitimate that even if they committed heinous acts, the Navy couldn't easily move against them. This led many outsiders to mock the warlords, calling them government lapdogs and Navy scum, etc. Edward Weevil, also known as the son of Whitebeard, was listed by the five elders as one of the candidates for the next warlord of the sea. Upon hearing this news, Zephyr was struck dumb as if hit by lightning. Edward Weevil had fought against Zephyr years ago. That battle, all of his ship's trainees were slaughtered by Edward Weevil. Moreover, Zephyr had one of his arms severed by Edward Weevil. The thought of those trainees' desperate faces deepened Zephyr's hatred for Edward Weevil even more. He learned that this guy could actually become the next Shichibukai. How could he not be angry? How could he not be angry? He felt as if the whole world was about to collapse. Extremely disappointed, he angrily resigned from his naval rank. From then on, the former black-armed Zephyr, once a Marine admiral, severed ties with Marineford. Looking at the grass hut at the designated location, it should be the place where Zephyr was hiding, as indicated by the information provided by Shaki. It's hard to imagine that a former Marine admiral has fallen to this level. Lin Yan still had some impression of Zephyr. As for his experience, one could only say that when you have no value for use, this group of people will not hesitate to abandon you. Of course, as former close friends, Garp, Sengoku, and others naturally did not wish for Zephyr to leave without a word. Unfortunately, regarding such matters, even Sengoku, the highest commander of the Navy, had no authority to intervene. After all, the Navy is merely one of the entities that serve Mangekyō, the five elders, and the celestial dragons. The five elders and the celestial dragons? Lin Yan knocked on his own head with one hand, and then a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. When my strength is sufficient in the future, I must visit the halls of the five elders and take a look at what the so-called I'm really looks like. However, before that, improving my strength is the top priority. Who is it? At that moment, a delicate shout rang in Lin Yan's ears. Immediately after, a woman dressed in a blue long skirt jumped down from the branch of a bubble red tree, landing in front of Lin Yan. She was a woman with sky blue wavy long hair cascading down her shoulders, wrapped in a light blue outfit. Her long skirt fluttered, and her demeanor was extraordinary. Her long legs stood elegantly, her cold face showing a hint of vigilance. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Yan, her brows furrowed, cold as ice. Who are you? She raised her slender, pale arm, pointing at Lin Yan, and asked. Lin Yan was captivated by her appearance. With features as beautiful as a painting, skin like fine jade, and a graceful demeanor. If a perfect score was 100, this woman in front of him would start at least at 95. Shouldn't she introduce herself before asking for someone else's name? Lin Yan assessed her for a moment, and then said, "This place is off limits. So leave quickly if you know what's good for you." Ayn replied coldly, "You look quite beautiful, but why do you speak so rudely? This is Sabaody Archipelago, not your backyard. Off limits? Did you buy this land?" Lin Yan smiled and countered, "I'll say it again, leave here." Ayn's expression had already started to turn unpleasant. "What if I don't leave?" Feeling Ayn's growing anger, Lin Yan found it amusing and remained unfazed. "It seems I need to force you to leave," Ayn said with a grim face. After that, the unreasonable woman immediately took action. In her hand, she ignited a pink flame. Then, Ayn slapped her hand towards Lin Yan. With a bang, Ayn's slap landed on Lin Yan. "You brought this upon yourself," Ayn said coldly. Indeed, she was also a devil fruit user. Her fruit ability was the retrospective fruit. Once hit by her ability, a person would regress in age by 12 years, and if the age regression reached 0, that person would no longer exist in the world. Looking at Lin Yan after being slapped, Ayn's eyes showed no ripple of emotion. But the next second, a lazy voice came to Ayn's ears. "Miss, why are you trying to outsmart a tree?" The speaker was Lin Yan. "What?" Seeing Lin Yan sitting on a rock with his legs crossed, showing a silly smile, Ayn was momentarily stunned. She had clearly applied the ability of the retrospective fruit on him just now. How could it have no effect at all? When her vision returned to normal, Ayn suddenly realized that she had slapped a tree instead. The tree, in fact, had regressed by 12 years. A hint of panic flashed in Ayn's beautiful eyes. She was confused about what was happening. Lin Yan, however, chuckled and shook his head. Ever since he learned how to use illusions, he became increasingly interested in this illusion. Yes, from the very beginning, Ayn was caught in Lin Yan's illusion. If this were in Naruto, perhaps the enemy would know how to dispel the illusion. The question is, where is this? It's the pirate world. Illusions are practically a game-breaking skill for them. Not to mention the illusion released using the Mangekyō Sharingan. Once it hits, as long as Lin Yan is willing, he can torture the opponent to death. He could even create a series of works, title time, stop, plus do as you wish. Again, Ayn was unconvinced, and pink flames ignited in her hands. She struck towards Lin Yan once more. Unfortunately, the result was still the same. In less than 10 minutes, this beautiful girl in front of her was defeated by Lin Yan. "Now, can we calmly talk?" Lin Yan walked in front of Ayn, looking down at her from above. Ayn's expression was grim. At this moment, she was completely exhausted from being tormented by Lin Yan in the illusion. This guy, what abilities does he really possess? So strong? Who exactly are you? Lin Yan felt a strong sense of helplessness in Ayn. "Don't ask me who I am. Answer my question. Is former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr nearby?" Lin Yan looked at her and asked softly, "What do you want with the teacher?" Ayn's heart sank. Zephyr had just resigned from the Navy. Now someone is coming to find him. She had a bad feeling. "Oh, so Zephyr is your teacher. Then take me to him." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan showed a look of realization. Ayn wanted to struggle. Unfortunately, she was already in Lin Yan's grasp and had no way to resist. Soon, under Ayn's guidance, Lin Yan found Blackarm Zephyr. He was a man with refined purple hair and strong muscles. Even at nearly 80 years old, he still appeared vigorous. However, the former admiral's imposing presence was not evident in him. At that moment, having just suffered setback, he was stuck in the mud, his face full of disappointment. He didn't look very spirited. Zephyr noticed the movement at the door and looked up. But the next second, when he saw the injured Ayn walk in, especially with an unfamiliar man behind her, an intense hostility surged in him, and his gaze instantly locked onto Lin Yan. "Who are you?" Zephyr frowned, his eyes showing vigilance towards Lin Yan. "Does it matter who I am?" "Former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr," Lin Yan said calmly. As Zephyr assessed him, he was also evaluating Zephyr. Ayn quickly moved behind Zephyr, her injured voice weak as she said, "Teacher, this guy just broke in." Zephyr nodded. He also noticed the injuries on his student. As a mentor, he has always been extremely protective of his students. "Did you inflict the injuries on Ayn?" Zephyr questioned. "It's just a minor conflict, and I must clarify that the injuries on this girl were definitely not caused by me." Lin Yan shook his head and denied it on the spot. It was Ayn who had fallen victim to an illusion, exhausting himself in the process. It really wasn't his fault. At most, he is considered a repeat offender. "What brings you here?" Zephyr's tone was very assertive. As a former admiral, his expression gradually became serious, revealing the imposing demeanor he was known for. "I want to invite you aboard. My team has just been established, and is in the process of recruiting members. Lin Yan was also very straightforward and immediately stated her purpose. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Even the injured Ein lifted her beautiful face. The teacher has just resigned from the Navy, and here you're visiting so soon? That was fast. Zephyr's tone darkened. Then he slowly said, better early than late, right, Admiral? Lin Yan replied calmly. What a clever saying, better early than late. You must be a pirate. At that moment, Zephyr suddenly asked this seemingly unfounded question. It is known that on this sea, pirates and the Navy are on opposing sides. Having just resigned from the Navy, the only forces that could invite him were from the pirate side. Lin Yan did not answer, but she also did not deny it. However, upon seeing Lin Yan's lack of response, the answer was already revealed. The originally calm and composed Zephyr suddenly had his imposing aura rise steadily. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. You don't understand me? Zephyr's gaze turned icy. What do you mean? Lin Yan did not understand the meaning behind Zephyr's words. Although he had an impression of Zephyr, he couldn't remember the story behind Zephyr clearly after more than a year of crossing over. After all, why would I expect a pirate to understand me? Zephyr suddenly smiled, a very desolate smile. If you were to ask him who he hated the most in his life, it would undoubtedly be this group of unforgivable pirates who disturbed the sea, his wife, his child. Everything around him was almost shattered because of this group of pirates. Zephyr's hatred for pirates ran deeper than anyone else's. After learning Lin Yan's identity, he shouted die with a loud bang. Zephyr raised his mechanical arm and swung a punch towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan's expression tightened. After all, Zephyr was once a vice admiral of the Navy. When he struck, it was astonishing. He sped towards Lin Yan in the blink of an eye. The displayed strength was no weaker than any of the captains Lin Yan had encountered before. In fact, it was even stronger. Boom! An unparalleled tremor erupted at the scene. Lin Yan also instantly vanished from his spot. Zephyr's mechanical arm smashed into the ground, creating a massive pit. In an instant, the wind surged and clouds roiled, and everything was directly smashed to dust. The large venue was in turmoil, with swirling dust settling down. Amid the chaos, the entire building exploded, shattering into pieces. In the smoke-filled scene, Zephyr waved his hand, clearing the dust away from him. Not bad speed. I have to admit, you do have some strength, but that's all there is to it, Zephyr said nonchalantly, staring at Lin Yan. I don't want to fight. If possible, could you give me a chance to talk my way out of this? Lin Yan expressed that he wasn't keen on competing with Zephyr. You don't want to fight, but I do. Zephyr had nothing more to say. He raised his mechanical arm again, a layer of pitch-black armed color hockey covering it. After the previous estimation, Lin Yan's strength was at least not weaker than his own. Facing such a formidable enemy, one must go all out even when fighting a rabbit. Not to mention that Lin Yan was a pirate. He came up and gave it his all. Facing Zephyr, who was firing on all cylinders, Lin Yan also realized that using verbal tactics was not going to work. To be honest, literary battles were Lin Yan's weakest area. He was actually a bit hesitant, unsure if his verbal skills could dispel Zephyr's prejudice and anger towards pirates. Unexpectedly, Zephyr didn't give Lin Yan a chance to engage in a battle of wits and forced him into a physical fight. Coincidentally, hand-to-hand combat was Lin Yan's specialty. Since that was the case, if he wanted to take it a step further, he could only speak with his fists. Alas, why must it come to this? Why must you force me to take action? Admiral Zephyr, let us make a bet. Lin Yan avoided Zephyr's punch and said calmly, what bet? After missing his punch, Zephyr launched a sweeping kick towards Lin Yan's face. The two fought while discussing. It's simple. Let's bet on whether I can defeat you, Lin Yan said with a smile. Arrogant. Hearing his words, Zephyr laughed instead of getting angry. Don't rush, let me finish. Give me one round, just one round of opportunity. If I can't defeat you in that round, you can do whatever you want with me. I swear it's not an empty promise. Lin Yan raised a finger and said calmly. One round? Zephyr, who had been unchanging in his demeanor, was momentarily stunned. Then he exploded with rage, an overwhelming fury erupting from him. Maniac! Zephyr slammed the table. How confident are you in your own strength to dare speak such wild words? Even Ein, who was watching from the side, was taken aback by Lin Yan's words. Who is her teacher? That would be the former admiral of the Navy, Black-Armed Zephyr. The admirals of the Navy are among the most elite in these seas. And who is Zephyr? He is a king who emerged from the old era. The old era and the new era are two completely different times. Who are in the new era? Kid, Law Ace, and quite a few supernovas, that's about it. Let us not even mention Luffy. Who are in the old era? Roger, Garp, Sengoku, and Red Earl were just appetizers. not to mention the legendary king of the world. Rocks, who dominated an entire era. Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Big Mom, Kaido, and so on were merely subordinates of Rocks. A top-tier powerhouse from the old era could easily sweep through the Grand Line. It can be said that using the term dimensionality reduction strike to describe it is not an exaggeration. The man before him, a person he had never heard of, boldly claimed he could take down his teacher in one round. To defeat Zephyr, who carved a bloody path from the old era. You must not know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. You really are too arrogant, Ein said with a dark expression. Whether it was Zephyr or Ein, both were taken aback. They were all enraged. Only Lin Yan remained calm, saying, "Let's begin." Zephyr shot a cold glance at Lin Yan, then clenched his fists. Even Roger, even Whitebeard, and even Rocks, who was once at the peak of his power, would not dare to claim they could defeat an admiral in one round. Zephyr did not understand where Lin Yan got the confidence to be so brazen. Young people can have pride, but they should not be arrogant. Being overly proud can lead to dire consequences. Shattering tornado. On Zephyr's mechanical arm, the components began to operate at high speed. With a boost of kinetic energy, Zephyr's strength instantly rose to a new level. He swung a powerful punch aimed at Lin Yan. Lin Yan remained calm and effortlessly blocked the attack with one hand, easily intercepting Zephy's charge strike. Crushing destruction, death light. Zephyr unleashed his power once again, his mechanical arm shining brilliantly. No matter how he unleashed it, unfortunately, it did not go as he wished. All of it was blocked by Lin Yan. Watching Lin Yan repeatedly intercept his attacks, Zephyr raised his eyebrows. The pressure Lin Yan brought him was significant. This guy, who exactly is he? Before he could continue pondering, Lin Yan unleashed the power of the thunder fruit in his hand. It's my turn. Ziz in an instant, thunder and lightning erupted, and bolts of lightning like silver snakes spread around Lin Yan. The magnificent lightning tore through the sky like a brilliant light, shooting up into the clouds and striking the heavens. It was an aura that shone with utmost brilliance. Thunder Dragon. With the overwhelming power of lightning, a thunder dragon materialized out of thin air. The thunder dragon coiled around Lin Yan, making him look as if the thunder god had descended. His figure began to grow larger. Then, Lin Yan pointed at Zephyr with one hand. The thunder dragon, which had gathered to its utmost intensity, roared, releasing a powerful dragon's roar. With sound waves rippling and an endless array of lightning surging forward, crashing toward Zephyr. At this moment, the entire world lost its color. Time seemed to freeze. What a powerful force. Feeling the terror of the lightning, Zephyr's expression slightly changed. He quickly activated his strongest defense, wanting to withstand Lin Yan's attack. At that moment, a mysterious magatama reappeared in Lin Yan's eyes. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan was activated, shimmering with brilliant red light. Illusion. He directly embedded the illusion into Zephyr's pupils. Although the illusion was quite overpowered, especially effective against someone like Ein, Zephyr was after all an admiral of the Navy. He was a man who had endured the ravages of this sea. His strength and willpower were not something ordinary people could compare to. Even Lin Yan's illusion could only dull the opponent for a second or two. A second or two may seem brief, but for a strong person, especially a top-tier powerhouse like Lin Yan, that brief moment was enough to turn the tide of battle. Just as Zephyr was momentarily dulled, the Thunder Dragon struck him unprepared. Puff! A penetrating sound rang out as the intense lightning struck Zephyr. Even he could not withstand the impact of the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon passed through Zephyr's body, and behind him, several mountains were completely pierced through, creating a path that reached the sky. The grandeur of the scene caused the entire Sabaody Archipelago to shake violently. Upon seeing this, Ein, who had previously doubted that Lin Yan could take down her teacher in one round, was shocked. Her teacher, Black Arm Zephyr, a former admiral of the Navy, had once been a pillar of strength for the Navy. Although he had now retired from his military rank and was nearing 80 years old, his strength had diminished significantly. But ultimately, he was once a naval admiral. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Looking across this vast sea, who can assert that they can handle the teacher in one round? Even if Whitebeard were here, he could only look up in awe. Ein's mouth was shaped like an O, staring blankly at the man standing in the center of the lightning with a look of disbelief. He did it. He really did it. The power is not bad. Lin Yan waved his hand, and the surrounding lightning dissipated like a tide. With this level of strength, even when facing a true Emperor-level opponent, he is not the least bit afraid, let alone Zephyr, who has already fallen out of the ranks of the generals. Although Zephyr has been defeated, He is still barely hanging on to life and has not yet completely lost his breath. As the person involved, he is the one who can truly appreciate Lin Yan's strength. How old is Lin Yan? He looks to be just in his early 20s. To have such royal strength at such a young age. Even figures like Carp and Roger, who are top-notch in the world, are in their 30s or 40s, barely reaching this level of power. Although Zephyr is weak, he's still asked in disbelief. How did you achieve such accomplishments at just over 20? Listening to Zephyr's words, Lin Yan put his hands behind his back, speaking in a strong and powerful voice. Naturally, it is through diligence and hard work. For Lin Yan, the saying that heaven rewards hard work is true. The reason he possesses his current strength and status is inextricably linked to his diligence and sweat, his terrifyingly profound insight. His astonishing talent is unparalleled in any aspect, making him one of the top figures in the entire Great Route. To put it bluntly, Lin Yan has reached his current status thanks to his unwavering determination that surpasses ordinary people, allowing him to ascend to the pinnacle of the new world. So, I won't say more. I'm off to go fishing. Diligence, hard work, just a bit more diligent, a bit more effort. Can someone in their early 20s really enter the ranks of the Emperor level? If this were said about someone else, they might believe it. Who is Zephyr? He is a man who has nurtured multiple admiral-level figures, providing the Navy with countless fresh blood and laying the foundation for the Navy. He knows very well how difficult it is to achieve this accomplishment. Can you talk a bit more? Even Ace, who has the bloodline of Roger, is only in his early 20s, barely reaching the level of a vice admiral. He is still far from becoming an admiral. The combat power of Wano has already collapsed. If we don't count Luffy, I wouldn't believe you. You're such a mischievous little brat. Who exactly are you? Looking at Lin Yan, who was babbling nonsense. Zephyr no longer cared about his strength. He wanted to know Lin Yan's identity. Lin Yan, captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Lin Yan said calmly. Upon learning that Lin Yan came from the Whitebeard Pirates, Zephyr also recalled the division captain who had recently dominated the headlines. So, it's you. The 17th Division had just been established and was short on members, so they were looking to recruit fresh blood. So, former Marine Admiral, shall we have a chat? Lin Yan smiled. After this battle, the two were considered to have met without fighting. Lin Yan still had a good impression of Zephyr. At that moment, the system also issued a congratulatory message. One of Lin Yan's tasks was completed. Ding, congratulations to the host. Task 3 has been completed. Task 3, defeat a top-tier powerhouse in the Grand Line. Current progress, defeated former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. Seeing that a task was completed, Lin Yan felt very happy. Inviting Zephyr became more and more motivating. Admiral, the Navy doesn't want you, but I do. The Navy once wronged you, but I won't. Join my 17th Division. Learning that Lin Yan came from the Whitebeard Pirates and was the recently renowned division captain, Zephyr's eyes also stirred with waves. However, given his deep hatred for pirates, it was completely impossible for him to join the ranks of pirates and associate with them. Stop trying to persuade me. Your strength is indeed strong, and I admit I am not your match in this regard. But that is not a reason for me to join the pirates. Give it up. I will never join your pirate crew. Zephyr firmly refused. Because he was already injured before, his complexion was significantly pale now. Why are you refusing so harshly? Lin Yan felt a bit regretful. Of course, there is still a possibility. Zephyr glanced at Lin Yan. Oh, what possibility? Lin Yan asked curiously. Kill me, Zephyr said emphatically. Lin Yan was speechless for a while. Looking at Zephyr, who was unwilling to agree at all, Lin Yan stood up and said, all right, fine. I don't like to force others, since you are unwilling. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Ein interjected. So you are leaving? Lin Yan looked at Ein and smiled. I'll come back tomorrow. As he spoke, Lin Yan really left. Watching Lin Yan's departing figure, Ein covered his forehead with one hand, wondering why he had said so much. The next day, Admiral, after a day of consideration, what have you decided? Sure enough, Lin Yan arrived as promised, eagerly asking. Zephyr, now wrapped in bandages, still firmly refused. On the third day, Lin Yan visited again. On the fourth day, refusal. On the fifth day, still a refusal. When the sixth day arrived, Ein was angry. Enough already. Teacher hates you pirates, and you keep hanging around him. How long will this go on? Lin Yan didn't care how Ein viewed him. Adults are talking. Kids shouldn't interrupt. Kids? Hearing Lin Yan's words, Ein was so angry he almost laughed. You don't seem to be older than me. Lin Yan paused for a second, his gaze landing on Ein. Then, his gaze moved downwards. When he saw the ominous sign, he gestured and touched his chin, saying, to be honest, I really am not as big as you. Ein's face turned red, and she gritted her teeth. Rogue. Finally, after relentless effort, Lin Yan also learned about Zephy's heart knot. The name Edward Whitebeard reached Lin Yan's ears. Upon hearing the title Whitebeard 2, the forgotten memories of Lin Yan gradually began to reopen a little. He remembered Zephyr's arm. It seemed to have been severed by Whitebeard 2. Almost all the trainees on that ship were taken out by Whitebeard 2. The crucial point is that Whitebeard 2 was also listed as one of the candidates for the next Warlord of the Sea. This made it unbearable for Zephyr, leading him to leave the Navy in anger. How about this, Zephyr? Let's make a deal. I help you take down Whitebeard 2, and you join my pirate crew. What do you think? Lin Yan suddenly proposed. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Zephyr slowly raised his head. Do you know how strong Whitebeard 2 is? Speaking of Whitebeard 2, the nightmarish scene from back then flooded Zephyr's mind like a tide. At that time, he was already old, his strength had declined, and although he no longer had the strength of a general, as previously mentioned, a thin dead camel is still larger than a horse. Zephyr's foundation as a former general was still there. Yet even so, he was still severed by Whitebeard 2's attack. This was enough to prove that Whitebeard 2 indeed had the potential to become a warlord of the sea. How strong he is not my concern. I have only one thing to say. While speaking, Lin Yan looked at Zephyr. I just want to sincerely invite you aboard. Lin Yan's words were very sincere, and also very passionate. The heated words fell on Zephyr's cold heart. Unknowingly, the previously unwavering Zephyr, who had firmly refused Lin Yan, was now somewhat swayed. Unable to help himself, Zephyr glanced at Lin Yan. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Lin Yan gestured for Zephyr to speak freely. Why are you so persistent in inviting me to join your 17th Division? Zephyr was curious about this. Does it need a reason? If I had to say, finding someone I click with is one reason. Your identity as a former Marine Admiral is another. The 17th Division has just been established and needs to recruit talent. That's another. Lin Yan answered straightforwardly. Zephyr fell silent. He suddenly realized that his so-called hatred for pirates was one-sided. Zephyr hated those ruthless and vicious pirates. But he didn't particularly despise the Roger Pirates or the Whitebeard Pirates. These people were merely adventurers disguised as pirates. They don't understand anything about pirates. The current Zephyr can no longer avenge the batch of students from back then. The strength of Whitebeard 2 is so great that even he is powerless against it. Lin Yan's words in front of him have given Zephyr a glimmer of hope. Moreover, Zephyr can see Lin Yan's sincerity. After pondering for a while, he said, if you can deal with Whitebeard 2, I can consider your request. With his heart unburdened, Zephyr spoke thoughtfully. I've been waiting for you to say that. Lin Yan said. Overjoyed, he left here. Meanwhile, at Shaki's bar. Welcome, Why are you back? Just as Lin Yan walked into the bar, Shaki screamed. She was like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, feeling uncomfortable all over. This guy, why is he here again? Stop screaming, or people will think I'm harassing you. Just to clarify, I'm not interested in an ant. There's no need to elaborate on Shaki's intelligence. It was the best thing for Lin Yan to search for the whereabouts of Whitebeard 2 here. Little brat, who are you calling ant? Upon hearing the word ant, veins popped on Shaki's forehead, and she looked angrily at Lin Yan. I'm here to inquire about someone. Lin Yan ignored Shaki's sinister look and got straight to the point. Anyone except old Lei. Shaki was unwilling to reveal Lei's whereabouts no matter what. You should know this person, Whitebeard 2. Lin Yan asked, what do you want with Whitebeard 2? Judging by Lin Yan's demeanor, he should have been looking for the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. The problem is, why is he asking about the whereabouts of Whitebeard 2 again? Xiaoqi was very confused by this. As an intelligence dealer, boss lady, you're a bit incompetent. Lin Yan said slowly. Well, I shouldn't ask too much. After a while, Xiaoqi also organized the information about Whitebeard 2's whereabouts. He is in Marineford. Hearing the name Marineford, Lin Yan was taken aback. Then he lowered his head. This time it's a bit difficult. Marineford, that's the Navy headquarters. The Admiral, the 3 Admirals, and many Vice Admirals. It can be said that it gathers the top forces of the entire Navy. As the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. As a pirate, recklessly breaking into Marineford would cause some turmoil. Lin Yan didn't know, but he could guess with his toes. It would definitely stir up a storm on the sea. However, Lin Yan liked to challenge these difficult things. Boss lady, how much is the information? Lin Yan asked Xiaoqi. Talking about money hurts feelings. We had a freebie before, so why not have another one? Xiaoqi replied to Lin Yan. You're really generous. Boss lady, I'll come often in the future. Saying this, Lin Yan left the shaking tavern. Listening to Lin Yan's words, Xiaoqi covered her forehead with one hand. Maybe you shouldn't come anymore. On the other side, Marineford. As the Navy headquarters, the troops here are well established and heavily guarded. There are watchtowers between every post. Once turmoil occurs, the watchtowers will immediately relay the information to all departments. The Navy will instantly go into alert mode. Lin Yan looked around. Then he nodded. After all, this is the Navy's most important base, and the defense is indeed not just ordinary rigorous. However, even so, this wouldn't be a challenge for Lin Yan. Soon, he landed on Marineford. Marineford appears to be an important island under the Navy's command. However, in reality, the archipelago consists of Navy troops and civilian towns, functioning as a semi-naval base and semi-residential area. This is the current situation in Marineford. Entering the civilian town, Lin Yan inquired from various sources. Under normal circumstances, looking for Whitebeard 2 would be like finding a needle in a haystack. But let's not forget that recently, Whitebeard 2 has become one of the candidates for the 7 warlords of the sea. He was very close to the Navy, even directly settling in Marineford. In order to obtain a position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Whitebeard 2 went to great lengths. This led to Lin Yan easily finding the temporary residence of Whitebeard 2. Many people say that Whitebeard 2 is the biological son of Whitebeard. Even the name and surname have the prefix Edward. To verify this matter, Lin Yan specifically contacted Whitebeard through a din mushy to inquire about the truth. However, the result he got was that Whitebeard did not have any biological sons. Hearing this, Lin Yan knew what to do. As for Whitebeard 2, after a long wait, Mangekyō confirmed the position. With his outstanding strength, Whitebeard 2 naturally became the new 7 warlords of the sea. What needed to be done next was for the Navy to release news, announcing to the sea that the new 7 warlords were Whitebeard 2, Edward Weevil, etc. However, just as everything was proceeding as scheduled, a piece of bad news echoed through Marineford overnight. Whitebeard 2 was dead. That night, under the dark moon and strong winds, while Whitebeard 2 was immersed in the joy of becoming the new 7 warlords of the sea, he was unaware that danger was slowly approaching. The streets were empty and desolate. The bells of the hall echoed, announcing that midnight had arrived. "You are Edward Weevil?" Lin Yan slowly walked to Whitebeard 2's side and asked. In front of him stood a stout figure, with a runny nose and vacant eyes, looking like a mentally challenged child. Besides his bent mustache, there was nothing that resembled Whitebeard. "I am. Who are you?" Edward Weevil asked, full of confusion. "That's right." At that moment, a ripple appeared in Lin Yan's pupils. The kaleidoscope was activated again, and the illusion technique was unleashed. Instantly, Edward Weevil was hit by Lin Yan's illusion, becoming rigid in place. In the next second, a flash of electricity appeared in Lin Yan's hand, forming a long blade made of lightning from the rumble fruit. Lin Yan struck down. Sizzle. A splash of blood was cast into the night sky. Edward Weevil, who could defeat the former Marine Admiral, was not weak. However, Lin Yan's appearance was too sudden. Coupled with a nearly unsolvable Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Edward Weevil, as a warlord of the sea, met his end at Lin Yan's hands. The next day, when Edward Weevil's corpse was discovered on the street, the blood had already dried. When the news broke, Marineford erupted in an uproar. Bang! In a fit of rage, Fleet Admiral Sengoku slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. "What is going on here?" "This, Fleet Admiral, we are also unaware." In the conference room, feeling Sengoku's fury, a lieutenant said with cold sweat. Just yesterday, Edward Weevil was announced as the next warlord of the sea. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was dead. The key point is he died in Marineford, which is said to be the most heavily guarded place by the Navy and the safest area in the entire Grand Line. If this news gets out, how will people outside view Marineford? Undoubtedly, their naval headquarters is about to become a laughingstock to the outside world. Can this news be suppressed? Sengoku asked in a slightly deep voice. "It can't be suppressed anymore." The lieutenant shook his head. The moment Edward Weevil died, media outlets already gathered in Marineford rushed in. Some took photos, while others collected information. I'm afraid those who were slow have already made it into newspapers. Those who were quick, I fear, have already spread the news to many places in the Grand Line. Investigate. We must get to the bottom of this. Sengoku issued an absolute order. The death of one warlord of the sea is not much of a blow to the Navy. There are plenty of strong individuals in the sea. They can casually pick the next warlord of the sea. The problem is Edward Weevil died at their Navy headquarters. This matter must be explained to Mangekyō. I'm going to take care of it. The lieutenant quickly went down. That day, the entire Marineford was locked down. Large numbers of warships began to patrol within the jurisdiction of Marineford. The radar was activated. Not even a fly was allowed to escape. To investigate the incident involving Edward Weevil, the Navy even deployed 2 to 3 divisions, with a total number of over 10,000 troops. Unfortunately, No matter what efforts the Navy made, the final result was like a stone sinking into the sea. As this news gradually spread, it stirred up waves across the ocean. It should be noted that Mangekyō had just announced that Whitebeard II had become a warlord of the sea. However, the throne of the warlord of the sea hadn't even warmed up yet, and right after that, Edward Weevil died like this. Although his death was very suspicious, the focus of everyone's attention was not on that. It must be known that Edward Weevil had not even been in office for a day. In other words, he was only a warlord for one day, and then he happily called it GG. Why? The speed of this GG can be considered the most tragic in the history of warlords. Of course, after several days of investigation, although the Navy did not find the mastermind behind it, they did uncover some clues. The day before Edward Weevil's death, someone saw members of the Whitebeard Pirates lurking in Marineford. Members of the Whitebeard Pirates? Hearing this, even Sengoku furrowed his brows deeply. If it were anyone else, Sengoku would definitely dig deeper. But when this matter involved the Whitebeard Pirates, Sengoku knew he must stop. Issue the order. This matter does not need to be investigated any further. If we follow this lead, we will definitely be able to uncover the mastermind behind it. But once we do that, it will involve the Whitebeard Pirates. Getting entangled with the Whitebeard Pirates is a situation Sengoku does not want to encounter. Just recently, Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, was secretly escorted by the Blackbeard Pirates to Marineford. Sengoku aims to restore the Navy's position as the dominant force in the Grand Line. He had already been plotting against Whitebeard. Coincidentally, the captain of the 2nd Division had fallen into their Navy's hands. Sengoku understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for their Navy, a chance to crush the Whitebeard Pirates. To put it bluntly, the entire Marineford was now preparing for the upcoming Marineford War. The more critical the moment, the less room there was for unexpected complications. This was also the reason why Sengoku was unwilling to investigate further. What if they startled the snake in the grass? Marshal, why is that? The lieutenant was very confused. You don't need to know about this matter. Furthermore, let us smoothly hand over the title of Warlord of the Sea to Blackbeard and the others. Sengoku said no more and instructed the lieutenant to act according to his wishes. Understood. The lieutenant left the room. The entire martial conference room immediately fell silent. Sengoku, as a marshal, then stood up. He came to the balcony with his hands behind his back. The sea breeze brushed by, and the long row behind him made a rustling sound, with the two prominent characters Justice standing out sharply, looking at the vast sea before him. Zephyr's eyes were complex and filled with a deep sense of weariness. Finally, the reckoning of the old era was about to begin. The Sabaody Archipelago. The news of Whitebeard II's death in Marineford had long spread throughout the world. Zephyr naturally saw the headline on the newspaper. Undoubtedly, all of this was done by Lin Yan. He actually succeeded. Zephyr lay on the chair, feeling a mix of emotions, quietly gazing at the shutters. At this moment, after learning about Whitebeard II's death, it felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from his heart, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps, dismissing the Navy was indeed a wise choice. At least, in the Sabaody Archipelago, I met you. Leaning against the wall, Zephyr slowly raised his head. He had left Marineford out of extreme disappointment with the Navy, but it hadn't been long since then when such an earth-shattering change occurred, leaving Zephyr slightly lost in thought. Creak. At that moment, their door was pushed open. The moment the door opened, sunlight shone in, illuminating Lin Yan. At that moment, he looked so dazzling. I'm here. Lin Yan walked in from outside. Have a seat. Zephyr didn't chase Lin Yan away like before. Instead, he let him sit down first. AI and obediently brought a chair to Lin Yan's side. At the same time, she spoke softly with a gentle gaze. Thank you. Regarding the incident with Zephyr's severed arm, AI was one of the few survivors. She could understand Zephyr's current feelings and regrets. Similarly, she was very grateful to Lin Yan. Oh, where did that fierce little tigress from before go? Lin Yan asked with a smile. Surprisingly, this time AI did not retort. She continued softly. What happened back then has always been a deadlock in my and the teachers' hearts. Thank you for helping us. Listening to AI's heavy words, Lin Yan said, It's nothing. He had no intention of continuing to joke. He nodded slightly. Lin Yan, you killed Edward Weevil at the Navy headquarters, and they appointed him as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The Navy has lost face. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Navy? Zephyr put down the book in his hand and asked Lin Yan. Being resented? Lin Yan replied, I think rather than being resented, it's more accurate to say the Navy doesn't know how to appreciate talent. Who is Black Arm Zephyr? He was the one who laid a solid foundation for the Navy. Yet they abandoned this general just because of a second-rate Whitebeard. In this regard, the Navy's judgment is not very good, Lin Yan said, regarding Whitebeard too. He vaguely recalled many memories. After the war on the top, Whitebeard fell and Ace fell. 7 out of 10 people were lost. The Whitebeard pirates never recovered from this blow. However, greater dangers lay ahead. In addition to the pressure from the Navy and the Blackbeard pirates, Whitebeard too was also the main culprit behind the downfall of the Whitebeard pirates. This time, Lin Yan acted decisively, partly for Zephyr and partly to protect the Whitebeard pirates from future threats. Zephyr listened to this, his head gradually lowered. Indeed, he had been diligent and responsible all his life, yet couldn't compare to the few days with Whitebeard too. How sad this was. Since the Navy's vision wasn't that great, in front of you, there was someone who was always looking forward to you joining the team. So, have you thought it over? Join my pirate crew. Lin Yan once again invited Zephyr. A rare smile appeared on Zephyr's weathered face, and many wrinkles eased. In fact, the moment Lin Yan offered to help him deal with Whitebeard too, Zephyr had already made his decision. Under Lin Yan's expectant gaze, Zephyr's answer was a single word. Okay. Teacher. Ein's eyes were also filled with tears. After laying down the burden, Zephyr said to Eins, Eins, you can notify everyone that the idea of creating the Inyo Navy is temporarily shelved. The Inyo Navy is a dangerous idea that will inevitably face encirclement and condemnation from all sides in the future. It's not a good job. Besides, if you want to leave, the teacher won't stop you. Eins firmly shook his head. No, I will always follow you, teacher. Just like that, with Zephyr's agreement. This matter was successfully accomplished by Lin Yan. From this moment on, former Navy Admiral Black Arm Zephyr became a member of Lin Yan's 17th Division. However, Zephyr also put forward a few demands. Before joining, I must set some rules with you. I have a few requests that you must agree to. Since you said that, let me add one thing. Lin Yan shook his head, signaling Zephyr not to mention the demands. He said, my addition is that I will approve all your requests. Isn't that a bit hasty? Zephyr couldn't help but sigh. Ha ha! Lin Yan laughed happily. This was the happiest day since he established the 17th Division. By the way, how many people are in your 17th Division? Eins looked at him curiously regarding this matter. You're asking the right person. Before Zephyr joined, I was the only one in the 17th Division, Lin Yan said proudly. 1. Eins was instantly speechless. What else with that pride on your face? A division with just one person? You're proud of that? You have to take it one bite at a time, and now, with Zephyr and you joining, it's 3 people, Lin Yan said. When Zephyr left the Navy headquarters, several hundred people also followed him out of the Navy. They're all students of Zephyr, just like Ein. They all regard Teacher Zephyr as the most respected person. Now, upon learning that Teacher Zephyr has given up on forming the Inyo Navy, this group of people immediately came to find Zephyr to get to the bottom of it. Upon discovering that Zephyr has joined the 17th Division, many students were puzzled. Wasn't the teacher the one who hated pirates the most? Why? Soon, when they learned that the news making headlines these past 2 days about the death of Whitebeard too was caused by Lin Yan, especially when it happened right under the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a storm of emotions erupted in the hearts of many students. All eyes were on Lin Yan. In front of the Marines, he had eliminated a warlord of the sea. The students knew well the struggles of their teacher. However, the strength of Whitebeard too was undeniable. They have the will, but lack the strength. However, when it comes to Lin Yan, in order to invite their teacher on board, the warlord of the sea, Whitebeard too, said he would take them out without hesitation. His actions were swift and decisive. This is truly terrifying. Is this the strength of the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? The way everyone looked at Lin Yan changed, becoming filled with reverence. Furthermore, since they originally followed Zephyr and left the Navy together, they planned to form the Inyo Navy. Now that Zephyr has joined the 17th Division, what reason do they have to disperse? There are over 200 people on site. All of them follow Zephyr and join the 17th Division together. From now on, you are our division captain. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your task is complete. Task 4. Invite a top-tier powerhouse to join the 17th Division. Current progress. Former Admiral Zephyr has joined. Reward obtained. 30 bait. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your task is complete. Task 5. Increase the number of members in the 17th Division to 100. Current progress. 17th Division has 213 members. Reward obtained. 30 bait. Lin Yan vowed. He approached Zephyr purely to invite him to join his pirate crew. And what happened? Task 3 was completed. Task 4 was completed. Now, all these recruits have joined the 17th Division. Even Task 5 was successfully wrapped up. It really proves that saying, when luck comes, it can't be stopped. When setting sail, Lin Yan was still alone, completely solitary. However, when returning, he came back fully loaded. When Lin Yan began his return journey, was he going to meet Whitebeard? Zephyr stood on the deck, facing the sea breeze, his purple hair blowing in the wind, and he whispered softly. In the old days, Zephyr and Whitebeard were in a hostile relationship. Both sides served their own masters and even fought fiercely for honor. Yet, such bitter enemies have cleverly come together under the wheels of history. It's truly remarkable. Similarly, Zephyr increasingly wanted to see the astonished look on Whitebeard's face when he sees him later. I can't believe I have such a wicked sense of humor. Zephyr smiled, a brilliant smile. Just then, clang, their ship seemed to have collided with something. The entire vessel shook violently. What happened? Why is the deck shaking so violently? Could it be that they hit a reef? Let's go check the cause. Many of the trainees, who were originally heading back to the Whitebeard Pirates, came to the deck one by one, eager to find out what was going on. Soon, they discovered the reason for the incident. They saw a very small boat collide with their fleet. Clearly, this was a maritime traffic accident. The person on the small boat smiled apologetically and said, "I'm really sorry. I dozed off for a bit and didn't expect to hit your ship. It's fine." Zephyr said nonchalantly, "It was just a minor bump in a maritime traffic accident. Nothing serious." Suddenly, the students beside Zephyr noticed something was off. After all, where were they? This was the New World, the latter half of the Grand Line. Even the first half of the Grand Line was known for its treacherous waters. However, the New World was even harsher. Without a professional navigator, crossing the vast sea of the New World was nearly impossible. Yet, here was this person standing on a tiny boat, leaning on a cane, sitting upright, absurdly appearing on the ocean of the New World. How big was this tiny boat? It was only about 4 to 5 meters long and just wide enough for 2 people. A single wave could flatten it. What kind of courage did one need to do this? Did you not know that a moment of carelessness could lead to disaster? You went out to sea on a tiny boat? One of the students asked, "Is there a problem?" The man with the cane stood up. He closed his eyes and glanced toward Lin Yan's fleet. "This sea is very dangerous. Where are you headed? How about we give you a ride?" The students, out of goodwill, spoke to the man with the cane. Due to the traffic accident, the small boat was slightly damaged and seawater was seeping in. Undoubtedly, it was no longer suitable for continued use. "Is that okay?" the man with the cane asked. "Of course, but before that, we need to consult the squad leader." The student replied. Lin Yan's room. He leaned back in his chair, engrossed in reading Jinping Mei, completely absorbed in it. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps came from the doorway. His keen senses immediately detected that someone was coming. Lin Yan quickly put away Xiao Mimi and sat up straight. I pushed the door open and walked into Lin Yan's room, only to find Lin Yan was practicing. So diligent. I thought, feeling a bit emotional. Just look at others. Even with such strong abilities, they still make the most of their time to practice. What qualifications do they have to slack off? Is there something going on? Lin Yan slightly opened her eyes and said to Ein, who had just walked in, "Captain, here's the thing." Ein briefly recounted the situation. It was just picking someone up onto the ship. It wasn't a big deal. "Let him come aboard," Lin Yan said. "Okay." I didn't dare to disturb Lin Yan's training any further and quickly stepped back out. On the other side, a man leaning on a cane boarded their 17th Division's fleet. When he boarded, everyone on the ship, including Ein, was stunned. "Why you? Are you blind?" The crew pointed at the man with the cane, each one of them too shocked to close their mouths. What the hell? Has this world gone crazy? A blind man with a cane is crossing the vast ocean on a small boat. Where does he get his courage from? Upon hearing this news, even Zephyr cast a sidelong glance, with a slight hint of confusion on his brow. How embarrassing. Fortunately, I met kind people, didn't I? The blind man approached Zephyr and the group of trainees, speaking humbly and amiably. The trainees couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world. Even a blind man dared to go to sea. "Where's your captain?" the blind man asked. "Our captain is training." I recalled Lin Yan, who was in the middle of her training. "Training, huh? She really is diligent. In that case, I won't disturb your captain. I really appreciate you all for giving me a ride." The blind man expressed his gratitude to everyone. Soon, evening arrived. After a whole day, Lin Yan finally finished reading Little Mei Mei. Reading it all in one go was exhilarating and unbelievable. "Captain, while training is important, you also need to balance work and rest and take care of your health. I saved dinner for you. I'll go get it." Just as she stepped out, Lin Yan ran into Ein, who had thoughtfully saved a meal for her. Before long, dinner was delivered to Lin Yan's room, warm and steaming. It was clear that Ein was very attentive in this regard. In the past, Lin Yan would usually rush through meals. Ever since I arrived, life had become much more pleasant. He has also come to understand the importance of having a woman by his side. By the way, someone came on board earlier, right? Lin Yan asked while replenishing food. Captain, you might be shocked to hear this, but that person is a blind man. Ayn recalled her initial shock and replied to Lin Yan. A blind man? Upon hearing these two words, Lin Yan paused for a moment. He then slightly raised his head. Just like everyone else thought, this was the new world. A blind man setting sail on a solitary boat. Isn't that a bit absurd? Captain, let me tell you about our reaction on the ship at that time. Ayn began to narrate the situation to Lin Yan. As Lin Yan listened to Ayn's account, he slightly lowered his head. His keen perception sensed that something was wrong. A blind man daring to go to sea in such a way could only lead to two possible outcomes. 1. He is seeking death. 2. This blind man is definitely not simple. Listening to Ayn's description, Lin Yan caught the keywords, blind man and using a cane. Coincidentally, a familiar figure unconsciously surfaced in Lin Yan's mind. Where is he? Lin Yan, forgetting about his meal, pressed for more information. Under Ayn's guidance, Lin Yan arrived at a guest room. This room was arranged for the blind man to stay temporarily. As soon as he walked in, Lin Yan saw a somewhat robust figure sitting there, dressed like a Ronin swordsman, with his eyes closed, a cane set aside, and 2 scars crossing over his eyes. If it was just a guess before, now it was confirmed. Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat. The blind man before him was none other than the future Marine Admiral. Fujitora. During the 2 years of the Marineford War, Akainu and Akiji had an intense battle for the position of Admiral. The final result was that Akainu rose to the position of Fleet Admiral, while Akiji, dissatisfied with being under Akainu, left the Marine headquarters with regret. Since then, 2 Admiral positions in the Marines became vacant. To compensate for the losses of the Marineford War, the Marines launched a world recruitment campaign. Fujitora and Green Bull were discovered by chance during this recruitment, and they were exceptionally promoted to the rank of Marine Admiral due to their extraordinary strength. Fujitora, a user of the gravity fruit, has a gentle personality but terrifying strength. His swordsmanship is refined to perfection. Compared to hunting pirates, he cares more about the safety of the people, despises unjust actions, and is one of the few who opposes the Shichibukai system. In the Dressrosa arc, witnessing the suffering of the people, Fujitora even disregarded his status as a Marine Admiral and publicly apologized to the king of Dressrosa, hoping they could forgive the Marines and restore their faith in the Navy for not protecting them. It can be said that he is a general with a heart full of righteousness. In terms of fame, he ranks among the top in the general's ranks. However, as of now, he does not yet have the prefix Fujitora. The Navy has not yet begun global conscription. He is not a Navy soldier, but simply a wandering swordsman on the Grand Line. Are you Ichiban? I've heard so much about you. Lin Yan extended his hand and said enthusiastically. Inside the room, Ichiban paused noticeably. Upon hearing his name called out by Lin Yan, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "How do you know my name?" Beside him, I was also slightly stunned for a while. "Captain, do you know this blind man?" It should be noted that even her teacher, Zephyr, did not know the origins of the blind man. No. I recently heard that there is a wandering swordsman roaming this sea, and I happened to encounter him. What a pleasure. Lin Yan continued with a beaming smile. Looking at the enthusiastic Lin Yan, Ichiban hesitated a bit. He had a feeling that the other party was setting a trap for him. It seemed like he had just been adrift at sea a couple of days ago. Where did you hear that? Of course, the so-called long-awaited meeting. Lin Yan didn't even believe it herself, let alone others. Out of basic politeness, Lin Yan directly said, "Let's have a self-introduction. I am Lin Yan, the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates." So it's the renowned captain of the 17th Division from a while ago. Xiao had already learned this news from others when boarding the ship. Renowned? I wouldn't dare to say that. In this world, there are still many powerful individuals yet to be discovered. Their fame may not be as high as mine, but their strength might not be weaker than mine. Lin Yan shook her head. "Young friend, you really are an interesting person. What brings you to me?" Xiao asked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan fell silent. In fact, Lin Yan's purpose was quite simple. He wants to invite a smile on board. Just kidding. This is a future naval commander. The key point is, he is still a free agent now. If I hadn't met him, it would have been fine. Since I have encountered him, how could Lin Yan possibly let this opportunity slip away? If I allow Xiao to join the Navy and become my enemy in the future, wouldn't that be shooting myself in the foot? The benefits must not flow to outsiders. Moreover, it seems that in the 17th Division, the only strong fighters are Zephyr and myself. Although the others are not weak, they ultimately fall one level short of the front line. If I could successfully invite Xiao to join. They, the 17th Division, already have 2 general-level figures apart from Lin Yan. How can Lin Yan not be excited? However, the invitation is not the problem. The problem is that he just met Xiao and is about to invite him to join his pirate crew. It's easy to guess that Xiao will definitely refuse. This matter needs to be planned over time. Fortunately, Lin Yan and the others will take some time to return to the Whitebeard Pirates, so he can take this opportunity to get closer to Xiao. A smile gradually appeared on Lin Yan's face. It's nothing. I'm just here to see you. Respecting the old and loving the young. You should rest well. With that, Lin Yan left the place with Ein. Just the day before, he had invited Zephyr aboard, and today he just happened to run into Xiao. He thought of a famous scene where a person made a fist with one hand and said, "I want it all." Yes, former Admiral Zephyr, the future Admiral, once smiled. He wants it all. Captain, do you know this person? On the way out, Ein asked curiously. No. How could Lin Yan possibly know Xiao? Then why did you show such? Ein hesitated for a moment and said, "An evil smile?" After walking a few steps, Lin Yan paused. An evil smile? Did I really smile so overtly just now? Lin Yan touched his chin and said, "Well, how could it not be?" Ein tilted his head and replied. Lin Yan sighed. It was because I suddenly encountered the future Marine Admiral, which caused me to lose control of my expression. How embarrassing. In the following days, Lin Yan warmly entertained Xiao, treating him as an honored guest. In fact, whether it's Xiao's strength or his future status, he is indeed worthy of such treatment from Lin Yan. Seeing Lin Yan's enthusiasm, Xiao was also slightly moved. His fondness for Lin Yan was also rising rapidly. Truly a division captain, completely different from ordinary pirates. Are you planning to invite him on board? Observing Lin Yan's behavior over the past couple of days, Zephyr asked Lin Yan, "You noticed?" Lin Yan replied, "Didn't you just use this trick on me?" Zephyr took a sip of tea while sitting in his chair. Indeed, when inviting Zephyr on board, Lin Yan did keep running towards him. Hearing him say this, it seemed to make sense. After observing for the past few days, this Xiao is indeed unique. In terms of demeanor and ability, he hides it very well. It's clear that he seems to prefer the Navy. Do you have confidence? Zephyr had also been observing Xiao these days, and he analyzed rationally. However, what made him regret was that even he couldn't see through this blind man. How do you know if you don't try? Ultimately, it still needs to be tested, Lin Yan said. Finally, when the opportunity seemed ripe, Lin Yan approached Xiao. Shall we talk? Sure. After spending a few days together, Xiao naturally sensed Lin Yan's intentions. In fact, Xiao was also very puzzled. He also didn't know how Lin Yan found out about him. It should be noted that, prior to this, Xiao believed he hadn't given away any clues at all. He even maintained the demeanor of a blind person to the outside world, being as ordinary as possible, looking no different from an average person. And what was the result? Lin Yan was enough to explain everything. All his disguises were completely seen through in front of him. I heard that you want to join the Navy? Lin Yan also learned that Xiao was preparing to go to sea to join the Navy. Calculating the time, Xiao was about to enter the Navy's sights around this time. You want to invite me to join the 17th Division, right? Xiao retorted. In fact, he had long been prepared for Lin Yan to come looking for him alone. That's right. Lin Yan didn't hide it either. Can I ask a question first? Xiao, curious, wanted Lin Yan to clarify. Feel free to ask. Lin Yan replied. How did you find out about my past and decide to invite me on board? I'm quite curious. Xiao maintained that someone as renowned as Lin Yan would not invite an ordinary person on board for no reason. More importantly, he was blind. At the very least, the person being invited must possess exceptional skills, whether in sailing or shipbuilding. Xiao believed he had some strength, but at least he has never expressed it. This is a bit unreasonable. This question hits the nail on the head. Do you think being compatible counts as a reason? Lin Yan naturally knows Xiao's current feelings, but he couldn't possibly say sorry. Having watched One Piece, I can do whatever I want, could he? Compatible? Xiao's smile froze on his face. Regarding this question, Xiao had been pondering for the past 2 days. Yet, he had no clue at all. But when it came to Lin Yan, was it really just about being compatible? Why? It felt as baffling as when Zong heard 5 insurances and 1 fund before. What kind of reasoning is this? Is it really that simple? Xiao asked incredulously. It really is that simple. Lin Yan smiled and gave him an affirmative answer. In the room, both sides fell into a long silence. Xiao remained silent. Lin Yan poured himself a cup of tea and sipped it absent-mindedly. After a long while, Lin Yan broke the deadlock and said, Xiao, your dream is to join the Navy and protect peace in your area. But what position do you think you need to reach in order to achieve the answer you desire? Upon hearing this, Xiao thought for a moment and shook his head. I'm not sure. What do you think? Admiral, Lin Yan slowly raised his head. To have a say in the Navy, only an admiral can achieve that. The admiral, the highest position in the Navy aside from a marshal, represents the Navy's top combat power. These are three extraordinarily powerful individuals selected from millions of strong Navy personnel. They are beings worshipped and pursued by countless people. They're also peak figures comparable to the four emperors of a new world. 5 years. Do you think in 5 years' time, Yishao, you could become a rare general? Lin Yan extended 5 fingers and asked. Well, Yishao hesitated, saying that if he joined the Navy, he could achieve something. He is confident that he can do it. But wanting to become an admiral is a bit difficult. There are only 3 positions for admirals. Currently, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji are all in their prime, at the peak of their strength. It's not just about becoming an admiral in 5 years. Even 10 years would be impossible. At the same time, Yishao's purpose for joining the Navy is very clear. Having witnessed the brutal world of pirates, his desire to abolish the warlords of the sea system is growing stronger. But wanting to abolish the warlords of the sea system is easier said than done. I'm sure you can see how difficult the path of the Navy really is. It would take at least 5 years, if not 10, to become an admiral. How many 10-year spans do we have in life? Do you think you can afford it now? Lin Yan said seriously. Looking at Yishao, who was gradually becoming hesitant, he knew that he had achieved his goal. Since he chose to intercept, he would go for a strong move. He directly blocked this road, describing how difficult it is. In fact, gold will always shine. As long as you smile and join the Navy, it's not even about 5 years. You can reach the top of the world in less than a year, or even in 6 months, or even in 3 months. Is this really gold? Lin Yan thought with a smile. Yes, a diamond. Give him a bit of sunlight, and he can blind you. What made Lin Yan want to laugh was that he didn't know the future trends. He didn't realize that by joining the Navy, he could become an admiral in just a few months. Who would have thought that after the Marineford War, there would be a vacancy for 2 admiral positions due to the retirement of the warlords of the sea in the battles between Akainu and Akiji? According to the normal process, one would have to wait for the current admiral to retire before the next candidate could seize the opportunity. I believe you've noticed as well. I want to invite you to join us on the ship. Join our 17th Division, and I will fulfill all your dreams, including abolishing the warlords of the sea system. I guarantee it as the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Lin Yan directly invoked his identity as the captain of the 17th Division. The 17th Division had just been established, so there was practically no credibility. Yet he spoke without any hesitation. Do you know how I lost my sight? Yishao's voice suddenly became deep, and his face was full of weariness. Lin Yan scratched his head. Look at the way you're asking this question. Aren't those who blind themselves in movies and dramas usually similar to you? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yan casually guessed, is it because you got tired of this dirty world and chose to blind yourself? Sure enough, Yishao paused slightly. He exclaimed in surprise to Lin Yan, "You are right. This is also my reason for rejecting pirates." However, Lin Yan replied with a heavy expression, "I sympathize with you, but not all pirates can be judged the same. Let's discuss this case by case. What kind of pirate do you think I am? Young friend, you are different from other pirates. You are the kindest and most amiable one I've ever met among so many people. However, joining your pirate crew is out of the question." It was clear that in Yizhao's mind, Lin Yan was a pirate worth admiring. "Oh, I didn't expect you to give me such a high evaluation," Lin Yan said. "What you don't know is that the last person I invited said the same thing. And now he has become my crew member." Lin Yan recalled Zephyr and spoke calmly. "Oh, who is that person?" Yishao asked. "The former Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. Can I boast for a year after inviting a former Marine Admiral? Sorry, after the invitation was successful, I really can boast for a year." Sure enough, upon hearing the name Black Arm Zephyr, a wave stirred in Yizhao's heart. The former Marine Admiral joined his crew? He had certainly heard of Zephyr. Wasn't this former Marine Admiral extremely hostile towards pirates? How? At this moment, Lin Yan followed up. "Yishao, you are now wandering the seas, and the Navy is a place that values background. If you join recklessly, I can assure you that you will achieve nothing in the short term. Do you really want to bury your talents among the masses?" Yishao did not speak, or rather, he doesn't know how to refute it. Indeed, in the Navy, it is exactly as Lin Yan said. He listened quietly. "Now an opportunity is presented to you. Join my 17th Division. I won't say I'll give you the best, but I can provide you with a space to showcase your talents in this world. This opportunity is right in front of you. Whether to seize it or let it go is entirely up to you." Lin Yan's words were very sincere. Each word resonated powerfully in Yizhao's ears, directly touching the deepest part of his heart. listening to Lin Yan's excited and inspiring words. If Yi Zhao's heart wasn't moved, that would be false. Seeing this, Lin Yan added fuel to the fire. Yi Zhao, I'm serious. This world needs you, and our 17th Division needs you too. Over the years, although he was a Ronin, he never stopped moving forward for his own direction. But what was the result? He faced repeated setbacks and failures. Now, Lin Yan had given him hope and ignited a spark within him. I heard that you once single-handedly swept through the entire Whitebeard pirate crew? Yi Zhao asked in a deep, resonant voice. What's wrong? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan knew the opportunity had come. I want to have a match with you. If you win, not only will I join your 17th Division, but I'll also give you a great gift. Yi Zhao said steadily. Lin Yan, who had been smiling, gradually lifted his head upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, his eyes shining with excitement. Is that true? Ein, search for nearby islands. Lin Yan instructed Ein. There are plenty of islands in the Grand Line. Soon, the 17th Division's fleet docked at a deserted island. In the center of the deserted island, mountains and valleys crisscrossed. As far as the eye could see, it was an endless expanse of lush, primeval forest. In the wilderness, the sounds of birds and beasts echoed continuously. Lin Yan and Yi Zhao stood in a line, each holding their own position. Yi Zhao closed his eyes and slowly drew the sword hidden in his cane. The flow of Kin Bunchaku haki spread out, creating waves of energy. Lin Yan stood quietly opposite Yi Zhao, without speaking or making any movements. Once the atmosphere was charged to a certain level, the battle was about to begin. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air echoed through the air. The first to strike was Yi Zhao. Slash! The sword in his hand slashed towards Lin Yan with an unstoppable force. Dragon Claw. In Lin Yan's palm, a dense flow of white light flickered with electricity. He grasped with one hand. Clang! The dragon claw covered in lightning caught Yi Zhao's long sword. One blade, one claw. The two collided. The intense sound of electricity and slashing echoed chaotically in the wind. The aura unleashed by both sides blasted open surroundings. Scarlet lightning, as thick as a bucket, fell from the sky. It struck the ground, hit the rocks, and crashed into the mountains and forests. The wind roared, and the atmosphere trembled. The mountains and vegetation around were flattened by the aftermath of their battle. This was only their first strike. The residual energy alone was so terrifying. Not to mention the parties involved. Even as spectators, Zephyr students were left stunned after witnessing this scene. They were shocked and terrified. When they learned that their squad captain was going to fight this blind man, everyone was overjoyed. Speaking of which, they had naturally heard about the achievements of this squad captain, but they had never seen him take action himself. Now the opportunity was right in front of them. They also happened to want to observe the battle of the super first-class strong fighters in the New World. However, it was better not to watch. When they saw the first strike from the two that was so shocking it could split the heavens and the earth, the students all gasped in astonishment. They exclaimed that the squad leader was indeed extraordinary, and his strength was truly remarkable. However, what shocked them even more was that Yi Zhao, in their first clash, was actually evenly matched with their squad leader. This blind man was no ordinary person. Before they could think too much, the battle between Lin Yan and Yi Zhao continued. After one strike, both sides exchanged blows back and forth, clashing for a full 100 rounds. There were no dazzling movements, no flashy skills. It was purely a contest of strength. After 100 rounds, Yi Zhao was forced to retreat. After so many consecutive clashes, he could only feel his palms trembling, and his arm holding the long knife was shaking uncontrollably. Sweat was starting to bead on his forehead. Lin Yan's strength was truly formidable. On the other side, Lin Yan also slightly furrowed his brow. Yi Zhao was not only equally strong as Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, but let alone his swordsmanship, which was on par with Vista. In terms of swordsmanship, Yi Zhao had come a long way. His strength is even greater than that of Zephyr. Come again, Yi Zhao exclaimed, brandishing his sword once more. Yi Zhao's swordsmanship emphasized the essence of precision. In an instant, countless slashes enveloped Lin Yan. The flashes of blades and shadows were relentless. Yi Zhao's strikes even caused a momentary distortion in space. It was impenetrable, with no breakthrough in sight. The sword was as sharp as cutting through water. Everything seemed to turn into powder before Yi Zhao. The two exchanged dozens of figures, yet remained evenly matched. Gravity magnetic field, gravity compression, 10,000 times gravity. Suddenly, Yi Zhao clenched his hand, and the gravity fruit was instantly unleashed. Once released, it directly showcased the power of 3 bottom pressure boxes. The gravity fruit can generate gravitational waves and manipulate the strength and direction of gravity at will, including gravity, anti-gravity, pressure, repulsion, attraction, and more. It possesses terrifying gravitational waves. Once hit by the caster, one could easily sink into mud, or at worst, be crushed to pieces. Yixiao applied gravity onto Lin Yan. Lin Yan felt as if two mountains were pressing down on his shoulders. His steps sank considerably, as if he had been subjected to a mountain-moving technique, causing his body to become sluggish. Lin Yan closed his eyes, feeling the burden on him, and thought, "Is this the power of the gravity fruit? Gravity blade slash." Yixiao crouched down slightly, shouted slash, and then swung his sword. He exerted all his strength. A vast crescent slash emerged, rushing towards Lin Yan like a meteor chasing the moon. The speed of the movement was astonishing, unstoppable. Goodness, he was silent until now, but when he struck, he used so much power to suppress me. You really think highly of me. Although I felt the weight of two mountains on my shoulders and my body was sluggish. Lin Yan still managed to dodge the roaring slash at the first moment, while also not forgetting to use her mouth escape skill towards Yixiao. Yixiao remained silent. The movements in his hands became faster. The battle between the two was simply too swift, coupled with the earlier collisions of pure strength. Every clash resonated like a drum, booming and echoing through the heavens. Those with strong abilities, like Zephyr and Ein, were fine, but the other students were suffering. In no time, some covered their ears from the shock, while others had their eardrums damaged, bleeding profusely. It should be noted that most of these individuals were students trained by Zephyr, with a significant portion being elite officers from the Navy. Each one could take on 10 opponents. Yet even so, when witnessing the terrifying battle between Lin Yan and Yixiao, and the aftermath of their clash became unbearable for them, they couldn't help but widen their eyes, feeling an incredible shock in their hearts. Is this the full-force clash of two super top-tier powerhouses from the New World? They don't even have the qualifications to watch. Lin Yan is fine. At least he is recognized as the captain of the team by everyone. Even teacher Zephyr has been defeated by his presence. Everyone admires Lin Yan's strength immensely. The problem is, who is this blind person? Yixiao. I've never even heard of him. He's just a passerby who happened to join their 17th division recently. And what happened? Who would have thought that a passerby they encountered by chance would possess such terrifying strength? People say that in the New World, top-tier powerhouses are everywhere. They didn't believe it before, but now, they believed it. Just casually pulling someone out of the sea. It was a draw with their squad leader. Isn't that a bit too terrifying? Although they didn't know the true extent of their squad captain's abilities, they at least believed he was at the level of a general. But this blind man was fighting their captain evenly, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. What did this indicate? The blind man before them was likely at the starting point of a general strength. My goodness, when did it become so common for powerful beings at the general level? This was truly shocking. The many students began to realize why he dared to compete with the squad captain. His strength far surpassed everyone present. As the prolonged battle continued, Yixiao's forehead was increasingly beaded with sweat. Despite having fought Lin Yan to a standstill for so long, in reality, no matter how Yixiao attacked, Lin Yan countered him flawlessly. It was as if his every move was anticipated in advance. No matter how hard Yixiao tried, he could never land a hit on Lin Yan. Yixiao was puzzled, wondering why he felt completely seen through by Lin Yan. To understand why Yixiao felt this way, the reason was simple. From the very beginning, Lin Yan had simultaneously unleashed his observation haki and Kaleidoscope Sharingan, pushing both to their limits. The observation haki predicted Yixiao's swordplay, while the Kaleidoscope Sharingan accurately saw through all of Yixiao's attacking flaws. This resulted in Yixiao's punches landing as if on cotton, unable to exert any force. As Yixiao began to sweat profusely and his stamina dwindled, Lin Yan remained calm and unaffected, creating a stark contrast between the two. Gravity Blade, Qilin. This time, Yixiao unleashed his full power in a single strike, applying a terrifying gravitational force onto Lin Yan. A Qilin emerged from the sword's radiance, locking onto Lin Yan and charging forward. Seeing Yixiao once again unleash his full strength, Lin Yan naturally sensed that Yixiao had little power left. That's enough. He was surrounded by thunder in both hands. The power of the Thunder Fruit was unleashed to its fullest extent. The Gravity Fruit is one of the top devil fruits in the Grand Line. But isn't his Thunder Fruit just as formidable? 1 billion volts, the god of thunder. If the ultimate move of the Burn Fruit is the Flame Emperor, and the ultimate move of the Dark Fruit is the Dark Emperor, then the ultimate move of the Thunder Fruit must be the god of thunder. In an instant, a staggering 1 billion berries worth of thunder erupted like an explosion. The sky turned gray, and rain fell softly. Dark clouds loomed, rolling ominously. Giant lightning enveloped the sky, sweeping down from above as if to annihilate everything. At that moment, under the overwhelming thunder, time seemed to freeze, the void was vanishing, and space was breaking apart. All matter ceased to exist in the storm of thunder. The lightning had become so brilliant that it was almost invisible. The terrifying power crushed all the residual waves released by the previous smile. What a terrifying force. The smile on his face changed dramatically. He wanted to evade, but was already too late. Boom! In an instant, the entire island was engulfed under Lin Yan's God of Thunder. Everything was submerged in lightning, with mist swirling, dust rising, the island charred, and the ocean raging. All things ceased to exist. In the pit, the exhausted smile lay on the ground. He knows. He is lost. Lost to the Lin Yan in front of him. In a clash of top powers. He was no match for Lin Yan at all. The moment he fell with a smile, Lin Yan had already eliminated all the residual effects of the Thunder Fruit. He fell from the sky, landing right in front of Yixiao. Are you okay? Listening to Lin Yan's words, Yixiao gave him a bitter look and then sat up, saying, You held back. That terrifying lightning, if it had really struck me. Unless one is an insulator. Otherwise, in an instant, being reduced to ashes would be the lightest outcome. 1 billion volts. What an immense power that is. If you hadn't held back, are you really saying I would have killed you? Lin Yan chuckled. Kill, Yixiao. He couldn't bear to part with it. Yixiao lay on the ground, gasping for breath, accompanying his defeat this time. Thus, after Zephyr, Yixiao also became one of the members of Lin Yan's 17th Division. From then on, within the 17th Division, the third captain-level combat power was born. Seeing Yixiao's defeat, the onlookers fell silent. Those who initially came to watch the battle were now stunned. They really couldn't imagine that the strength of this blind person was actually this powerful. Who was his opponent? His opponent is none other than the captain of his own squad. Losing to the squad captain, though defeated, he is still honored. Instantly, the students began to look at Yixiao with a changed expression, filled with admiration and respect. Zephyr also seriously observed Yixiao. It should be noted that prior to this, Zephyr believed that Yixiao's strength was at most at the level of a vice admiral. However, when the outcome was revealed, Yixiao stepped up to the top, and upon reflection, he realized that he might not even be a match for Yixiao. Zephyr himself was taken aback. Soon, with Lin Yan's introduction, Yixiao and Zephyr got to know each other. Zephyr held Yixiao in high esteem. When Yixiao learned that the person before him was the former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, he was surprised. He felt a wave of emotions rising in his heart. At this moment, Yixiao spoke up. Captain, your 17th Division has just been established. And are you short on crew members? Do you have any recommendations? Lin Yan immediately sensed the hidden meaning in Yixiao's words. Do you remember when I said I would give you a great gift? Yixiao smiled. Of course I remember. Lin Yan quietly waited for Yixiao to continue. Captain, since it's my first time on your ship and I don't have a grand gift to offer, I do have a candidate since you're short on crew. If we can invite him aboard, it will be a definite boon for our 17th Division. His strength is even greater than mine. Yixiao continued. Stronger than you? How is that possible? Lin Yan couldn't believe it. Yixiao, don't belittle yourself like that. It's already a great fortune to have you. How could anyone be stronger than you? Zephyr, who was nearby, also slightly raised his head. Yixiao's strength was well known. He has seen it with his own eyes and can be compared to the likes of Kizaru, Akainu, and Fujitora. Even though this person is very strong, his modesty is a bit excessive. This is someone I encountered on the sea in the past. At that time, I had a confrontation with him and knew his capabilities well. He is indeed on par with me and is a crew member worth inviting. Recently, I heard that he seems to be interested in joining the Navy. Captain, if you want to extend an invitation, you'd better do it quickly. Yixiao explained the identity of this person to Lin Yan in front of him. However, when Lin Yan heard that Yixiao and this person were indeed evenly matched, he stood up directly. You have to know, who is Yixiao? He is the future admiral of the Navy. In terms of strength, he is completely not weaker than Akainu, not weaker than Akiji, and not weaker than any of the current admirals. Now, this person is actually able to exchange blows with Yixiao. Doesn't that mean that the other party is also a figure of admiral level? If he could recruit the other party, it was effortless for the 17th Division to rise to the top overnight. Lin Yan thought that Yixiao was just being modest. She didn't expect him to be serious. Who is this person you recommended? Lin Yan asked eagerly. Green Bull. The name hasn't been announced yet, so we'll use this code name for now. Yixiao naturally sensed Lin Yan's eagerness to find talent. Green Bull has potential. It's him. From the moment Yixiao mentioned that his strength was not inferior to his, Lin Yan had an inkling. Having just taken in the future Navy Admiral Yixiao, and now adding Green Bull, How could Lin Yan not be shaken? How could she not be overjoyed? In Lin Yan's view, he was able to intercept a future admiral of the Navy. That is already an extraordinary stroke of luck. But look at this. Whether it's Zephyr or a smile. Now even Green Bull has clues. Do you call this an interception? This is called digging through the Navy's corner. Just imagine, after the major event, Akiji leaves the team, and Akainu becomes the fleet admiral. When he can only deploy one admiral, Kizaru, under his command, what kind of experience is that? Moreover, if the next top war breaks out, Lin Yan directly leads the three into battle at the top. When Sengoku watches his three admirals and the newly formed 17th Division fighting back and forth, he fell into a long contemplation. Zephyr, Ishao, and the Green Bull. This is the rhythm to amaze everyone and push the war to the top. Captain, do you know the Green Bull? Ishao was a bit surprised. No way. It's one thing for Lin Yan to know her identity, but could it be that even the Green Bull has heard of it? His intelligence network is too terrifying. I haven't heard of it. Lin Yan shook his head. Next, Ishao explained the information about the Green Bull. Currently, the Green Bull is in the area of Wano country, and he needs to lead the way to the specific location. Without hesitation, Lin Yan instructed the helmsman to turn the ship towards the sea area under the jurisdiction of the beast pirates in the New World, heading for Wano country. About a week later, Lin Yan's 17th Division appeared in the surrounding seas of Wano country. In front of them, a waterfall appeared. On the waterfall, a few koi fish could be seen leaping towards the Dragon Gate. As long as they land on this waterfall, they can enter the territory of Wano country. The question is how to land. Lin Yan scratched his chin. He couldn't remember how to land in Wano country. But for the members of the 17th Division, this was not a big problem. Ishao waved his hand, activating the gravity fruit. The ship beneath their feet slowly floated into the air like a sky mothership. It was an unexpected scene. The surrounding students were all overjoyed. Is this the ability of the Smile Devil fruit? Looking down at the ocean growing farther away. The feeling of soaring in the sky was amazing. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Lin Yan assigned the trainees to temporarily guard the ship. He, along with Ishao and Zephyr, entered this vast primitive forest. Ishao, carrying a jar of wine, walked at the forefront. These jars of wine were purchased by Lin Yan at the market on a whim. It was a targeted approach. Ishao liked pulling noodles, while Green Bull was particularly interested in drinks. However, Lin Yan looked at Ishao in front of him and curiously asked, Ishao, can you tell me how you can see the path clearly? Only Ishao knew about Green Bull's whereabouts. Now, the guide was indeed Ishao. Watching Ishao skillfully weave through the forest with his eyes closed, avoiding various thorns and vines, creating a clear path, Lin Yan was really curious. Can you see or can't you see? If you can see, why blind yourself? Practice makes perfect. Ishao only responded with this line. Finally, after passing through a dense forest, they stopped in front of a thatched cottage. We're here, Ishao said. We're here. Hearing Ishao's words, Lin Yan and Zephyr looked up and saw a thatched cottage standing in the middle of the old forest. The sounds of birds, beasts, and insects were continuous around them. It was indeed a unique place for retirement. Without a doubt, Green Bull was inside the cottage. Lin Yan and Zephyr exchanged glances. They approached the thatched cottage. Just as they got close, a loud snoring sound came from inside. The snoring was like a bull, loud and extremely piercing. The sound was powerful, and just by listening to it, one could tell that the person was not an ordinary individual. However, Lin Yan couldn't help but want to laugh. How deeply must one be asleep to snore like that? Zephyr was not surprised by this. The green cow had 3 hobbies: sleeping, beautiful women, and drinking. Ishao was well aware of the green cow's preferences. How should they wake him up? Lin Yan nodded and asked. It's simple. Ishao placed the wine jar he was holding on the stone table and then gently opened the lid. In an instant, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, the warm and mellow scent of the wine spreading around the entire thatched cottage. In less than 10 seconds, the snoring inside the house stopped. Clang! Immediately, the door swung open. Sunlight poured in, and a disheveled man, dressed in untidy clothes as if he had just woken up, walked out. He had long dark green hair, a toothpick dangling from the corner of his mouth, and an unruly expression on his face, while muttering, "Why does it smell so good?" Because he had just woken up. The drowsy Green Bull hadn't figured out the situation yet. When he saw Ishao, the hazy sleepiness vanished, and he instantly became alert. Ishao? Upon seeing Ishao, the Green Bull was overjoyed and hurriedly walked 3 steps at a time to stand in front of Ishao. He grabbed Ishao's collar and said, "You bastard. What brings you here today? Be honest, are you in debt outside? Are you here to hide from your creditors? Hide from debt?" Lin Yan twitched the corner of her mouth, thinking that the honest Ishao in her memory turned out to be such a person? Zephyr glanced at Yixiao. He has a very high opinion of Yixiao. Humble and courteous, modest yet measured, he is also a man of justice. Who would have thought that even such a person would have an indelible blemish? Zephyr suppressed his intention to laugh. Ahem, someone is watching. Yixiao listened as Green Bull came up and revealed his old secrets. He got anxious. Damn it, don't bring up those old stories. Am I not a dignified person? The two of them are. Green Bull also noticed Lin Yan and Zephyr nearby. Soon, he learned that the two were guests brought by Yixiao. Green Bull felt relieved. Come on, let's go inside and sit. Green Bull invited the group into the house. However, when they walked in, both Zephyr and Lin Yan were left speechless. The room was filled with dust. A gentle breath would send dust flying everywhere. Even the footprints they left behind in the dust were still clearly visible. Lin Yan and Zephyr looked at Green Bull. I had forgotten how long I had slept, maybe 3 months, maybe half a year, seeing that the inside of the house was unfit for sitting. Green Bull scratched his head and said awkwardly. After hearing this, Lin Yan was surprised for a moment. Slept for more than half a year? Previously, he heard Yixiao say that sleeping was one of his hobbies. At that time, he didn't understand what it meant. Now, seeing Green Bull's state, even he was slightly astonished. He really loves to sleep. That's no problem. Yixiao waved his hand, and several large stones rose from the ground. Then, under the pressure of the gravity fruit, the stones were compressed into a stone table and stone chairs, placed in the old forest courtyard. This was a temporary resting place for everyone. After settling down, Green Bull grabbed a jar and drank heartily. The clear wine went down his throat, and waking up to taste good wine was incredibly refreshing for Green Bull. Next, while drinking and chatting, when they learned that Lin Yan and the others had come to invite him to join their pirate crew, I was still puzzled about why Yixiao, that sly one, brought people to find me. It turned out to be an invitation to join your pirate crew. Green Bull understood their purpose for coming. We have shared hardships as brothers. I don't want to hide anything from you. Whether you refuse or agree, I respect your choice, Yixiao said calmly. Hey, listening to Yixiao's words, Green Bull shifted his gaze to Lin Yan. You did well, managing to persuade Yixiao to join your pirate crew. Because he had slept for more than half a year, Green Bull didn't know who Lin Yan was. But he knew Yixiao's determination to join the Navy. Now that Yixiao had been persuaded by Lin Yan to switch to the 17th Division, it was clear that Lin Yan had some skills. You're overestimating me. What do you think? Lin Yan looked at Green Bull, asking expectantly. Yixiao came personally. If I don't give him face, won't that make it difficult for him to get by in the 17th Division in the future? I agree to join your pirate crew. Green Bull answered without thinking. He is different from Yixiao. He has no obsessions and is relatively open-minded. To put it bluntly, as long as it interests him, he will accept invitations from any force. He can agree to it. However, looking at the generous Green Bull, Lin Yan was shocked. Is it really that simple? Just a few words? In the future, Admiral Green Bull agreed to join. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy. If he wants to become my captain, there's only one condition. He must be stronger than me. Can you do that? The battle intent in Green Bull's eyes gradually intensified. Clearly, inviting Green Bull onto the ship is not going to be an easy task. In other words, are we going to fight again? Lin Yan was speechless. Why does it always have to be about fighting? Isn't it tiring? First Zephyr, then Yixiao, and now Green Bull has come as well. Aren't we all civilized people? Can't we handle things a bit more civilly? Of course, Lin Yan said this, but his body was quite honest. Just thinking about the possibility of inviting Green Bull onto the ship made his eyes sparkle. As you wish. Lin Yan definitely couldn't miss the opportunity with Green Bull. He really wants to take a good look. Yixiao and Green Bull have both been taken away by him. In the future, with the outbreak of the war at the top and the Navy's strength sharply reduced, who will replace the 2 vacant admiral positions? With this thought, the smile on Lin Yan's face grew even more pronounced. This time, the sparring should be kept to a minimum. Yixiao took on the role of referee and created a venue for the two in this deep mountain. Be careful, fists and feet don't have eyes, Green Bull said, with his hands in his pockets and a toothpick in his mouth. Come on, Lin Yan beckoned. As the two finished speaking, the aura of both sides gradually spread out. When they collided, in an instant, a fierce wind arose, dust filled the air, and a violent whirlwind swept through the mountain forest. The big trees swayed, the grass and trees moved restlessly, the mountains collapsed, and giant rocks were crushed. Everything was in chaos and unrest, as if a terrifying storm was about to strike. Be careful, Green Bull reminded for the second time. After saying this, the ground beneath Lin Yan's feet violently trembled. Soon after, a green plant transformed into a spear, suddenly bursting out of the ground and lunging straight at Lin Yan. The speed was so rapid that one couldn't react in time. Puff! The green plant instantly pierced through Lin Yan's body. However, the bloody scene one might imagine did not occur. Green Bull frowned. A residual image? Indeed, this spear had struck Lin Yan's residual image. Meanwhile, Lin Yan landed on a tree trunk and calmly looked at the green plant spear that had shot up from the ground, asking, "Is this your devil fruit ability?" Green Bull still had his hands in his pockets and did not move at all. You'll know soon. Swish, swish, swish. Countless vines appeared around them, closing in on Lin Yan from all directions. Thousands of plants transformed into spears, continuously stabbing towards Lin Yan. With his observation hockey activated, Lin Yan accurately dodged these incoming vines. Just then, he suddenly discovered that these vines actually had the ability to absorb nutrients from plants. The grass and trees covered by the vines quickly turned into withered grass and deadwood. From being vibrant and full of life to now withering and fading. It's not hard to imagine that if one were entangled by these vines, they would surely be drained by their terrifying power and become nutrients for the Green Bull. Earlier, Lin Yan was still puzzled as to why the Green Bull could sleep for half a year without eating or drinking for such a long time. Could it really endure that? Obviously, absorbing nutrients through the devil fruit was the most important source of energy for the Green Bull. Be careful of the plants around you. In this forest, the Green Bull's combat power will increase dramatically, and I believe you can see that. Yishao reminded from his side. Hey, Yishao. I'm your good brother. Why are you turning your elbow outwards? The Green Bull immediately became unhappy. All right. Lin Yan released the thunder fruit in his hand, with countless bolts of lightning infused in it. He ignited fire with lightning. Wherever the lightning passed, a violent shockwave swept in all directions. Suddenly, flames erupted, and the surrounding vegetation was completely swept away. Watching the fire that consumed everything before him, Lin Yan couldn't help but think, burning fruit. Not even a dog would eat it, yet people can really create fire-based skills. As he watched the vegetation being entirely devoured by the flames, the Green Bull remained unfazed. Oh dear, all my offensive methods have been burned away by your fire. He kicked his hand out of his pocket. Since the vegetation had been completely cleared, he could only resort to the most primitive form of combat. The Green Bull crouched down, and then he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, moving so fast that it was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. He raised his fist and swung it towards Lin Yan. Facing the Green Bull's attack, Lin Yan naturally saw that the Green Bull wanted to use brute force to overwhelm him and gain the upper hand in the collision. However, in terms of pure strength confrontation, who was he afraid of? Lin Yan didn't back down and responded with a punch. Bang! The two fists collided, creating a fierce shockwave that spread outward from them. The turmoil continued, with hidden currents surging and towering waves shaking the heavens. The aftershock swept through, lifting the ground. With one punch, the mountain beneath their feet suddenly erupted. Smoke and dust billowed, dirt flew, rocks soared into the air, and with chips danced around. Yishao raised his hand in front of him to dissipate the shockwave. After neutralizing the shockwave, Zephyr looked at the ongoing battle between Lin Yan and Green Bull, and he sighed, "The younger generation is formidable." Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed again with more than 20 punches. However, at that moment, Green Bull was horrified to discover that Lin Yan's strength was actually above his. In every pure power clash, he found himself at a disadvantage. It seemed this was Lin Yan's strength, and they couldn't entangle too much in this aspect. Therefore, Green Bull leaped back and gripped with one hand Earth Spike. Before he could finish speaking, the ground suddenly cracked open. Roots from the plants beneath surged out, forming spears made of roots that stabbed towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan's figure flickered and narrowly avoided the attack. Didn't I burn the plants? Lin Yan thought, puzzled about how there could still be earth spike traps in this land, although the plants on the surface were burned. Don't forget that the invisible roots underground are the essence of those plants. A gentle breeze blew, and Green Bull's forgiving green hair swayed continuously. As the saying goes, a tall building rises from the ground. To grow into a towering tree, some plant roots can even extend hundreds of meters down. Moreover, did you really think that just because I burned these plants, I would be helpless against you? Green Bull stood tall, spread his arms, and then slammed his hands down on the ground, reminiscent of a certain ninja technique. Swish, swish, swish. Those plants that had been burned to ashes suddenly began to grow at a visible speed. In no time, the forest, which had just been filled with remnants of fire, transformed back into a lush scene. Green Bull grabbed a vine, which straightened and turned into a spear, and he sharply thrust it towards Lin Yan. A layer of armament hockey covered Lin Yan's arm, allowing him to block Green Bull's attack with his bare hands. Unexpectedly, Green Bull's mouth curled up slightly. You fell for it. Before Lin Yan could react, the vine, which had just been a spear, quickly wrapped around Lin Yan's arm. Even with the layer of armament hockey, the vine began to absorb Lin Yan's strength. What? Lin Yan looked at the vine that was drawing nutrients through the armament hockey, and for the first time, he showed an expression of surprise. This was something he had never encountered before. Is this the ability of Green Bull's devil fruit? Even the armament hockey is ineffective? Yes. After years of training, even the defense of armament hockey can still be eroded by Green Bull's ability. This is his advantage and one of the most important trump cards for potentially becoming an admiral in the Navy. Once my vines wrap around you, escaping is nearly impossible. The outcome is already decided. Little brother, you've lost. Green Bull declared confidently to Lin Yan. I lost. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's expression remained calm and unchanged. After the previous clash, your strength is indeed very strong. In terms of overall strength, you are not weaker than me or Yi Xiao. The reason I lost to you was simply unfamiliarity with your abilities. Stop now, or you'll be drained by me. Green Bull paused and then calmly said, of course. Unless you have a defense stronger than armament hockey to forcibly break free from my vines. However, I doubt you can find anything in this sea that is harder than armament hockey. A defense stronger than armament hockey? Hearing Green Bull's words, Lin Yan slightly raised his head. For others, this move might indeed be unbeatable. But if it comes to a defense stronger than armament hockey, Lin Yan just happens to have it. In an instant, a crimson gleam flashed in his eyes. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan has been activated. Looking at Green Bull before him, Lin Yan said, all along I haven't wanted to use this move, but Green Bull, you are the first. Hearing Lin Yan's words and seeing his stance preparing to counterattack, Green Bull's devil fruit is specifically designed to target users of armament hockey. Now bound by his own fruit's ability, he still wants to resist. Green Bull shook his head. Regardless of your efforts, it will only be in vain. Since you want to compete, then I will satisfy you. Green Bull took a step forward, his palms open, and the plant's absorption ability became even stronger. Seeing this scene, even Yi Xiao and Zephyr let out a long sigh. He knows Lin Yan is about to lose. Sometimes, continuously winning can easily make one lose themselves. Occasional setbacks will make life more fulfilling. This first defeat, let Green Bull give it to him. Just when Green Bull, Yi Xiao, and Zephyr all thought that Lin Yan would undoubtedly lose, suddenly, boom! The scene erupted with a strong aura. Immediately after, a blue light, centered on Lin Yan, spread outwards. The ground roared incessantly, and the surrounding winds and thunder rolled. In the eyes of Green Bull, Yi Xiao, and Zephyr, they saw Lin Yan clap his hands, and then a pile of cyan blue skeletons rose from the ground, wrapping around Lin Yan. A terrifying force surged forth, sweeping away all the dust around. Even the vines that Green Bull had used to bind Lin Yan were instantly shattered. What? As the vines broke, Green Bull spat out blood. Why were his vines so tough? It was naturally because they were bound to his body. Once the vines broke, it was almost like tearing off one of his arms. Green Bull was directly injured severely. In the distance, Lin Yan stood in place. He looked up at the layer of skeleton wrapped around him. This is Susanoo initial form. In fact, this is not Lin Yan's first time using Susanoo. It was long ago when he first obtained the Mangekyō Sharingan. He tried to activate Susanoo. However, Lin Yan underestimated the terrifying consumption ability of Susanoo, and in less than a short while, it was over. He felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained. Even his eyes were affected. Susanoo. The consumption was simply too great. Lin Yan realized that before he transformed into the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the usage of Susanoo had to be kept within a controllable range. Once it exceeded that, the fate of those Uchiha clan members was something that didn't need to be elaborated on. This was also why Lin Yan rarely revealed Susanoo. Just as he said, the first person to make him use Susanoo was Green Bull. What kind of ability was this? Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Yan, even a usually seasoned Zephyr was shaken. He is a naval admiral who has come from the old era. What kind of storms and waves hasn't he seen? However, whether it's Rocks, Roger, Whitebeard, or the currently flourishing Kaido, none of them have ever possessed the kind of ability that Lin Yan has. For Zephyr, it is something unheard of and unseen. Looking at the rapidly changing aura on Lin Yan, Zephyr fell into a long-lasting shock that he couldn't extricate himself from. Equally astonished is Yi Xiao. Although Yixiao is blind and cannot see, it doesn't affect his perception of power in the slightest. He clearly sensed it. At this moment, Lin Yan's aura began to change. Is this his trump card? With a smile, he raised his head, attentively listening in the direction of Lin Yan. Of course, the most shocking thing was the green bull. It was this layer of skeleton that directly snapped the vines wrapped around Lin Yan. You should know that. His vines. There's something that even hockey can penetrate. What does this indicate? What does it mean? The ability displayed by Lin Yan before him shows a defensive power that even surpasses hockey. Although Green Bull is not as old as Zephyr, he is also someone who has seen a lot in life. However, whether it's Zephyr or Green Bull, the strength Lin Yan has shown is, they were too unfamiliar. So unfamiliar that there was no way to start. Lin Yan moved. With the Susanoo, he attacked the Green Bull in front of him. The Green Bull was already injured before. Now, under Lin Yan's Susanoo, how could it resist? Suddenly, he was blasted away, crashing through mountains one after another. All the grass and trees leaned in his direction. Green Bull wanted to resist, but in the face of absolute power, even a Marine admiral found it difficult to fight back. However, Green Bull was not one to give up easily. He gritted his teeth, pushing through his injuries, and clashed head-on with Lin Yan's Susanoo. This day was destined to be the end of the islands, as the confrontation between Lin Yan and Green Bull unleashed fierce hurricanes. Violent earthquakes shattered mountains and shifting stars, causing many islands to sink into the sea. A chasm appeared before everyone, plunging into the depths of the ocean. Finally, the battle came to an end, and the outcome was revealed. Green Bull could no longer hold on and fell heavily to the ground, unable to rise. Before the fight, he had mentioned that both sides would stop at a certain point. After Green Bull fell, Lin Yan also withdrew his Susanoo. He also felt a bit uncomfortable. His forehead was covered in fine sweat. The consumption of Susanoo was indeed terrifying. Ha ha, looking at his own defeat, although Green Bull's face was pale and weak, he couldn't help but break into a smile, even bursting in a hearty laughter. How many years had it been? How many years had he not had such a liberating fight? And to be defeated head-on by someone else. This joy in both body and mind. Green Bull had no idea how long it had been since he experienced it. I really didn't expect such a result. Lin Yan, I acknowledge you now. After this match, Green Bull smoothly joined Lin Yan's 17th Division. From then on, the future 2 admirals from the Navy fell into Lin Yan's hands. Next, let's see how the Navy will allocate the 2 vacant admiral positions. Unconsciously, Lin Yan's smile became more and more pronounced. If 2 lucky ones successfully become the next admirals of the Navy, Lin Yan, no need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Before coming here, there were only Lin Yan, Zephyr, and Yixiao. But on the way back, their team has gained a new member. Not bad. It's Green Bull, the port of the archipelago. The members of the 17th Division have been waiting here for a long time. Looking at Green Bull, who has just joined the 17th Division, many trainees gazed with bright eyes, as if they were looking at a curious baby, staring at Green Bull in front of them. This is their team captain putting in a lot of effort to invite the person coming up? They do look quite robust and imposing. Lin Yan said to everyone, set sail. The sails rose, catching the sea breeze. Everyone began to head towards the Whitebeard Pirates' direction. Lin Yan sat on the mast. His gaze looked down at the more than 200 people below. He was filled with emotions. Don't forget, when he left the Whitebeard Pirates, Lin Yan was just thinking about trying his luck on the sea. He really didn't expect it. In just a few short days, such a sizable squad had been established. Besides himself, just thinking about the 3 captain-level figures in the squad made Lin Yan a bit excited. Earlier, he was anxious and worried about the imminent outbreak of the Marineford War. Now, with so many people secured, anxiety, worry, I think the ones who should be anxious and worried are the Navy. Just thinking that I alone from the 17th squad could match your entire upper echelon. Not to mention there are other squads and the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Want to start the Marineford War? Bring it on. The pressure is now on the Navy. Zephyr, Yixiao, and Green Bull all joined in. In a cheerful mood, on the way back, Lin Yan began humming a nonsensical tune. Lying on the mast, he lazily basked in the sun. When a person's mood is good, everything goes smoothly. Hey, you must be Green Bull. How about we spar a bit? It was a bit boring on the way back. Suddenly, some trainees wanted to test Green Bull's strength. Although Yixiao was blind, everyone had witnessed his strength firsthand, which was not inferior to their squad captain. Naturally, the trainees wouldn't dare to challenge Yixiao. But Green Bull was different. First, the trainees had never seen Green Bull's strength. Second, they were very curious about Green Bull. So, they took the initiative to challenge him. Green Bull was not someone who could just sit still. Upon learning that these trainees actually wanted to challenge him, a glint of cunning flashed in Green Bull's eyes. Are you sure you want to challenge me? I can give you a chance to back out. He had a fierce battle with Lin Yan. Although it was rare to have such an exhilarating fight, he felt very pleased both physically and mentally. However, having lost, he couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. Nowadays, these students suddenly bumped into him, and Green Bull was just worried about having no place to vent his frustrations. Nevertheless, as an experienced senior, Green Bull still gave them a chance to back out. Ha ha, it's just a friendly contest. What's there to back out from? The students had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Zephyr shook his head. His students still lacked experience. Just right, let them sharpen their edges under Green Bull's hands. Soon, both sides set up a stage on the deck. As the students stood ready, Green Bull simply put his hands in his pockets. One by one is too troublesome. Why don't all of you come at once? Seeing Green Bull's stance of taking on 100, the students began to feel indignant. Whoa, you really don't take us seriously at all. They charged with passion into the barrel of Green Bull's gun. Then, over 200 trainees at the scene were utterly defeated by Green Bull. Each one had bruised faces, with their skin marked in shades of blue and purple, lying sprawled on the deck in all directions, as if wearing masks of pain. Amidst a chorus of wails, after boarding, Green Bull learned that these individuals were all trainees of Zephyr. He held great respect for figures like Zephyr from the old era, saying, "Your trainees have a solid foundation, but unfortunately, they are too young. However, they are also malleable talents." Zephyr set down his teacup. "They just need to refine their temperament. I'll trouble you to give them some lessons in the future." Green Bull rubbed his hands together. "Hey, I like this teaching thing." Just as the 17th Division was in a harmonious atmosphere, the sentry on the deck noticed something unusual. A massive pirate ship was slowly approaching on the distant horizon. Upon receiving this information, the sentry quickly shouted to Lin Yan, "Not good, Division Commander. A pirate ship has appeared in the southeast." Hearing his words, Lin Yan looked southeast and indeed saw a dark shape coming closer, though due to the distance, it wasn't very clear. Lin Yan asked, "Whose ship is that?" The sentry raised his telescope, adjusted the focus, and when he saw the flag of the Beast Pirates flying above, he replied, "Division Commander, it's from the Mammoth Pirates." The Mammoth Pirates? Lin Yan remembered. Isn't that the ship of the pirate known as Drought Jack? Indeed, the current 17th Division is still within the jurisdiction of the Beast Pirates, and they haven't even left Wano yet. Encountering people from the Beast Pirates is quite normal. Drought Jack? That's a bit tricky. A smile lowered his head and wiped his cane, saying, "I heard that the three disasters of the New World are quite powerful. Indeed, it's somewhat troublesome." Green Bull mimicked the tone of a smile and said, "Drought Jack, that's a figure with a bounty of 1 billion from the Navy. This is a serious enemy. My suggestion is to retreat quickly." Lin Yan laughed heartily, listening to the three of them banter back and forth like they were in a wrestling match. Zephyr couldn't help but sigh. He feels like he's getting old and is struggling to keep up with the thinking of the younger generation. Among the four of them, anyone picked could easily defeat Drought Jack. As they chatted, they directly pushed one of the three disasters, Jack, to the position of the four emperors, Kaido. With their current configuration, even if Kaido really showed up, he would have to lie down. Speaking of the Mammoth Pirates on this side, they initially spotted the fleet that appeared within their line of sight. Logically, Jack didn't care much about ships in their own waters. However, when he saw the Whitebeard Pirates flag flying on that ship, Jack's eyes widened like brass bells. Why would the Whitebeard Pirates fleet appear in the territory of the Beast Pirates? Something was amiss. Jack made a decisive move, raising his veined hand and pointing towards Lin Yan's fleet. "Get the ship closer." As the Mammoth Pirates approached, ominous dark clouds loomed in the distance, bringing a sense of dread. Thunder rumbled and lightning split the sky amidst the dark clouds, resembling signs of an impending apocalypse. This was the special effect that Drought Jack brought with him. As the Mammoth Pirates advanced, the black clouds followed closely behind. Looking at it, it created an immense pressure. Standing on the deck, Lin Yan gazed at the scene of the oppressive black clouds closing in. He couldn't help but exclaim, "They say the Drought Disaster Jack has a reward of 1 billion for 900 million in ivory. But in his view, the ivory is only worth 100 million. The remaining 900 million is at least all in this special effect. Look at that man standing under the towering dark clouds, dressed in a fur black coat, with long, thick ivory tusks, looking mighty and imposing. Facing the sea breeze, his hair dances wildly. Although his strength is not strong, his presence is still impressive." Lin Yan stroked his chin. There's an opportunity. He also wants to create a grand entrance effect like this, to make a scene. Zephyr, Yixiao, and Green Bull stand behind Lin Yan. The crowd looks at the slowly approaching Drought Jack as if they are watching an idiot. Should we fight or not? Lin Yan asks the three. It's up to you. Yixiao indicates that they can fight or not. I'm fine with either. Zephyr has no objections to this. Hey, don't be so casual. If we're going to fight, we need to send some people up. I've been battling with you guys for the past 2 days, and I'm sore all over. Just to be clear, I don't want to move. Fighting is tiring, especially since Lin Yan's opponents for the past 2 days have been Zephyr, Yixiao, and Green Bull. He wants a rest. I don't want to go either. Yixiao prefers peace. You're not going to make an old man like me, who is almost 80, deal with Jack, are you? Zephyr looks at Lin Yan and says, how about we play rock, paper, scissors? Lin Yan suddenly suggests this. Yixiao, Zephyr. While the few of them were chatting, Drought Jack had already approached. As the captain, Jack immediately noticed Lin Yan standing among the 17th Division. The moment he saw him, Jack was first taken aback, then revealed a cold smile. I wondered which ignorant member of the Whitebeard Pirates dared to show up in our Beast Pirates territory. Turns out it's you. Lin Yan was slightly surprised. You know me? Drought Jack naturally recognized Lin Yan. Recently, he had become famous far and wide, echoing throughout the Grand Line. However, even though Lin Yan had become the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, to Jack, he was just a small fry promoted by Whitebeard. How strong could a small fry be? Moreover, Drought Jack was particularly arrogant. Besides Captain Kaido, his 2 brothers, Jin and Queen, were also present. He really hasn't submitted to anyone. Lin? Jack hasn't even heard of this name. He doesn't even have the qualification to enter the Navy's bounty database. What makes such a person worthy of his attention? Tell me, what do you want here in the territory of my 100 Beast Pirates? Drought Jack arrogantly raised his chin, looking down at Lin Yan in front of him, smiling at Green Bull and the others. I say we're just passing by. Do you believe it? Lin Yan replied to Jack. Passing by? I see you don't take me seriously. Drought Jack sneered. In this great rout, with the Navy eyeing them like a tiger, the 4 emperors have always kept their distance from each other for the sake of weighing pros and cons. Jack is well aware of this. However, just because others abide by this unwritten rule doesn't mean he has to. After all, this is the territory of their 100 Beast Pirates. They have already reached the interior of Wano country. Suddenly, a ship from another pirate crew appears. If it were someone else, they would be equally furious. You Whitebeard Pirates really have some guts. Do you want to go to war? Drought Jack raised a scythe and pointed at Lin Yan angrily. You are the Drought Jack with a bounty of 900 million. How could I dare to go to war with you? Lin Yan chuckled and glanced at Drought Jack. 900 million ivory? Jack paused slightly, not understanding the meaning. But seeing Lin Yan's half-smiling expression, he guessed it wasn't anything good. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Very well, you've angered me. Drought Jack's face darkened, thinking about how his bounty of 1 billion had stagnated for many years. Just right. Today, he would take this opportunity to step on this new and naive captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Go to hell, Drought Jack said coldly. Lin Yan actually didn't intend to fight Drought Jack. After so many days of fighting, others are all numb, in the spirit of avoiding trouble. They have already planned to leave the kingdom of He. Who would have thought that a drought disaster named Jack would suddenly appear and hold them back from leaving? Sigh. It seems that we can only resort to force to resolve this. Lin Yan sighed and said, leave it to me. Green Bull stepped forward from behind Lin Yan. Having been defeated by Lin Yan, he felt quite displeased. Although over 200 students had just received a beating, ultimately, from now on, they're all family. Green Bull feels restrained and has to hold back everywhere, which makes him feel a burning frustration in his heart that he can never vent. Just at this moment, the Mammoth Pirates crashed into them. Drought Jack, right? You're one of the Beast Pirates' calamities, right? A bounty of 1 billion, right? I heard you're the elite of the Beast Pirates. Well, I'm here to fight the elite. Green Bull raised his hand and pointed at Drought Jack from the Mammoth Pirates. Go, Green Bull. Lin Yan cheered Green Bull from behind. Zephyr and Yixiao also watched the impending conflict with great interest. However, Drought Jack frowned. He glared with fierce eyes and angrily rebuked Lin Yan. Kid, what do you mean by this? Who is he? One of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. An officer of the Beast Pirates. A person with a bounty of 1 billion from the Navy. Now he has specifically called out Lin Yan for a battle. And the result? Lin Yan actually sent out an unknown guy. What does this mean? Do you look down on me or something? Where do you get the confidence to be so arrogant? If you want to fight, just fight. Why all this nonsense? I've been holding in a lot of anger today, and I was just looking for a place to vent. Green Bull snorted coldly. Since you're eager to die, then I'll send you on your way. Jack instantly exploded in rage. Lin Yan is arrogant. But after all, he is a division captain. What qualifications does a small minion like you have to shout in front of him? The so-called rules between the 4 emperors? They can all go to hell. Drought Jack stomped his foot on the deck. The deck of the Mammoth Pirates was shattered by him. Drought Jack suddenly leaped up and charged towards Green Bull. Green Bull's expression was cold as he retaliated. The two fists collided. Boom! The pure power erupted from their fists, waves of air releasing one after another. The sea surged, dark currents fluctuated, swaying endlessly, deafening. But at that moment, Drought Jack's expression changed. He made an unexpected discovery. On power. He is actually no match for the Green Bull in front of him. What? Drought Disaster Jack widened his eyes, looking incredulously at the Green Bull before him. This guy, where did he come from? His strength is actually far above my own. He is Drought Jack. He is one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. When did his own strength become so insignificant? Green Bull doesn't care how shocked Drought Jack is. He brewed his anger in his fists, and the power in his hands erupted again. The force contained within was like a comet colliding with the earth. A tremendous aura enveloped the entire scene. Just moments ago, the arrogant and domineering Drought Jack was struck by Green Bull's explosive punch, causing turmoil in his stomach as if his body were falling apart. A sweet taste filled his mouth and blood gushed out. Drought Jack was sent flying, crashing into the Mammoth Pirates. The Mammoth Pirates were instantly shattered, debris flying everywhere, and the layers cracking. The members of the Mammoth Pirates fell into the sea one after another. In an instant, screams filled the air. The sea was filled with whales. Splash! Drought Jack was also punched into the sea by Green Bull. The calm sea was as if a giant stone had been thrown in. A wave, comparable to a tsunami, rippled outwards. Before long, there was no more movement from Drought Jack. It goes without saying how much limitation the sea and sea prism stone impose on a devil fruit user. With just one punch, Green Bull had taken down Drought Jack. Watching this scene, Lin Yan, a smile, Zephyr, and the others were relieved. After all, there are people who have witnessed the strength of the Green Bull. However, the surrounding trainees could not remain calm at all. It should be noted that prior to this, they were once the ones who challenged the Green Bull to a duel. At that time, more than 200 trainees were defeated by the Green Bull alone. They are all students of Zephyr, with high aspirations and naturally unwilling to accept defeat. However, when they saw Green Bull knock down the Drought Disaster Jack with a single punch, everyone was completely stunned, dumbfounded, frozen. Immediately, overwhelming shock and uproar spread among all the students. Green Bull took down a member of the Beast Pirates, Drought Disaster Jack. The sudden turn of events left everyone at the scene in disbelief. Each person was left wide-eyed and speechless. Some even rubbed their eyes hard, unable to believe what they were seeing. Drought Disaster Jack, his strength, while not on par with the Emperor's Vice, is still a top figure in the Beast Pirates. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been offered a bounty of over $1 billion by the Navy. Unmatched power, combined with the presence of Kaido, the leader of the beasts, is what makes the Beast Pirates a formidable force as a Yonko crew in the New World. Yet even so, the Drought Jack, who has rarely met an opponent in the New World, was taken down by Green Bull with a single punch. Wow, is this the strength of Green Bull? Is this the person their division commander personally came to recruit? If he said he took a long time to defeat the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates, we can understand. The problem is this was not just a victory, but a one-punch knockout. Damn, this is the calamities of a Yonko crew? I'm a bit disappointed. Green Bull landed on the deck of their ship, clapped his hands, and showed no emotion on his face, as if he had defeated someone insignificant. Damn it, this talent, this strength. Listen, is this even human? The trainees felt uncomfortable hearing Green Bull's words. Taking out a calamity with one punch and still not satisfied? If we had half of your strength, we would have already soared to the sky and stood shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Suddenly, everyone recalled the iconic scene when they challenged Green Bull before. They didn't expect things to turn out this way. Thinking of this, the trainees on the ship felt extremely distressed. What kind of monster did they challenge before? Still not convinced? What is there to be unconvinced about? You never know how much acting your enemy has put in to appear ordinary while performing with you. After this incident, the students looked at Green Bull with admiration. In a flash, 5 days passed. Lin Yan returned to the waters of the Whitebeard Pirates with the 17th division he had formed. Would he meet that old guy, Whitebeard? Zephyr looked at the approaching Whitebeard Pirates, and a meaningful expression suddenly appeared on his weathered face. Old guy? Lin Yan glanced at Zephyr. Indeed, only those who came from the old era would have the right to call him that. Even Akainu, even Akiji, are just kids in front of Whitebeard. Remembering that when he left the white team, he was still all alone, in the blink of an eye, he had already gathered a crowd behind him. Consider it a bountiful return. At the port of the Whitebeard Pirates, Lin Yan suddenly spotted a few familiar figures. Marco, Jozu, and Izo all appeared at the port. Seeing the three of them, Lin Yan expressed his confusion. "Hey, what are you all doing here?" Marco, Jozu, and Izo exchanged glances. Upon seeing Lin Yan returning, their faces displayed a variety of rich expressions and emotions. Then, in a triangular formation, they cornered Lin Yan in the middle, giving off a vibe of strong men locking in a man. Lin Yan twitched the corner of his mouth. "Why are you looking at me like that?" After a long time, Marco spoke up and questioned. "Lin Yan, you've only been gone for a few days, but you've caused quite a stir. Aren't you going to explain it to us properly?" "Stir? What stir?" Lin Yan hadn't yet grasped the meaning behind their words. "Oh, as the person involved. Don't you know how big the incident you caused is?" Izo exclaimed in surprise. Soon after, under Lin Yan's puzzled gaze, he delivered a newspaper right in front of Lin Yan. On it was prominently displayed the news of the complete annihilation of the Mammoth Pirates. And the mastermind behind their destruction was none other than Lin Yan standing before him. "Wow, you actually wiped out the entire Mammoth Pirates." Jaws stretched out his strong hand and wrapped it around Lin Yan's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Although our Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates have an unwritten rule, their three disasters often oppose us." "Well done, Lin Yan." Izong also joined in, standing on one side of Lin Yan, squeezing him in the middle. "What a powerful man. The annihilation of the Mammoth Pirates can be said to have crippled the Beast Pirates. How could they not be happy?" All right, stop sticking to me." Lin Yan pushed the two away. He's a bit puzzled. They simply wiped out the Mammoth Pirates without much thought. It's nothing significant. But the problem is, at that time, in that sea area, there were only their 17th Division and the Mammoth Pirates. In other words, there were no bystanders. Here comes the question. Since there were no bystanders, who spread the news? Under Lin Yan's questioning, the truth emerged. Drought Jack did not die. Dragging his broken body, he returned to Onigashima in Wano and reported this news to Kaido of the Beast Pirates. Then, because Kaido questioned Whitebeard, the news of the Mammoth Pirates' complete annihilation in the Wano incident spread throughout the world. Not dead, Lin Yan recalled Jack falling into the sea. No way. He was beaten up by Green Bull to that extent and fell into the sea, yet he didn't die. Upon hearing this news, Green Bull narrowed his eyes. Although his strength isn't impressive, his vitality is exceptionally strong. However, the stronger the vitality, the more I like it. If there's a chance next time, let me drain him dry. Lin Yan. Because of this incident, Kaido has already contacted Whitebeard. The Mammoth Pirates are a very important team under the Beast Pirates. To say they were wiped out just like that is a blow that Kaido finds somewhat hard to bear. He wants Whitebeard to give him an explanation. Has Kaido come looking for trouble? Lin Yan asked. Of course, Kaido wouldn't personally come over. The four emperors would never meet easily. Especially considering that the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates were already not on good terms. He contacted Whitebeard through a Den Mushi. Don't worry, Dad didn't even bother to respond to him, and he kept praising you for causing so much trouble. Also, Dad said that if you come back, he wants to properly ask about what happened. Let's go see Dad, Marco said with a smile. The Beast Pirates have lost a piece of meat. They were naturally happy to see Whitebeard. Okay, Lin Yan nodded, but before that, I need to take you to meet someone. Who? Meet someone? Who is this person? Marco looked at Lin Yan like this. Soon, behind Lin Yan, Zephyr walked up. Admiral. The moment they saw Zephyr, Marco, Jozu, and Izo quickly entered a state of alert. Back then, when they were just ordinary pirates, they had suffered a lot from the oppression of these admirals. This had formed muscle memory. They immediately stood ready, their expressions extremely serious. The three division commanders became vigilant upon seeing Zephyr. The atmosphere on the scene became tense. In the blink of an eye, it was about to escalate to the point of drawing swords. Compared to the three division commanders, Zephyr was much calmer. He made no unnecessary movements, standing there like a rock. Don't be so tense. Lin Yan stepped forward to mediate between both sides. At this moment, he also clarified the reason. Zephyr is already a member of his 17th Division. What? If previously the three captains felt a hint of disbelief upon seeing Zephyr in their own territory, now, upon hearing that Zephyr has actually joined their Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, Jozu, and Izu were all dumbfounded. As two major competing forces of the same era, who among the Whitebeard Pirates doesn't know the name Black Arm Zephyr? He was a presence that even their old man found extremely troublesome back in the day. Now, Black Arm Zephyr has actually turned around and joined their Whitebeard Pirates? The three immediately thought Lin Yan was joking. This was completely impossible. However, facts speak louder than words. Moreover, they also didn't think Lin Yan would use such matters to deceive them. Admiral Zephyr, are you serious? Zephyr felt his voice trembling. looking at the genuine former Marine Admiral in front of him. What is a tall tale? This is a tall tale. If old man finds out about this, God knows what kind of expression he will have. Jaws took a breath and said, I hope old man doesn't get scared into a sickness. Marco hesitated slightly and bitterly said, Lin Yan has just returned to the Whitebeard Pirates. The 17th Division has many matters waiting for him to handle, such as stabilizing Zephyr and the others, and stabilizing more than 200 crew members. He first sent Marco and the others to report this matter, to avoid shocking Whitebeard when he meets Zephyr later. Marco and the others left, while Lin Yan took Zephyr and a group of crew members back to the territory of the 17th Division. Seeing their new home, the crew members of the 17th Division were overjoyed, looking around eagerly. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, Zephyr arrived. Whitebeard slammed his hand on the table, shocked and incredulous. Before coming here, Marco and the others had already prepared. Old man, this is absolutely true. Zephyr is with Lin. This old guy really joined our Whitebeard Pirates? Whitebeard still found it hard to believe. After all, the two had clashed countless times in the past. Through their fights, a bond had formed. In this world, most people from the previous era had already passed away. Roger, Kazuki Odin, Rox, and so on. Even those who had survived from the old era were all over 70. Not to mention living to Whitebeard's age. However, Zephyr was one of them. Although, they were once enemies. But now, they have reached a point where they're almost buried in the ground. The heights are too cold, as those around them gradually depart. What should be let go has already been released. To be able to meet with old friends at this age is such a fortunate thing. Whitebeard stood up, removing all the 4 drips from his body. Old man, what are you doing? Marco asked in confusion, watching Whitebeard's actions. How can I meet guests looking like this? Whitebeard smiled, his eyes sparkling. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of Marco, Jozu, and others, he put aside what he was doing and immediately headed towards Lin Yan's 17th squad. Speaking of Lin Yan, the 17th squad suddenly had so many new members. Lin Yan was busy registering them one by one, overwhelmed with work. With more people, there are also more tasks. At the very least, Lin Yan couldn't just be a hands-off manager and fish leisurely. It seemed that he needed to appoint a vice captain. Lin Yan already had a plan in mind for this vice captain after a whole day of handling matters. He finally managed to finish the tasks at hand. However, when Lin Yan returned to the hall, he was stunned. In the hall, there was a scene like this. Whitebeard and Zephyr were clashing. The atmosphere was not very harmonious. Both parties sat upright, and between them was a stone table. Whitebeard and Zephyr were actually arm wrestling here. It is said that the Tremor fruit earned you the title of the strongest man in the world, but in my eyes, it's nothing more than that. Zephyr said with a cold smile as he looked at Whitebeard in front of him. Gurura, you're quite old, yet your words are still so bold. I really want to see what you can use to compete with me in terms of strength. Whitebeard also puffed up his cheeks and glared. He mocked Zephyr. The two sides exchanged jabs, each taking a shot at the other, smiling on the surface. However, the strength in their wrists was continuously increasing. Crack! With the power they were exerting, the stone table suddenly collapsed. The force even transmitted to the ground, causing cracks to appear beneath them due to their arm wrestling. Whitebeard was overjoyed to reunite with an old friend. Meanwhile, after resolving his feelings about Edward Weevil, Zephyr gradually regained his former demeanor. Upon learning that Whitebeard had come to challenge him personally, he accepted without hesitation. Besides arm wrestling, they had also tried various other methods. Both sides had their victories and defeats, evenly matched, making it hard to distinguish between them. But because of this, that damned competitive spirit began to surface. Today, they say they want to determine a winner and a loser. Bring it on, Whitebeard said with great confidence. Are you afraid? Zephyr responded immediately. Hey, that's enough. You two, do you really want to tear this place apart with this kind of competition? Lin Yan said to the two, speechless. At first, he thought that when the two old antiques met, they would first banter for a while and then engage in an earth-shattering battle. Look at this stone table. It's been shattered into powder by their powers. Indeed, it was an earth-shattering battle. Since there was no way to continue the contest, Whitebeard came up with another idea. Let's drink. How about we drink to determine who is stronger? With your pathetic state, you still want to drink? Are you tired of living? Zephyr sneered. Coincidentally, I really do find my life too long. What, are you scared? If you're scared, just admit defeat quickly. Our Whitebeard pirates have a rule. If you surrender, you lose half. So don't embarrass yourself here. Because Marco and Jaws had banned alcohol for his health, he was quite upset about it. He spent every day scheming to get just a little bit of alcohol. This time, to compete with Zephyr in drinking, and also to satisfy his craving for alcohol, Whitebeard started acting a bit sarcastic. Don't think I can't see through your little thoughts. What if I don't drink? Zephyr sat in his chair. He crossed his legs and smiled. He directly pinched the 7-inch point of the white-bearded man. Want a drink? Dream on. The white-bearded man looked at Zephyr and couldn't help but grit his teeth, thinking, damn it, you dog can't compare to me. Can't drink. The white-bearded man got angry. The two of them immediately tore off the facade. You insult me once, I'll retort you once. Suddenly, the whole hall was filled with curses. Yixiao, Green Bull, and Ein were quietly watching from the side, not making a sound. Lin Yan simply said, I have an idea for you. Why don't you compete in acorns? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. Ein asked curiously, what is an acorn? Ahem. Yixiao and Green Bull coughed and turned their heads away. Zephyr and the white-bearded man also stopped their bickering. The atmosphere became awkward. Lin Yan shook her head and smiled. Two old rascals, can I handle you? He's been busy all day. As a result, when he comes back here, he still has to listen to Zephyr and Whitebeard chatting. It's really giving him a headache. It seems that they still ate too much. It's time to find something for you to do. Lin Yan silently calculated in her heart. The next day, early in the morning, as the sun was just rising, Lin Yan announced a big event. Starting today, Zephyr will be the vice captain of our 17th division. He handed over the position of vice captain of the 17th division to Zephyr. From now on, all affairs of the 17th division will be handled by Zephyr. As soon as these words were spoken, the crew members of the 17th division remained relatively calm, as they were all Zephyr's students. Their teacher had become the vice captain. They were genuinely happy from the bottom of their hearts. However, as the person involved, Zephyr furrowed his brows deeply. How long has he been in the 17th division? 1 day? 2 days? Lin Yan actually appointed himself as the vice captain. Whether it's Yixiao or Liu, even though Zephyr was once a Navy admiral, he has to admit that with the aging of his body, his strength can no longer be compared to the two. In the pirate world, strength is paramount. Yixiao and Green Bull have not become vice captains. Why should I hold this position? Maybe it's better to let it go. This position doesn't suit me. Zephyr shook his head and immediately refused. Are you worried about Yixiao and Green Bull? Lin Yan saw through Zephyr's concerns with piercing clarity. Zephyr didn't answer, but his expression already provided the answer. I've already talked to Green Bull about this matter. He doesn't have much need for the division captain position. As for Yixiao, his blindness is a flaw, and clearly, the busy duties are not suitable for him. Moreover, you have experience as a Marine Admiral. I believe that in this regard, not to mention our 17th division, there isn't anyone in the entire Whitebeard Pirates who can compare to you. Lin Yan continued, just as he stated. Zephyr, who had worked as a Marine Admiral, had exceptional professional ability. If someone like him is not placed in the right position, Lin Yan seriously doubted whether he had lost his mind. After Zephyr listened, he slightly closed his eyes. He naturally understood Lin Yan's meaning. But Zephyr still hesitated a bit. No buts from now on. You are the vice captain of the 17th division of our Whitebeard Pirates. Let's see who dares to say otherwise. Lin Yan said earnestly as he patted Zephyr's shoulder. Looking at Lin Yan in front of him, Zephyr's heart trembled. He couldn't forget how he had been abandoned by the Navy not long ago. That feeling of helplessness was something Zephyr deeply understood. Now, seeing Lin Yan value him so much, willing to give him the title of vice captain despite everything, was overwhelming. He was moved by it. In the details of Lin Yan, he saw trust. He saw respect. He saw his future, no matter how the ending turns out. Zephyr only had one thought at this moment. He had come to the right place. Leave it to me. I won't let you down, Zephyr said firmly, clenching his fists. Just like that, Zephyr naturally took on the role of Lin Yan's deputy captain. As the deputy captain, he naturally had to fulfill his duties. Thus, all the official tasks that had piled up in Lin Yan's office fell entirely on Zephyr's shoulders. Meanwhile, Lin Yan secretly ran off to the back mountain to go fishing. Yes, fishing. Ever since the last time he worked hard, Lin Yan had come to realize just how crucial the deputy captain's role was. While fishing, he leisurely leaned back on a small stool, crossing his legs and basking in the sunlight. Life was as comfortable as it could be, and he was quite happy. This is also why he was so eager to promote Zephyr. Surely, no one would really want to be a hands-off boss. Of course not. He didn't realize what Zephaniah was thinking at that time. If he had known, Lin Yan would definitely be holding her head in her hands. Zephaniah, how would you think so highly of me? Boo-hoo, I feel so ashamed. I've been acting as Lin Yan's personal assistant these past 2 days, often following her around. Watching the lazy Lin Yan, Ein said gloomily, Captain, you're too bad. Even the teacher has been forced to become your laborer. Didn't she see through Lin Yan's little schemes? What do you know? This is called making the best use of resources. Your teacher Zephaniah has this ability. If I don't let him showcase it, wouldn't that be wasting a talent like him? Lin Yan responded confidently. At the same time, he waved his hand and pointed his back, saying, I've been fishing for a long time, and my shoulders are a bit sore. Give my shoulders a rub. Ayn pouted and reluctantly placed her delicate hand on Lin Yan's shoulder, gently massaging him. Recently, because she had been following Lin Yan, Ayn had also prepared a fishing rod for herself, sitting beside him to try fishing together. Unfortunately, Ayn just couldn't adapt to Lin Yan's monotonous fishing lifestyle. So, she could only do things like give him a back rub, massaging his legs, and serving him tea. However, after spending so much time together, Ayn realized that despite fishing for several days, Lin Yan seemed to have never caught any fish or shrimp. He had no harvest at all. A hint of confusion appeared in her beautiful eyes. What exactly was the captain fishing for? Was fishing lonely? Ayn found it a bit hard to understand. By the way, where's today's newspaper? Lin Yan asked Ayn. Besides serving tea, massaging, and leg rubbing, delivering the newspaper to Lin Yan was also Ayn's daily task. Here is today's newspaper. Ayn nodded, as she had already prepared it. Taking the newspaper, Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh. Having a capable secretary is really wonderful. Soon, he was drawn to the content of a newspaper. 11 supernovas have arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. The era of extreme evil has gathered. Looking at the contents of the newspaper, Lin Yan paused in his actions. Have the 11 supernovas assembled? Speaking of these supernovas, Lin Yan recalled the iconic scene of one kick for each supernova. Lin Yan stroked his chin and said, Next, will it be Kizaru's turn to make an appearance? As for his memories of Sabaody Archipelago, Lin Yan could only recall the iconic scene of one kick for each supernova. It seems that later, there will be a grand competition of health sword techniques between Rayleigh and Kizaru. He covered his forehead with one hand. The time spent traveling was a bit long. His brain capacity was somewhat insufficient. Regarding the recent Celestial Dragon incident, Lin Yan had little interest. Whatever happens, happens. After all, it wouldn't affect him. However, just as Lin Yan continued to lazily fish, a subordinate from the Whitebeard Pirates arrived at the back mountain and found Lin Yan. Captain 17, Dad wants to see you. Hearing the subordinate's report, Lin Yan stopped his actions. Looking for me? For what? Lin Yan asked. The subordinate replied, Dad is calling for a meeting and needs many division captains to attend. Upon learning the situation, Lin Yan also put away his fishing rod. After that, he walked towards a Moby Dick. About 10 minutes later, Lin Yan boarded the Moby Dick. Just after arriving, he looked around and saw Marco, Jaws, Vista, and other captains present. He was the only one missing. You're here. Seeing Lin Yan approach, Whitebeard gestured for him to sit down. In the meeting room, the door was tightly closed. Surrounded by the captains, Whitebeard calmly spoke about what was about to happen. Ace has not contacted us for a long time. Speaking of Ace, Whitebeard's expression turned solemn. He began to worry in his heart. At that time, because of the incident involving the dark fruit, Blackbeard cruelly killed his companions and betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates. As a commander of the 2nd Division, Ace resolutely embarked on the journey to capture Blackbeard. Everyone naturally had no worries about Ace's strength. But the problem lay precisely here. Before parting, Whitebeard had reminded him to make a call to report news every now and then. In the first few weeks, Ace indeed did so. However, recently, especially in this past month, Ace has been completely silent, as if he had evaporated from the world. They had also called Ace on the Den Den Mushy, but there was never a response. With this thought, Whitebeard hesitated. Ace might be in trouble. The division commanders also lowered their heads. They don't believe that Ace would really get into trouble. But if he hasn't encountered any trouble, why not contact them? Lin Yan heard this and was very familiar with this scenario. Within a week after the Celestial Dragon incident broke out, the Marineford War began. In other words, there are only 7 days left until the Marineford War breaks out. The situation is not optimistic. Time waits for no one. It is urgent. Recently, Lin Yan has been busy forming the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, to the point that he almost forgot about Ace. These days, as the absolute ruler of the Grand Line, the Navy has also been completely silent. It is obvious. They are laying out a grand scheme, one that is enough to shake the entire Great Route with blood and turmoil. Looking at the white-bearded man, Marco, Jaws, and others in front of him, Lin Yan pondered whether to reveal this matter. After a long while, he took a deep breath. This idea was dismissed by him, not to mention whether it could save the Whitebeard Pirates. Just the matter of foreseeing the future was simply inexplicable. Whitebeard slowly spoke. The purpose of this meeting is only one, which is to send someone to the Grand Line. No matter what, we must bring Ace back. Speaking of Ace, Whitebeard couldn't help but think of Thatch. It was because of Blackbeard that the Whitebeard pirates had become what they were today. Back then, why did he bring such a person on board? As a result, the bitter fruit of today could only be swallowed by them. Thinking of this, Whitebeard couldn't help but clench his fists. Due to his excessive anger, the tremor fruit manifested out of thin air. Power surged continuously, and the air trembled and cracked. The commanders exchanged glances. Although they all believed in Ace's strength, as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Blackbeard had been lurking in their Whitebeard pirates for so many years for a dark fruit. Undoubtedly, the dark fruit was destined to be an extraordinary devil fruit. Now that he had obtained it, Blackbeard was like a tiger with wings. What if he really captured Ace? However, people are generally optimistic. Marco said comfortingly to Whitebeard, "Don't worry, Dad. Ace is so powerful that no one can touch him. Moreover, even if he doesn't give Ace face, he still has to give us Whitebeard face." Jaws followed closely. Yes, Marco is right. Hearing that it's someone from the Whitebeard pirates, even the other Yonko have to think twice. Aizu also worriedly said, "Dad, you need to take care of your health first. We've already lost Thatch. We absolutely cannot lose you too." Listening to everyone's comfort, Whitebeard felt a lot better in his heart, but regarding Ace, "Leave this matter to me." The captain of the 8th Division, the fishman Namor, stood up. "Dad, I'll go find Ace for you." The captain of the 7th Division, Lakyu, also said, "I'll go." The captain of the 11th Division, Jindo, got up. Many division commanders expressed their willingness. Since Dad was so worried about Ace, they would go to the first half of the Grand Line to bring Ace back. At this time, Whitebeard also noticed Lin Yan, who was deep in thought in the corner. Whitebeard valued Lin Yan greatly. Firstly, he was exceptionally powerful. Secondly, he was particularly calm compared to other division commanders. Thirdly, he even invited Zephyr on board, which shows his capabilities. Just as Whitebeard was about to speak, Lin Yan stood up directly from his spot. As he stood up, he immediately drew the attention of the other squad leaders. Marco, Jaws, Bista, and others all turned their gazes to Lin Yan. Lin Yan calmly said, "I'll go." His reasoning is simple. Let me ask those present. Who understands the Yami no Mi? Why did Ace lose to Teach, who had just obtained the Yami no Mi? First, underestimating the enemy. In theory, Ace did not regard Teach as a formidable opponent. He acted on his own until he realized Teach's strength was not inferior to his own, but by then it was too late. Second, a lack of understanding of the Yami no Mi. It should be noted that Teach is the man who left 3 scars on Shank's face, and his own strength should not be underestimated. In the struggle for power, Ace had already underestimated Teach's strength, and with the addition of the top-tier SSR level Yami no Mi, Teach's power was exponentially increased. Ace was no match for him, which is understandable. These 2 reasons led to Ace's tragic defeat in the end. Nowadays, Teach's strength is such that even the captains of the 10th and 11th Divisions, let alone the 9th Division captain, would not have more than a 50 chance of winning against Blackbeard, even if they sent Marco, Jozu, or other first-rate fighters. Furthermore, due to their lack of understanding of the Yami no Mi, they could end up with the same result as Ace. If such a situation occurs, it would be a fatal blow for the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, it goes without saying how vast the first half of the Grand Line is. Finding Blackbeard Teach is like searching for a needle in a haystack. If they go to the top war after 7 days, who will participate in the battle? Lin Yan is different from them. With the sound Thunder Fruit, his speed is already unparalleled. Moreover, Lin Yan is particularly interested in the Dark Fruit. He really wants to test just how powerful the Dark Fruit is. It was enough for Teach to spend most of his life lurking within the Whitebeard pirates. Ultimately, and this is the most important point, even when the Marineford War broke out, he was able to return to the Whitebeard's base at the first opportunity. This is Lin Yan's advantage. After a long period of discussion, the final decision was made. The task of finding Ace and searching for Blackbeard was entrusted to Lin Yan. Lin Yan made an okay gesture. That day, he left the Whitebeard pirates, heading towards the first half of the Grand Line. Blackbeard? It's not easy to find him. Lin Yan soared through the sky, with a howling wind roaring in his ears, while the sea below swept away in patches behind him. However, as the saying goes, a wise man has his own clever plans, and Lin Yan had his own methods. Shucky's Tavern was the best choice. As the owner, Shucky was a bona fide information broker. There was no other like it in the Sabaody Archipelago. There, as long as you were willing to pay, you could buy countless pieces of information. However, when Lin Yan arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago and prepared to head to the tavern, he encountered setbacks. The reason is, at this moment, the Sabaody Archipelago is in chaos. Residents from all directions are fleeing. and merchants are too preoccupied with their own small businesses to care. Some are escaping, some are running, all desperately trying to leave this land of turmoil. At the horizon's end, a regiment of neatly organized naval soldiers appears, well-equipped and rushing towards the chaotic scene. At the same time, the sounds of explosions, gunfire, shouts, and fighting are incessantly echoing. It is clear that the current situation is the result of the celestial dragon incident in the Sabaody Archipelago. The protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, dissatisfied with the arrogance of the celestial dragon, St. Charlos, gave him a severe beating. Once this incident occurred, the entire Sabaody Archipelago was in shock. Meanwhile, the wrath of the world government also descended. In an instant, all personnel from the Sabaody Archipelago Navy were mobilized to encircle the 11 supernovas. Over on Marineford, Admiral Kazuru was temporarily dispatched, leading 10 warships and tens of thousands of naval soldiers to rush to the scene. With such a large scale, the Navy aims to take decisive action and wipe out this group of notorious criminals from the era of extreme evil. This is a showdown between the era of extreme evil and the Navy's admirals. Watching the situation, Lin Yan dug his ears. He wasn't particularly interested in this group of extreme evildoers. The priority was to reach Xiaqi's tavern and talk. But just then, in the distance on the plain, a woman with long pink hair and drenched in sweat appeared before Lin Yan. She was desperately running forward, occasionally glancing back, her face dirty and disheveled, looking exceptionally unwell. Lin Yan's gaze lingered on her for a while, and then he showed a look of surprise. However, he was not astonished by how beautiful the woman with pink hair was. Instead, behind her, there were 500 naval soldiers chasing her. Coincidentally, the direction the pink-haired woman was running toward was Lin Yan's side. Quick, Chow AI Libani was running out of strength. Capture her. At the forefront of the 500 soldiers was a naval colonel. He raised his long knife and shouted loudly at the pink-haired woman. Yes, this woman being pursued by the Navy was one of the 11 supernovas with a bounty of over 100 million issued by the Navy during the era of extreme evil. The gluttonous woman, Chow AI Libani. The Navy had a bounty of 140 million berries. Go, catch her. Watching the nearly exhausted supernova, the 500 soldiers shouted and charged. With more than 500 people stomping on the ground, it sounded like horses trampling the sky. Deafening. Damn it, can't shake them off? Chow AI Libani glanced back at the relentless naval soldiers, and the fine sweat on her forehead increased. Under normal circumstances, shaking off these 500 soldiers would not be difficult for her. The problem was that the Navy's numbers were simply too overwhelming. Moreover, she had already taken down quite a few powerful figures among the Navy earlier, exhausting most of her stamina. Over time, her recovery couldn't keep up with the consumption. The number of Navy soldiers was just too many. If this continued, she would definitely exhaust her strength and fall into the Navy's encirclement. What to do? What should she do? Bonnie was burning with anxiety, frantically thinking of ways to escape. Just as she was fleeing, suddenly, Lin Yan's figure appeared in front of her. The moment she saw him, a very insidious idea that would tarnish her reputation surfaced in her mind. A hint of hesitation appeared in Bonnie's eyes. However, she quickly cut off that hesitation. When it came to life and death, what was reputation worth? Bonnie shouted loudly, "Brother, I've done what I needed to do. Now it's up to you." As soon as she finished speaking, Bonnie brushed past Lin Yan. Although she felt guilty, she had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure to alleviate her immediate crisis. The Navy had always cared for the common people. If they knew that the man in front of them was just an ordinary person, the soldiers probably wouldn't make things difficult for him, right? Hearing Bonnie's words, the group of naval soldiers who had been relentlessly pursuing her furrowed their brows. There is help. No wonder she was running in this direction. Surround him. Then, many soldiers turned their heads and stopped chasing Bonnie. They directly surrounded Lin Yan. They looked unfriendly, their brows furrowed, glaring fiercely at Lin Yan. The leading Navy colonel dragged a large knife and approached step by step, pointing at Lin Yan and angrily scolding, "Kid, surrender now." Seeing a group of Navy soldiers blocking his way without saying a word, Lin Yan glanced at them. "This is getting shot while lying down? I'm just standing here and haven't done anything. One by one, they block me and demand that I surrender? Are they crazy?" Lin Yan's mind only had one word: grass, a type of plant. The Navy colonel looked at Lin Yan and said, "Tell me, what is your relationship with that woman?" Lin Yan remained silent. The Navy colonel continued to question, "What role do you play in her pirate crew?" Lin Yan still said nothing. Seeing this, the colonel frowned, his expression already turning displeased. "Not going to talk, huh? When you walk into the prison later, I hope you can still be as tough when a pile of torture devices is placed in front of you. Our colonel is asking you a question. Are you mute? Heh, How dare you look down on the Navy like this? You really must be tired of living. Colonel, stop wasting time with him. Just arrest him. As they saw Lin Yan repeatedly ignoring their colonel, the Navy soldiers were furious and erupted in anger. They had long been eager to capture Lin Yan and take credit for it. Since you were so arrogant, then capture him. The colonel issued the order directly. Finally, the impatient naval soldiers took action. They suddenly reached out to capture Lin Yan. But at that moment, Lin Yan spoke up. I'm giving you a chance. Leave here. Upon hearing this man's words, the surrounding soldiers actually paused. The next second, a wave of overwhelming ridicule spread among the soldiers. What is this guy babbling about? Give us a chance? Did he get that backwards? Do you even deserve it? Did you really think of yourself as someone important? The 500 soldiers present revealed looks of mockery, their faces filled with sarcasm as they laughed at Lin Yan. They wouldn't shed tears until they see the coffin. Even the naval colonel shook his head, just as the 500 soldiers wore proud smiles, ready to capture Lin Yan and take him to the naval prison. Buzz. A series of lightning flashed around Lin Yan. He raised his hand and said calmly, all right. In an instant, a terrifying electromagnetic field erupted from him as the starting point, rapidly expanding outward. The magnetic field thickened and the currents surged swiftly. Intense lightning burst forth and the thunder fruit erupted. The 500 soldiers on the scene were instantly swept away by Lin Yan's lightning, followed by a violent explosion that echoed across the sky. Smoke filled the air, and gunpowder rose everywhere. Amidst the swirling smoke, Lin Yan stood quietly in place, his expression unchanged. At his feet, the 500 soldiers who had just been shouting were already silent. The scene was completely quiet, not a sound to be heard. Only the colonel, who had barely withstood Lin Yan's lightning strike, was still standing, but at this moment he was gasping for breath, pale to the extreme, and his eyes were wide open like copper bells as he stared at the chaotic scene around him. He couldn't help but tremble. Shocked to the core, he struggled to regain his composure. 500 people were instantly swept away by him. How is this possible? Who exactly is this guy in front of me? Who are you? The Navy captain asked, blood spilling from his mouth, struggling to speak. He wanted to know the identity of the guy in front of him, who could instantly eliminate 500 elite Navy soldiers on the scene. Although there were quite a few in the New World, only a handful stood at the pinnacle of the world. You don't need to know. Lin Yan raised his hand and unleashed another bolt of lightning. Since he had resolved all the Navy soldiers present, this was just a trivial episode for Lin Yan. After dealing with the Navy, Lin Yan still had matters to attend to. Thus, his gaze turned towards the direction in which Bonnie had just escaped. As for Bonnie, thanks to the previous scene, she had successfully shaken off the Navy. However, before she could catch her breath, she spotted a man standing on a large rock in the distance, looking down at her. Bonnie's heart sank. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Yan, who had just brushed past her. It's him? Seeing Lin Yan, Bonnie was momentarily stunned. Just now, she had barely managed to escape the Navy thanks to him. Logically, the Navy should have surrounded him by now. What? Before she could think more, a voice came to her ears. Please explain to me the meaning of the term diverting disaster. I need a reason. It was Lin Yan speaking. Listening to Lin Yan's words, Bonnie stopped and was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, she remembered the earlier Navy soldiers. Where were they? Bonnie asked. What do you think? Lin Yan looked at her quietly. Did you take them all out? Bonnie opened her mouth, a bit shocked. You have to know that the leader among them was a Navy colonel. What rank is a Navy colonel? Major, captain, lieutenant. Excluding ranks like admiral and general, a colonel is already the highest military rank. Smoker from Rotown was a colonel when he appeared. In other words, once you become a colonel, you can almost defend a territory. Even for her, to compete, she would have to exert 100% of her strength. How long did it take her to run over there? 2 minutes? 3 minutes? This means that the man in front of her resolved more than 500 people, including a colonel, in just 2 or 3 minutes. The speed of his actions was chilling. My God, who is he? Bonnie didn't expect that she casually picked up someone outside who turned out to be this powerful. However, looking at Lin Yan's face, Bonnie suddenly felt it looked a bit familiar. Is it just her illusion? Right now, Bonnie and her pirate crew are almost fully prepared to reach the New World. Therefore, Bonnie often pays attention to news about the New World, such as Blackbeard betraying the Whitebeard Pirates, and recently, Jack from the Beast Pirates being taken down, among other things. After a while, Bonnie suddenly raised her head and remembered. She recalled that the familiar man in front of her was none other than the newly appointed captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. It's you. Bonnie jumped up and pointed at Lin Yan, revealing his identity. You are the division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. She wondered how this man was able to take down so many Navy soldiers so quickly. It turns out he is a division captain. Remembering his identity, it was no surprise he could take down so many Navy soldiers. Lin Yan didn't care about Bonnie's shock and surprise. He sat cross-legged and glanced at Bonnie in front of him, saying, "All right, you can answer my question now. What did the disaster was diverted east mean just now?" "All right, you can answer my question now." All along, it had been Lin Yan who was deceiving others. Today, however, it was different. Year after year, hunting wild geese. This year, he got his eyes pecked out by them. The woman in front of him actually brought trouble to his own head. How could he endure this? If Bonnie hadn't realized Lin Yan's identity before, she could still argue her way out. But now, Lin Yan's identity was right in front of her. As long as the other party was willing, their identity as supernovas means nothing to others. More importantly, she doesn't dare to resist. Bonnie is as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, almost in tears. She never expected that just casually pulling someone over would lead to this. Damn, she's actually the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates division. What kind of person is a division captain? That's a top-tier expert in the New World. Not to mention, Lin Yan just boarded the Moby Dick and swept through a bunch of Whitebeard division captains. Realizing the huge gap between them, she quickly lowered her head and apologized. "I'm sorry. Are you kidding?" If she didn't lower her head now, she would be asking for death. Is a simple apology enough to settle this? If apologies were effective, what would the Navy even be for? Lin Yan coldly stared at her. At the same time, a chilling aura radiated from her. Pressing down on Bonnie, hearing that Lin Yan did not accept her apology and feeling the waves of coldness emanating from her, Bonnie felt overwhelmed and exhausted. At that moment, she suddenly felt dizzy. Bonnie was weak and on the verge of collapse, unable to stand any longer. After a long confrontation with the Navy and being pursued by their forces, now being intimidated by Lin Yan's aura, the last thread of tension snapped. With a thud, the already exhausted Bonnie suddenly fainted on the ground, falling silent. Seeing this scene, Lin Yan couldn't help but be taken aback. What's going on? Is she trying to play the victim? Let me clarify, I didn't touch her. She fell down on her own. The surveillance can testify. All you readers can corroborate this. Lin Yan walked up to Bonnie. He kicked the unconscious Bonnie. Realizing that she was already exhausted, Lin Yan said unhappily, "Damn it." He had just gotten himself into trouble. Lin Yan had planned to extort a hefty sum to comfort his young heart. And what happened? He didn't gain anything and ended up covered in mess. Seeing that he couldn't gain any benefits, Lin Yan turned to leave. However, after just a couple of steps, Lin Yan stopped. He turned around to look at Bonnie behind him. Leaving her here like this seems a bit inappropriate. Lin Yan's maternal instincts kicked in, so she decided to help her a little. In the end, I'm just too soft-hearted. Lin Yan walked back to the unconscious Bonnie. So, about 3 minutes later, he looted all the valuable items like necklaces and bracelets hanging on Bonnie. Unfortunately, he could only get this little. Sighing, Lin Yan left here in disappointment, feeling like a zombie had just opened his head and then left in disappointment. What? Didn't he say he would help her a bit? Lin Yan expressed that with so many Navy chasing them, he had already helped her lighten her burden. As for her being a woman, couldn't he treat her gently? Gently? Thankfully, she was unconscious now. Lin Yan's maternal instincts kicked in, and he didn't hold it against her. If she were standing here, just fine, Lin Yan would have gone up to deliver a powerful blow, followed by 2 punches to fill his aura, and then finish with a mighty punch, ending with a grand gesture. With 20 years of martial arts training, could you withstand it? At Shaki's tavern, after a difficult reunion with Rayleigh, Shaki was in a good mood. Joyfully, she lit a cigarette while wiping the glass in her hand. But soon, her good mood was affected by the plague god. Looking at Lin Yan, who was standing at the door smiling at her, Shaki's mood instantly plummeted. "Why are you here? Not welcome? I heard that Rayleigh seems to have returned to the tavern recently, right?" Lin Yan walked to Shaki's bar and continued. "Same old rules, boss lady. Mix me a drink of your specialty. Welcome? How could you even say that?" Although Shaki had thousands of grievances in her heart, she couldn't help but shout, "No way. I've already pointed out the way to Zephyr for you. You still come looking for old Ray?" Rayleigh had just gone to meet the Straw Hat Pirates, and it was just recently. However, as soon as Rayleigh left, Lin Yan rushed over. "Can't you just leave already? Captain, honestly tell me, how many eyes have you planted around my tavern? You haven't been squatting here since that time, have you?" Shaki couldn't help but start to doubt. Her vigilance was not diminished. Fire prevention, theft prevention, and Lin Yan prevention. How could that be? Lin Yan said with a smile. "Give it up. I'm definitely not going to tell you about old Ray." Shaki turned her head like a proud peacock. "You still say you have no relationship with Rayleigh? With that look of yours, even a dog wouldn't believe it." Lin Yan mocked. "What I said to you? Shaki glared at him. Looking at Shaki, who was still cautious and unwilling to reveal Rayleigh's whereabouts, Lin Yan laughed heartily. He then said, "All right, boss lady, I won't argue with you. My purpose this time is not Rayleigh." "Oh, you're really not here for old Ray?" Shaki asked suspiciously, looking at Lin Yan. "Of course not. Hurry up and pour the drink, I'm thirsty," Lin Yan called her. Upon hearing that the target was not Rayleigh, Shaki breathed a sigh of relief and quickly mixed a drink for Lin Yan. Lin Yan didn't hesitate, grabbing the glass and downing it in one go. Watching Lin Yan finish the drink, Shaki smirked and said, "Previously, it was always on the house for the captain, but this time there's no free drink." "What? No free drink?" Lin Yan looked at the empty glass, stunned for a moment. Shaki was a well-known expert at squeezing money on the entire Sabaody Archipelago. Trying to take advantage of her was almost as difficult as urinating on Akainu's head. Lin Yan then said, "Can I spit it out?" "Spit it out?" Shaki's face darkened. How shameless can this 17th Division captain be? "Friendship price, 1 drink for 100,000 berry," Shaki said bluntly. "No problem, I still have money." Without saying another word, Lin Yan took out the necklace and bracelet he had just looted from Bonnie. Shaki looked at the pair of jewels in front of her and estimated that they were worth at least 700,000 to 800,000 berry. She seemed to be possessed by Nami, her eyes turning into O shapes. Heaven and earth bear witness. I, Shaki, retract my earlier remarks about the 17th Division captain being shameless. Shaki changed her previous prejudice against Lin Yan. Having such a division captain frequently visit her tavern was her honor and luck. The more she looked at Lin Yan, the more pleasing he became. Soon, Lin Yan inquired about Blackbeard. Upon learning that Lin Yan was looking for Blackbeard, Shaki did not hesitate. She immediately ran into her information room. After a search in the information room, she finally presented the information about Blackbeard. "Captain, my suggestion is that you should not go looking for Blackbeard." Shaki looked at the information in her hand, hesitating for a moment before giving Lin Yan her advice. "What's wrong?" Lin Yan countered. "You see for yourself," Shaki said. Soon, when he saw the content on the information, he fell silent as well. Blackbeard is now in Marineford. Not only that, Ace has also been sent to the underwater prison, Impel Down, the prison that has been said to be unbreakable for years, as solid as a fortress. Although I had anticipated such an outcome, Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh. The Marineford War was ultimately unavoidable. Lin Yan did not believe that he could force his way into Impel Down and bring Ace out. As a marshal, he believed that after Ace was imprisoned, in order to guard against malefactors, the defenses of Impel Down would definitely have doubled, making it even more difficult to invade. For the sake of being old acquaintances, let me give you a reminder. Captain Xiaoqi said, while lighting a cigarette, recently, the Navy has been gathering elite soldiers from the 4 seas. The first half of the Grand Line and the New World. Currently, according to my intelligence, there are already over hundreds of thousands of elite Navy soldiers stationed in Marineford, and the number of warships is in the hundreds or thousands. Captain, do you understand what the Navy means? What do you mean? Lin Yan knew exactly what the Navy meant. After Ace was captured, they immediately launched such a large-scale military operation. It was not hard to guess. They want to wipe out the Whitebeard Pirates completely, through a war at the top. They aim to establish their authority and restore the Navy to its dominant position in the Grand Line, standing at the pinnacle of the world. In fact, the Navy has always been the ruler of these seas, belonging to a world of one supreme and many strong. Even the numerous Yonko, the so-called emperors of the sea, have to give way before the Navy. As for why the Navy is doing this, the reason is simple: greed. It's like a certain unnamed America. When it suspects you have weapons of mass destruction, not only do you actually have them, but it's best to show them off so they can see with their own eyes. Captain, the Navy is already preparing to take action against your Whitebeard pirates. You need to be careful, Xiaoqi said worriedly. Although she hasn't spent much time with Lin Yan and even thinks of her as a plague. After a series of mutual insults and exchanges, Xiaoqi can clearly see that Lin Yan is a person of strong character. They have also become friends. She certainly doesn't wish for such a foolish and wealthy friend to be dragged into the impending storm. While the two were chatting, suddenly the ground began to shake. Xiaoqi's expression changed. What's going on? The Sabaody Islands are currently in turmoil. She doesn't want her tavern to be affected. What if her tavern gets flattened? Who would she cry to then? It's coming. Lin Yan closed his eyes to sense the situation, then couldn't help but laugh. The sword techniques of Rayleigh and Kizuru have already reached this side. He opened the door and walked outside, with Xiaoqi closely following. Sure enough, looking out, he saw 2 figures continuously crossing paths, each intersection creating intense vibrations and brilliant sparks. Both sides were exchanging blows, but but it wasn't too fierce. One move from you. One move from me. A proper display of health-preserving sword techniques. Besides Rayleigh and Kizaru, behind them were the Straw Hat Pirates and Warpeach Maru. Warpeach Maru's strength is not weaker than this group of supernovas, as he chased after Luffy, delivering powerful blows. However, Warpeach Maru was not fighting alone. Behind him were 5 pacifistas. The pacifistas are the Navy's secret weapon, humanoid weapons created by the world government. Compared to the 7 warlords, the Empress could take them down one by one. But compared to the supernovas, these pacifistas are a dimensional strike. Rayleigh was being held back by Kizaru, and Luffy was being restrained by Warpeach Maru. 5 pacifistas entered the Straw Hat Pirates, like tigers entering a herd of sheep, with no one able to challenge them. How could Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Frankie, and the others possibly be their opponents? They were immediately beaten and scattered in retreat. Old Ray, upon stepping outside, Xiachi saw Rayleigh matching up against the Navy Admiral Kizaru, and a look of worry appeared on her face. Although Rayleigh is strong, his opponent is a peak Navy Admiral in his prime. On the other hand, Rayleigh, in the twilight of his years, as the sun sets, he is old. Naturally, his capabilities cannot compare to the young ones. Are you worried? Don't worry. If it were someone else, Rayleigh probably wouldn't last long. He is lucky that this time the enemy happens to be Kizaru. Lin Yan also has a great appreciation for this laid-back admiral, the typical type who would rather lie down than stand up. There is an opportunity. He also wants to try this kind of treatment. As a normal person, who would refuse to slack off? Don't you think so? Lin Yan shifted her gaze away from Rayleigh. On the other side, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were having a hard time. Although they offer bounties for strength, their power is not weak. However, the enemy is ultimately a pacifist. Those who can be called weapons of the world by the Navy are all incredibly strong. Of course, this is in comparison to ordinary pirates. When compared to people like Lin Yan, the pacifists don't hold up. During the Marineford War, the pacifists demonstrated absolute dominance, unmatched by ordinary individuals. Lin Yan stroked his chin. He never expected that his first encounter with the protagonist of the pirate world, Monkey D. Luffy, would be under such circumstances. Not far away, the Straw Hat Pirates were being ruthlessly trampled by the pacifists. Lin Yan sighed. Is this the strength of the supernovas? To be honest, it's not just weak. It's hard to imagine how someone like this could defeat Kaido of the Beasts, who has stood in the New World for 40 to 50 years, and only reached his current status as one of the 4 emperors in just 2 years. Not to mention that behind Kaido, there is a massive Beast Pirates crew at his disposal. In terms of strength, status, influence, and pirate crew, what aspect of Luffy can compare to Teacher Kaido? Is he cheating? Speaking of cheating, Lin Yan suddenly came back to her senses. He scratched his head. I seem to have no right to say anything about him. Rayleigh and Kizaru's swordsmanship has entered a heated stage. Oh wow. As expected of a powerhouse from the old era, Kizaru held the Yada no Kagami sword, shimmering, and swung it towards Rayleigh while saying some provocative words. It's really scary. Rayleigh raised his long knife to block all of Kizaru's strikes, and he retaliated as well. However, at this moment, Rayleigh was not in a favorable position. His forehead was already covered in fine sweat. In front of Admiral Kizaru, he was still lacking. After all, he is an admiral. Even Rayleigh, who was once the right hand of Pirate King Roger, had to start admitting his age compared to Kizaru. His body couldn't keep up. Of course, although Kizaru had the upper hand, he did not pursue the victory. His peripheral vision glanced at the nearby Jean Tamaru and the pacifistas. He believed it wouldn't be long before the Straw Hat Pirates were captured by Jean Tamaru and the others. Sigh, Rayleigh or whatever. Whoever wants to catch him can do so. What does it have to do with him and Kizaru? The higher-ups said to capture the supernovas. So just go ahead and catch those supernovas. The rest of the people? It has nothing to do with me. This was also the reason why Kizaru was casually competing with Rayleigh. Finally, on another battlefield, Jean Tamaru defeated the already heavily injured Luffy. Other pacifistas also captured the members of the Straw Hat Pirates one by one. From then on, all 11 supernovas, including Kid, Trafalgar Law, and the Straw Hat Pirates, along with many other remaining supernovas, were sent by Kizaru to the temporary prison on the warship. Straw Hat Kid, stop struggling and surrender. You are the last supernova to be captured. Being able to delay until now in front of an admiral and so many pacifistas, you've done quite well, Jean Tamaru said coldly, looking at the struggling Straw Hat Luffy. Damn it. Luffy gritted his teeth, but he was now heavily injured. Watching his companions being captured one by one, he could only watch helplessly. At that moment, Luffy deeply realized his own weakness and helplessness. Why does the script feel a bit off? Lin Yan frowned. He seems to remember that none of the supernovas were captured and imprisoned. How come it looks like this now? Has Kizaru started to take his job seriously? So dedicated? Rayleigh watched as the Straw Hat Pirates were captured. He couldn't help but start to feel anxious. Regarding Luffy, back when they set sail from the East Blue, Rayleigh had already learned the situation from Shanks. Not to mention anything else, just the bond represented by this Straw Hat was enough. Faced with the pressure from the Admiral, Rayleigh could not stand by and watch. However, in the current situation, Rayleigh wanted to make a move and snatch something from Kizaru's hands. Yet, Kizaru offered no opportunity at all. In fact, due to his impatience, Rayleigh exposed a flaw. Seizing this flaw, Kizaru landed another blow on Rayleigh. Rayleigh was injured. Today was a rare day for Kizaru to successfully complete his mission. However, just as Kizaru was preparing to depart and return, an unexpected event occurred. Among the pacifists, a pacifist with laser eyes suddenly locked on a Zaki on a nearby hill. Analyzing the target, Pirate Zaki, Pirate. Because the pacifists had built-in facial recognition capabilities, this facial recognition was even connected to the Navy's bounty database. Even if someone was an old-school pirate, as long as they hadn't been deactivated, they could hardly escape the gaze of these laser eyes. After locking on a Zaki and identifying her, one of the pacifists raised its hand, palm directed at Zaki. Then, whoosh, a terrifying laser beam shot towards her. The laser was extremely swift, containing unparalleled sharpness, directly aimed at Zaki. Although Zaki was now old, she still had the foundation from her younger days. After all, she was a woman who had endured beatings from both the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates. She quickly shifted her body downwards, and the laser beam narrowly missed her. However, behind her was her tavern that she had run for many years. My tavern. Zaki's heart was bleeding. If there were two things she cherished most in her life, one was Old Ray, and the other was the tavern in front of her. Just when she thought her tavern was about to be destroyed by the pacifist's laser, clang. Lin Yan appeared in front of the tavern, raised his hand, and directly intercepted the pacifist's laser. Lin Yan stood at the tavern's entrance, calmly saying, "Don't worry, boss lady, you no longer have Rayleigh, but you still have me, right?" Seeing that her tavern was saved by Lin Yan, Zaki let out a sigh of relief. But soon, her brows furrowed as she glared at Lin Yan. "Are you trying to take advantage of me again? What is this guy talking about?" Rayleigh is watching not far away. She felt that no matter what she did, she couldn't clear her name. "Look at what you're saying. Who would be interested in an old lady?" Lin Yan smiled and replied, "Old lady?" This was the second time Zaki had heard the term old lady. A few black lines appeared on her forehead, and she even had the impulse to kill Lin Yan. In the end, the tavern was safe, and Zaki didn't dwell on it too much. The commotion here quickly drew the attention of Bartolomeo, Kizaru, and Rayleigh. They were watching Lin Yan, who had managed to intercept the pacifist's laser with just one hand. In his eyes, there was a hint of astonishment. It's important to know that the pacifist's laser is not something an ordinary pirate can withstand, let alone someone like Lin Yan, who took it on with his bare hands. I've heard that the Sabaody Archipelago is full of hidden talents. This guy has some real strength. Jean Tamaru couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, look who I ran into here. The division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates." If Jean Tamaru didn't know Lin Yan, Kizaru was definitely someone who had seen the news about Lin Yan. Although there was no bounty issued, his strength was beyond doubt. Kizaru stroked his chin, wondering why the division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates would appear here. Did he come too? Rayleigh had not learned about Lin Yan from the newspapers. On the contrary, Shaki had mentioned that Lin Yan had been to the bar several times, and he always came directly to her. While everyone was looking over, Lin Yan glanced at the pacifist in the distance and said, "Well, I've been to this bar several times, and the lovely owner has provided me with free information multiple times. It feels a bit unfair to let it be destroyed like this. So, as a return, I'll help you get rid of this group of pacifists in front of us." Looking at the pacifists before him, Lin Yan stretched out his fist. In fact, compared to these, he is more inclined to want to test the strength of this group of pacifists. After all, as a man, who wouldn't be interested in mechs? Although he can pilot a Gundam too. After saying this, Lin Yan's sharp gaze settled on the group of pacifists in front of him. In his hand, the power of the Thunder Fruit was unleashed. Ziz. With the enhancement of lightning, Lin Yan merely snapped his fingers. In an instant, boom, 5 bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning pierced through the 5 pacifists in front of him in one go. In a moment, sparks flew and electric lights flickered. In the blink of an eye, the 5 pacifists, who had just been so arrogant, were instantly swept away by Lin Yan's lightning. Suddenly, debris and severed limbs were everywhere. The 5 pacifists were directly melted into a puddle of molten iron by the intense heat from Lin Yan's lightning. All the internal components were completely destroyed. Not too good. Originally wanting to test the pacifists, Lin Yan shook his head after seeing this scene. They couldn't even withstand a single bolt of lightning. These pacifists are not impressive at all. Looking at Lin Yan annihilate 5 of his mechs in the blink of an eye. War Peach Maru was first stunned for a moment, then he shouted loudly. Unfortunately, it was too late. No matter how he shouted, it couldn't change the fact that it already occurred. The main point is, his pacifist. It needs to be returned for accountability. Each pacifist is costly. So much have been lost in one go. He felt a chill in his heart. There was no need to think too much. After going back, a beating was inevitable. Damn it. Just thinking about the situation being caused by the Lin Yan in front of him made Jean Tamaru glare at him. Gripping his axe tightly, Jean Tamaru wished he could chop Lin Yan in front of him with one strike. Just as Jean Tamaru was about to make a move, he heard a voice from the distance. Stop, Jean Tamaru. It was Huang Yuan, calling for Jean Tamaru not to act. Although Jean Tamaru found everyone annoying, he was particularly obedient to Huang Yuan. Hearing Huang Yuan's words, Jean Tamaru hurriedly looked at him. Old man, let me go up and take him down. You are not his match, Huang Yuan said, with his hands in his pockets and a sly smile on his face. He looked at Lin Yan in front of him and said, Nice to meet you, the division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hello, Admiral. Lin Yan also greeted Kizaru. Listening to the conversation between Kizaru and Lin Yan, Senamaru was momentarily taken aback. Division commander? He had basically seen all the division commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates. Who was this person in front of him? After a while, Senamaru quickly connected it to the recent newspapers. In fact, he wasn't very concerned about the newspaper. All he knew was that the White Group had recruited a new crew member. Is it him? Suddenly, Ueno understood why the old man Kizaru didn't want him to take action. The reason was simple. He couldn't win. Oh my, I didn't expect this new division commander to actually know me. It truly surprises me. Kizaru took a couple of steps forward and removed his sunglasses. With sunglasses on, hands in his pockets, and one foot on each news star. This level of style is truly unmatched. The Marine Admiral is famous all over the world. Who doesn't know him? Lin Yan replied with a smile. The division commander suddenly appearing here. Does he want to fight me? A hint of vigilance appeared in Kizaru's eyes as he asked. Of course not. I'm just passing by, that's all. Lin Yan was indeed just passing through here. In that case, does that mean my task for today is complete? Kizaru was a bit surprised, not expecting Lin Yan to not intend to fight. His task is to capture all supernovae. Now, even the last one who can resist him, Rayleigh, is injured. In other words, as long as Lin Yan does not want to engage in battle, he can bring all the supernovas back to the underwater prison. That's the principle of it. Lin Yan suddenly gave an elusive answer. But in reality, Kizaru asked, Of course. Lin Yan paused, then followed up, No way. Ace, the second division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, is Luffy's brother after all. Although I'm not very familiar with the Straw Hat crew, I do have some connection. If you want to take them away in front of me, that's not going to happen. Lin Yan shook his head, outright rejecting Kizaru's actions. Oh, thinking about it this way, am I going to have to fight again? I've heard about what the division commander has done in the New World. Fighting against a strong opponent like you is quite troublesome. Kizaru really didn't want to engage with Lin Yan. Sai, who wouldn't feel the same. Lin Yan couldn't help but speak the truth. Just as he finished speaking, Shuki, who was beside him, was speechless for a while after hearing Lin Yan's words. Then she directly kicked him. Understanding the hint, Lin Yan quickly changed his words. Oh no, you Admiral, what do you think we should do? Since you don't want to fight, I don't want to fight either. How about this? I'll leave Luffy to you. And since the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates aren't related to you, I'll take them all away. You have no objections, right? Kizaru suggested. That idea is terrible. Lin Yan wouldn't agree, making a fist with one hand. What if I want them all? Oh, you've put me in a difficult position, division commander, Kizaru said, putting his hands in his pockets, indicating it was a tough situation. Brothers, I have a deal right now. The problem is I don't want to pay, but I want the goods. What to do? Lin Yan watched as both sides remained at a deadlock. He pondered for a moment. Then, a faint light flickered in his eyes. Captain, let me give you an idea. Why don't you take Luffy and leave the others from the Straw Hat crew behind? What? Lin Yan had just spoken when Rayleigh was the first to stand up. Luffy is the backbone of the Straw Hat Pirates. How could he be taken away by Kizaru? You have to understand, once Luffy falls into the hands of the Navy, what awaits him is the dark and desolate underwater prison. What kind of place is the underwater prison? It is the nightmare of pirates, known as the place that has remained unbreakable for many years. Once Luffy is incarcerated there, he will face endless darkness and countless tortures awaiting him. No way, no way. Could anyone really believe that Luffy could successfully escape from prison? The captain can't do this. Shaki also noticed Rayleigh, who was shocked beside her. Looking at the injured old Ray, her eyes were filled with compassion, and she immediately understood to advise Lin Yan. I have my own plans. Lin Yan gestured for Shaki to calm down and turned to Kizaru saying, Admiral, what do you think? Upon hearing that Lin Yan was actually willing to give up Luffy in exchange for other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, not to mention Rayleigh, even Kizaru Bartolomeo, and the others were momentarily taken aback. They looked up and down at Lin Yan. Is that true? Jean Taoan immediately pointed at Lin Yan and shouted, looking as if he was afraid Lin Yan would change her mind. Luffy is the captain of the Straw Hat crew. He just needs to be extinguished. The Straw Hat Pirates won't get far at all. By then, there will be one less supernova in the Grand Line. Their navy has also lost a significant threat. Those 5 pacifistas. At least they didn't die in vain. No way, absolutely not. Rayleigh shook his head, unwilling to let go. Luffy was someone he cared for deeply. He absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Luffy. However, for Lin Yan, trading one Luffy for the rest of the Straw Hat crew could be considered a huge profit. After all, Luffy could break out of prison later. Lin Yan actually wanted him to create some commotion inside the prison. As long as the noise inside was loud enough, it could even influence the situation of the Marineford War. On the contrary, if the entire Straw Hat crew ended up in prison, it would be troublesome. At the very least, when Luffy took action later, he would be restricted. He would have to consider the safety of the Straw Hat crew, hesitating and second-guessing. Furthermore, it could trigger a butterfly effect. So, it would be better to let Luffy go in alone. Rayleigh had his own thoughts, and Lin Yan had his own calculations. However, when all of this reached Kizaru, one of his remarks left Lin Yan dumbfounded and defenseless. Oh hey, Captain, I'm afraid I still need to discuss this matter with you. Kizaru hesitated and said. Lin Yan quickly furrowed his brows. No, I've already handed Luffy over to you. He's a valuable asset. He is the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, a supernova with a bounty of 300 million berries. He is definitely a character who can enter the new world in the future. As long as you lock him up in the underwater prison, this potential threat can be eliminated by you. For your navy, it can be said to be all benefits and no harm. Of course, all benefits and no harm is true for the navy, at least for now. So what now? You actually refuse to accept him? Lin Yan was stunned at the scene. I said, Admiral of the Navy, can you play by common sense? Why did Kizaru refuse to accept him? His thoughts were simple. There was no other reason. At the time of parting, the naval hero Iron Fist Carp quietly slipped him some money. At the same time, with a sincere expression, he whispered into Kizaru's ear, please take care of Luffy. Kizaru's greed for money was on par with Lin Yan. He loudly asked, who are you talking about when you say the 4 emperors are useless if the salary is in place? Looking at the bulging wealth that he couldn't refuse, Kizaru accepted it with a nonchalant demeanor. Military merit, accomplishments, and achievements had all reached the level of a Marine admiral like Kizaru. Achievements were just fleeting memories. Social connections were the true way to go. Since old man Carp wanted some face, who would dare to refuse? Not to mention, there was such a generous reward. Although Luffy was quite a handful, let us not forget, he has the backing of Carp. Along the way, Kizaru really didn't plan to take Luffy back. The hard truth is to casually deal with the other supernovas and report back to Admiral Sengoku. How much money you get, how much work you do, isn't it just quietly letting Luffy go? Kizaru only had one thing to say, what's the big deal? No, you have to take Luffy. Lin Yan insisted after a brief moment of being caught off guard. This can't be. Kizaru disagreed with Lin Yan's idea. Lin Yan, you must take him. Kizaru, no way. No way. The atmosphere began to change. Clearly related to Luffy, Lin Yan was desperately trying to get Kizaru to take Luffy away. Yet Kizaru seemed to be under some unseen influence, unwilling to take Luffy away no matter what. Back and forth, it was as if both sides were practicing Tai Chi. Luffy was being pushed back and forth between the two. This scene left Sabaody, Rayleigh, and Shaki dumbfounded. The captured Straw Hat Pirates on the ground were even more confused. Hey, you guys are just pushing each other around. Can you consider our feelings? We're the ones involved here, okay? Stop pushing. Find us a place to heal first. You guys hurry up and look at our Captain Luffy. He's in so much pain that smoke is coming out of his mouth. Lin Yan continued to question. Give me a reason. Kizaru didn't plan to explain. Oh no, I can't say that reason. Just then, Lin Yan, like Conan deep in thought, suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he looked at Kizaru, who was dead set against taking Luffy away. He suddenly understood something. If he gave Lin Yan a pair of glasses, there was no doubt that the glasses would definitely reflect light. Did you receive some benefits from Carp? Lin Yan looked at Kizaru suspiciously. As soon as these words were spoken, Jean Taoan, Shaki, and Rayleigh all turned to look at Kizaru. This Kizaru felt a moment of unease, especially when he noticed the gazes of Jean Tawan, Rayleigh, and others. He immediately responded calmly. I'm telling you not to speak recklessly. Do you believe I will sue you for defamation? Ultimately, because Lin Yan saw through his thoughts, and with the crowd watching, Kizaru could only tearfully take Luffy onto the ship. From then on, all the supernovas except for Zoro were taken onto the warship. Kizaru stood on the deck of the warship, feeling very frustrated as he let the sea breeze blow over him. They say that what you fear will come true. The more he didn't want to take Luffy away, the more Luffy ended up being taken by him. Thinking of this, Kizaru sighed repeatedly. I'm sorry, Garp. I can't complete the task you assigned. If I had known this would happen, you should have a fight with Lin Yan. If he wins, he becomes the Hokage. If he loses, cough cough. At this moment, the news of Kizaru successfully completing his mission also returned to Marineford. What's going on? In the marshal's office, the door was suddenly slammed open by Garp. The fiery Garp rushed over to hear the results of the Sabaody Archipelago incident. Garp! Sengoku clenched his fists, glaring at the old rascal in front of him with a sinister look. What's wrong? As a rear admiral of the Navy, can't I come to listen to the intelligence? Seeing Sengoku's furious expression, Garp wasn't afraid and shot back. Sengoku's face darkened. In the end, he chose to remain silent. Garp was right. He indeed has the qualifications to audit. It's not hard to guess. Kizaru probably didn't capture Luffy. How many times have I said it? How many times? Stop covering for him. If this continues, Luffy will eventually become a major headache for our Navy. It's infuriating. If only Akainu were here. Sengoku finally realized how fortunate it is to have an Akainu by his side. Report to the Marshal. Among the 11 supernovas in the Sabaody Archipelago, Admiral Kizaru has captured 10 of them, exceeding your orders, Marshal. The lieutenant who entered to report saluted and then explained a reason. Good. As soon as the lieutenant finished speaking, Garp clenched his fist and exclaimed, good, capturing 10 out of 11 supernovas. Who else could the one that got away be but his grandson? Garp grinned widely and burst into laughter. Well done, Kizaru. If you want to become a marshal in the future, I will definitely vote for you. What is the way of the world? This is the way of the world. With Garp backing him up, Kizaru's future career path will be smooth sailing. Looking at Garp's smug demeanor, it wasn't just Sengoku who understood. Even the lieutenant who came to report could guess the reason behind Garp's loud laughter. Listening to the results of Kizaru's campaign, Sengoku clenched his fists. He knew there would be such a scene. He had long been holding back against Garp, especially watching Garp laugh heartily. Sengoku couldn't hold back any longer. Garp, what are you laughing at? As a veteran in the workplace, Garp stopped his laughter. I thought of something happy. Sengoku glared at him. What happy thing? Garp casually fabricated a reason. My grandson had a baby. Your grandson is Luffy, who is currently at Sabaody Archipelago, just having fought the Celestial Dragons. Are you telling me he is having a baby? He is fighting the Celestial Dragons while having a baby? Sengoku was already losing control of his temper. Yes. Garp squeezed his mouth into the shape of a Psyduck, physically holding back his laughter. I'm reiterating, this is the office of the Fleet Admiral. I'm not joking. Sengoku was so angry, he slammed his hand on the table. Ha, Garp wanted to hold it in. But thinking of Luffy as one of the few remaining loose ends in the Celestial Dragon incident, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sure enough, my grandson has the demeanor of the Pirate King. Bastard Garp, you've gone too far. I've been tolerating you for a long time. Sengoku, unable to contain his anger, was already fuming, kicked over the table in front of him, and shouted. My grandson had a baby. Garp insisted. You've clearly been laughing and Haven T stopped. Do you think I didn't see it? Sengoku was furious to the point of almost having a stroke. Excuse me. At this moment, a lieutenant next to them said, the unapprehended supernova is Roronoa Zoro of the Straw Hat Pirates. The Straw Hat Luffy you mentioned is currently being escorted back by Admiral Kizaru. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Apart from the table that Sengoku had kicked over, the two of them made no sound. Sengoku was stunned for a second. Garp was also stunned for a second. That fish that slipped through the net. Isn't it Straw Hat Luffy? How is that possible? I clearly gave Kizaru a large sum of money. Garp shouted out. Damn it. Kizaru, how could you do this? Did you take my money for nothing? All my hard work wasted. This crucial vote for you to become admiral in the future is gone. Thinking about it, my Kazan is more understanding. He has let Luffy and his crew survive until today multiple times. I'll vote for him. Garp. Sengoku shot him a glance. He always said he wouldn't shield his own, but now he's directly giving money to Kizaru. First Akiji, now Kizaru. Sengoku suddenly felt a sense of fighting a lonely battle, unable to carry the weight. Chio only fights in peak matches, But unfortunately, the opponents are formidable, and seeing that all his teammates are weak, he wears a face of pain. Listening to Karp's outburst, the lieutenant almost burst out laughing, but thankfully, professional ethics held him back. He knew that if he laughed out loud, he would lose his position as a lieutenant. So he slightly lowered his head to hide his suppressed laughter from Sengoku and Karp. Although Sengoku was angry in the end, Kizaru still managed to bring back Straw Hat Luffy. This was undoubtedly a good thing for the Navy and a pleasant surprise. At least they had removed a thorn. He wouldn't continue to cause trouble. Sengoku calmed his anger. This was the situation for today. This is one of the few good news he could hear. If the previous Karp was mostly happy and excited, then at this moment, his once beaming smile instantly turned into a gloomy expression. His face darkened frighteningly. How could this be? Why is this happening? Kizaru, taking people's money but unable to relieve their disasters. What kind of admiral are you? Damn it. Refund. Sabaody Archipelago. The entire Straw Hat Pirates crew was taken into Shaki's bar. Shaki's bar is closed, and she began to treat the crew's injuries. Whether it was Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Robin, and others, they were almost all beaten up by the pacifists. Their faces were bruised and their bodies covered in blood. It really is tragic. Lin Yan chuckled and said. Although it was tragic, he didn't take it seriously at all. The characters in the pirate world are all tough and resilient. Not to mention this group of protagonists who have the protagonist's luck buff. At the same time, Lin Yan, under Rayleigh's puzzled gaze, directly revealed to him that Luffy was imprisoned in Impel Down and would be out in a few days. After hearing this, Rayleigh was completely stunned. What kind of place was Luffy being held in? That was the dark and bottomless underwater prison. It was said to be an impregnable place for many years. How could it be that you say escaping is as easy as that? Since when did Impel Down become so worthless? Even a former era's legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, barely managed to escape after crippling his own legs. Unfortunately, Lin Yan had no idea what Rayleigh was thinking. If he did, he only smiled slightly on his face. You underestimate the protagonist's halo too much. If he really gets serious, even Kaido will be beaten down by him. Moreover, Luffy's grandfather is Garp, and I believe Garp would fight to protect his own grandson. Lin Yan continued. Although Ace is also Garp's grandson, in the end, Ace's importance is not something Luffy can compare to. At least for now, Ace is the focus of Sengoku's care, the orphan of the Pirate King, and the last remaining embodiment of evil bloodline in the world. Even Garp would be powerless in this situation. Luffy, on the other hand, is just a supernova with a bounty of over 100 million. He is not worth the Navy's major efforts. His reputation is not that great, at least not enough to become one of the future four emperors. Moreover, the incident with Ace has already forced Garp to be quite restrained. If they were to target Luffy, even Sengoku might not be able to suppress Garp. Garp's current status is evident, and Sengoku has to consider his feelings. Well, after hearing this, Rayleigh gradually felt relieved. Hopefully, it would be as Lin Yan said. Just then, Zoro, who still had a breath left, grabbed Lin Yan's clothes. Although he was puzzled at the time why Lin Yan wanted to hand Luffy over to Kizaru, after understanding the circumstances and realizing that Lin Yan was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Division and had a past with Luffy's brother Ace, he also believes in Lin Yan, and there must be a reason for him to do this. Zoro said in a trembling voice, Captain, please make sure to bring Luffy back. The Straw Hat Pirates have come this far, all thanks to Luffy holding up the sky. They do not wish for Luffy to forever remain in Impel Down, accompanied by darkness and solitude. Don't worry. Lin Yan patted Zoro's shoulder. He is still counting on Luffy to wreak havoc in Impel Down. After settling the scene, Lin Yan knew that the pattern of the sea was about to change. He must return to the Whitebeard Pirates immediately, just in case. Speaking of Kizaru, he's looking at Luffy, this hot potato in front of him. He knows that what comes next will probably be difficult and unenviable. General, Marin Vondo has arrived. A soldier said to the Yellow Ape, send this group of supernovas to Advance City and take good care of them. While giving them instructions, the Yellow Ape walked towards the commander's office. About half an hour later, the Yellow Ape arrived at the commander's office. However, just as he walked in, he discovered a table that had been kicked over and two ominous gazes. One was from Karp, and the other was from Admiral Sengoku. Ahem. The Yellow Monkey coughed, and then recounted the mission he had undertaken. In general, he had captured 10 of the 11 supernovas, with the only one getting away being Zoro from the Straw Hat crew. The others were currently on their way to Impel Down. You did well. Sengoku put away his gaze and pointed at the chaotic scene. Feel free to sit. The Yellow Monkey scanned the room and finally chose a spot far away from Karp to sit down. To his surprise, just as he sat down, a figure blocked his way. It was Karp. With a dark expression, Carp said, "How are you handling this?" "Carp, this is the admiral's office. If you have something to say, go outside." Sengoku shot a stern glance at Carp and reprimanded him. "No, I must get to the bottom of this today." Carp didn't care anymore. Sengoku already knew about the money he had secretly slipped to the yellow monkey. A dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water. He was filled with pent-up anger. If the yellow monkey didn't give him a perfect answer today, forget about Sengoku. Even if Shanks came with the fruit of face, he wouldn't budge. "I don't want this either." The yellow monkey was truly at a loss. He thought about the scene where Lin Yan insisted on shoving Luffy toward him. He directly put the pain mask on his face. In fact, if Kizaru had a thicker skin, he could completely throw Luffy out during the return journey. The problem is that there are 10 warships accompanying them on the way back, with tens of thousands of people on those ships. It would be unreasonable, both emotionally and logically, to let Luffy go in front of so many people. Does Kizaru not care about his reputation? Next, Kizaru also mentioned the scene that will take place in the Sabaody Archipelago. It was expected that Rayleigh would step in to block him, and both Sengoku and Garp anticipated this. However, the appearance of the division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates in the Sabaody Archipelago raises questions. Why is that? Sengoku, who had originally been serious, began to ponder while stroking his chin. Additionally, there's one more thing that confuses Sengoku. Why is this division commander so determined to hand Luffy over to Kizaru? Sengoku doesn't believe that Lin Yan has no purpose or motive. But the problem is, what exactly is he plotting? After all, the warring states cannot predict the future. They simply could not foresee what move Lin Yan was going to make. However, this is no longer important. He couldn't believe that Luffy could pull off tricks in the most fortified Impel Down. Just then, the office door was pushed open. An old woman walked in, with a head of white hair, dressed in a Navy officer's uniform. Behind her were several youthful and beautiful women. The visitor was Tsuru, the current Vice Admiral and Chief of Staff of the Navy, one of the few high-ranking women in the Navy. She had worked alongside Garp and Sengoku for many years, and even the admirals had to give her some respect. Tsuru walked in, her gaze sharp, her body hunched. Then she took off her gloves and calmly said, "Are you done arguing?" Upon hearing Tsuru's words, Sengoku and Garp stopped talking. The Navy troops had already assembled, all the warships ready to go, and the layout in Marineford was complete. "Sengoku, it's your turn." Tsuru's gaze flickered with a faint light as she looked at Sengoku, even without needing to speak. They understood each other regarding what this old friend wanted to do. After her words, the once noisy office suddenly fell silent. Why had the Navy arranged Marineford this way? There was no doubt. The Summit War had already been in preparation. Now, with Marineford ready, troops assembled, and warships repaired, it was time to use Ace as a thread to declare war on the Whitebeard Pirates. Sengoku remained silent for a long time, his eyes shining with a brilliant light. The reckoning of the old era was about to begin. Oh wow, they were about to meet the Whitebeard Pirates. Unexpectedly, just after parting, they would meet again so soon. Kizaru suddenly remembered Lin Yan, whom he encountered earlier at Sabaody Archipelago, and smiled. "Sengoku, really can't we delay this?" Garp, who had just been spirited and enthusiastic, started to tremble in his tone after hearing these words. He thought of Ace, who was suffering in prison. In his weathered eyes, a trace of heartache emerged. No matter how rebellious Ace and Luffy's group were, he is ultimately the grandfather of this group of people, especially in a place like prison. The scene of Roger personally handing Ace over to him plays in his mind, frame by frame, like a slideshow, continuously replaying. Unknowingly, so many years have passed. Thinking of this, the wrinkles on Carp's face deepened considerably, as if he had aged decades. Crane looked at Carp and sighed, "Ah, what a tragic fate." "Come here." At such a crucial moment, Sengoku would not allow any distractions. "Marshal." A few soldiers entered through the door and saluted. They were to keep a close watch on Carp, not allowing him to step out of the guard room for even a moment. Sengoku pointed at Carp and issued orders to the soldiers. Soon, surrounded by the soldiers, Carp left the place. "Xiaohe, Polysolino, you two should prepare as well." Sengoku instructed the two to perform their respective duties. As he walked out the door, Sengoku's gaze turned towards the distance. That was the square of Marineford. In the center of the square, the seagull flag was fluttering in the wind, waving in all directions. The mission to eradicate the Whitebeard Pirates and let the Navy regain control of the Grand Line was becoming increasingly resolute in Sengoku's heart. After the Celestial Dragon incident in the Sabaody Archipelago had ended, in the blink of an eye, the Summit War, the epic confrontation between the Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates, the fiercest battle since the opening of the new era, was slowly unfolding. The Summit War you wanted has arrived. For for the sake of providing a better reading experience. I didn't release a chapter every few hours, but instead finished today's manuscript in one go. Please give a 5-star review. A few days later, 2 pieces of news spread across the entire Grand Line at lightning speed. First, the Celestial Dragon incident in the Sabaody Archipelago. No one expected that this group of supernovas would be so lawless as to even dare to lay hands on the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons, although known as the parasites of the world, the scum of the Grand Line, ultimately, their identities are laid bare. Countless people dare to be angry, but do not speak out. Monkey D. Luffy punches them in the face. This scene, they watched with great joy, clapping and cheering. However, although they were happy, the consequences were particularly severe. 11 sensational supernovae, spanning an era of extreme evil across a class. Their throats were being choked by Admiral Kizaru. Pressed to the ground, held down tightly. 11 supernovas, 10 of whom were thrown into Impel Down. Thus, the Celestial Dragon incident came to an end. However, just when everyone thought that the Grand Line would become peaceful due to the Celestial Dragon incident, a piece of news even more explosive than the Celestial Dragon incident broke out. The Navy announced to the entire world that at noon 3 days later, in the center of the plaza at Marineford, they would publicly execute Ace, the former second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, live to the world. As soon as the news broke, the Grand Line erupted in uproar. They're going to execute Ace, the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? What does that mean? Who is Ace? He is one of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Navy suddenly pointed the spear directly at Ace. Doesn't this mean they're declaring war on the Whitebeard Pirates? The Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the leaders of the era, the strongest man in the world. Why is the Navy openly declaring war on the Whitebeard Pirates? At that moment, countless people found it hard to believe. Is this for real? It's probably true, since the Navy has already announced this result to the whole world. Not long ago, I saw a large number of elite Navy forces gathering at Marineford. At the time, I was still puzzled, but now I understand. Not to mention the elite forces. I saw the pirate Empress Boa Hancock and the world's #1 swordsman Dracula Mihawk appearing on Navy ships. And all the warlords of the sea were probably summoned to Marineford. The Navy is serious. With such a huge show of force, can the Whitebeard Pirates withstand it? It's hard to say. After all, they are known as the #1 pirate crew of the Grand Line. Even for the Navy, it must be difficult to chew off this bone. Moreover, not long ago, the Whitebeard Pirates recruited a new commander who is said to be quite strong. The Whitebeard Pirates are not weak. But don't forget, Whitebeard's age is a factor here. Nearing 80, a hero in decline. And that's a hard fact. Yes, even the strongest will eventually fall from their peak. The Navy has grasped the Whitebeard Pirates' Achilles heel. They calculated that Whitebeard would not abandon Ace. Knowing full well that his own condition is not good, he would still have to face the Navy's challenge head-on. The Navy has really played a good game. Once the news was released, the 4 seas, the first half of the Grand Line, the second half of the Grand Line, the entire world boiled over. The streets were bustling with noise and chatter. In taverns and on the streets, discussions were endless. Some believed that the Whitebeard Pirates, after all, were one of the 3 great pirate crews of the old era, once standing at the pinnacle of the world, known as the strongest in the world, and had contended with the likes of Roger and the Golden Lion. The Navy could not possibly bite off this piece of bone. Others believe that while the Whitebeard Pirates are strong, that strength is only relative to other pirates compared to other emperors. The Navy, however, is a colossal force that has dominated these seas for over 800 years without falling. Deep-rooted, their influence extends throughout the world. Even the strongest Whitebeard ultimately falls short when facing the Navy. Regardless of how one looks at it, once the Navy announced this outcome, the vast and magnificent Grand Line finally welcomed its new judgment. Would Whitebeard charge forward, trampling the Navy and reclaiming Ace from their hands? Or would the Navy shatter the Whitebeard Pirates with a single punch, completely solidifying their dominant position in the Grand Line? The turning point between the old era and the new era has arrived. The Whitebeard Pirates, as Lin Yan returned here. He looked around, confusion in his eyes. The vast dock was empty, not a single person in sight. Soon, Lin Yan understood the reason behind it. The Navy's execution notice for Ace had already reached their base. He believed that the Whitebeard Pirates must be furious by now. Sure enough, when Lin Yan boarded the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat in the center, his face dark with barely suppressed anger. Surrounding Whitebeard were all the division commanders, each voicing their opinions. This is too much. The damn Navy actually tried to use Ace to threaten us. Don't they know what they're doing? Has our Whitebeard Pirates been absent for too long to be bullied to this extent? It seems we really need to teach these ignorant Navy a lesson. That vile teach. It's because of him that our Whitebeard pirates have come to this point. Blackbeard, don't let me catch you. Old man, since the Navy wants to declare war on us, why not accept it? That's right, our Whitebeard pirates don't start trouble. But that doesn't mean we're afraid of it. I think this matter is not right. We should think it over. Old man, my suggestion is to negotiate with the Navy. Lin Yan arrived at the entrance and heard all the division commanders inside roaring with anger. Some cursed the Navy for being too overbearing. Some directed their anger towards Blackbeard. Others, in their fury, wished they could storm Marineford and trample the Navy's dignity underfoot. Of course, there were also some calm individuals trying to resolve the dispute through negotiation. Lin Yan pondered for a moment, then pushed open the large door. The moment the door swung open, all eyes inside fell on Lin Yan. Unexpectedly, besides the division commanders, Zephyr was also present. Lin Yan was not surprised by this. Regardless of his strength or status, let alone a division commander, even Whitebeard would have to show him some respect. He participated in such a meeting. Naturally, Lin, have you heard the news? The Navy is bullying us, running rampant over our heads. Can we tolerate this? We should confront them. Or do they really think our Whitebeard pirates are easy to bully? Lin, Dad is more inclined to your opinion. Talk to Dad about it. Let us go to war directly. Exactly, our Whitebeard pirates won't accept this. Watching Lin Yan walk in from outside, the captains of various divisions expressed their thoughts and opinions to Lin Yan. In their view, Lin Yan had just established the 17th Division, and Dad often travels between the 17th Division. Whitebeard is relatively more willing to listen to Lin Yan's opinions. Lin Yan smiled bitterly. You really think highly of me. You're back. The contemplative Whitebeard also noticed Lin Yan coming in from outside. Just now, when I walked in, I heard a lot of noise inside. Although Ace and I have not met and are not very familiar, is it meaningful for you to argue and vent your anger here? Lin Yan paused and said a very crucial sentence. 3 days. We only have 3 days left. If we really want to rescue Ace, your priority is not to argue or vent your anger, but to be fully prepared. In fact, for Whitebeard, he naturally wants to rescue Ace. Ace's identity is particularly special. Whitebeard is clear. He must be saved. However, since the Navy announced this news, the Whitebeard pirates have also split into 2 factions. The hawkish members believe that the Navy must not be allowed to run rampant over them. The dovish members, on the other hand, hold a completely different view. Once they engage in battle with the Navy, this disaster is bound to drag on throughout the entire Grand Line, and the worst possible outcome may even occur. The Whitebeard pirates might even face destruction because of this. To avoid this dispute, they tried to reach a consensus with the Navy through negotiation. Whitebeard was well aware of his own physical condition. On one side was Ace, and on the other was his large Whitebeard pirates crew. Coupled with the constant arguments between hawks and doves, Whitebeard found himself in a dilemma. The arrival of Lin Yan brought a glimmer of hope, especially when he heard the words that it was not about arguing or venting anger, but rather about being fully prepared. The faint light in Whitebeard's eyes gradually began to shine. Lin Yan's words immediately made Whitebeard lift his head. Lin, what's your opinion? If the Navy wants to fight, then we will fight, Lin Yan said, clenching his fist with one hand. Unlike other division commanders, the moment he joined the Whitebeard pirates, he was already preparing for the upcoming Marineford War. He aimed to strengthen his power and gather strong allies. He wanted to elevate his strength to its best state in the shortest time possible. Although Lin Yan couldn't be certain of what the outcome would be, he had unprecedented confidence in this war. Listening to Lin Yan's words, the pacifist faction stood up one after another. Lin, I think this is not appropriate. Negotiation is the best option. The Navy has already announced to the whole world. Do you think they will negotiate with us? Lin Yan retorted. If the Navy were willing to negotiate right now, it would be like lifting a stone to smash their own foot. Not only would they lose face, but they would also become a laughingstock for the whole world. Moreover, there is something you might not be aware of. On my way back, the Navy has gathered hundreds of thousands of soldiers and hundreds of warships. All their forces are stationed at Marineford, preparing for the clash with us, the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy is dead set on stepping over us to rise to power. In front is a cliff, and behind us is the Navy. We have no way out. As for negotiation, in my opinion, only the weak need to negotiate. Lin Yan countered. Indeed, the weak are the ones who need to negotiate. The strong settle things first and then sit down to negotiate. In other words, the strong speak with their fists. Our Whitebeard pirates are not pushovers. We won't let anyone manipulate us as they wish. That's right. Lin, you hit the nail on the head. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates who wanted to fight also cheered. Whitebeard was moved as well. Yes, the Whitebeard Pirates have no way out now. At this critical moment, once they retreat, all that awaits them is the enemy's relentless advance. It's just that those in the Dove faction are not unaware of this truth. But the Navy is an insurmountable mountain. I understand that you're also thinking about the future development of the Whitebeard Pirates, but don't be too pessimistic. If we encounter them, the Whitebeard Pirates may not necessarily be at a disadvantage against the Navy. Lin Yan added fuel to the fire. His words finished. The entire conference room fell silent. Even the Doves believed so. The Whitebeard Pirates definitely should not be retreating step by step. Soon, there was a consensus on the scene. Everyone united in their anger, aiming directly at Marineford. After seeing this scene, Whitebeard nodded in appreciation. He had already made a decision in his heart. Ace is in trouble. How can they stand by and do nothing? Absolutely not let Ace be left alone in Marineford. Since the Navy wants to go to war, then let us fight to the end. You Navy, don't you want to step on our Whitebeard Pirates to rise to power? In fact, don't we Whitebeard Pirates also want to step on you Navy to rise to power? Let this battle in Marineford determine who can dominate the course of the Grand Line for the next 20 years. Whitebeard closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. The Navy is declaring war. How could they not accept it? Whitebeard pulled out all the IVs from his body, and a sharp light flickered in his eyes. Gulalala. If the enemies see us in this sickly state, wouldn't it be a laughingstock? Marco, Jozu, gather the 43 affiliated pirate crews. Set sail first thing tomorrow morning. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura radiated from Whitebeard, shaking the world. A dignified and majestic presence spread out. The captains of the divisions looked at this scene with admiration and reverence. This was the strongest man in the world, who once stood at the peak of the new world, their father, Whitebeard. Navy, are you ready to welcome us? Zephyr sat silently in the corner. His gaze shifted away from Whitebeard and landed on Lin Yan. There was admiration in his eyes. Unexpectedly, this division captain of his had such a rare side. However, thinking of his own situation, Zephyr couldn't help but feel melancholic. He dedicated so many years to the Navy. He has just left the Navy not long ago and is about to confront the Navy directly. Although he was extremely disappointed with the Navy, after all, he had once been a part of them. To be an enemy of the Navy, at the very least, Zephyr couldn't take action. He let out a sigh. He didn't know what to do either. 17th Division. Lin Yan was sitting in the office. In front of him were Zephyr, Yixiao, Green Bull, and the little secretary Ein. Lin Yan lightly tapped on the desk with one hand and said softly, "You all should know by now, we're going to war with the Navy." Zephyr was silent. Yixiao was silent. Green Bull was also silent. Seeing the reactions of the three, Lin Yan already anticipated this scene. There was no need to say much about Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral. Yixiao originally planned to join the Navy, but now he had to be an enemy. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Although Green Bull had no particular obsession, he did admire Akainu's style. It was a bit difficult for him to go against the Navy. Therefore, Lin Yan planned to take the opportunity to enlighten them. Tell me, how many of you don't want to be enemies with the Navy? Raise a claw. Let me see. The three individuals in front of him were all key figures in the 17th Division, and Lin Yan certainly didn't want them all to abstain. Then, all three of them raised their claws in unison. Lin Yan's smile froze. Damn it, I told you to raise a claw, and you really all did? Ein saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh quietly. Lin Yan shot her a glare, and Ein quickly suppressed her laughter, like Psyduck trying to hold back its mouth. At this moment, Lin Yan coughed and said, "Seriously, are you all this disappointing?" Zephyr said, "Captain, you know my situation." Yixiao said, "Captain, you know my situation." Green Bull also said in unison, "Captain, you know my situation." Lin Yan had a few black lines on his forehead. I can understand Zephyr. Yixiao is also acceptable. But why are you, Green Bull, joining in on this? Captain, what do you think? Green Bull asked tentatively. What do I think? I sit and watch, I lie down and watch. Lin Yan sneered, "Hey, you're fired." Of course, he wouldn't actually fire Green Bull, but he definitely had to take these three with him. No matter what their reasons were, he needed to bring them along, even if it was just to watch from the sidelines. Today was destined to be an extraordinary day for the Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone was frantically resupplying, filling ammunition, and sharpening weapons. Shadows were moving everywhere, constantly adjusting. In addition to the over 600 people on the Moby Dick, along with the more than 200 from the 17th Division, 43 affiliated pirate crews were already ready to set sail. The entire Whitebeard Pirates amounted to over 30,000 people. Don't underestimate these 30,000. They're all powerful warriors who have fought their way out of the old era through various trials in the New World. Each one is capable of taking on 10 foes alone. Even the elite navy of Marineford pales in comparison to them. Once everything was ready, Whitebeard waved his hand and commanded, "Set sail." From then on, the Whitebeard pirates surged towards Marineford. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard faced the sea breeze, his long robe billowing, as he gazed determinately at the ocean ahead, worried about Ace's safety. "Captain, what do you think our chances of winning this battle are?" Suddenly, Lin Yan walked up beside Whitebeard and asked, "Chances of winning?" Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Whitebeard fell into deep thought. To be honest, if it were during his peak, he wouldn't fear the Navy at all, even if the enemy was the entire world. But the problem is, how much storm can the current version of himself stir up? Moreover, although the Whitebeard pirates have rallied again, it goes without saying what they were like before Lin Yan arrived. In this state, recklessly confronting the Navy would likely lead to unsatisfactory results. Seeing Whitebeard silent for a long time, Lin Yan understood his meaning. A map appeared in Lin Yan's hands. The moment Whitebeard saw the map, he was taken aback, confused by Lin Yan's intention. Soon, Lin Yan explained the reason behind it, pointing to location on the map and saying, "In a short time, it's clearly impossible to enhance the combat power of the entire ship. But I think this place could be useful." Whitebeard looked in the direction Lin Yan pointed and saw a special name on it. Impel Down. Looking at the place Lin Yan indicated, Whitebeard asked in confusion, "Impel Down?" The Navy had deployed 100,000 elite troops at Marineford, with hundreds of Navy ships poised, adding at least 50,000 more, totaling around 150,000. Furthermore, this was Marineford, the Navy's headquarters, where they would clash in their most advantageous territory. Do you think that with 30,000 against 150,000, even if every member of the Whitebeard Pirates is skilled in battle, given such a disparity, can we win? Lin Yan said seriously, "You're right." Whitebeard nodded, reluctantly agreeing with Lin Yan's assessment. But what if we add the prisoners inside Impel Down? Suddenly, Lin Yan shifted the conversation and continued. Whitebeard, being sharp-minded, understood. He suddenly turned his head, realizing the seriousness of the problem at the first moment. "Are you saying?" "My plan is it," Lin Yan said confidently. "Is this feasible?" Whitebeard's eyes lit up. If they could include the prisoners from Impel Down, then the chances for the Whitebeard pirates would greatly increase. Whether it works or not, we won't know until we try. Moreover, all the Navy's attention is currently on Marineford, making the guards at Impel Down relatively weaker. If we're going to do this, let's go all the way, launching a surprise attack from the Midway Valley to disrupt Sengoku's original plan. Lin Yan looked at Whitebeard in front of her and smiled slightly. "Leave this matter to me." He originally intended for Luffy to cause a ruckus in Impel Down, but after thinking it over, sending Luffy was indeed a bit unreliable. Lin Yan had to personally go to the underwater prison. Without hesitation, after completing his instructions, Lin Yan transformed into a stream of light and instantly disappeared from the Moby Dick. Whitebeard watched Lin Yan's departing figure, and his heart gradually began to boil with excitement. If he had only valued Lin Yan's strength before, now everything Lin Yan had demonstrated far exceeded Whitebeard's imagination. It seemed that he would have to add another name to his list of candidates. Whitebeard suddenly realized how fortunate it was to have invited Lin Yan onto his ship in the first place. 3 days later, at Marineford, a gigantic flag fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with the Navy's iconic seagull emblem. Beneath the flag were tens of thousands of uniformed Navy soldiers. They are orderly and poised, ready to go, heads held high and chests out, filled with fighting spirit. With an overwhelmingly vigorous aura, each person's resolute face radiates an unstoppable momentum. This is the first shot fired in the top war by the Navy as it is formed. Surrounding Marineford, there are a full 50 warships constantly patrolling. The Navy aboard them dares not slack off, monitoring every corner around Marineford. In addition, there are 300 warships on standby nearby, outside the Gate of Justice. There are as many as 500 warships prepared for emergencies. Today's Marineford could be described as impregnable. In the conference room, Admiral Sengoku's gaze is calm, his expression intense, showing no signs of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. What surrounds him is a decisive aura of killing intent. Sengoku's eyes scan the people before him. Akino, Akiji, Kazu, Garp, Tsuru, and a group of vice admirals. It can be said that all the high-ranking officials of the Navy and the top combat power of the Navy are gathered here. Time to go, set off. Sengoku waved a hand, and his long robe suddenly billowed behind him. He is currently leading the way. The 3 major generals and many lieutenant generals follow closely behind. Today, no matter what, they want to erase the leaders of today's era, the Whitebeard, from this world. The gates of Marineford slowly opened. First to emerge were over a dozen giant generals, with broad shoulders and exceptionally strong bodies. They carried battle axes, wielded spike clubs, and wore helmets as they marched to the front of Marineford. The giants would be the first line of defense at Marineford. Behind the giants, another group emerged. Leading them was a man dressed in flamboyant flamingo attire, a sinister smile on his lips, striding with an air of indifference. He was none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Next was Dracul Mihawk, the Hawkeye, carrying a black sword, his sharp gaze unyielding and devoid of a smile. Following him was the tall and graceful pirate empress, Boa Hancock, with her beautiful black hair and a frosty demeanor. Then came the silent tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, holding a book in his hand, and finally, the always smiling Gecko Moria, who wore a hee-hee grin. The 7 warlords of the sea. Although criticized as the dogs of the Navy and the scum of pirates, it cannot be denied. Their strength is almost at the pinnacle of the New World. As one heavyweight figure after another appears, the breaths of the Navy members begin to quicken. They became increasingly eager for victory in this war. Morale was high. At this moment, all the Navy felt a shock in their hearts. The 3 admirals they had been waiting for have finally appeared. Right beneath the execution platform, there are 3 chairs. These 3 positions correspond to their Navy's 3 admirals. Akiji and Kizaru take their seats from both sides, while Akainu sits in the center. Except for Akiji, Kizaru and Akainu share a strong camaraderie, crossing their legs without a word and adopting the standard sitting posture of an admiral. They were silent, quiet, with a pair of judgmental eyes, staring at the square in front of them. Creak, creak. Finally, after the giants, the 7 warlords, and the 3 admirals took their seats. Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was escorted by the Navy's executioners. Step by step, he walked towards the execution platform. The chains dragged on the ground, making a series of piercing sounds. At this moment, Ace's eyes were vacant. His body was covered in blood, his face was mottled, and his hair was disheveled, symbolizing that he had not been well in prison. He felt an immense regret in his heart. If it weren't for his own recklessness, if he hadn't been so stubborn, it wouldn't have led to the current consequences. Looking at the heavily guarded Marineford in front of him, surrounded by warships far stronger than the demon-slaying order, he could hardly imagine the consequences of the Whitebeard pirates charging in. Just thinking about the crew inside, who would sacrifice countless members of the Whitebeard pirates for him, was too heavy a burden to bear. He can't bear the burden at all. Ace lowered his head. He didn't want others to see such a weak side of himself. Do you regret it? If you want to blame someone, blame the evil blood that flows in you. Sengoku also saw this weak moment of Ace and said calmly. Ace said nothing, only silently clenched his teeth. Not far away, after witnessing this scene, Carp also slightly lowered his head. He clenched his fists tightly, enduring immense torment in his heart. Sigh. Seeing this, Crane couldn't help but shake her head. Hopefully, Gar can get through this. Next, after nailing Ace to the execution platform, Sengoku picked up the transponder snail to deliver a speech and boost morale. He even directly pointed out the identity of the evil bloodline flowing through Ace. As soon as these words were spoken, not only the hundreds of thousands of naval soldiers in Marineford were shocked, but even the people around the world watching the live broadcast were taken aback. Evil bloodline? Could it be that Ace is a descendant of Roger? No one of the Navy is making such a big deal out of Ace. It turns out he is Roger's orphan. I never expected that Roger's orphan was still alive. Such a person deserves to die. I finally understand why Whitebeard took on the Navy's declaration of war. Indeed, someone like him would never be allowed to be executed by the Navy. Poor Gas. Since he is Roger's descendant, why doesn't he use Roger's surname? It must be to avoid suspicion. If he used such a surname, even we bystanders would clearly know his identity. Among those watching the live broadcast were pirates and ordinary citizens, but most were just regular people. Everyone suddenly realized and finally understood why the Navy was making such a big fuss. After a series of preliminaries over on Marineford, when the naval soldiers present thought about the fact that they were about to execute Roger's orphan, the last remaining evil bloodline in the world, the morale of the Navy soared to unprecedented heights. Next, what they need to do is simply wait quietly for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku glanced at his watch. It was 9 in the morning, and there were 3 hours left until Ace's execution at noon. So, the question arises, how did the Whitebeard pirates manage to land on their impregnable Marineford? After sending the message, Tam's little brother still hadn't asked for a 5-star review. Recently, the ratings had dropped significantly, and he was being scolded daily in the background. Today, he wanted to ask for good reviews, feeling distressed and sad. seeking hugs and comfort, crying, sobbing. Did they descend from the sky or launch a frontal assault? Marineford was eerily quiet. Everyone held their breath. The hour hand ticked forward second by second. However, just as Marineford was quietly waiting, the first piece of bad news arrived. The gate of justice of the Navy had quietly been opened without anyone knowing. The personnel inside the gate of justice were currently unreachable. Upon hearing this news, Sengoku's expression darkened. As the saying goes, man proposes, but heaven disposes. He was also very clear that no matter how well prepared the Navy was, no matter how many scenarios he had imagined, there would ultimately be oversights. However, he truly did not expect the first piece of bad news to come so suddenly. At that moment, a Navy sentry suddenly spotted a dark shadow on the distant sea. At the same time, several more dark shadows appeared next to it one after another. Because the distance was too far, it was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. The sentry raised his telescope, and his pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, when his focus sharpened, the sentry was shocked. These dark shadows were all ships from the Whitebeard Pirates fleet. Who else could it be but the 43 affiliated pirate crews under them? Marshal, the Whitebeard Pirates have appeared. Through the Den Mushi, Sengoku quickly learned about the situation on the scene. The moment the Whitebeard Pirates appeared, the originally quiet Marineford suddenly became agitated. The confrontation between the two sides was about to begin. The elite soldiers of the Navy tightened their grips on their weapons, standing ready and looking towards the depths of the fog in the distance. Where's Whitebeard? Sengoku did not pay attention to the affiliated pirate crews, but directly asked if there was any trace of Whitebeard. This, Marshal, not yet. The sentry scanned around with the telescope, but unfortunately, there was no sight of the Moby Dick. Before long, the fleets of the affiliated pirate crews passed through the fog and gradually appeared before everyone at Marineford. Looking out, there were the Great Whirlwind Spider Squad, Ice Witch Waydibe, Little Oars Jr., Thunderlord Makugai, and so on. These were all powerful figures who swept through the New World. The Navy sentry broke out in a cold sweat. Similarly, the entire Navy at Marineford began to sweep the scene, but still no sign of Whitebeard. Sengoku remained silent. Whitebeard, the man known as the strongest in the world. How will he make his appearance? As all the top naval forces, including the 3 admirals, the giant vice admirals, and the 7 warlords, are inspecting the 43 affiliated pirate crews within the Whitebeard Pirates Moby Dick's territory. Gulialu. Suddenly, bubbles began to rise in the bay before them in Marineford. The strange sound caught everyone's attention. Sengoku, Tsu, Garp, Akainu, Kazu, Akiji, and several vice admirals all turned their heads in unison. Upon witnessing this bizarre scene, they only had one phrase in their minds. They're here. In the next moment, a massive whale ship burst forth from the depths of the sea. The ship was none other than the Moby Dick. Sunlight refracted off the Moby Dick, casting a dazzling array of colors that made it hard to open one's eyes. A towering column of water shot up to a height of 100 feet. The outer layer of the Moby Dick, thickly coated, was suddenly pierced with a pop as it set sail. As the sole pillar of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Moby Dick had appeared. Additionally, 3 slightly smaller Moby Dicks followed closely, surfacing as well. The 4 Moby Dick mother and child ships formed a strategic formation, each facing a different direction. Waves splashed and water sprayed, even drenching the 10 or so giants in the front. On the leading Moby Dick mothership stood a total of 14 people. Among them were Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division, and Vista, the captain of the 5th Division, all present at the scene. Aside from Ace on the execution platform and Lin Yan, who had infiltrated Impel Down, this was the top-tier strength of the entire Whitebeard Pirates. The 14 division commanders stood ready for action. Their gazes were like torches, and their faces showed no sign of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Pairs of indifferent pupils swept over the group of Navy soldiers before them. No wonder they were the Navy. They had truly invested heavily to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates. Without mentioning anything else, just looking at this stance was enough to see the Navy's determination to annihilate the Whitebeard Pirates. However, do you Navy soldiers really think that just with these people, you can make them laugh and save Ace's belief? A pipe dream. As the 14 division commanders scanned the Navy was also scrutinizing the 14 division commanders. Feeling the pressure brought by the division commanders, many Navy soldiers began to feel uneasy. No matter how much Whitebeard was on the decline, in the end, he is still one of the 4 emperors. Moreover, he wields the title of the strongest man in the world, a leader of the era that no one could take on. Decades of foundation lie here. Their Navy. Can they really eliminate such a towering tree? This is an unknown. Just as the Marshal, the 3 generals and many lieutenant generals set their sights on the Moby Dick. Hood, a series of solid, deep footsteps resonating in the hearts of all the Navy personnel. Upon hearing this sound, even Marineford fell silent. The echoes reverberated throughout the bay. The Navy personnel could even hear the breathing of those beside them. Their hearts surged and thumped in rhythm with the footsteps. Finally, amidst the tense expressions of the elite Navy soldiers, Whitebeard, holding his Naginata, stepped down the stairs, one step at a time, to the very front of the Moby Dick. And the Navy finally saw the visitor clearly. The bent mustache, the cloak of the 4 emperors, the iconic pirate captain's hat, and that towering figure filled with visual impact. Who else could it be but Whitebeard, the leader of the 4 emperors of the New World? Hula-la-la-la-la! Whitebeard slammed his Naginata heavily onto the ground. Then his gaze turned towards Ace on the execution platform. As he looked at Ace, Ace slowly raised his head and also looked at Whitebeard. Their eyes met. Ace shuddered all over. The previous disguise finally fell away completely. Tears could no longer be held back, flowing uncontrollably. He shouted loudly, "Dad, I'm sorry." Listening to Ace's heart-wrenching cries, Whitebeard gently held his Naginata with one hand and comforted him in a delicate and gentle voice. "Don't be afraid, little Ace. Dad is right here." Whitebeard's voice wasn't very loud, but due to the eerie silence of Marineford, his deep voice resonated in every corner. "Dad is right here." Hearing Whitebeard's comforting words, Ace cried like a raging flood, tears streaming down his face. His eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness, like a lost child. "To hurt my Whitebeard pirates, especially you, my beloved Ace, are you all ready to face the consequences?" After comforting Ace, Whitebeard's gaze shifted, staring at the hundreds of thousands of naval soldiers before him. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the shoulders of all the naval soldiers present. The soldiers immediately felt an increase in pressure, merely from a single glance. They were almost unable to withstand it. Is this the power of Whitebeard? It's not over yet. Whitebeard thrust the Naginata beside him. His body slightly crouched, and suddenly a flash of white light appeared in his hand. The white light enveloped Whitebeard's fists. This was the ability of the Tremor fruit applied to him. Then Whitebeard's arms shook violently. Creak, creak. Around his fists, the space began to crack inch by inch. Infinite power surged forth from within. At that moment, white light erupted and space shattered. The power of the Tremor fruit covered the entire Marineford. The bay before them trembled violently. The sea water was restless. The nearby Navy soldiers, affected by the shock waves of this power, lost their footing and stumbled, falling to the ground. The giant vice-admirals were also severely impacted by the shock waves, each one being knocked back, their massive bodies crashing to the ground. The power unleashed by Whitebeard made Sengoku, Garp, and the high-ranking Navy officials take notice. However, contrary to their expectations, the scene of Whitebeard using the Tremor fruit to destroy Marineford did not occur. After shaking his arms, Whitebeard stood up again, his eyes calm and unperturbed. At this moment, some Navy soldiers suddenly noticed that the water in front of the bay bizarrely began to recede, exposing a large area of the seabed. A low tide? The soldiers were particularly puzzled by this situation. Just as they were pondering this, on the sea, a towering tsunami over 100 meters high appeared within everyone's sight. The sea. A tsunami? Upon seeing this scene, the Navy couldn't help but be shocked. The massive waves resembled a giant beast, as if it was about to swallow Marineford whole. A single strike unleashed such a colossal tsunami. What? Boom! The tsunami surged forward. The ground beneath their feet trembled slightly. Most of the people on the scene had never witnessed the power of Whitebeard's quake fruit. But they didn't know, did Sengoku, Garp, and the many admirals not realize? It was the sea quake. This was one of the extremely powerful abilities of the quake fruit. The speed of the tsunami itself was incredibly fast. With the enhancement of the quake fruit, in just a few seconds, the tsunami had already reached the front of Marineford. Its momentum was grand, breaking through illusions as the seawater surged forward, containing terrifying power within. The Navy soldiers were shaken. If this tsunami hit them, not only would they be done for, but even Marineford itself would be destroyed in an instant. Some Navy soldiers with weaker resilience had already started to tremble uncontrollably. This feeling of facing a god made it impossible for them to fight back. How could they resist? Strong. Too strong. Whitebeard power was absurdly formidable. The strongest man in the world. This was no exaggeration. Beads of cold sweat continuously dripped down the foreheads of the Navy soldiers. It wasn't just the Navy soldiers. Even the many Navy giant vice admirals at the front lines had their expressions changed slightly. They either frowned or clenched their teeth, preparing to use their bodies to withstand this wave of tsunami attacks. Facing the first strike from Whitebeard, the calmest among them were the 7 warlords on the second step, and the 3 admirals directly below the execution platform. Even at their age, they still possess such peak combat power. Doflamingo wore a sinister smile, the sea breeze from the approaching tsunami causing his flamboyant flamingo outfit to rustle. The world's strongest man. Mihawk, the hawk eyes, had an indifferent expression. He merely lowered his hat a little. However, the intensifying battle intent in his eyes betrayed his seemingly calm demeanor. If I could obtain Whitebeard's shadow. Looking at such a formidable Whitebeard, Moria's eyes sparkled with a hint of longing. At that time, not to mention the enemies blocking his way, he would even dare to challenge Kaido again. Empress Boa Hancock and Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma remained silent, quietly watching from the sidelines. Kizura glanced at Akainu and Akiji around him. Aren't you going to move? Fine, I won't move either. Let's see who can outlast whom. The tsunami was already within reach. Finally, under the execution platform, the impatient Akainu twisted his neck. He raised his chin, looking down at the Whitebeard Pirates. Creating such a huge disturbance right from the start was a warning to the Navy. You really have guts, Whitebeard. Akainu was already preparing to confront Whitebeard and eliminate the tsunami that was about to strike Marineford. However, beside him, another figure moved even faster than he did. Akiji, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, made his move. Akiji stepped forward and jumped into the sky. A chilling aura rapidly emerged around him. He crossed his arms, and then ice-cold air gathered at his fingertips. Ice Age. With him as the starting point, the cold wave spread out. Instantly, the scene was frozen for miles. The extreme cold had no snow. Large waves of tsunami were freezing at a visibly rapid pace. No matter how fast they were or how overwhelming their momentum was, they could not escape the fate of being frozen in front of the ultimate ice fruit. As the cold wave passed through, the tsunami that had come crashing down in overwhelming force turned into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Moreover, some of the weaker members of the Whitebeard Pirates were also affected by Akiji's ice fruit. After the cold swept through, among them, many unfortunate people were frozen into ice blocks. Fortunately, someone nearby acted quickly and helped them out of their predicament at the first moment. Otherwise, they had just met. They are about to lose quite a few allies. On the other side, after releasing the Ice Age, Akiji landed in front of Marineford's bay. The frozen fruit regained its power. In front of him, even the bay was frozen. The ice froze the hulls of the 4 Moby Dick mother and child ships nearby, as well as those of the 43 subordinate pirate ships of the Whitebeard Pirates, rendering them immobile. The tsunami created by the Tremor fruit was neutralized in Akiji's hands. They are saved. Look, it's Admiral Akiji. The Admiral has made his move. The Admiral has made his move. Surviving the disaster, the Navy personnel, still immersed in fear, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their foreheads. Just a moment ago, they thought they were doomed. Before the battle even started, they were already going to pick up their lunchboxes. Is this the power of Whitebeard? Previously, they had only heard that the top powerhouses of the New World could easily sink islands and destroy the world. At that time, they thought it was just talk. Now, when they truly encountered it, with just a wave of a hand, it nearly destroyed their Marineford and wiped out the 100,000 elite Navy troops on the island. The Navy soldiers felt their throats tighten deeply. What kind of gap exists between them and the peak powerhouses of the New World? It's important to note that this is merely the aged Whitebeard, who almost destroyed their navy. If we consider his peak period, there were formidable figures like Roger and the Golden Lion who could rival Whitebeard. It's hard to imagine the kind of era where gods were battling it out. How did their marshal, the hero Carp, carry the navy through it all? Facing the tsunami that has turned into an ice sculpture and the frozen sea where their Moby Dick struggles to move an inch. Whitebeard's calm gaze fell upon Akiji, a cold smile hanging from the corners of his downturned mouth. Isn't that the little Navy brat from back in the day? Little brat? Hearing Whitebeard's words, the soldiers felt a jolt in their hearts. That was their great general, the pinnacle of naval power, a goal that countless Navy soldiers aspire to pursue throughout their lives. Yet here, in front of Whitebeard, he has become a little brat? Why? Is this even human language? However, upon reflection, Whitebeard indeed had the qualification to mock their Navy admiral in this way. Listening to Whitebeard's ridicule, Akiji's expression remained unchanged, unaffected. His palm is enchanted with frozen fruit. Beside him, a chill surged. Frozen fruits erupted, and Akiji soared into the air, stepping on ice sculptures. Ice spear. Swish, swish, swish. Over 100 ice spears coalesced beside Aokiji. His gaze showed no signs of emotion. He pointed at Whitebeard with one hand. Just as the words were spoken, hundreds of ice spears charged towards Whitebeard. The immense penetrating power created long ripples in the air. In the face of Aokiji's cold strike, Whitebeard remained composed. A white light membrane reappeared on Whitebeard's arm. Quake! Whitebeard raised his hand and threw another punch. A shockwave, formed by the tremor fruit, instantly shattered the hundreds of ice spears. Moreover, the force of the shockwave did not diminish at all and surged straight towards Aokiji. Quick as a flash, Aokiji sidestepped, and the quake shockwave brushed past him. His speed surged forward. An ice blade was reforged in his hand. With the ice blade in hand, Aokiji thrust it towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard raised his naginata, deflecting Aokiji's ice blade with one swing. Then he reached out with his large hand, directly grabbing Aokiji by the neck. Immediately, the veins on his wrist bulged as the power of the tremor fruit was unleashed in Whitebeard's hand. Bang! Aokiji was instantly shattered by the explosive force emanating from Whitebeard. As one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, Aokiji was actually crushed by Whitebeard. The Navy was taken aback. Many members of the Whitebeard Pirates were also stunned for a moment. Was it that Dad was too powerful, or was Aokiji's strength lacking? However, there was not much joy on Whitebeard's face. He looked to the side. Next to him, the shattered ice that had just been crushed began to reassemble. It quickly formed into a humanoid solid ice figure. And from within the ice block, Aokiji walked out unharmed. Guraralala, that little brat from back then has grown up and is now actually trying to challenge me. Whitebeard smirked, looking proudly at Aokiji in front of him. Aokiji patted his shoulder. He remained silent. This time, aside from wanting to eliminate the tsunami, there was more to it. He just wants to test Whitebeard's strength. Just look at the title of the strongest in the world. Throughout Marineford, besides Aokiji, who wouldn't want to spar with Whitebeard? Now, the battle between Aokiji and Whitebeard undoubtedly announces to everyone that even though Whitebeard is in his twilight years, his strength remains undiminished. Of course, for top-tier powerhouses, their goal is to challenge Whitebeard. But for ordinary naval soldiers, what they saw was just a back-and-forth confrontation between Aokiji and Whitebeard. Although this group of pirates was quite powerful, we still have 3 admirals. We still have the fleet admiral, and we still have the hero Garp. In the competition of top-tier combat power, our Navy will never lose. If a real fight breaks out, who is stronger and who is weaker is still uncertain. The Navy personnel encouraged themselves. Just now, the scene of the tsunami summoned by Whitebeard was truly shocking, causing their morale to plummet. But with Aokiji's appearance, who swiftly quelled the towering tsunami, the morale of the Navy began to rise again. The key to winning this war is to eliminate as many members of the Whitebeard Pirates as possible in front of them. On the side of the Whitebeard Pirates, many people leaned over to look at the sea level. With Aokiji's Ice Age, the bay had now become a battlefield where they could land. Some crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates jumped onto the ice and tested its current load-bearing capacity. Not bad. It was still quite solid. Unfortunately, this was not the time for them to be picky. At the moment when Aokiji and Whitebeard's confrontation came to an end, bang! On the Navy's side, they had long since finished loading their ammunition. At the same time, the fuses were lit. A rain of cannonballs came crashing down towards the Whitebeard Pirates. The battle had begun. As the 2 armies clashed, the cannon fire led the way. There's no need to elaborate on the Navy's firepower. Once the fuses were ignited, the cannon fire instantly covered all the ships of the Whitebeard Pirates. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed continuously. We fought back. After a round of volleys from the Navy, the Whitebeard Pirates also loaded their cannons in response. Bang, bang, bang. A dense barrage of cannonballs rained down on the Navy's stronghold. Both sides spared no effort in unleashing their firepower on each other, trying to maximize the enemy's casualties. However, the Navy's equipment was of excellent quality, and considering this was the Navy's headquarters, they had the advantage of timing, location, and manpower. Before long, the firepower from the Whitebeard Pirates was suppressed. Several ships were even blown apart by the shockwaves, creating large holes. Luckily, they were supported by the ice surface. Otherwise, if seawater flooded in, there would be a risk of sinking. Seeing their firepower being severely suppressed, the subordinate pirate captains could not remain passive any longer. One by one, they drew their weapons. Kill! The members of the subordinate pirate crews rushed towards the Navy. Are you afraid? Many Navy vice admirals personally led their teams, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards the Whitebeard Pirates. In close combat, both sides' gunners tacitly stopped their fire suppression. Dare to challenge the Whitebeard Pirates? You must not know how high the sky is. Today, let you experience the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates surged forward. How could our navy be someone you can provoke? You clowns, next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Eliminate these pirates. The navy also engaged in battle. The two sides collided. A massive deployment of troops ensued, creating chaos like a swarm of locusts. The commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates began to take action. Vista drew his two flower swords from his waist, petals falling from the sky as he, dressed in a tailcoat, plunged like a sharp long knife into the navy's ranks. Similarly, the other commanders also stepped up. The likes of Marco and others began to unleash their power as well. Seeing that the commanders had already taken action, the giant vice admirals joined the fray, raising their battle axes and spike clubs to smash towards the Whitebeard Pirates. The brutal slaughter had just begun, yet the scene was already drenched in blood, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. It must be said that although the Navy soldiers were all elite, well-trained, and imposing, they were ultimately just flowers in a greenhouse. Many had yet to experience the bloody storms of the sea, but the Whitebeard Pirates were different. In the New World, only the strong survived. Anyone who could survive in such a place was no ordinary fighter. If the Navy had previously suppressed the Whitebeard Pirates with their firepower, now that it had come to close combat, the advantages of the Whitebeard Pirates began to show. The war gradually turned into a confusing melee. Just as the Navy and pirates were locked in fierce combat, in the square of Marineford, a man carrying a black sword, he slowly raised his head, a fierce fighting spirit gleaming in his eyes, with a sharp and chilling light that seemed capable of piercing anything. His gaze like that of an eagle, locked onto Whitebeard on the Moby Dick. He took a step forward and ascended to the platform. He is Dracul Mihawk, currently one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and acknowledged by the world as the #1 swordsman. Mihawk is, after all, one of the top swordsmanship masters of this era. His action immediately attracted the attention of many people in Marineford. I didn't expect that the first person who couldn't hold back would actually be you. Don Quixote da Flamingo glanced at Mihawk, smirking with a proud tone. Are you going to make a move too? The sea breeze blew, and Pirate Empress Boa Hancock looked at him, her hair dancing wildly. Are you trying to challenge Whitebeard? Let me see your skills. Moonlight Moria watched eagerly. Oh, one is the world's greatest swordsman, and the other is the world's strongest man. How terrifying. Kizaru's eyes lit up as he began to seriously observe everything. Akainu, though extremely arrogant, couldn't help but glance over at Mihawk after a cold snort. Not just these people. Sengoku, Garp, and even the tyrant Kuma, who had always been a bystander, turned to look in response. It seemed they sensed something. Whitebeard also gazed toward the plaza of Marineford, and then locked eyes with Hawkeye Mihawk. Garara, is another little brat about to make a move? Whitebeard naturally noticed the sharpness in Mihawk's eyes and said calmly, just like everyone's previous thoughts, Whitebeard sat atop the title of the world's strongest man, a towering mountain blocking their way. Anyone wanting to take a step further at the peak of the world would surely wish to compete with him. Today, the Marineford War, this grand feast of dragons, perfectly fulfills everyone's desire to challenge Whitebeard. Let me see how much effort I need to put in to surpass this mountain. Mihawk raised his hand, gripping the black sword Yuru behind him, and slowly drew it out. The moment Yuru was unsheathed, a wave of sword energy spread out from him. Many could sense that Mihawk's power was rapidly increasing. If there were a power level detector from Dragon Ball, Mihawk's battle value would undoubtedly be multiplying at this moment. What terrifying sword energy! Vista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, who was originally charging into battle, couldn't help but stop his actions upon sensing the movement of Hawkeye Mihawk. He looked in the direction of Mihawk. Upon seeing Mihawk's current swordsmanship, even he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Years of hard training. He originally thought that his swordsmanship had caught up to and even matched Mihawk. To put it bluntly, Vista was just waiting for the day when he could compete with him. However, now that he saw Mihawk revealing his unmatched sword aura, he was taken aback. He couldn't help but exclaim. He was still far from him. Mihawk held the black sword Yuru with both hands. Only this person in the entire ocean could make the world's strongest swordsman unleash his full power with both hands. The violent strength surged into Mihawk's arms. After elevating his power to its peak, his eagle-like pupils opened, his eyes sparkling like the Milky Way. In an instant, he swung his blade towards Whitebeard, the Black Blade Knight, one of the 12 techniques of the Supreme Great Blade. In that instant, it radiated an endless divine light. A green sword energy shot straight towards Whitebeard, who was on the direction of the Moby Dick. A massive shockwave erupted, creating huge cracks even on the ice surface frozen by Akiji. The cracks spread out in all directions. Ice shards flew, solid ice danced, blocking the sky and covering the sea, shaking the heavens and earth, causing a stir in the sky. Mihawk stared intently at Whitebeard. How will you block my strike? Faced with Mihawk's charged strike, Whitebeard remained completely unfazed. Just as the slash was about to land on him, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Whitebeard. It was Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Buzz! A dazzling diamond quickly covered Jozu's body. Facing Mihawk's slash, he slammed his legs down like a sumo wrestler. Once his lower body was stable, he let out a loud roar and directly clashed with Mihawk's slash barehanded. Bang! The sharp slash collided with the indestructible diamond. At the moment of their collision, the entire marine fort was filled with a deafening roar. Many people were shaken to the point that their eardrums nearly burst with blood. The sharp slash swept across the area, the intense sound shocking the entire marine fort. The immense noise caused even those who were originally engaged in battle, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Navy, to stop their actions. They looked over at Captain Jaws of the 3 teams under the Moby Dick. What incredible impact! Some captains of the affiliated pirate crews couldn't help but exclaim. After all, he is the world's #1 swordsman. Even those proud admiral-level officers in the Navy felt their hearts stirred and could not calm down upon witnessing Mihawk display such power. As the person involved, Jaws. At the moment he collided with Mihawk's slash, he frowned, his expression slightly changed. The sharpness of Mihawk's slash was surprisingly beyond his imagination. His legs created long grooves on the ice surface, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. However, who is Jozu? The strongest shield of the Whitebeard Pirates. No one can break his defense. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power in his arms and forcefully lifted Mihawk's slash towards the sky. In everyone's view, Mihawk's slash was bent by him. The slash was thrown into the sky, spiraling continuously before exploding at the zenith. In an instant, the entire Marineford was cloudless, echoing with thunderous sounds. Hawkeye truly deserved the title of the world's #1 swordsman. Just now, even Jozu had almost failed to block it, blood oozing from his arm. Fortunately, he managed to endure it all. As a qualified pirate, he definitely couldn't miss the chance to taunt. Is this the charge attack of the world's #1 swordsman? Tried it today, and it's nothing special. Jozu quietly placed his bleeding arm behind him while not forgetting to cast a provocative gaze at Mihawk. In the face of Jozu's provocation, Mihawk remained silent. His target is Whitebeard, but he only strikes once. He fails, and although he feels displeased, he does not take any further action. Retreating to the background, he also sheathes the black sword, Yuru. This Jozu is truly a tough nut. It is unexpected that even Mihawk's slash cannot harm him in the slightest. The strongest shield of the Whitebeard Pirates is indeed, as the rumors say. I have to admit, these division commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates do possess some strength. The Navy is stirred up, filled with immense shock. Who is Mihawk? He is the world's #1 swordsman, standing among the top tier in the New World. If it weren't for Jozu's obstruction, his slash was aimed straight across towards Whitebeard. He is going to challenge Whitebeard. The enemy is Whitebeard. One can imagine the immense power contained in this strike. However, even so, it was easily blocked by Jozu. Looking at the turbulent Marineford, this is just the beginning. It almost overturned the entire island. The clash of top-tier powers is truly not something ordinary pirates and navy can compare to. Today is destined to be a day that will go down in history. Vista, I heard that your swordsmanship ranks first in the Whitebeard Pirates. Today, I would like to learn from you. Suddenly, a Navy colonel walked up to Vista and drew his sword, pointing at him and shouting, "Oh, challenging me?" Vista stroked his mustache, looking towards a Navy colonel. Then a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. "Is this how you challenge me? 20 against 1? It turns out that behind this Navy colonel, there are more than 20 soldiers, all drawing their swords. Vista couldn't help but laugh. "Is this what you call a noble challenge? Let's talk. It's 20 against 1, so don't underestimate us." The 20 Navy colonels rushed towards Vista to attack. They really don't believe it. More than 20 of us can't take you down? Even if we can't take you down, we can still delay you for a while. This is their confidence built over many years of training. Kill. The naval colonels are full of fighting spirit. Seeing this, Vista merely shook his head slightly. Swish, swish, swish. In the sky, pieces of red petals began to fall. Bathed in the petals, Vista drew his sword. "Since you seek death, then I'll send you on your way." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, his figure transformed into flowing light. Among the petals, Vista struck back at the more than 20 naval colonels in front of him with lightning speed. In less than a second, those 20-some naval colonels, who had just been arrogant and surrounded him, were instantly knocked to the ground by Vista. Each of them received at least 10 to 20 stabs. They lay sprawled in a pool of blood. What? After witnessing this scene, the leading naval colonel couldn't help but feel his pupils constrict. Look, can't see. Completely invisible. What incredible speed is this? They couldn't even catch a trace of Bista. The colonels believed that after years of training, they could at least hold their own against the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, if not defeat them. However, the results disappointed them. They couldn't even last for a moment. They can't hold on for even a second. Such a result is indeed hard for them to accept. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Bista swiftly dealt with a large number of enemies in front of him. The same scene unfolded in every corner of Marineford. Many captains displayed their might, showcasing overwhelming strength, pushing the Navy soldiers back relentlessly. On the side of the Whitebeard Pirates, seeing the captain's bravery, they couldn't help but shout, their morale soaring. An endless amount of strength surging within them. They wildly waved their long knives at the Navy in front of them. The Navy looked at the Whitebeard Pirates, who were exuding such overwhelming, killing intent. They couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. The devil. This group of Whitebeard Pirates was simply devils. In their first confrontation, the Navy was utterly defeated and retreated in disarray. The Whitebeard Pirates quickly occupied most of the sky over the bay. At the same time, countless members of the Whitebeard Pirates united as one and pressed forward against the Navy. Looking down at the Navy, which was being forced to retreat, and the united Whitebeard Pirates, Sengoku stood on the execution platform, his face betraying no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. The combat power of the Whitebeard Pirates was already quite formidable. Furthermore, the majority of the Navy consisted of new recruits. It was their first clash. They were able to reach the current situation, which had long been anticipated during the Warring States period. His gaze was calm as he looked towards Whitebeard. Captain Marco of the 1st Division, Captain Jozu of the 3rd Division, and Captain Thatch of the 16th Division were all present. Sengoku, who was confirming the numbers, suddenly furrowed his brow slightly. There was one more. One more division captain was not at the scene. Where is Lin? At that moment, Sengoku was horrified to realize this issue. Lin, the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was not on the Moby Dick. In fact, it could be said that he is not at Marineford. What is Whitebeard planning? Lin's strength is somewhat known in the Marines. Just by sweeping through the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, it is enough to demonstrate his exceptional power. For someone with such great strength, if he doesn't make it to the big screen, wouldn't that be a waste of such talent? Sengoku immediately tightened his grip on the Den Mushi in his hand. His gaze swept across Marineford, searching for Lin's traces. After confirming that Lin was not on the Moby Dick or any other ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, Sengoku immediately ordered, Sentinel Team, search for the whereabouts of the 17th Division. For Sengoku, Whitebeard is using Lin from the 17th Division for some purpose. He is unclear, but the battlefield changes rapidly. He absolutely does not allow unexpected events to happen to him. A number of sentinels and spies have long been placed on both sides of Marinvondo. Upon hearing the order from the Warring States, they immediately raised the telescopes in their hands, standing on a lookout tower, and began searching for the traces of the 17th Division led by Lin. Before long, news about the 17th Division reached Sengoku's ears. Report, Marshal, although we have not found the whereabouts of Division Commander Lin, their 17th Division fleet is currently guarding the rear of the Whitebeard Pirates. A naval sentry responded to Sengoku. Listening to the reply from the transponder snail, Sengoku's gaze also turned toward the rear of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sure enough, there was a solitary ship quietly floating on the sea. Whitebeard, are you trying to leave yourself a way out? Sengoku pondered, but ultimately could only come to this conclusion. With such a powerful general not being deployed, it seemed that this was the only answer to confirm his current speculation. After all, outside the gates of justice, there were hundreds of warships ready to go. With just one command from him, those warships could quickly encircle the rear of the Whitebeard Pirates and launch a bombardment. It was evident that Whitebeard had also thought of this, which was why he entrusted the rear guard task to that exceptionally strong, newly promoted division commander. However, Sengoku's face remained cold and devoid of color. Trying to leave yourself a way out? Then I want to see, when your front line cannot withstand the pressure we the Navy apply to you, what qualifications you have to consider a retreat. Order. As soon as there is any movement from the 17th Division, report to me immediately. Sengoku commanded. Yes. The sentry quickly responded. After handling the matters of the 17th Division, Sengoku began to personally oversee the battle at Marineford. Whenever there was a shortage of troops in a certain area, another unit would be sent to reinforce. Even if the Whitebeard Pirates were brave and skilled in battle, they only had less than 30,000 troops. Currently, Marineford had deployed a full 100,000 elite Navy troops, along with thousands of warships lying in wait. With ample manpower and resources, in such circumstances, a war of attrition became the Navy's absolute advantage. Want to fight? We'll accompany you to the end. On the Moby Dick, Marco watched as the Navy continued their relentless assault. His expression darkened slightly. The Whitebeard pirates have indeed gained the upper hand. However, this advantage is only temporary. The Navy is resisting very tenaciously. No matter how fiercely they launch their attacks, they cannot break through the Navy's defenses. At this moment, he realized that he should do something. Marco, with his dead fish eyes, fixed his gaze on Ace on the execution platform. Their purpose for this trip is to rescue Ace. As long as they successfully bring Ace out, all problems will be easily solved. Just as Marco looked towards the execution platform, on the Navy's side, one of the three admirals, Kazu, also focused his gaze on Whitebeard. At the very least, he needed to take some action. It should at least look like he wasn't just going through the motions. Kizaru put down his standard admiral sitting position with one leg crossed and then stood up. His action caught the attention of Akainu, who glanced at him with a rare look of surprise in his eyes. Unexpectedly, this guy who usually liked to slack off was actually preparing to take action. The sun must be rising in the west. Oh, capturing the thief starts with the king. Let's begin with you, Whitebeard. Kizaru's gaze was locked on Whitebeard, and although he usually preferred to slack off, he also realized that this was one of the few opportunities in his life to challenge Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. As a strong man, how could he miss it? Kizaru crouched slightly and then leaped into the air. He stepped into the sky. At his fingertips, a yellow light appeared. With his arms crossed, the yellow monkey had a lewd smile on his face. Yada no Kagami. Yada no Kagami. A large-scale destructive skill of the Gura no Mi. Although many people believe that this thing looks dense and dazzling, superficial at best, and almost impossible to hit anyone, it must be admitted that once hit by Yada no Kagami, the impact is undoubtedly devastating. Immediately after, the yellow monkey crossed his arms, without any hesitation, activating the Gura no Mi, sending thousands of yellow flashes sweeping towards Whitebeard on the Moby Dick. As soon as the yellow monkey made his move, Whitebeard naturally sensed the commotion at the execution platform. Guru, the third little ghost can't hold back either? Whitebeard smiled, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the yellow monkey. The first little ghost was Akiji, the second was Mihawk, and the third little ghost, of course, was the yellow monkey in front of him. Come on, let me see the power of your Gura no Mi, the yellow monkey said calmly. However, facing the yellow monkey's proactive attack, Whitebeard stood like an ancient rock, unmoved. Just as the yellow monkey's Yada no Kagami was about to hit Whitebeard, Marco, the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard Pirates, made his move. You don't need old man's help to deal with you. Marco shook his hands, and blue-gold flames ignited on his body in an instant. The flames quickly spread around Marco. With a long cry, a phoenix engulfed in blue-gold flames soared into the sky. Marco unleashed his phoenix devil fruit. Facing the Yada no Kagami, Marco let the yellow flashes pass through his body. I've never seen such a strange bird before. The yellow monkey strolled leisurely, increasing the output of the Yada no Kagami in his hand. However, for Marco, it was all in vain. When the distance between the two sides closed, Marco kicked off the air, twisting his body, and with a hook kick, he kicked towards the yellow monkey. The yellow monkey raised his elbow to collide with Marco's kick. Boom! With a single strike, a roar echoed. The blue-gold flames and yellow flashes erupted simultaneously, igniting the entire sky. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the yellow monkey, as one of the three admirals, slightly underestimated Marco's leg strength and was hit by a whip kick, his entire body turning into a flash of light and falling towards the ground. Boom! The flash of the yellow monkey crashed to the ground, sending countless dust clouds swirling up. Admiral, seeing the yellow monkey being kicked away by Marco, the Navy soldiers below were incredibly shocked. Oh my God, that's an admiral, one of the three terrifyingly strong figures selected from 1,000,000 soldiers. And yet, the Admiral Yellow Monkey was kicked away by the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard Pirates? What? Many Navy soldiers were dumbfounded, staring blankly at this scene, opening their mouths as if to say something, but were horrified to find they couldn't say a word. Likewise, Marco was also stunned. After kicking the yellow monkey away, he was slightly taken aback. Did he just defeat an admiral so easily? The expressions of the other division captains were nearly identical. Kicking away an admiral? This is simply outrageous. Even Whitebeard, who had always maintained his calm demeanor, changed his expression upon seeing this scene. He then laughed a few times. "Grr, you really are something, Yellow Monkey." Meanwhile, the Navy was feeling uneasy. The Yellow Monkey being kicked away had truly dropped their jaws. Eyes darted back and forth between Marco and the Yellow Monkey, who had fallen to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. In a moment, they can't even tell who is the real Kuin and who is the fake Kuin. Match fixing. Someone is match fixing. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Polysolino. Akainu was previously surprised by Kizaru's actions, but now his face has darkened. He almost gritted his teeth while reciting this series of names. Akiji has been offline since he initiated the Ice Age. Now Kizaru is openly match-fixing in front of nearly 200,000 spectators. Akainu clenched his fists. The temperature of his skin rose sharply. The scene suddenly felt like a peak match, and as soon as he saw his teammates, they all seemed to be weak. Let's talk about Marco. There was no time to think further. After Akiji went offline and Kizaru started match-fixing, he realized that this was one of the few opportunities to break through to the execution platform. With a shake of his arms, the blue and golden flames surged to their peak. Marco shot through the sky like a meteor, heading straight for the execution platform. What? Seeing Marco's trajectory, many on the Navy side became restless. The execution platform was their territory, now suddenly being invaded by the division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. It seemed he was going to take Ace away. This is bad. They couldn't let Marco approach the execution platform. Some masters of the Navy's 6 styles leaped into the sky, trying to intercept Marco. But unfortunately, where are Marco's opponents? Phoenix fire. Flames erupted from Marco's legs, sending almost all the Marines who approached him with moonwalk flying away. Closer, closer, to the execution platform. Marco is within reach. Go, Marco. You must retrieve Ace. It's one of the few hopes left. The Whitebeard Pirates couldn't help but shout loudly as they saw Marco getting closer to the execution platform. As long as they can rescue Ace this war, they will achieve it with minimal losses, just as everyone is excited and eager for Marco to reclaim Ace. On the Navy's side, would it let things develop so easily? The answer is no. As Marco was about to reach the execution platform, the last of the 3 admirals, Akainu, stood up with a dark expression. Since Akiji and Kizaru were unreliable, the Navy's last line of defense would be upheld by him. In Akainu's hands, the magma fruit was unleashed, and half of his arm transformed into high-temperature lava. The temperature around the execution platform rapidly began to rise. The black smoke produced by the magma enveloped Akainu on both sides. Great eruption. Akainu stepped in front of Marco, raising his fist, infused with fierce magma, and punched towards Marco. If it were Kizaru or Akiji, Marco might have had some leeway. But this time, the enemy was Akainu, known as the strongest among the 3 admirals. Even as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division, Marco was fully focused. The 2 sides collided instantly. One side wielded the magma fruit, while the other possessed the phoenix fruit. Flames filled the surroundings, enveloping both of them. A great battle was about to break out. Marco was indeed powerful, but in front of Admiral Akainu, he ultimately fell short. Although he could resist for a while over time, he will definitely be the first to fail. Plus, he has already entered the heart of the Navy. There can be no more delays. Glancing at Ace, who is so close, and the Akainu blocking his way, Marco felt helpless. He could only choose to temporarily retreat. Akainu did not pursue him after driving Marco back. He fell from the sky, landing right under the execution platform, and sat back in his position as a general. No matter what, there must be a general personally guarding this execution platform, and that person is Akainu. Meanwhile, while the Battle of Marineford was in full swing, things were quietly brewing in the underwater prison. Impel Down is one of the 3 major institutions of the Navy, the world's #1 prison, known as the most tightly guarded place in the world. Those imprisoned there are all notorious criminals, with bounties exceeding 100 million. In addition to the large number of troops stationed here by the Navy, there are also terrifying warships comparable to the Demon Slayer order parked outside. It is precisely because of the Navy's emphasis and the extreme ruthlessness of the prisoners inside that Impel Down has earned the reputation of being an impregnable fortress. Lin Yan stood at the top, looking down towards Impel Down. Sure enough, just as he thought, the eyes of the entire world were focused on Marineford. In fact, to gather elite troops, many elite forces from Impel Down have been drawn away. It can be said that Impel Down is currently experiencing a rare moment of extremely weak defending forces in decades. Perhaps even Sengoku did not anticipate that this seemingly insignificant and overlooked Impel Down would soon give rise to a group of prisoners who would turn the tide of battle and deal a fatal blow to the Navy, sweeping away all the groundwork laid by the Navy in the early stages. The kaleidoscope opened, and beside Lin Yan, the space suddenly twisted. Lin Yan's body began to distort as well. He was sucked into it. In the next second, Lin Yan, who activated Divine Might, arrived inside Impel Down. Looking around, the dark, damp scene covered in moss was imprinted in Lin Yan's eyes. The environment was exceptionally poor. Impel Down had a total of 6 levels. From top to bottom, the bounties of the imprisoned prisoners were continuously increasing. And on that pitch-black 6th level was the most terrifying place in this prison. The likes of Barrett, Gold Lion, and even Roger had visited this place. With Divine Might, invading Impel Down was not a difficult task at all. In less than a moment, Lin Yan had already reached the scorching hell of the 4th level of Impel Down. Just as he was preparing to continue infiltrating, suddenly, Lin Yan stopped in his tracks. A red-nosed man caught his attention. A red nose? Lin Yan's face suddenly showed a strange expression. Could it be? Following the target's gaze, sure enough, he saw the target dressed as a clown, with blue hair, wearing a prison uniform, and a particularly conspicuous red on the tip of his nose. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of surprise. Oh, it's him. Yes. The person in the cage before Lin Yan was none other than the strongest Lucky Color Domineer, the first person to broadcast the Marineford War live. The one personally recruited by Whitebeard, the only man who did not give Shanks any face. Having been hammered by Akainu, pierced by Akiji, flashed by Kizuru, and slashed by Hawkeye, after enduring so many attacks from strong opponents, he still successfully brought Luffy to safety. Was it really the clown Buggy? I actually ran into the great Buggy. A strange smile appeared on Lin Yan's face the moment he saw Buggy. He simply stopped rushing on his journey. However, Lin Yan was a bit puzzled. During the war, wasn't Buggy with Luffy, inciting a rebellion in the underwater prison? The two of them were thriving in the underwater prison, gathering a large group of followers ready to counterattack the Navy headquarters in Marineford at any time. But look at Buggy now, still locked up in prison. What's going on? Soon, Lin Yan figured it out. It wasn't hard to guess. It should be because of him. In the original story, Luffy was sent in by the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Then, he gradually started causing trouble in the prison and coincidentally met Buggy, and the two of them became legends from that point on. The problem is, the current Luffy was forcefully handed over to Kizuru by Lin Yan, who brought him in. In other words, Luffy might be wearing Sea Prism Stone handcuffs. As a Devil Fruit user, being restricted by the Sea Prism Stone, even with the protagonist's halo, he wouldn't be able to stand up. It's my fault, isn't it? Lin Yan slapped his forehead, realizing that the so-called protagonist's halo was actually restricted by a pair of Sea Prism Stone handcuffs. While sighing, he felt a bit fortunate. Fortunately, he arrived at Impel Down. Otherwise, he could only go back with a smile, riding the Green Bull, Zephyr, piloting the Gundam, and controlling Thor, forcefully dismantling Marin Fander. Speaking of Baki, he really couldn't believe it. Damn, he actually became a guest in the underwater prison one day. The reason? He just dug up a treasure and accidentally ran into the Navy. That's all. Then he was sent here. Moreover, he was treated with such respect by the Navy, locking him up on the 4th level right away. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad about being treated this way by the Navy. Happy my ass. Just thinking about spending almost the rest of his life here. Sorry, Captain, I become one of the few, well, the only black mark on your ship. Sorry. First mate, I didn't meet the goals you set for me back then. Sorry, Shanks, Damn, what does Shanks have to do with this? The moment he thought of Shanks, Buggy instantly hardened, tough as nails. It's this damn guy. Because of him, I haven't been able to set sail for treasure until now. Countless treasure maps have slipped through my fingers because of him. If I ever get the chance in the future, I'll definitely stamp my size 45 shoes on your face. Don't let me catch you. Unfortunately, he could only say such harsh words in his heart. Buggy couldn't help but feel dejected. As a pirate with a bounty of 15 million, what kind of waves could he possibly stir up and Impel Down? And even kick Shanks. He should just leave this place that made him anxious day and night. Thinking back to those years when he was an intern on the Roger Pirates, he was so full of himself and so impressive. Who would have thought that he would end up like this? It's truly tragic. If Shanks saw me like this, saw my bounty of only 15 million berries, saw me as a prisoner in the underwater prison, he must be very disappointed in me. Although I keep saying I hate you, I actually care quite a lot. Ugh. But in reality, you are one of the few friends I have in this world. Memories of the little moments on Roger's ship flooded into Buggy's mind. If only I had a cigar. Lighting it up, reminiscing about the glorious past. Buggy couldn't help but feel melancholic, his face full of weariness and complexity. Cigarettes. Just as Buggy was lost in his thoughts, a voice rang in his ear. How did that clown Buggy, who once caused a ruckus in the East Sea, end up in this situation? Lin Yan looked at Buggy, who was leaning calmly against the cage, and asked him peacefully, I'm sorry, Tam. I can't swim. Wah-wah. I'm crying so much from being scolded. Hearing the commotion, Buggy suddenly sat up from inside the prison. He concealed the frustration and sorrow on his face and looked outside the cage. There, at the entrance of the cage, stood a man in casual clothes, leaning against the wall, teasing him. Baki's gaze fell on this man, and then a look of confusion appeared on his face. It was obvious. He did not recognize the Lin Yan in front of him. His thoughts, reminiscing about the glorious past, were interrupted. Just as Buggy recalled the bits and pieces with Shanks, he felt a bit displeased. With his red nose, he raised his hand and pointed at Lin Yan, asking, Who are you? Get out of the way. Lin Yan touched his chin. Oh my, quite arrogant, aren't you? But he wasn't angry. He just calmly said, I originally intended to take you out of the cage, but I didn't expect that the invincible Baki, who swept across the East Sea, would be such an arrogant person. Forget it, forget it. If you want me to step aside, then I'll step aside. As he spoke, Lin Yan really did plan to leave. Take himself out of the cage? Baki quickly caught onto this information. A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Then he suddenly raised his head and began to scrutinize Lin Yan in front of him. At this moment, Baki realized that Lin Yan was not wearing a Navy sailor suit. Who are you? Baki asked with uncertainty. Does it matter? Lin Yan replied nonchalantly, hands in pockets. Please don't go, please don't go. I was wrong just now, I apologize. Little brother, big brother, as long as you can take me out, I'll work for you like a horse. Just a moment ago, he was complaining about how he could make waves in prison. His life seemed destined to be accompanied by loneliness. But the next second, Lin Yan's appearance became his savior. Knowing that the other party was willing to take him out of prison, Baki quickly switched to a flattering tone and said to Lin Yan, Wow, is this the demeanor of a great figure? Impressive. Seeing Bucky's quick change of attitude, Lin Yan gave him a thumbs up. As for working like a horse, sorry, he doesn't like riding the same kind. Ahem. Although the cage is made of sea prism stone, it poses no significant restriction on Lin Yan. He saw lightning appear in his palm, and the sturdy cage in front of him was directly burned into a puddle of wastewater by the lightning generated from high temperature. A devil fruit user? Looking at the lightning in Lin Yan's palm, Buggy, who is already a devil fruit user, recognized it at a glance. However, the problem is, this cage is made of sea prism stone. Why does the sea prism stone have such little effect on him? Buggy opened his mouth. He wants to inquire about the reason. But quickly, he chose to remain silent. This was one of the few opportunities he had to leave Impel Down. He was timid and did not dare to speak loudly. Mainly because he did not dare to ask. Big brother, what are your plans next? After witnessing Lin Yan's methods, Baki became increasingly respectful towards him. It's simple. I need someone to help me open all the cages here. You need to know how many prisoners are there in the underwater prison. On this point, Lin Yan was not clear. If he opens them one by one, who knows when it will be finished? After saying that, he threw a series of keys to Buggy. Long before coming here, Lin Yan had already dealt with quite a few guards of the underwater prison. From them, he had obtained a large number of keys. After handing over the task of the 4th level to Buggy, Lin Yan started heading straight for the 6th level. As he passed through the dim and damp corridor, the surrounding walls became increasingly moist. On the steps of the corridor, besides the moss, a large pile of bones was accumulated on both sides. The scene looked like a small mountain made of bones. Looking at this, it is not hard to guess that over the course of hundreds of years, countless souls of the dead from the sea must be buried here. Finally, a strange door appeared before Lin Yan. This door was made with special patterns, and terrifying designs were imprinted on it. This must be the place. Indeed, behind this door was Lin Yan's destination this time, the 6th level of the underwater prison. Infinite Hell. It is also known as a forbidden zone of the world, a place of death. Creak the door was pushed open. Lin Yan strode in boldly toward the 6th level. At this moment, in Infinite Hell, a merman dressed in a kimono with hands shackled by high-loose-stone handcuffs looked at the silent, dark prison with a complex expression. His body was covered in bruises, almost entirely marks of whipping. Bloodied and battered, he thought, the war on Marineford must have already started. I'm sorry, Whitebeard. The merman was Jinbei. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking about how he still couldn't stop this scene. He showed a look of regret and loneliness on his face. Once upon a time, the warlord of the sea, who was in his prime, also had such a miserable scene. Oof, what a foolish person. Next to Jinbei, there was a man with a long scar across his face, a golden hook on his left hand, and dressed in prison garb. Even though he was trapped in a cage, he still wore a defiant expression. Crocodile, also a warlord of the sea, had now become Jinbei's cellmate. Looking at the pitiful state of this fishman beside him, Crocodile showed a look of disdain. How did Jinbei end up in prison? He learned that Ace had been captured. He rushed to the Navy headquarters to request help. However, on the way, Jinbei had a dispute with the Navy. Even though Jinbei is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, what impact can a mere warlord have in front of such a colossal entity like the Navy? Since then, Jinbei has been imprisoned on the 6th level of this underwater prison, and as long as the Navy is willing. His title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea can be taken away just like that. He actually dares to attempt negotiations with the Navy. This is one of the reasons why Crocodile looks down on Jinbei. Listening to Crocodile's mockery, Jinbei had no mood to respond. He simply sighed to himself, sigh. Just as Jinbei sighed, a sound of footsteps in this quiet, infinite hell caught their attention. Under the dim light, Lin Yan walked to the front of their cage. Through the sea prism stone forged prison bars, Lin Yan smiled and said, "As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, you actually have times when you sigh?" His gaze turned towards Crocodile and Jinbei in front of him. Compared to Crocodile, who frowned and showed a look of vigilance, Jinbei's expression changed after seeing Lin Yan. A look of surprise first appeared on his face, and then he stood up directly from his spot. "You're the squad captain." Crocodile was sent in relatively early. Long before Luffy cleared the Alabasta arc, Crocodile had been thrown into the underwater prison by the Navy. He doesn't know Lin Yan, which is perfectly understandable. But just because he doesn't know her, it doesn't mean Jinbei doesn't know her. Before being imprisoned, Jinbei had seen news about Lin Yan. After all, Fishman Island has ties with the Whitebeard Pirates. The news about the new division commander being born in the Whitebeard Pirates. He can't possibly be unaware. However, seeing the newly promoted division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates bizarrely appearing in the 6th level of the underwater prison, known as the Infinite Hell, which is said to be a forbidden zone on the sea, even Jinbei, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea who is used to storms, changed his expression. Could it be that the Battle of Marineford has ended? The Navy is terrifying to this extent. How long has it been since the war started? Do they really swallow the huge presence of the Whitebeard Pirates in the New World? Why are you here, Commander? It's not that Jinbei is not calm enough. But this is truly unbelievable. It's simply a fairy tale, something unheard of. Jinbei, suppressing the shock in his heart, tentatively asked Lin Yan, "Has our Whitebeard Pirates been destroyed? And have all of us been captured by the Navy?" Hearing Jinbei's uncertain words, Lin Yan paused for a moment. Then he quickly understood. "Do you really have so little faith in us, the Whitebeard Pirates?" Lin Yan smiled and asked Jinbei. Soon, with Lin Yan's explanation, Jinbei learned the reason. The battle at the Navy headquarters had just begun. Lin Yan and the Whitebeard crew split into 2 paths. One group confronting the enemy head-on, while the other launched a surprise attack on the Navy's rear. Although the surprise attack group only had Lin Yan alone. "You want to liberate the prisoners and lead them to Marineford?" Jinbei quickly grasped Lin Yan's intention. Whitebeard really knows how to play the game. After understanding the ins and outs of the situation, Crocodile, who was arrogant and unruly, had to admit that this was a good idea. As the saying goes, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." The prisoners are already enemies of the Navy and harbor a lot of resentment towards them. If they can join the battle at the cost of their freedom, I believe not many prisoners would refuse. Who would want to stay in this dark and lifeless underwater prison waiting to die when there's a sky outside? For Lin Yan, he needs the strength of these prisoners. Don't be fooled by the fact that he can pilot a Gundam, control Thor, and with a smile, they can sweep through Marineford. But that's just wishful thinking. Lin Yan has never underestimated the Navy. He has never thought that this group of people alone could take down the Navy, which has stood strong for over 800 years across the seas. If the Navy were so easy to deal with, why did Rox meet his demise back then? If the Navy were so easy to handle, wouldn't the other 4 emperors simply team up and easily crush the Navy? On the surface, the Navy seems to have only 1 admiral and 3 vice admirals. But the problem is, besides that, they still have many substitute generals, all of whom are extraordinarily powerful. Additionally, there are the former marshals who have retreated behind the scenes, as well as the hidden combat power of the great generals who have chosen to live in seclusion and remain uninvolved in worldly affairs. Even with the addition of people like Yixiao, Green Bull, and Zephyr on Lin Yan's side, the impact is merely to tilt the balance in the fierce competition between the 2 major forces, alleviating the pressure of insufficient top-tier combat strength on the Whitebeard Pirates. If a full-scale war were truly to break out, it would be hard to determine who is stronger or weaker. This is also why Lin Yan must bring the prisoners to the forefront of the battle. Realizing Lin Yan's intentions, Jinbei clenched his fists. "Please be sure to take me along. I want to contribute to the Whitebeard Pirates." Lin Yan's plan was to bring this group of people out. He pressed a hand on the iron prison, and immediately, The thunder fruit was unleashed, melting the cage into molten iron. Seeing Lin Yan's methods, Crocodile displayed the same astonishment as Buggy did earlier. Why can't Sea Prism Stone restrain you? It's a secret, Lin Yan replied with a mysterious smile, not elaborating further. At the same time, he glanced at Crocodile and then asked, "Now, this warlord of the sea, are you interested in the freedom outside?" Crocodile sneered. "You don't mean to invite me to help your Whitebeard pirates in the war at Marineford, do you?" Lin Yan nodded. "If we hadn't encountered each other, your life or death would have nothing to do with me. Since we've met, you are indeed a rare warlord of the sea. Having one more warlord of the sea would give our Whitebeard pirates more assurance, wouldn't it?" Crocodile still wore a sneer. "Why should I agree to you?" Listening to his words, Lin Yan placed a hand on his cage without saying a word. In the next second, his cage was shattered by Lin Yan's high-temperature lightning. Crocodile watched as the cage was directly melted. He felt a slight tremor in his heart. Immediately after, Lin Yan's words reached his ears. "Do you really want to be locked up here for the rest of your life? Come with me. After this war, whether to stay or leave, I will never stop you." Lin Yan threw out a reason that Crocodile could not refuse. Crocodile fell silent. Finally, he uttered one word. "Okay." Lin Yan walked ahead, while Crocodile and Jinbei followed behind him. If the underwater prison only held serious offenders from the sea, then this sixth level was filled with the strongest of the era. Logically, with this group joining, the pressure should shift to the Navy. However, Lin Yan had no intention of releasing them. The reason was simple. These prisoners on the sixth level were difficult to control. Lin Yan preferred not to have those who were hard to control. He searched around. Just then, a loud noise echoed throughout the sixth level of the infinite hell. Rather than noise, it was more like an argument. "Damn Straw Hat Kid, it's all your fault. If you hadn't beaten up the celestial dragons, we wouldn't be locked up in the sixth level of this underwater prison." Kid kicked a large rock under his feet, which accurately hit Luffy on the head, producing a crisp sound. "What do you care?" Luffy glared at Kid angrily. "I can't stand this guy anymore." DJ Apo also had a dark expression, cursing Luffy. "What do you care?" Luffy shot a glare back at Apo. "Damn it. If it weren't for him provoking the celestial dragons, we wouldn't have been beaten down by the admirals." The monk Urki followed closely behind. "What do you care?" Luffy quickly responded. "Don't let me out when I get out. I'm definitely going to beat you up for relief." As a gluttonous girl, Jewelry Bonnie was also venting her anger. "What do you care?" Luffy countered. "According to my predictions, I shouldn't die and Impel Down." Hawkins recalled the outcome of his cards. "What do you care?" A crazed Luffy bit at anyone in sight. "Hawkins, I'm just recalling my prediction results. What did I do to provoke you?" "Stupid Straw Hat." While everyone was arguing and cursing at each other, it was quite lively. Lin Yan entered the line of sight of the crowd. His sudden appearance instantly caught the attention of all the supernovas present. Of course, during their first meeting, the group of supernovas did not immediately recognize Lin Yan. However, not recognizing him did not mean that they were unfamiliar with Jinbei and Crocodile, who stood behind Lin Yan. These two were the warlords of the sea, having dominated the oceans for many years. Yet, when they saw the powerful warlords of the sea merely following Lin Yan, everyone began to scrutinize him. Through their careful observation, the supernovas recognized Lin Yan's identity. The newly appointed captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? First was Trafalgar Law, who observed Lin Yan with a serious expression. "I find it strange. Why is the new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates appearing in their archenemy, the Navy's underwater prison?" Kid also glanced at Lin Yan, expressing his doubt. Could it be that he was captured by the Navy? That would be quite a loss of the captain's dignity. The DJ Oppo also questioned whether Lin Yan had been captured by the Navy. If that were the case, then this captain isn't as strong as the rumors suggest. "It's you." Luffy naturally remembered Lin Yan, whom he had met on Sabaody Archipelago. Although Lin Yan had ungraciously sent him to the underwater prison and locked him in this lightless cage, at least his crew had not suffered this ordeal. In this regard, Luffy felt grateful towards Lin Yan. "What brings you here?" "I have a deal. Do you want to participate?" "I think none of you would want to stay in this endless hell. So help me out, and we'll part ways after it's done." Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Although the supernovas were not particularly strong, they were still a cut above ordinary pirates with their bounties exceeding 100 million. Most importantly, this was a comparison between them, Lin Yan and other top-tier experts from the New World. If compared to ordinary pirates, these supernovas would be like tigers among sheep, unstoppable. Not to mention, as the main character Luffy, he had previously defeated Crocodile and Gecko Moria during his time in the first half of the Grand Line. "Your deal involves using our strength to help the Whitebeard Pirates participate in the battle at Marineford, right?" said Hawkins, the more composed one among the supernovas. They had heard some rumors about the Marineford War even before being imprisoned. After all, this man in front of them was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. He couldn't believe that the Navy actually had the capability to capture this captain. It's not hard to guess that the prisoners being pushed into the city were his targets. Smart. Lin Yan didn't deny it. He glanced at the young supernova in front of him and asked, "Aren't you all just a bunch of young guys? Don't you think it's a pity to be buried here? Now, this opportunity is right in front of you. Will you agree or refuse? Stay here or leave? The future is entirely in your hands." Lin Yan's words weren't exactly persuasive, but they struck directly at the depths of their hearts. They had experienced the underwater prison. After all, who want to stay here for a lifetime? "I'll go with you." Hawkins was the first to speak up, giving Lin Yan an answer. After all, he was a fortune teller. He realized that his ability to escape from Impel Down was likely thanks to the captain of the division in front of him. The fortune teller had agreed, and it seemed this was the only way for us to leave Impel Down. "I will go with you." After witnessing this scene, Trafalgar Law also agreed. It seemed I had no choice. Kid pondered for a moment and also accepted Lin Yan's conditions. The other supernovas understood the gravity of the situation and agreed one after another. Luffy had come to rescue Ace, and it made sense both emotionally and logically. He has to leave the underwater prison. In the end, only Bonnie, known as the gluttonous girl, has yet to respond. "What about you, little girl?" Lin Yan cast an intrigued glance at the silent Bonnie in the prison. Bonnie also raised her head, her gaze meeting Lin Yan's. Their eyes locked, and Lin Yan frowned first. From Bonnie's expression, he saw a deep resentment. "What's going on? Does this girl hold a deep grudge against me?" While pondering this, Bonnie spoke up, saying, "I will go with you. But before that, I have a question that needs your answer." Hearing her words, Lin Yan nodded. "Feel free to ask. When we first met on the Sabaody Archipelago, I tricked you, and that's my fault. I apologize. However, after I passed out, did you do something to me?" Bonnie continued to stare at Lin Yan with her resentful eyes. When she woke up, she had been captured by the Navy. However, that was not the most important part. The important thing was that all her valuable belongings had disappeared. The Navy had no reason to take her things. The only explanation was Lin Yan, whom she encountered before she passed out. Bonnie was very angry about this. "Is there something wrong? Do you have no sense of public morality? I'm a girl. A girl lies down in front of you, and not only do you not help her, but you also take all her valuable items? Look, is this something a person would do? For a man, the most insulting thing is when a woman asks, 'Did you come in? Or is it over?' But for a woman, the most insulting and demoralizing thing is to wear something. I'm not that kind of person. You bastard. I have curves and looks. I have a good figure and appearance. But in your eyes, am I really that unattractive?" Bonnie felt hurt and a bit demoralized. Lin Yan suddenly remembered the scene where he stripped her of her valuable items. He felt a little guilty. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly turned his head and denied, "No, absolutely not. Is that so? I didn't expect even a captain would have moments of shame." Bonnie immediately saw through Lin Yan's guilt. After pausing for a moment, she continued, "I can do without the other things. But there is a bracelet that is extremely precious to me, Captain. I hope you can return it to me when you have time. It is my only connection to my family." Bracelet? Lin Yan remembered. There was indeed such a bracelet. However, when he was drinking at the Shucky Tavern, he had already given it to Shucky as payment for drinks. Hopefully, Shucky didn't exchange it for berries. Lin Yan thought to himself. With all the supernovas being released by Lin Yan, he took Jinbe, Crocodile, and the 10 supernovas before him from the 6th layer of the Infinite Hell. Thus, the liberation of the prisoners in the underwater prison officially began. On the 4th and 5th layers, Buggy was also fully executing Lin Yan's orders vigorously. A large number of prisoners were released by him. It must be said that Buggy had quite the leadership style, especially in his ability to paint a grand vision. Painting a grand vision might not have much effect on someone like Lin Yan, who is grounded in material foundations, but for these prisoners, it was like a dimensional strike. In less than a short while, Buggy had become a vague leader among the prisoners. Besides Buggy, Luffy also inadvertently passed through the 5-layer of hell, bringing out everyone from the Okama Kingdom. When Lin Yan saw Ivankov, Inazuma, and the others behind Luffy, he felt little disturbance. They are all members of the Revolutionary Army. Who is Luffy? He's the son of Dragon, the young master of the Revolutionary Army. How could Ivankov not assist? Lin Yan is calm and unperturbed. Jinbe is calm and unperturbed, and the other supernovas are oblivious to this. However, the only person present who felt a chill down their spine was the previously proud Crocodile. The moment he saw Ivankov, he first frowned and couldn't help but take a step back. His face was no longer calm. On the contrary, he felt a bit flustered. Ivankov naturally noticed Crocodile's reaction. He threw a flirtatious glance at Crocodile, seemingly hinting at something. Of course, what exactly he was hinting at, only the two of them would know. In the 5th level, the prisoners from the 4th level were all liberated by Buggy and Luffy. The commotion here quickly caught the attention of Warden Magellan. Why? Why had so many surveillance nail images gone dark? In the central command center, Magellan slammed his fist on the table, staring at the pitch-black screen, his face filled with rage. Lin Yan had stealthily made his way in, and he had already destroyed quite a few surveillance nails. The images transmitted to the central command center were basically all black screens. Magellan was furious. He had just returned from the restroom, and then such a huge disturbance erupted. This was unacceptable. Warden, we were unaware of it, a soldier said tremblingly. Magellan's face was grim. His gaze continuously swept over the already blacked-out screen. What is Advanced City? Does Magellan still not understand? As a longtime warden, he immediately realized the seriousness of the situation, especially today. A major incident was erupting in Marineford. The chaos in Advanced City absolutely must not affect the Marshal's plans. Magellan raised his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he said, "Assemble the security team, split into 2 groups. One group will guard the gates of Advanced City, while the other group will accompany me to investigate the situation." Usually, the elite Navy guarding Advanced City numbered almost 10,000 to 20,000. Now, due to the strain on elite troops, they have dispatched quite a few troops to Marinefando. The number of people Magellan can mobilize is barely less than 8,000. When arranging for 2,000 men to guard the main gate, he personally led the remaining 6,000 people towards the interior of Impel Down. On this side, prisoners from the 5th, 4th, and 3rd levels were all released by him. Looking at the large group of little brothers below, calling out Captain Buggy, a flush appeared on Buggy's face. He immediately felt invigorated. The Joker King of the past has returned. However, he knew very well that his ability to leave Impel Down was entirely dependent on the division leaders of the Whitebeard crew. Buggy hurriedly approached Lin Yan and explained the current situation. He had already released prisoners from 3 levels. Although the number was large, trouble was also following closely behind. The first problem was that the commotion they were causing was so loud that it was likely to have attracted the attention of the warden. The second problem came from the group of released prisoners themselves. Before they were imprisoned in Impel Down, they were originally arrogant pirates who did not obey any rules. Now that the shackles have been removed, it's inevitable that their inner demons have started to stir. Restless and eager to move. Listening to Buggy's words about the Navy discovering their movements, Lin Yan had already made ample preparations before entering. He did not believe that Magellan could really stop them. As for this group of troublemakers, crackle, crackle, a full 3 to 5 bolts of lightning fell directly on them. The more than a dozen or 20 people who were the loudest were all struck by Lin Yan's lightning, turning into a puddle of blood mist, leaving no bones behind. For those with a ruthless heart, all you can do is be even more ruthless than them. Well, who else want to follow in their footsteps? Just let me know. I can accommodate you. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you want to stay in prison, then just stay honest. There's no need to be sneaky. Since you're on board, I am the rule. Lin Yan's cold voice spread throughout the entire scene. After seeing Lin Yan take down more than a dozen or 20 sneaky opportunists, everyone present was shocked. They all looked in his direction one by one. Their hearts were filled with boundless shock, and their faces were full of uncertainty. When he said to take action, they took action. The crowd couldn't help but gasp. They really didn't expect it. This seemingly young guy was so decisive when he acted. Moreover, the key point is that this group of pirates is not weak. With the previous example in mind, the earlier group was also intimidated, erasing their malicious thoughts and not daring to act recklessly. Next, the liberation of the prisoners went much more smoothly. However, just as they were about to further release all the prisoners, Magellan, the highest commander of Impel Down, arrived with the guards. Magellan, the warden of the underwater prison, is a user of the venom fruit, spewing poisonous gas and surrounded by toxic liquid. He once rose to fame with his powerful strength, defeating the Whitebeard Pirates. With the enhancement of the venom fruit, Magellan possesses strength comparable to that of a marine admiral. However, despite the power of the venom fruit, it has a very fatal flaw. He spends almost half of the day excreting and cannot come into close contact with anyone due to the intense poison on his body. Years ago, Magellan was valued by the previous admiral and appointed as the strongest warden of Impel Down. During his tenure, almost no one could challenge the fortress of Impel Down, except for the Golden Lion. It can be said that Warden Magellan's terrifying image has left a profound mark in the hearts of the prisoners. His appearance caused the prisoners advancing towards the city to panic as if they had been electrified, each one looking terrified and quickly distancing themselves from Magellan as if they had seen a ghost. The commotion here was soon noticed by Jinbei, Crocodile, Ivankov, and Lin Yan. Lin Yan calmly looked at the other side. Has Magellan finally arrived? Regarding Lin Yan's matters in the New World, Magellan had naturally heard a bit about it. However, he did not expect that the newly promoted captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division would appear in his Impel Down in this underwater prison. Enough of this commotion. Magellan stepped forward, exuding a chilling aura. He raised his hand and pointed at Lin Yan in the distance. Give me a reason, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. Why have you come to my Impel Down? Why have I come? Lin Yan recalled the war that had erupted at Marineford. As the warden, I believe you should know my purpose, right? Lin Yan did not hide his intentions. Could it be that you want? Magellan's pupils constricted. Although he had guessed a lot, it was still hard to contain a shock upon hearing the situation from Lin Yan's mouth. This captain of the Whitebeard Pirates wanted to take this batch of prisoners to Marineford. What makes you think you can take them? Magellan's anger simmered. He absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen under his watch. Then what makes you think I can't take them? Lin Yan retorted. Enough with the nonsense. Magellan waved his hand, and behind him, countless streams of venom quickly gathered together, soon coalescing into a thick, long dragon. Poison dragon. A giant dragon formed from 10 streams of venom appeared behind Magellan, exuding a terrifying, decaying aura with waves of greenish gas emanating from it. This was the venom that Magellan had accumulated over the years. Once touched, the lighter cases would suffer corrosion and illness, while the heavier ones might not even leave behind any bone fragments. Roar! The 10 poison dragons roared, baring their fangs as they surged toward Lin Yan from all directions. Faced with these 10 poison dragons, Lin Yan remained unafraid. Thunder Fruit was unleashed in his hands. A series of lightning bolts surrounded him. Ziz! Then, the lightning suddenly forked into thousands of strands, rushing towards the 10 poisonous dragons in front of him. On one side were the poisonous dragons, and on the other side were the forked lightning. Boom! The scene instantly stirred up a cloud of dust, with venom splattering and lightning spreading. Seeing Lin Yan effortlessly dismantle his poisonous dragons, Magellan furrowed his brow slightly. The strength of this white-clad captain was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, who is he? The warden of Impel Down. If this group of prisoners escapes Impel Down, he has an inescapable responsibility. Moreover, besides Lin Yan, there are also Jinbei, Crocodile, the Supernovas, and all the prisoners behind him. With great enemies at hand, there can be no mistakes. Thinking of this, Magellan erupted. He no longer held back. With all his might, he unleashed his poison fruit towards Lin Yan. Giant serpentine streams of poison surged forth, wrapped in intensely lethal venom. Overwhelming Lin Yan. Lin Yan shook his head. Useless. Lightning shot out, and the poison was completely dismantled by Lin Yan's terrifying current. Then let's try this. Hell Judgment. Magellan slapped the ground with one hand, and immediately, the poison coalesced into 10 massive poison soldiers. The poison soldiers lunged toward Lin Yan. At that moment, judgment erupted. When the poison soldiers were within a few meters of Lin Yan, they exploded. It should be noted that this was Magellan's poison. Anyone who touched it would die. Even if Roger and his crew were here, they might not be able to withstand Magellan's poison, let alone the explosive force at such close range. Damn it! How could he use such a tactic? Not far away, Jinbei frowned upon seeing this scene. The explosion of the poison soldiers, regardless of whether it would be effective, shouldn't be forgotten. There were still many other prisoners around Lin Yan. In other words, even if Lin Yan teleported away, the prisoners would suffer. What morals do the Navy have to speak of with us pirates? Crocodile, on the other hand, was taking it easy, watching the explosion of the poison soldiers. Lin Yan naturally saw through Magellan's intentions. Thunderweb, a dense net formed of lightning, appeared before Lin Yan, covering the poison soldiers just before they exploded. Bang! The poison soldiers exploded, but the venom that spilled out was significantly reduced under the constraint of the thunderweb. Let's end this quickly. Lin Yan had no intention of lingering here any longer. As you wish. Magellan was also unwilling. The battle between the two had reached a fever pitch. Although Magellan was strong, bolstered by the poison fruit, his power had increased tremendously, but he was still no match for Lin Yan. Almost all the poison was swiftly shattered by Lin Yan's lightning. At the same time, due to the considerable disparity between them, it wasn't long before Magellan found himself at a disadvantage, being thoroughly suppressed by Lin Yan. Damn it! Magellan's face darkened, gritting his teeth. The pressure Lin Yan brought him was simply too great. No matter how he tried to pull out his trump cards, it was all in vain. In the eyes of the prisoners, Magellan was like a natural enemy, a kind of bloodline suppression. Seeing Magellan was like a mouse seeing a cat. They wanted to run away. Now, seeing Magellan, whom they feared so much, being suppressed to this extent by Lin Yan, the prisoners couldn't help but cast shocked glances in Lin Yan's direction. This guy is actually not even a match for Magellan? Wow, this is incredible. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. As Magellan fell into a disadvantage, Lin Yan pressed the attack. He wouldn't give Magellan any chance to fight back. As his final blow landed, the invincible Magellan fell. Looking at Magellan's downfall, the entire audience erupted in uproar once again. Did he really just take down Magellan? No wonder he dared to take us out of the underwater prison. This person's strength is truly overwhelming. If only I had half of his power. After Magellan fell, the prisoners couldn't help but clench their fists. Everyone understood that their hope of escaping was finally within reach. If before they admired Lin Yan merely for his decisiveness in killing and his willingness to lead them out of Impel Down, now, having realized Lin Yan's formidable strength, they no longer have the urge to stir up trouble. On the contrary, in their eyes, admiration has increased. Just kidding. Someone who can keep the Warden Magellan of Impel Down under control. Can they not admire him? Although Magellan has fallen, he is still barely alive. He spat out blood and said, "I absolutely cannot allow you to take these prisoners to Marineford." As he spoke, poison cloud. Magellan used the last bit of his strength to release the poison cloud. The poison cloud spread like a swarm of locusts, dark and menacing, towards the prisoners. Although this poison cloud might not be as potent as the previous venom, it still had a deadly effect on the prisoners. Once contaminated, the prisoners wouldn't die, but they would be paralyzed for a while and lose their fighting ability. Furthermore, this was the Impel Down prison, with narrow spaces and nowhere to hide. Even if old sand used a sandstorm, the result would only accelerate the spread of the poison cloud in this cramped third level. What? Seeing the poison cloud sweeping in, the prisoners immediately felt a chill and began to retreat. However, just as Magellan thought, the third level was only a tiny place. Where can they hide? Even Jinbei and Crocodile immediately made preparations. Jinbei revealed his fishman karate, and sand appeared in Crocodile's hands. Lin Yan had his hands in his pockets. He merely glanced at Magellan and calmly said, "Desperate resistance." If it were against someone else, this move would indeed be effective. But when it comes to Lin Yan, his evaluation is not worth mentioning. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan is activated. Kamui. Just as the poisonous cloud was about to cover the prisoners, a vortex appeared, blocking the toxic gas. In the next moment, the massive poisonous cloud was instantly sucked into the Kamui, leaving not a single drop. What? Seeing this scene, even Magellan, who had served as warden for many years, couldn't help but be stunned. Watching the vortex absorb his poisonous cloud, he was completely shocked. In this enclosed Impel Down, his poison cloud is almost a divine skill. Nowadays, the poison cloud was absorbed by Lin Yan in an instant. Looking at the captain of the White Corps in front of him, Magellan was filled with doubts. His ability, isn't it the Thunder Fruit? He wasn't clear about what that vortex was just now, but one thing is certain. It definitely wasn't the ability granted to him by the Thunder Fruit. Why? Why would there be such a result? What exactly was that vortex? Similarly, the sharp-eyed Jinbei and Crocodile also glanced at Lin Yan. The vortex just now was noted by both of them. However, they cleverly did not ask more. Magellan no longer had the strength to resist, and when he fell, the remaining 5,000 to 6,000 Navy soldiers, although many, were simply not enough in front of Jinbei and Crocodile's group. At this moment, a group of supernovas led by Luffy began to erupt. With their solid strength, they pushed forward unstoppable. No one in the vast underwater prison was their opponent. From the 5th level, 4th level down to the 1st level, all the prisoners were completely freed. With the prisoners, they forcibly seized 3 naval warships. The prisoners boarded the ships one after another. From then on, everyone escaped to safety. On the warship, Lin Yan pointed out some personnel. This time, there were a total of 20,000 prisoners. Upon learning this number, Lin Yan nodded. 20,000 was a bit beyond expectations. Once these people were, the pressure on the Whitebeard Pirates would greatly decrease. Lin Yan was quite curious to see what kind of expression the Marine Admiral Sengoku would have when so many prisoners suddenly joined the battle. Besides that, he also felt a bit regretful that as they advanced towards the city, they did not encounter Blackbeard and his crew. Their target was Marineford. 3 warships set sail, fading into their sight. The advanced city was slowly moving away. As Lin Yan was liberating the advanced city, the situation at Marineford was not optimistic. The Whitebeard Pirates, led by Marco, Jozu, and Vista, were desperately rushing towards the execution platform to rescue Ace. Meanwhile, the Navy was not idle either. First, several giant admirals challenged Whitebeard, followed by Aokiji, Mihawk, Kizaru, and even Akainu personally attacking Whitebeard. Whitebeard truly lived up to his title as the world's strongest man. Even when besieged, he unleashed the full power of the Tremor fruit. He not only suffered little harm, but instead forced all challengers to retreat one after another. He's really strong. Iron Fist Carp, the hero of the Navy, rubbed his fists and watched as so many people struggled to defeat Whitebeard. His heart was ignited with a surge of passion. Speaking of which, it had been many years since he had a proper confrontation with this old rival. After all, it was Whitebeard. Although Sengoku repeatedly emphasized strategically that the Whitebeard pirates were nothing to worry about, tactically, he always regarded Whitebeard as a formidable enemy. Just the title of the world's strongest man alone made it impossible to find even a substitute among the vast seas. However, even though Whitebeard had repeatedly forced enemies to retreat with his overwhelming strength, showcasing the might of the Tremor fruit and instilling fear in countless Navy soldiers, in reality, prolonged battles, his breathing began to become erratic. After all, age was a factor, and he was in the twilight of his years. Moreover, with the likes of Green Bull, Kizaru, and Akainu, each one was a peak existence in their own right. After a round of exhausting battles, sweat began to bead on Whitebeard's forehead, and he couldn't help but admit to himself that he was indeed getting old. However, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was, just as Whitebeard was preparing to catch his breath, a knife suddenly plunged into his body with a thud. Whitebeard and Sengoku could be said to be the two main pillars between the Navy and the pirates. Any slight movement can instantly attract the attention of everyone present. When a knife was plunged into Whitebeard's body, old man Marco, who was charging into battle with the white team, turned his head and his pupils constricted. No. Jozu's expression also changed. How could this happen? Sguardo. At that moment, Vista was engaged in a duel with Mihawk, both competing in swordsmanship. When he saw Whitebeard being stabbed, his heart felt unsettled. It wasn't just the three commanders. The other members of the Whitebeard Pirates were also shaken, especially when they saw the mastermind behind it all was one of their own crew members, Sguardo, the Great Oar Spider. Many of them were filled with boundless rage. Old man, Sguardo, what are you doing? The old man is injured. Hurry back to help. Old man, we're coming. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates no longer cared about the enemies in front of them and rushed towards the Moby Dick to aid Whitebeard. Whitebeard is injured. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's counterattack. Drive these pirates out of Marineford. Kill. In contrast to the Whitebeard Pirates, whose morale was low after Whitebeard was stabbed and had lost the will to fight, everyone on the Navy side was overjoyed. They realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone's morale was high as they bravely pushed forward towards the Whitebeard Pirates. Who arranged this? Sengoku saw this scene, and the big whirlpool spider, Squard, suddenly rebelled. He naturally knew that this was the doing of someone on their Navy side. But who exactly was it? It is unknown to him. Right below the execution platform. After witnessing this scene, Akainu revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Marco's opponent is the yellow monkey in front of him. Whitebeard suddenly gets injured. He wants to retreat. Oh, Captain Marco, you can't escape. The yellow monkey won't let Marco return so easily. The light fruit is released on a large scale, blocking Marco's path back. Although he was initially kicked into the ruins by Marco due to his lack of attention. After all, he is an admiral. This won't hurt the yellow monkey. On the other side, Jaws also wants to retreat. However, in his anxiousness, he fell into Doflamingo's trap. Several strings fell from the sky, suddenly binding Jaws. Doflamingo stepped out with an indifferent demeanor. Captain Jaws, don't think about retreating. Let me see how strong the strongest shield of the Whitebeard Pirates really is. Jaws frowned and gritted his teeth. He suddenly found that his body was out of control. A few punches were thrown, and instead, many soldiers from the Whitebeard Pirates were sent flying. Captain of the 3rd Division, the other pirates were confused but felt the power. Get out of the way. Jozu shouted at them. Vista's opponent was Dracul Mihawk. Whitebeard had suddenly been injured and no longer had the will to continue fighting Mihawk. He immediately turned and rushed back to the Moby Dick. Mihawk did not stop him, merely sheathing his black sword silently. On the Moby Dick, countless people were glaring at the traitor Squard. Squard, do you know what you're doing? Why are you attacking Dad? I swear I want to kill you. Some members of the Whitebeard Pirates shouted, suppressing their anger. Faced with the questions from everyone, Squard insisted on his viewpoint. Can't you see? Whitebeard wants to lead our pirate crew to destruction. If we don't participate in this war, our Whitebeard pirates will not fall. We will still be one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Destruction. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces showed a brief flash of shock. Following that, Squard revealed the scene where he had communicated with Akainu, pointing at Whitebeard, declaring that he was the mastermind behind it all. He was the culprit of this battle. Upon hearing that everything was secretly plotted by Akainu, the originally injured Whitebeard suddenly burst into a loud laugh. As for Squard's sudden rebellion, no one could accept it more than Whitebeard himself. Not long ago, the rebellion of Blackbeard Teach had already shattered his vision of building a family. Now, Squard followed suit with his own rebellion. Whitebeard even began to doubt himself as the head of the family. Was he really that inadequate? Now that Whitebeard learned this was due to Akainu's instigation, he felt a surge of emotions. The heavy stone in his heart also fell at that moment. He began to whisper softly, trying to enlighten Squard. You are right. As long as this war does not break out, our Whitebeard pirates will definitely not perish. Squard, I know you're thinking of the Whitebeard pirates, which is why you were blinded by Akainu. But you must understand, with the great battle approaching, manipulating people's hearts is the Navy's specialty. Why would you rather believe the Navy than trust Dad? If we don't land at Marineford, can you really bear to watch Ace die all alone at Marineford and do nothing? Next, under Whitebeard's guidance, Squard suddenly awakened. He realized that he had truly made a mistake. Looking at his bleeding father, Whitebeard, he thought, what am I doing? Squard, like a criminal in Conan, shouted that the reason he killed him was because it was his fault. Then, with the reflection of Conan's glasses, he said, no, you're wrong. The reason he did this is because. After the explanation, the criminal, upon learning the truth, suddenly lost his footing, the world spun around him. And with a thud, he knelt on the ground, crying and repenting. Squard trembled as he knelt, crying out, Father, I'm sorry. No matter what you did wrong, you will always be my children. Whitebeard, with a forgiving demeanor, embraced Squard and spoke in a gentle voice. With Squard taking the initiative to admit his mistake, Whitebeard felt relieved. The chaos on the Moby Dick was swept away. If you think you can break up our Whitebeard pirates this way, you are too naive. Whitebeard pulled Squard's long sword out of his own abdomen, and his sharp gaze swept over Akainu, Kazu, Akiji, Sengoku, Garp, and others. He coldly said, those who sowed discord within my Whitebeard pirates have touched my reverse scale. In the face of such actions from a Navy, all Whitebeard could do was use his strongest power to let this group of Navy see clearly what it means to be the strongest of the 4 emperors in the New World. A white light appeared in Whitebeard's hand. The tremor fruit erupted once again. Whitebeard threw a punch. The air cracked, and the crack spread out. The glacier in front of him collapsed with a roar, and seawater rushed towards the Navy headquarters. But it wasn't over. Whitebeard threw a second punch. Bang! Marineford was directly struck by Whitebeard's tremor fruit, and a violent earthquake enveloped it, causing everyone to lose their balance. The entire island was nearly destroyed by Whitebeard's second punch. Whitebeard swung his third punch. The overwhelming power erupted like a storm. This time, the shockwave rushed towards the Navy headquarters building. Once hit, the iconic building of their Navy will cease to exist from today. Among the 3 admirals, only Akainu is able to step forward. Akainu grits his teeth, with his haki covering his arms, standing in front of the Navy headquarters building, bracing himself against the shockwave of Whitebeard's tremor fruit with his bare hands. With 3 punches, each carrying an aura of destruction, the power is enough to obliterate Marineford. This is the wrath of Whitebeard. This is the consequence of attempting to dismantle the unity of the Whitebeard pirates. Feeling the overwhelming strength unleashed by Whitebeard, the Navy is in turmoil. Those 3 punches nearly obliterated Marineford. What incredible power this is! The momentum of the 100,000 people was forcefully suppressed by Whitebeard alone. Of course, Whitebeard was already in poor condition, having been injured by Squard's long knife, and after unleashing 3 punches in his fury, his remaining stamina was quickly depleting. However, the effect achieved was exponential. The morale of the Navy was low. The trumpet of the Whitebeard pirates' counterattack has sounded once again. Kill, led by Squard. The captains of the allied pirate crews drew their long swords and joined this grand battle. The situation has reignited. At this moment, Akainu moved from below the execution platform. He naturally saw the now exhausted Whitebeard. Whitebeard, have you reached your limit? If so, then let me end your life. Akainu charged forward with his sword drawn, attacking Whitebeard. Sakazuki, you will die. Just as Akainu was about to rush at Whitebeard, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Squardo had already arrived in front of him. Raising his long sword, without a word, he slashed at Sakazuki with a forceful strike. The deceived bug was furious. Sakazuki sneered coldly. Magma instantly covered his arm. He threw a punch. Bang! The sword and fist clashed. Although Squardo was strong, how could he be a match for Sakazuki? In less than a round, Squardo was blasted away by Sakazuki's punch, his body covered in magma. Squardo let out a tragic scream. After dealing with Squardo, Sakazuki did not linger. He stepped on the ground, and in an instant, his whole body soared into the air. The next second, he fell in front of Whitebeard. Having already reached the end of the road, he was still struggling in his dying moments. Watch me send you to hell. Akainu's eyes were filled with cold blood, and his arm erupted with magma to the limit, with drops of magma falling to the ground, making a hissing sound. Gulalala, another little ghost has grown up, thinking he can challenge me? Whitebeard's veins bulged. With an arm radiating white light, he threw a punch. Akainu also charged forward. Bang! Akainu and Whitebeard collided with a punch. The shockwave radiated outwards. Cracks appeared in the glacier beneath their feet. Before I fall, you shall not lay a finger on my son, Whitebeard said in a steady voice. Since you insist on seeking death, I will grant it to you. Akainu immediately unleashed his full power. His whole body was covered in magma. At the moment of the clash between Akainu and Sakazuki, on the execution platform, Sengoku was watching. He issued an order, deploy the pacifists. The command of the warring states was given. The Navy's first trump card, the human weapon pacifists, was brought to the stage of Malin Vando. More than 100 pacifists appeared in everyone's sight. The pacifists either raised their hands or opened their mouths. They all launched laser beams towards the Whitebeard Pirates. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the war of chaotic clouds above, the effectiveness of the pacifista as human weapons was maximized. Under their laser beams, the Whitebeard Pirates could hardly defend themselves. Although the pacifista were relatively weak, comparable only to those supernovas, it was undeniable that in terms of firepower and lethality, they were even on par with many Navy vice admirals. Moreover, the most important point was that this was a full-scale barrage from 100 pacifista. As soon as they entered the arena, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, unstoppable. The Whitebeard Pirates quickly transformed from an advantage to a disadvantage. Whitebeard, who was engaged in battle with Akainu, also noticed the changes on the battlefield. He frowned. Pacifists are a very difficult point to handle. Especially, their lethality is indeed too great. The Whitebeard Pirates must resolve this pacifist in the shortest time possible. However, who is Sakazuki? He is known as the strongest among the 3 Marine admirals. There's a flaw. It was precisely because Whitebeard was distracted that Sakazuki found an opportunity. Previously, Whitebeard was already nearly exhausted. Facing the fully powered Akainu was difficult enough, let alone the fact that Whitebeard was still concerned about his other crew members. Bang! Whitebeard took a solid punch from Sakazuki. He was pushed back. Even because of this blow, it triggered Whitebeard's old illness. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Whitebeard's face immediately turned grim. Not only that, but Akainu also landed in front of Whitebeard. With Akainu in front and Admiral Kazan behind, Whitebeard found himself in a dilemma. Although Kazan and Akainu didn't like to bully the weak with numbers, who was the enemy before them? It was none other than Whitebeard, the strongest of the 4 emperors in the New World, and now they were participating in this Marine-forward war. In the midst of war, what fairness and face could there be? The top priority was to eliminate the strongest opponent as quickly as possible, reduce casualties, and achieve victory in this war as soon as possible. Great fire! Freeze! Akainu and Kazan struck almost simultaneously. They launched an attack on Whitebeard. This was a simultaneous strike from 2 admirals. Whitebeard had already been weakened, and then he was hit by Akainu, triggering an old injury. Now, he was facing the combined assault of 2 admirals. Having long passed his prime, he no longer possessed his peak strength. Under the joint attack of the 2 admirals, it was inevitable that he would struggle a bit. Marco, Jozu, Vista, and others also noticed Whitebeard's current situation. They are eager to help Whitebeard. But the others in the Navy are no pushovers either. Marco is entangled by Kizuru. The other division commanders are held up by the warlords and Navy vice admirals. Among these vice admirals, there are many strong individuals at the level of substitute admirals and even former admirals who have already retired. The division commanders cannot free their hands and have no time to pay attention to Whitebeard. After Whitebeard forced Kazan back with a punch, he was hit from behind by Akainu. After pushing Akainu back, he was injured by Kazan again. Akainu is responsible for the main offense, while Kazan is skirmishing from the side. The strength of an admiral is on par with that of the 4 emperors. In terms of strength, neither Akiji nor Akainu is much weaker than Whitebeard. As time goes on, Whitebeard continues to bleed and is in a desperate situation, retreating step by step. Watching Whitebeard approach a dead end, the madness in Akainu's eyes intensifies. Today, he was determined to slay the so-called leader of the era before him, to show the whole world what the consequence of opposing their navy would be. Meteor Volcano. The rising Sakazuki unleashed another full-powered attack. In the end, Whitebeard was defeated under the siege of the two admirals. Sakazuki directly grabbed a meteor and rained it down on Whitebeard. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air. Amidst the swirling smoke, Whitebeard was sent flying, crashing into the Moby Dick behind him, blood once again spewing from his mouth, staining the ice beneath his feet. Old man. Jozu watched as Whitebeard was severely injured, and he no longer cared about the thin threads that Doflamingo had tied around him. He forcibly broke free and leaped back towards Whitebeard. He actually broke free from my control. Doflamingo's eyes showed surprise, seizing the opportunity. He used the cutting ability of the string fruit to stab several holes into Jozu. However, Jozu, being a meat shield, stubbornly endured Doflamingo's attacks, completely disregarding his injuries. Preparing to help his old man fend off the two admirals, Sakazuki and Kazan. This scene truly astonished Doflamingo. Doflamingo squinted, admiration evident in his eyes. What a great Whitebeard pirates. Unfortunately, before Jozu could return, Kazuru made his move. A laser shot like a bullet, locking onto Jozu. With a whoosh, the laser pierced through Jozu's body. As one of the three admirals, Kazuru's laser was not something that could be easily resisted. Although Jozu withstood Doflamingo's attack, under Kazuru's assault, he stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Get out of the way quickly. Vista and Aizo frantically cleared the Marines in front of them, trying to counterattack. At this moment, Kazuru also stopped holding back. He single-handedly dragged Marco, Joseph, and other division commanders who wanted to fight back, releasing the 8-span Shikujo and firing laser beams. The glint fruit's power stunned the surroundings, dividing the battlefield and preventing them from approaching Whitebeard. All the Whitebeard division commanders couldn't advance an inch. Even Ace on the execution platform looked furious. Dad, no. Akainu stepped forward, looking at Whitebeard, who could barely stand with the Naginata he was holding. His eyes revealed sarcasm. Whitebeard, you're old, no longer useful. Whitebeard, you're old, no longer useful. Sakazuki said coldly. Listening to Sakazuki's cold mockery, Whitebeard gasped for breath and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Old, no longer useful. Yes, he was indeed old. Just taking this little injury, he was already on the verge of losing his balance. Sakazuki, Kazan, Borisolino. The Navy. You really have trained a remarkable group of people. On the execution platform, Sengoku witnessed Sakazuki being just one step away from taking down the leader of the era, Whitebeard. He slowly closed his eyes. This long-planned war at the top. Has it finally come to an end? If we talk about who the backbone of the Whitebeard Pirates is, it can only be Whitebeard. Once he dies, the vast Whitebeard Pirates will be nothing but a pile of scattered sand, not worth worrying about. More importantly, their navy openly defeated the strongest of the four emperors, the Whitebeard Pirates, in front of the whole world. They stepped on the Whitebeard Pirates to rise to power. From now on, the status of their navy will be elevated like never before. Even Kaido, even Big Mom, even Shanks will have to steer clear of them once they see their navy. Except for Sengoku. Carp, who is watching from the sidelines, also cast a complex gaze at Whitebeard, the last remaining pirate of the old era. Is he finally going his final chapter? Whitebeard. To be sent off in such a grand manner in front of the whole world by our navy. It would not be in vain for your legendary life. The other vice admirals and navy soldiers also briefly ceased their fighting. They all turned their gazes towards the man who was about to meet his end. Just moments ago, the rebellious 7 warlords were now surprisingly calm. The war was coming to a close, and the sky welcomed the light. The blood-soaked Marineford was also. Not only was Marineford silent, but even the people around the world watching the live broadcast fell into silence. Some felt exhilarated by the fall of the Whitebeard Pirates, while others felt desolate at the impending demise of Whitebeard. Regardless, after today, a new era for the seas was about to begin. Meanwhile, on the side of the 17th Division, when I smiled, Green Bull and Zephyr saw Whitebeard suffer a heavy blow. Their expressions varied. Due to their identities, they did not wish to get involved in this top war. But if they really had to watch Whitebeard die right before their eyes, they asked themselves. They cannot do it. Since learning that Zephyr joined the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard has been particularly attentive to the 17th Division. However, what surprised Whitebeard even more was that within the 17th Division, there were 2 extremely powerful warriors. After learning about the situation, Whitebeard also placed great importance on them, treating the 3 as honored guests. After a few days of interaction, it can be said that the three also felt the warmth that Whitebeard brought to them. Now that Whitebeard is in trouble, both emotionally and logically, they cannot just stand by and watch. Green Bull stepped forward, although he greatly admired the personality of Admiral Akainu. Appreciation aside, in today's situation, with a great disaster looming, everyone has their own master. Green Bull said, "We can't ignore this." With Green Bull saying this, a smile also appeared on his face as he nodded and said, "Well, after all, I'm also a part of the pirate crew." Zephyr also chuckled bitterly and said, "Thinking about it this way, I have to take action too." The thought of representing the Whitebeard Pirates in Marineford was something Zephyr had never dared to imagine before leaving the Navy. Marineford, the moment of reckoning had arrived. "Whitebeard, go to hell." Sakazuki unleashed the full power of his arm, coldly staring at Whitebeard before him. He raised his fist, under the silent gaze of the Navy's high command. The desperate eyes of the captains and the expectant looks of the onlookers, his fist was covered in magma, radiating terrifying heat. Akainu made his move. He punched down at Whitebeard. However, just at the moment when Whitebeard was about to meet his demise, and Akainu wore a proud expression, believing he would end Whitebeard's life. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across Marineford. The wind howled, sand and stones flew, debris soared through the air, waves crashed against the shore, stirring up mounds of yellow sand. The yellow sand blew in, making it impossible for everyone on Marineford to open their eyes. In the distance on the sea, a flash of lightning flickered repeatedly at the horizon. He moved with an incredible speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, breaking through illusions, breaking through the void. The surrounding waves churned and surged to the sides due to his extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the lightning-like figure arrived in front of Whitebeard at Marineford Bay. Just as Akainu's fist was about to strike down Whitebeard, the shadow reached out a hand. With a loud bang, the fist met the palm. Akainu's fist was blocked by this shadow's single hand. Then, the shadow crouched slightly. On his other hand, boundless azure thunder swirled within. 1 billion volts. Chilin, the shadow, covered in lightning, struck the overwhelming azure thunder on his Sakazuki's head with a single palm. Boom! Under the spread of lightning, the azure thunder Chilin instantly hit the unprepared Sakazuki. Sakazuki was blown away. His head was blown off halfway by the 1 billion volts Chilin. In everyone's line of sight, the once arrogant Sakazuki was directly submerged in this endless sea of thunder. An unparalleled force was exerted on Sakazuki. His body simply could not withstand it, and he was instantly blown to smithereens as if he had been strapped with an atomic bomb. In an instant, thick smoke rose at the scene. When the sea breeze blew, the shadow gradually revealed itself in everyone's eyes. The figure was dressed in simple, casual clothes, with short black hair, holding the power of lightning. As the fierce wind howled and his clothes rustled. Indeed, the person was Lin, the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The smoke swirled around. The sea breeze gently brushed by. Lin stood firm like a mountain in place. Everyone recognized the newcomer. However, in the next second, an overwhelming shock resonated between the Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates at the scene. Both the Navy and the pirates were stunned. You must know, just a moment ago. What did they see? The captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Lin, smashed their Navy Admiral Akainu with a single palm. Damn! A huge wave surged in the hearts of the Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates. Who is Akainu? He is an admiral of the Navy, a target that countless Navy personnel aspire to pursue throughout their lives. He is also known as the strongest of the three admirals, a man at the pinnacle of the Navy. It would not be an exaggeration to say he is currently the #1 in the Navy and the most likely candidate to succeed the next fleet admiral. Such an admiral, such a powerhouse comparable to the emperor-level strength, such a man who could potentially become their fleet admiral. Now, he has been smashed by the newly appointed captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Division with a single slap. How could they not be shocked? Not to mention the ordinary Navy soldiers and the soldiers of the Whitebeard Pirates. Even Sengoku, Garp Akiji Kizuru, and many of the 7 warlords showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. No one expected that after being silent for so long, the 17th Division Captain Lin of the Whitebeard Pirates would display such formidable strength right from the start. Swiftly and decisively, he directly pinned their Admiral Akainu to the ground and beat him up. This shock was not only for the Navy. Many people in the Whitebeard Pirates were also dumbfounded. They knew what had just happened. Akainu was just a step away from their father. As long as Akainu made his move, their father could have really lost his life. Just when they were engulfed in despair, a shining new star appeared. Lin stood in front of Whitebeard, taking on this fatal blow for him, and counterattacked Akainu, saving their father. Damn, so close. Just a little bit more. If he could have killed Whitebeard, this war would undoubtedly belong to our Navy. What a pity. The Navy couldn't help but clench their fists. They were just one step away from victory in the war. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, something unexpected happened. Numerous Navy members shook their heads, lamenting the missed opportunity. Speaking of which, why hadn't they seen this newly appointed captain of the Whitebeard Pirates before? Yes, it was said that this new captain's strength was on par with that of the other captains. Since he is so powerful, why didn't he show up at the beginning? What exactly is the Whitebeard Pirates planning? After lamenting the failure to kill Whitebeard, the Navy suddenly remembered that this newly appointed Captain Lin had not shown his face until now. Where did he go? Many of the Navy members began to speculate and doubt. Lin. The other captains finally broke through their numerous constraints and came to Whitebeard's side. Looking at the severely wounded Whitebeard and then at Lin Yan, who had saved their captain, the captain's eyes were filled with gratitude. Let's get the captain back to the Moby Dick. Lin Yan called to the others, urging them to take Whitebeard back. What about here? Hearing Lin Yan's words, Whitebeard weakly lifted his head and asked Lin Yan. Leave it to me. Lin Yan replied to Whitebeard. Can you do it? Whitebeard pondered for a moment and asked. How will we know if we don't try? Besides, our Whitebeard pirates haven't lost yet. Lin Yan said confidently, clenching his fist. As he spoke, a smile, Green Bull, and Zephyr descended from the sky, following closely behind. Previously, the three had been ready to step in and rescue Whitebeard, but unfortunately, Lin Yan was a step ahead of them. Now with Lin Yan's arrival, the top war created by the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates had opened its second curtain. How can they just stand by and watch? Lin Yan stretched his fists and feet, then looked at Yishao and the others and asked, Are you all ready? Yishao replied, Ready for what? Lin Yan smiled slightly and said, Ready to fight and make a name for yourselves? If Yishao and Green Bull's appearance did not cause much of a stir, when Zephyr stepped in, some sharp-eyed people quickly noticed the presence of the other party. Upon seeing Zephyr come forward, they immediately lost their composure. Wait, isn't that Admiral Zephyr? Why is Teacher Zephyr appearing in the Navy? Didn't he just resign from the Navy recently? What's going on? What method did Whitebeard use to actually pull Admiral Zephyr over? The Navy personnel were left puzzled after seeing Zephyr. All eyes were fixed on him. Although Zephyr is neither an admiral nor a member of the Navy anymore, his influence far exceeds that of an admiral. Even now, many Navy soldiers still maintain the habit of addressing him as Teacher Zephyr or Admiral Zephyr. Similarly, Akiji Kizaru and countless other vice admirals also noticed Zephyr's presence. Teacher, Akiji's expression changed slightly. He was stunned on his face. Teacher, isn't he the one who hates pirates the most? How? Just after leaving the Navy, he appears in the Whitebeard Pirates. And, judging by his appearance, it seems he is going to represent the Whitebeard Pirates in battle. Even Kizaru was no longer calm at the beginning. What the hell is going on? Teacher Zephyr is actually going to be their enemy. Zephyr, the most furious of all, is Sengoku, the Admiral of the Navy. Just recently he left the Navy, and now he is transformed into a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, even appearing in Marineford. What does this mean? Zephyr, you are too willful. You really don't take our Navy seriously. Oh, he joined the Whitebeard Pirates? The most open-minded among them is Carp. Being straightforward as he is, along with years of working with Zephyr, after enduring many hardships and risking his life, Carp also greatly admires Zephyr's character. Upon seeing Zephyr's choice, a knowing smile appeared on his face. Hopefully, the path Zephyr chose with the Whitebeard Pirates can bring a perfect conclusion to his stormy and withered life. That person seems to be the former Admiral Zephyr. Former Admiral? Why is he appearing in the Whitebeard Pirates? Impossible. I think I need to check my eyes. At the same time, through the live broadcast of the Marineford War, people all over the world saw this scene. Each person's face showed different expressions of shock and surprise. Meanwhile, while countless Navy members were stunned by the news of their former Admiral Zephyr joining the Whitebeard Pirates, on the other side, the magma that had just been shattered was reassembling like cells. The magma gradually took on a humanoid form. Before long, Akainu, who had just been thoroughly smashed by Lin Yan, emerged from the magma. I have to say, the Logia-type devil fruit is really something. At least, before the Wano country arc began, the Logia-type devil fruit had always held the top position. Only after the Nika fruit appeared did the mythical Zoan type fully showcase its advantages. It stepped on the Logia type and made a name for itself. After the magma was reforged, Sakazuki's expression was terrifyingly grim. He was capricious, his face cold, and his eyes glared angrily at Lin Yan. When had he, as a general, ever been struck like this? After he became a competent general, which pirate did not flee in fear at the sound of his name? Yet here with Lin Yan, Upon their first meeting, he had slapped himself in retaliation, leaving his face swollen. Where was this? This was the Marine-Forward War. Besides the over 100,000 troops of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Navy facing off, the live broadcast was also conveying the scenes to the entire world. Sakazuki spoke with barely restrained anger. Another clown has come? Lin Yan smiled and said, Clown? Are you talking about yourself? Sakazuki pointed at Lin Yan and said, Do you really think that with your own strength, you can change the plight of the Whitebeard Pirates? Lin Yan replied, I say, General, why don't you understand that I can't change the current situation of the Whitebeard Pirates? Listening to Sakazuki's mockery, Lin Yan was not angry. Instead, he casually said, Humph. There have been quite a few news reports about you recently on the sea. I hope your strength doesn't disappoint me. Sakazuki snorted coldly, his heart already filled with rage. After saying that, he placed one foot on the ground. In Sakazuki's palm, the magma churned. The heat boiled, distorting the burning air. Immediately after, Sakazuki stepped forward, and the power of the magma fruit erupted. Hellhound, a wolf's head formed from the magma, emerged, radiating intense heat that burned everything. The wolf's head advanced towards Lin Yan. Die for me. This wasn't enough. After using Hellhound, Sakazuki followed up with Great Eruption. Two attacks combined, unleashing a wave of heat. The terrifying aftermath shook Marine Ford, and the ground rumbled. He, Sakazuki, was determined to regain the lost face today. However, in the face of Sakazuki's two heavy strikes, Lin Yan remained unmoved. Suddenly, with a bang, a blind man stood in front of Lin Yan. Yixiao moved. The long knife was drawn from the cane. And facing Sakazuki's charged attack, Yixiao did not show off. Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. The Fierce Tiger, formed by sword energy and gravity, roared and collided with Sakazuki's Hellhound and the Great Fire Breath. Boom! The aura generated from the battle between the two instantly burst forth. Like a raging wind, nearby Navy soldiers and Whitebeard Pirates crew members were swept away. A tornado roared, tearing apart all directions. Sakazuki raised his head, his gaze directed at Yixiao. A master can tell the skill of another at a glance. Even though Sakazuki was exceptionally arrogant, seeing how easily Yixiao blocked his attack made him. His brows furrowed slightly. Tell me, who are you? Sakazuki questioned. I am merely an insignificant nobody in the 17th Division. Just a name not worth mentioning. Replied with a calm smile. Just a pawn? Upon learning the other party's identity, Sakazuki sneered. Do you really think you can stop me? At least, it doesn't require the captain to deal with you. He usually appeared elegant and easygoing. But now, in the face of an enemy, his previous calm demeanor began to fade. The moment he drew his long knife, his entire presence turned cold and fierce. Bang, bang, bang. The confrontation between Yixiao and Akainu was about to erupt. The air on the scene was instantly filled with turbulence, countless violent air currents scattering wildly, and the ice surface beneath their feet cracked inch by inch. The most intense battle broke out between Yixiao and Akainu. The two suddenly vanished from their original positions. Yixiao's body resembled a fierce tiger, the long knife in his hand emitting a chilling glare, continuously slashing towards Akainu. Akainu's fists were no less formidable. Empowered by the magma fruit, his strength has reached an unprecedented level. With every clash, the sound of bones and flesh grinding against each other could be heard, a sound akin to bones breaking. The two combatants are becoming faster and more intense in their exchanges. The sheer noise of their collisions is enough to make the surrounding Navy soldiers and White Regiment crew members cover their ears in discomfort. Great Fire Blast. Gravity Slash. In a flash, they exchanged a full 50 moves. It can be said that all their techniques and hidden cards have been revealed. Yet even so, they remain evenly matched. Seeing this scene, the Navy soldiers are a bit stunned. After all, this is Sakazuki, the top combat power of the Navy. To be able to match Akainu is impressive enough. Even being able to exchange a few moves with an admiral is sufficient to prove one's remarkable strength and ability. Watching the two continue to battle fiercely for such a long time without falling behind, the Navy soldiers can't help but widen their eyes. They found it hard to contain the shock in their hearts. If Captain Lin of the Whitebeard Pirates 17th Division were to personally take action and fight with their Navy admiral on equal terms, that would be one thing. How did Yixiao introduce it earlier? He is just a minion. A minion can actually display strength that is not weaker than their strongest generals. Those generals are at the same level as the 4 emperors. What the hell are you playing at here? At the same time, many keen-eyed Navy members suddenly noticed that throughout it all, he had his eyes closed and never opened them. Could he be blind? This thought involuntarily arose in everyone's minds. The next second, their thoughts were confirmed when they saw that Yixiao was indeed a blind man. The Navy's hearts were once again stirred. Damn, my mentality has collapsed. Fighting against their Admiral Akainu with his eyes closed created this catastrophic scene. If he weren't blind, how terrifying would his strength be? The Navy couldn't help but gasp. In fact, it wasn't just the Navy. On the Whitebeard Pirates side, when they saw that Xiao could actually contend with Admiral Akainu, they were also shocked. They all opened their mouths, a bit dumbfounded. They had naturally heard of Xiao's strength before. However, Xiao was too low-key. In their subconscious, Xiao was at most at the level of a low-ranking general. At best a major. But now, when he finally made a move, it was astonishing. Xiao confronted Akainu and surprisingly didn't let Akainu gain any advantage at all. Xiao was actually this strong? My god, this! Marco, Jozu, Bista, Izo, and more than 10 captains of the division, along with the tens of thousands of Whitebeard pirates present, were all stirred up. They each opened their mouths, completely shocked. For others, a celestial battle was just a metaphor. However, in the 17th Division, it felt like they had genuinely raised a group of deities. But this was still far from enough. In the eyes of the Marines, pirates, and the countless spectators watching the epic battle in Marineford via live broadcast, Xiao suddenly held his sword with one hand, pointing to the sky. Immediately after, he unleashed his observation haki and the gravity fruit to the maximum. A spring-like light effect surged into the sky. The next moment, a massive shadow enveloped all of Marineford. The Marines couldn't help but look up, and to their shock, they saw a gigantic meteorite blocking out the sun and bringing a visual impact, rapidly crashing towards them. The meteorite, the Marines felt a chill run from their feet straight to the top of their heads, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. This blind man, this Xiao, this lowly soldier of the 17th Division, actually raised his hand to use a world-destroying meteorite to strike Marineford. This terrifying method. A series of horrified gazes stared blankly at Xiao, this blind man. Who on earth was he? While everyone in Marineford was in shock, the person involved, Sakazuki, also began to change his expression slightly. He could feel the oppressive force brought by the meteorite. This was not an ordinary meteorite. It was enveloped by the gravity fruit of a smile. Originally, the meteorite had a diameter of hundreds of thousands of meters, but it had been compressed to less than a few hundred meters by him. It was as if Mount Everest had been compressed to the size of a fist. The mass inside the meteorite was terrifying to the extreme. It was far from existence that could be casually sliced by Hawkeye with a few basic attacks in the movie. The meteorite pierced through the clouds, with a tail blazing with intense heat, rushing straight towards Sakazuki. There was no way to avoid it, no way to escape. Behind him was an endless navy. Sakazuki snorted coldly. Proud as he was, he had no intention of backing down. His arms were enveloped in magma, forming two massive fists. Sakazuki raised his hands in a gesture to support the heavens. Then bang! Sakazuki directly met the impact of the overwhelming meteorite with his bare hands. At the moment of collision, a violent shockwave rippled out. The meteorite's assault was instantly withstood by Sakazuki. A smile possessed the strength and level of a Navy admiral. But wasn't Sakazuki the same? Not to mention that Sakazuki was currently at his peak, recognized as one of the 3 strongest admirals. In less than 1 or 2 seconds, Sakazuki held the meteorite in place. Holding the meteorite aloft, he didn't forget to taunt. Is this all the power you have? A smile did not reply immediately. He merely opened his eyes slightly, revealing a blank expression. He glanced at Sakazuki. As expected of an admiral, this is quite tricky. With a calm smile, after a pause, he said, how about another one? Swish, swish, swish. Under the attention of the Navy, pirates, and people from all over the world, the second meteorite pierced through the clouds and crashed onto the back of the first meteorite with a bang. 2 meteorites? Everyone in the Navy felt that just 1 meteorite was already outrageous. This blind man's strength has actually reached this level. Unexpectedly, it wasn't over yet. The second meteorite followed closely behind. They opened their mouths wide. If there were no great generals, letting this group of people go up, who knows what they would be ground into by the meteorite. Even Sengoku and Garp, 2 legendary figures who usually played it cool, were now seriously assessing the situation and started to smile. Even from a great distance, one could feel the terrifying power of the smile. Who exactly is this person? When did such a strong warrior appear in the 17th Division? Sengoku suddenly felt an immense pressure. The pressure was so intense that it made him a bit dazed. Why? Why does the Whitebeard Pirates have such powerful combat strength? Why didn't they reveal this strength from the beginning? Damn it. The Whitebeard Pirates are tougher to deal with than he imagined. 2 meteorites. Marco, Jozu, Vista, and the others couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The other members also swallowed hard, their throats rolling deeply. Especially Marco. He could clearly feel it. Yixiao's strength was even above his own. This kid, as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard was also shocked by Yixiao's power. However, his gaze was even more admiring as he looked at Lin Yan. He couldn't help but wonder where this kid found such a strong expert. It was unexpected. It truly surprised him. Lin Yan was also watching from the side, shocked, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Grandpa Ban!" He gazed brightly at Yixiao. 2 meteorites stacked like a totem? Isn't that exactly the famous scene from years ago when one person challenged the entire ninja world? Yixiao, you're impressive, Lin Yan shouted. I didn't expect to see the potential of Be King in you. Be King? Yixiao heard Lin Yan's voice and asked in confusion. It was obvious that, being older, he couldn't understand the meaning behind Lin Yan's words. I want to hear you say, I acknowledge your strength, Lin Yan said expectantly. Why do I have to say that? Yixiao asked. It's nothing, just focus on dealing with Akainu. Seeing that the two were clearly not on the same wavelength, Lin Yan didn't bother to explain further. As for Sakazuki, in his eyes, the 2 meteorites collided like a totem. For a moment, Sakazuki's expression changed. The pressure on his hands doubled, and he nearly lost his balance, almost falling to the ground. The oppressive force of the 2 meteorites, compressed to the extreme by Yixiao, was simply too strong. Moreover, Yixiao already possessed the strength of a general. This was a battle of general-level strength. Using the 2 meteorites to strike Sakazuki, he was also buried into the soil of Marineford. General. Watching the general being buried by the 2 meteorites, the surrounding navy couldn't help but shout. However, after being buried for just a second, Sakazuki, with his immense strength, he forcefully lifted the 2 meteors. Sakazuki, your power is still as formidable as ever. Indeed, Zephyr nodded after witnessing this scene. Sakazuki was indeed not someone who could be easily dealt with. Huh, Sakazuki shouted, and the magma in his hand surged upward, enveloping the 2 meteors. In less than a moment, the 2 indestructible meteors melted in Sakazuki's hands, transforming into droplets of magma rain that fell to the ground. After melting the 2 meteors, Sakazuki's face remained serious, without a moment's pause. After fighting for so long, it was one thing not to defeat the opponent, but now he found himself suppressed. How could Sakazuki not be enraged? He also went berserk. Meteor volcano. In an instant, thousands of magma fire rains fell from the sky, crashing down like meteors towards a smile, retaliating fiercely. A smile wielded his long knife, continuously slashing through the magma in front of him. At that moment, another marine admiral, Kizaru, also descended from sky. He fell in front of Lin Yan, Zephyr, and others. Captain, we meet again. And Teacher Zephyr. It's truly a stroke of luck to see you, Kizaru said politely with his hands in his pockets. Yes, we meet again. Seeing Kizaru take the initiative to get close, Lin Yan naturally smiled in response. Borsellino, although I was once your teacher, now I am your enemy. Getting close to the enemy is not something a general like you should do, Zephyr replied coldly. Oh my, Teacher Zephyr, you are still as strict as ever. Kizaru laughed. Since you both say I shouldn't get close, then I guess I have no choice but to take action. As he spoke, Kizaru pulled his hands out of his pockets. A yellow light flickered at his fingertips. However, Kizaru did not direct the yellow flash at Lin Yan or Zephyr. Instead, he smiled slightly and aimed the yellow flash at Yixiao, who was engaged in combat with Akainu not far away. Knowing that Lin Yan and Zephyr were not easy to deal with, Kizaru naturally chose to target the more manageable Yixiao. He has also recognized it. Yixiao's strength is almost on par with their general. For someone like him, if they could resolve the situation quickly and efficiently, it would be a benefit with no drawbacks for their navy. Huang Yuan is more than willing to weaken the Whitebeard Pirates' combat power. Huang Yuan, aren't you underestimating us too much? Seeing that Huang Yuan actually planned to ambush Yixiao, Lin Yan couldn't help but laugh. To ambush Yixiao in front of them. How arrogant is that? In fact, for Huang Yuan, he really looks down on Lin Yan and Zephyr. In his opinion, no matter how strong Lin Yan is, he is just a captain of a division at most. Although Zephyr is his teacher and a former admiral, age is a factor. Even the aging Whitebeard was taken down by their navy, let alone Zephyr in front of him. Once I deal with this blind man, I'll come back and challenge the two of you. While I may be slacking off, things still need to get done. The light in Kizaru's hand shines brilliantly. Before long, a laser beam cuts through the sky, accompanied by a laser sound effect, and is fired towards Yixiao. Yixiao also noticed the laser beam coming from the side. He frowned. He had the intention to intervene, but the Sakazuki in front of him gave him no chance. His movements were even more rapid than before. It was impossible for Yixiao to free his hands. Just as the laser beam was about to hit Yixiao, boom, Another figure shot out like a tiger, intercepting the yellow flash midway. Oh, Kizaru glanced at this figure. Green Bull twisted his neck, a cold look on his face. Is this the Navy's combat strategy? 2 against 1 is one thing, but they even have to resort to ambush? Yixiao is a brother of Green Bull. The two have known each other for many years. Yixiao is in trouble. He won't just sit back and do nothing. Oh, who are you? Looking at the speed of Green Bull and the way he blocked his yellow flash halfway, Kizaru vaguely sensed that the opponent was not simple. A foot soldier from the 17th Division, here to deal with you clowns. Green Bull introduced himself. Another foot soldier? Upon hearing this, Kizaru's mouth twitched slightly. First, there was the previous smile. Then there was Green Bull in front of him. Today, why are there so many foot soldiers in the 17th Division? To be honest, both the previous smile and Green Bull really are just small fries in the 17th Division. Besides assigning a vice captain position to Zephyr, Lin Yan didn't give them any other roles. They are clearly number 1 and number 2 in being useless. What if I insist on a 2-on-1 and deal with that blind man? Kizaru asked Green Bull. Then I wouldn't mind sending you to hell. Green Bull replied, rubbing his hands. With the previous smile already making a move, Green Bull felt a bit itchy for a fight. However, he couldn't find an opponent. Now that Kizaru had appeared, it gave Green Bull an opportunity to take action. But he really is confident. Kizaru was indifferent. He didn't deny that the previous smile was strong. However, he didn't believe that there were any strong individuals in the 17th Division who were on par with the previous smile. After all, Kizaru was someone who didn't take Lin Yan and Zephyr seriously. As for the man with forgiving-colored long hair in front of him, he doesn't recognize him. Well then, let's give it a try. The Green Bull naturally noticed the disdain in the yellow ape's eyes. Just as he said this, the Green Bull swiftly vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he appeared right in front of the yellow ape. He raised his fist and struck towards the yellow ape. The yellow ape immediately prepared to dodge. At that moment, several plants burst through the ground beneath the yellow ape's feet. They entwined around the yellow ape's legs like vines. Oh, he actually got tangled up, the yellow ape said with a light-hearted smile. But soon, the calm expression on the yellow ape's face disappeared. The moment the vines wrapped around him, he only felt the strength in his body rapidly fading away. What? The yellow ape solemnly looked down at the vines beneath his feet. These vines are strange. The yellow ape wanted to dodge, but before he could make a move, boom, a fist landed on his chest. At that moment, the yellow ape felt an immense force transmitted to him. There was a mysterious energy in that fist. The yellow ape's expression changed immediately. He was blasted out and crashed into the wall behind him, leaving a human-shaped imprint on it. The violent impact stirred up dust and debris, and a second piece of rubble was sent flying. The moment the yellow ape made his move, all the naval officers were filled with anticipation. The strength of a smile had already earned their recognition. However, no matter how strong you are, you're still just one person. Even the mighty Whitebeard was defeated at the hands of the Navy. What kind of waves can a blind man create? As the yellow ape made his move, the confidence on the faces of the Navy officers grew even stronger. As long as the two admirals acted together, the Navy would be an invincible force. However, before they could feel the excitement of the yellow ape's appearance, only a few seconds had passed. Their Navy Admiral Kizaru was once again knocked flying. First it was Marco, and now it's this man with the greenish hair. Admiral Kizaru. Watching their second admiral being sent flying in such a disgraceful manner, they couldn't help but shout out. Damn it, what's going on? Their Admiral Kizaru has actually reached such a level. Powerful as Sakazuki, powerful as Borisolino, the three admirals of the Navy, the top combat power of the Navy. In today's battle, they were all reduced to mere background characters. Are there still experts? Huh, Green Bull's strength is also this strong? That's Kizaru. He got knocked out with a single punch. Captain Lin, your 17th Division is amazing. Compared to the Navy's miserable state, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates is invigorated, excitedly clenching their fists and dancing around. Earlier, due to their father's defeat, everyone was dispirited and stagnant, morale plummeting. But now, Lin Yan has led his 17th Division to make a powerful entrance, beating Akainu and kicking Kizaru, turning two of the Navy's top 3 admirals into mere background characters. The formidable reputation they gained brought great joy to the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates. They never expected that this newly established 17th Division would directly rise to become the southern pillar of their Whitebeard Pirates. In this incredibly brutal Marine-forward war, they have upheld a piece of sky for their crew. With 2 subordinates in the 17th Division possessing such great strength, how strong must Captain Lin be? At this moment, the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates began to look forward to Captain Lin's next performance. Kizaru was heavily smashed away, crashing into the wall. raising a cloud of dust and smoke. However, Kizaru is, after all, an admiral of the Navy. Defeating him is not an easy task. From within the dust and smoke, Kizaru emerged. However, at this moment, he looked somewhat displeased. It should be noted that he was previously kicked away by Marco purely because he wanted to take it easy for a while, doing it on purpose. But the current situation is completely different. Seeing himself suppressed by the enemy in front of everyone, Kizaru's face darkened, feeling quite uncomfortable. Who exactly are you? Kizaru does not recognize Green Bull, so he asked him again. You will know soon. Green Bull calmly replied. In that case, let me test your abilities. Kizaru said coldly. As he spoke, whoosh, a sound of breaking air was heard. Kizaru's fingertips flashed with yellow light, and then a laser beam was violently shot towards Green Bull. The speed of the laser beam surprised Lin Yan, who was at a distance, as he remarked. Kizaru is taking this seriously. He can be serious too? Beside Lin Yan, Zephyr simply responded. Green Bull has provoked him. The battle is about to break out. As an admiral, Kizaru took the initiative. Laser beam, Jetta no Kagami. Various abilities were displayed from Kizaru. Just as Lin Yan had seen, Borisolino was indeed in serious mode. Ultimate skill, seriously using abilities. After entering serious mode, all of Kizaru's skills became incredibly precise. Even against an enemy like Green Bull, the abilities released by the Pika Pika no Mi seemed to have eyes, sweeping towards Green Bull with no dead angles. Unfortunately, although Kizaru's speed was fast, and his attacks were dense and more precise than ever, Green Bull was not an easy opponent either. At this moment, Green Bull's figure flashed, evading all of the Pika Pika no Mi's attacks. Following that, a sharp gleam shot from his eyes. Earth Spike! Green Bull slammed his hands on the ground, and countless vine spikes surged up, aiming to restrict Kizaru. Kizaru leaped into the air, avoiding this attack from Green Bull. Is this your devil fruit ability? Kizaru asked Green Bull. Green Bull did not respond. With a single move of his hand, a vine suddenly shot up from ground. Immediately after, the vine transformed into a gigantic hand, reaching out to grab the yellow ape. The yellow ape clasped his hands together, and a yellow flash spread in his palms. He slowly pulled his hands apart, and the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi appeared in his hands. He swung the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. He swung his sword towards the vines. Swish! The sharpness of the Tsunami sword left a deep crack on the vine. Green Bull showed no expression and slowly raised his arms. The power of the devil fruit activated again. A full 20 vines burst forth from the ground. The 20 vines transformed into 20 giant hands, reaching out to grab Kizaru. The scene was like a chaotic dance of demons. Vines as thick as warships crushed towards Kizaru. Oh, this is really troublesome. Surrounded by 20 giant vines. Kizaru said it was troublesome, but his offensive did not wane at all. The Amatsukiyumi sword grew to over 40 meters. A real 40-meter-long great sword. Holding the 40-meter-long sword, Kizaru swung it. The 20 giant vine hands were cut apart again. Kizaru also retaliated, shooting a laser beam from his fingertip towards Green Bull. Green Bull tilted his head, and the laser beam passed by him. After exchanging techniques, the two entered their most primal state. Kizaru manipulated the Amatsukiyumi sword, while Green Bull wielded the vines as a weapon. Grasping a nearby vine sword, he coated it with armament hockey. The two directly unleashed their swordsmanship honed over many years. Clashing together, of course, Green Bull's swordsmanship was lacking compared to the likes of Mihawk, but Kizaru's swordsmanship wasn't much stronger either. Moreover, Green Bull's own strength was considerable, which could compensate for his shortcomings in swordsmanship. For a moment, neither could determine who was stronger or weaker. However, even though the two were evenly matched, it did not mean that others saw it that way. Like Akainu, Kizaru was also a vice admiral of the Navy. Earlier, when Kizaru was pushed back, the Navy soldiers thought it might be Kizaru slacking off. Or rather, he didn't take it seriously. Now, seeing the two of them getting serious, their general, Kizaru, still did not gain the upper hand, even when the two were locked in a stalemate. The shock in the hearts of the soldiers once again stirred up waves of emotions. The earlier clash with their general Akainu was already stunning enough. Two massive meteors crashing down created an incredibly strong visual impact. Now, there was also a Green Bull added to the mix. Are they all at the level of generals? What a joke. Since when? The peak power of a general level is so worthless now? Akainu and Kizaru have been dragged into this, making no progress at all. The Navy soldiers couldn't help but start to worry. In contrast, the white group was extremely happy, especially seeing the Navy soldiers' naive expressions. They couldn't be more thrilled. This is just a small soldier from our Whitebeard Pirates 17th division, yet he has managed to tie up two of your admirals. Is this what the so-called peak combat power of the Navy looks like? While mocking the Navy, the crowd's gaze towards Green Bull began to shift to one of admiration. Strong, Green Bull. Give Kizaru a beating. At that moment, as both the Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates were in shock on sight, after the two had fought for over 100 rounds without a clear victor, Green Bull suddenly withdrew. In Kizaru's puzzled gaze, Green Bull spoke up, saying, "Admiral, swordsmanship is not my strong suit. Fighting like this is not very meaningful. What do you want to do?" Kizaru asked, holding the Amatsukami sword in one hand. His gaze fixed intently on Green Bull. "Then let me try my latest developed technique." Green Bull smiled mysteriously. After saying this, his entire aura began to change. He slowly raised his head, and under the gaze of everyone in Marineford, he clasped his hands together and shouted, "Tree world, descend." In the blink of an eye, the ground of Marineford suddenly erupted with countless vines and green plants. The vines and plants grew wildly. Green Bull directly created a forest on the battlefield of the Marineford, allowing him to unleash any means he desired. Wow, it's happening. Lin Yan was taken aback, first seeing a meteor strike a Kainu, and then Green Bull setting up the tree world above. He felt that he wasn't receiving just a smile and Green Bull, but rather the likes of Sengoku and Hashirama. Damn it. For a moment, Lin Yan couldn't tell whether this was the Marineford War or the Ninja World War. At this point, the pressure had completely shifted to the Marines. The tree realm had descended. Ever since Green Bull joined the 17th Division, Lin Yan had sparred with him several times in his spare time. Among them, the tree realm was a skill template that Lin Yan had once set up for him. Green Bull felt that the development direction was similar to his own devil fruit, and the name was quite impressive, so he kept it. After days of development, this scene finally emerged. Of course, this was the first time it was used, so Green Bull was still a bit inexperienced. However, he managed to perform it quite well. In Tangle, Green Bull smiled confidently as countless vines spread toward Kizaru. What a strange devil fruit. Kizaru, holding a sword in one hand, swung it fiercely. The sword energy swept through, cutting countless vines in half. However, the severed vines quickly regrew. The rapidly growing vines rushed toward Kizaru again. After several consecutive swings, Kizaru grew tired. Is this never ending? What's wrong? Don't you like this move? Then let's try this. Green Bull clasped his hands together and shouted, "Wooden Man technique." Under his control, countless vines began to intertwine and bind together. Then, a wooden figure towering over Ultraman appeared in everyone's sight. The wooden man wielded a massive wooden sword, resembling an ancient giant statue with a modeled expression, imposing demeanor, and an astonishing aura. If the tree realm didn't have such a strong deterrent. The moment the wooden man technique was unleashed, the entire Marineford erupted in excitement. This is even taller than our giant admiral. What kind of power is this? The Marines were utterly shocked upon seeing such a gigantic wooden man. But that wasn't the most shocking part. Under Green Bull's control, a total of 10 giants comparable to Ultraman rose from the ground. 10 giants. My God, what kind of devil fruit is this person using? Although there are many puppet manipulators, like Charlotte Katakuri from the Big Mom Pirates, the puppets he controlled were only about 3 to 5 meters tall. Even if he made several of them, they wouldn't have much visual impact. But the wooden man in front of them was a staggering 50 to 60 meters tall. Standing here, their shadows covered a large part of Marineford. It was clear how jaw-dropping the scene was. Wooden man, watching Green Bull's devil fruit ability. Lin Yan felt incredibly envious. How he wished he could have such power. He also wanted to unleash the tree realm arrival, to activate the wooden man technique, and even more so to perform the legendary True Thousand Hands. That was the ultimate ninjutsu that once beat Madara down to the ground. Unfortunately, this was something that had nothing to do with Lin Yan. Lin Yan could only use the Kaleidoscope and Susanoo to comfort his young heart. As for Kizaru, after being surrounded by 10 wooden men, they tightly gripped their wooden giant swords and launched a fierce attack, all striking towards Kizaru. Kizaru weaved through them. He also felt immense pressure. The Amatsu no Kyomo no can continuously block the attacks of the 10 wooden figures in front of him. After all, the opponent was Green Bull, and it was particularly difficult for Kizaru to respond. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was engulfed in flames. Ichiji and Akainu fought back and forth, the two of them battling fiercely, causing chaos. Kizaru was also entangled by Green Bull's tree realm and the wooden man technique. This scene shocked the Navy, invigorated the white team, and left those watching the live broadcast dumbfounded. Even on the execution platform, Ace couldn't help but widen his eyes upon seeing this. Because he was imprisoned in Impel Down, he was unaware of the news from the outside world. He has no idea. Even when the Whitebeard Pirates recruited new crew members, he was completely unaware. When the Whitebeard Pirates landed in Marineford, it was the first time Ace heard about the 17th Division. The 17th Division? It's not hard to guess that this should be a new division created by Dad. It seems they have recruited a new strong member. Initially, he thought that the captain and crew of the 17th Division, having established their division for a short time, will be relatively weak. However, when the war at Marineford broke out, Ace realized he was wrong. He was completely mistaken. Just two unknown individuals managed to entangle Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru. What more crucial is, their 17th squad captain hasn't personally shown up yet. Damn, what kind of background does this 17th squad have? While Ace was shocked, Sengoku beside him also had a somewhat unpredictable expression. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, with bulging veins on his arms beneath the long robe. As for the current situation, aside from Yishio and Green Bull, Lin Yan and Zephyr had not shown up. Although Zephyr was past his prime, he could still at least put up a fight against their top commanders. More importantly, Zephyr was the teacher of Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. If it really came to blows, Akiji, Kizaru, and the others wouldn't go all out. Just with Yishio, Green Bull, and Zephyr, they had already neutralized the three major combat powers of the Navy. Now, there was even an additional captain of the 17th Division, Lin. After a moment of daze, Sengoku couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Just how many powerful figures were hidden within the 17th Division? The number of strong individuals was simply outrageous. Due to the explosive power of Yishio and Green Bull, they had successively defeated two admirals, significantly boosting the morale of the Whitebeard Pirates. Countless people stepped forward, erupting with intense shouts. The 17th Division is so strong, we can't lag behind. Yes, this time, we must reclaim Ace from the Navy. Navy, are you ready to face our wrath? Eliminate this troublesome bunch of Navy officers. The morale of the Whitebeard Pirates crew surged. They charged towards the Navy once again. Just as they said, the members of the 17th Division were so powerful. I can't fall behind. The Whitebeard Pirates erupted again, launching their counterattack against the Navy. Facing the Whitebeard Pirates' retaliation, although the morale of the Navy was suppressed, they had an overwhelming numerical advantage over the Whitebeard crew. Want to reignite the flames of war? Do you Whitebeard Pirates even deserve it? If you want to fight, then come on. The Navy was not to be outdone, and the two sides clashed once more. The difference this time was that the previous mainstay of the battlefield, Whitebeard, was now replaced by Lin Yan. The battlefield had reopened its curtains. At this moment, the last admiral of the Navy, Akiji, walked up to Zephyr and Lin Yan. Teacher. Looking at his teacher in front of him, Akiji's eyes were filled with complexity. Teacher. Akiji stopped in front of Zephyr. If there was anyone Akiji least wanted to oppose, it was Zephyr right in front of him. After all, he was someone he had once valued the most, and he was also his teacher. Similarly, Zephyr noticed Akiji approaching. The moment he saw Akiji, he slowly closed his eyes. Soon after a period of time, Zeph's eyes slowly opened, and the moment they opened, he said in an undeniable voice, "Make your move, Kazan." At the same time, Zephyr added, as the enemy, looking at Zephyr's determination. Even though Akiji was reluctant to clash with him, he couldn't help but sigh. All right. After saying that, the two began to fight. However, whether it was Akiji or Zephyr, they were just going through the motions. Unlike Green Bull and the others, who immediately engaged in a fierce battle with Akainu and Kizaru after Akiji and Zephyr clashed, the three Marine admirals fully joined the battlefield. The scene of the Marineford War had entered a heated phase after a long time of fighting. The casualty numbers on both sides were increasing exponentially. Due to the intensity of the battle, there were even signs of injury among the vice admirals and the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. One vice admiral lost an arm due to exhaustion, while a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates was stabbed in the abdomen by the Marines due to being outmatched. The escalation of the battle led to both Marines and pirates becoming bloodthirsty. In their eyes, there was only one thought: to kill all the enemies blocking their way. In this frenzied clash, the Marines, relying on their overwhelming numbers, managed to suppress the Whitebeard crew again. With the intervention and sweep of the pacifistas, the casualty count of the Whitebeard Pirates was clearly several times higher than that of the Marines. Sengoku witnessed this scene. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The strength displayed by the members of the 17th Division was truly surprising to him. Fortunately, in terms of top combat power, with the 17th Division declaring their participation, they were temporarily on par with the Navy. However, in the clashes below, the Navy's advantage was still very evident, with hundreds of vice admirals, giant vice admirals, as well as over 100 pacifistas and countless Six Powers experts leading the charge, even with their morale previously shaken. The Navy was still able to hold their ground on the battlefield, preventing the Whitebeard pirates from advancing even an inch. As long as this trend continued, the eradication of the Whitebeard pirates was within reach. Just as Sengoku was preparing to issue the order to completely wipe out the Whitebeard pirates, another piece of bad news reached his ears. A sentry observing from afar contacted Sengoku's Den Mushi, saying, "Marshal, 3 warships are approaching the rear of the Whitebeard pirates." Was this your order? 3 warships approaching? Sengoku had never given such an order. Looking up, he saw 3 warships suddenly appear on the distant sea, heading towards Marineford. The appearance of these 3 warships immediately drew the attention of both the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy on site, because they were relatively close. The crew members at the rear of the Whitebeard pirates felt a prickling sensation as they watched the warships charging towards them. Currently, there weren't many people guarding the rear of the Whitebeard pirates. If the Navy were to take advantage of this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mistaking the approaching ships for Navy vessels, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates immediately turned their cannons to lock onto the 3 warships. Just as both sides were on the brink of firing, Jinbe stepped forward from the warship and shouted, "Stop!" Upon seeing that the person controlling the warship was their familiar Jinbe, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but shout, "Jinbe, what are you doing on the warship?" Jinbe began to explain the situation. He brought prisoners to the battlefield. The members of the Whitebeard pirates looked towards the warship. Sure enough, on the warship, besides Jinbe, there were also former warlord Crocodile, the supernova previously imprisoned in Impel Down by Admiral Kizaru, and tens of thousands of prisoners. The sheer number was astonishing. Is this the prisoners that Captain Lin liberated from Impel Down? It should be known that no matter how powerful the Whitebeard pirates are, they still seem slightly insufficient compared to the Navy. In direct confrontations, they have never gained much advantage over the Navy. Now, with the appearance of the prisoners, and they are joining the battlefield under the banner of the Whitebeard pirates, everyone suddenly felt invigorated. Most members of the Whitebeard pirates knew a bit about Captain Lin infiltrating the underwater prison. Captain Lin actually brought the prisoners back. That's great. These prisoners number at least in the tens of thousands, which can greatly alleviate the urgent situation for the Whitebeard pirates. With such a large group of strong individuals to help, I wonder how the Navy can still hold on. As the news spread, hope was reignited in the eyes of everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, in contrast to the excitement of the Whitebeard pirates, the reaction from the Navy was rather intense. Why are those people wearing prison uniforms? Isn't that the prison uniform from our underwater prison? Why are the prisoners from Impel Down appearing in Marineford? The Navy members furrowed their brows in confusion. The appearance of prisoners in the Marineford War was something they found very puzzling. Not only the Navy, but even Akainu and Kizaru, who were engaged in a clash with Green Bull, were taken aback when they saw the prisoners landing on Marineford. They showed surprise in their eyes. Magellan, on the execution platform, Zhanghua clenched his fists as he looked at the prisoners on the warship. Even he, who had always been calm, felt a surge of anger in his heart. He realized immediately that something must have happened over in the advancing city. If it were just some minor incident, it wouldn't be a big deal for Sengoku. The problem is, this group of prisoners has arrived at Marineford, still identifying themselves as members of the Whitebeard pirates. This is bound to put them in opposition to the Navy. Suddenly, Sengoku turned his head sharply towards the center of the battlefield, looking in the direction of Lin Yan, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 17th Division. It should be noted that right from the beginning, he had never seen the footsteps of the 17th Division Captain Lin Yan. At that time, he thought that Whitebeard had entrusted the only retreat of the rear to him for guarding. Now it seems he was completely mistaken. While the eyes of the world were focused on Marineford, he quietly infiltrated Impel Down and released the prisoners. The prisoners, who had been imprisoned for so long, held a deep resentment towards the Navy. Now all of them were released, and with the help of the prisoners, they temporarily reached a level of parity with the Navy in terms of military strength. Sengoku turned his gaze towards Lin Yan, the newly promoted division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. This was somewhat beyond Sengoku's expectations. It is not hard to guess what will happen next. He will be a great enemy of the Navy. Whitebeard, your luck is truly extraordinary. Just as the Whitebeard Pirates are about to be defeated, a powerful and capable division commander like this has joined. I am a bit envious, although it is a pity that Lin Yan did not join the Navy. It must be said that Sengoku still appreciates Lin Yan's abilities in various aspects. At that moment, as Sengoku was looking at Lin Yan with admiration, Lin Yan also turned his gaze towards Sengoku. Their eyes met, and then Lin Yan broke into a smile. Seeing Lin Yan suddenly laugh, Sengoku narrowed his eyes. This newly appointed division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates is actually smiling at him. In the center of the battlefield, Lin Yan stretched his body. Since Green Bull has already made a move, I can't fall behind. His gaze turned to Ace. The main mission of the Whitebeard Pirates was to rescue Ace from the execution platform. In that case, let's set a small goal. Bring Ace back first. At that moment, Lin Yan also noticed 3 warships docking in the distance. Over 20,000 prisoners poured out from the warships. This group of prisoners looked up to Lin Yan with Buggy, Jinbei, and Crocodile as his deputies. Buggy ran to Lin Yan's side and asked, "Boss, our people are all here. If they're all here, then let's get started." Lin Yan commanded them. The prisoners' hatred for the Navy far exceeded Lin Yan's imagination, especially after being imprisoned by the Navy for so many years. After breaking free, especially seeing the Navy on the battlefield of Marineford, they were filled with rage upon encountering their enemies. Immediately, the prisoners grabbed their weapons and charged at the Navy in a frenzy. With the prisoners' involvement, the pressure on the Whitebeard Pirates was greatly relieved. At the same time, the significant disparity in forces between both sides was visibly closing in. Isn't that the old Sandman who once ruled the Desert Kingdom, but ended up locked in the underwater prison? Doflamingo walked up to Crocodile with a mocking smile. His steps indifferent. Doflamingo. Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth and smoke rising, looked indifferent. I told you to team up with me back then, but you didn't listen. Now you're tasting the bitter fruit, huh? It's rare to see you here at Marineford. So how about it? My offer still stands. Just join me, and everything will be as it was. Though Doflamingo was inviting him, the mockery on his face did not diminish at all. Crocodile was no longer the powerful figure he once was. However, as soon as Doflamingo finished speaking, a sand blade suddenly shot up from the ground, piercing through Doflamingo, who was then cut in half. After all these years, you're still as noisy as ever, Crocodile said, taking a puff of smoke. On the other side, although Doflamingo had been cut in half, for someone with the string fruit, Crocodile's sand blade did not cause much harm. Doflamingo's bisected body quickly regenerated. Still wearing that mocking expression, old sand, do you really want to fight? Crocodile glanced at him. Then let me see if your strength has improved at all over the years. As Crocodile faced off against Doflamingo, Jinbei in the distance also sought out the similarly renowned warlord, Gecko Moria. At the same time, many powerful prisoners with high bounties were also targeting some Navy vice admirals. The Navy vice admirals found themselves in a tough spot against these prisoners. Firstly, their bounties were already high, and secondly, they were all seasoned fighters. In short skirmishes, even the vice admirals found it hard to handle this group of ruthless prisoners. If there was any group that feared nothing, it was undoubtedly this group of supernovas, led by Kid and Urich, who immediately challenged Kuma, one of the warlords. The fearless new blood charging into battle. They also want to test how strong the 7 warlords really are. Meanwhile, Luffy is stubbornly pulling Buggy along, and the 2 of them are heading to challenge the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk. The battle is about to begin. As for Lin Yan, after setting a small goal for herself, his gaze turned towards the execution platform. The journey was not easy. The first obstacle was all the high-ranking Navy officers along the way. The second obstacle was the 3 admirals right below the execution platform, but they were currently being held back. The third obstacle was the legendary Navy hero, Iron Fist Garp. Once the execution platform was in danger, he absolutely could not stand by and do nothing. Behind these 3 obstacles, there was also the presence of the fleet admiral personally overseeing the situation. With these obstacles in front of him, not to mention Whitebeard, even rocks would probably find it hard to get through. This is also why, in the original story, Whitebeard insisted that the entire crew support Luffy in attacking the execution platform. There was no other choice. Only having Luffy go personally offered a glimmer of hope. But the current situation was different. The 3 admirals had encountered opponents, and countless vice admirals were being held back by the prisoners. The road to the execution platform was unprecedentedly clear. Just as he thought, Lin Yan suddenly vanished from his spot, transforming into a bolt of lightning, quickly rushing towards the execution platform. Seeing Lin Yan take action, it was bad. Stop him quickly. The surrounding Navy 6 powers experts rushed forward to try to block him. Techniques like Suru, Jeppo, and Rankyaku were all unleashed, with all their abilities thrown at Lin Yan without hesitation. Facing the hundreds of Navy soldiers trying to obstruct him, Crackle. The Thunder Fruit was activated. Lin Yan unleashed forked lightning, splitting into 2, then 4, striking all the Navy personnel in front of him. The Navy soldiers could not withstand it at all. In an instant, everyone was charred and fell one after another. After dealing with these Navy soldiers, Lin Yan's speed did not decrease at all. Weaving through the thunder, in less than a moment, Lin Yan had already arrived directly below the execution platform. He pointed one foot towards the ground. Whoosh! The sound of an explosion echoed through the air, and the ground beneath Lin Yan's feet was blasted into a large pit. He shot upwards like an arrow released from a bow, charging directly towards the execution platform. His speed was too fast, and his power too fierce. The Navy present was no match for him at all. Moreover, the crucial point was that he was only a step away from the execution platform. The newly promoted captain of the Whitebeard Pirates was about to land on the execution platform. Damn it. Was there no one to stop him? The three admirals were all restrained. He absolutely must not be allowed to get close to Ace. When the Navy saw the commotion near the execution platform, they clenched their fists, their hearts in their throats. Go, Captain. Lin, save Ace. You are the hope of all of us. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates also shouted loudly. At that moment, just as Lin Yan was about to reach the execution platform, a towering figure swiftly blocked his path. Although Ace is my grandson, I'm also a part of the Navy. Finally, the legendary hero of the Navy, the Iron Fist Carp, made his move. He stood directly in front of Lin Yan. Watching Lin Yan move at a speed that was almost impossible to capture, a flash of red light appeared in his eyes, and Lin Yan's trajectory was laid bare before him. Carp raised his fist and accurately struck towards Lin Yan. Bone fist. The moment Carp appeared, Lin Yan naturally noticed him as well. Before he could say much, Carp's fist gleamed with a sharp brilliance. With the aura of a legendary hero of the Navy, Carp swung his fist fiercely at Lin Yan. Bang! Lin Yan and Carp collided. In an instant, a sonic boom erupted, and in the blink of an eye, countless crimson lightning bolts descended from the sky, leaving the ground pockmarked and creating a swirling mist that engulfed the area. Amidst the smoke and dust, Lin Yan was the first to emerge. He turned over, his legs pressing against the ground, creating a long trench. Lin Yan's brows slightly furrowed as he looked at his palm. Just now, Carp's bone fist had struck his hand. The two had exchanged blows. Even though Lin Yan had armed hockey covering him, he was still forced back. Carp's bone fist was not something easy to withstand. After all, he was a king of the old era. Back in the day, he had teamed up with Roger to overpower Rox, the only true god of the Navy. With Carp joining the fight, saving Ace would not be so easy. Similarly, Carp also fell to the ground, clapping his hands together, producing a dull sound. You actually managed to block my bone fist? I have to say, you do have some strength. However, if you want to rescue Ace, you'll have to go through me first. Previously, he had heard that the Whitebeard Pirates had formed a new division. To be honest, Carp had looked down on this group of division commanders at that time. But now, it seemed he had underestimated the opponent. When an expert makes a move, you can tell right away. The newly promoted division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates before him was indeed no ordinary person. Listening to the other party, Lin Yan also smiled and said, Admiral Carp's strength is well known. It is my fortune to compete with you. But before that, may I make a small request? Carp paused. What request? Lin Yan smiled knowingly. Rather than a request, it's more of an opportunity for a verbal duel. Here comes the verbal king. In fact, Carp was not hard-hearted. On the contrary, in terms of emotion and kindness, Carp was more advanced than anyone else. Because of this, his popularity had remained high throughout the decades of pirate battles. Although Ace was not related to him by blood, it did not hinder the bond between them as grandfather and grandson. Moreover, Carp was a rational person. Simply put, as long as the right approach was taken. Using reason and emotion, Lin Yan had countless ways to make Carp yield and give him a path. The premise was that the other party had to be receptive. Verbal duel? It was clear that Carp did not understand what a verbal duel was and thought it was the other party's trump card. So he bluntly said, All right, let me experience the power of your verbal duel. Is he taking the bait? Lin Yan did not expect it to be so easy. Just as he was about to unleash the legendary and astonishing verbal duel, that's enough. At this moment, the Marshal of the Navy, Sengoku, actually moved. He took the first step, jumping down from the execution platform with a leap of faith, landing steadily on the ground. Sengoku stepped out from behind Carp. His face dark as he said, Captain, I'm not surprised by your appearance. What surprises me is that among your 17th division, there are actually a few hidden strongmen. Indeed, for the Navy, the strength displayed by Yi Chao and Green Bull was truly remarkable and astonishing. Sengoku continued, What surprises me even more is that even our former Admiral Zephyr has been brought over by you. You really have some skills. Speaking of Zephyr, especially when Zephyr represented the Whitebeard Pirates to fight at Marineford, openly opposing our Navy, Sengoku was almost gritting his teeth as he glared at Lin Yan. He really couldn't figure out how Lin Yan managed to do all this quietly within the Whitebeard Pirates. It's as if you were cheating. At least put on a show. It's like the cheaters in someone else's casino who deliberately lose a couple of rounds at a crucial moment to give you a little chance to regain your confidence, so they can make more money later. But this newly promoted captain of the Whitebeard Pirates doesn't even bother to act. Is there any law? Do you not take us, the Navy, seriously? Of course, Lin Yan had no idea what Sengoku was thinking. After the other party finished speaking, Lin Yan showed a surprised expression and said, "To be recognized by the Fleet Admiral of the Navy is truly an honor for me. While I am overjoyed, I can't help but feel a bit uneasy. You guys in the Navy aren't going to target me next, are you?" Before Sengoku and Garp could react, Lin Yan continued, "However, regarding Admiral Zephyr joining my team, rather than saying it's because of my abilities, it's more about certain forces being blind. Others have dedicated their entire lives for them, only to be kicked aside by you. Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for Zephyr and sympathize with him. Don't you think this unnamed powerful force is a bit shameless?" Lin Yan's words directly angered Sengoku. "What do you mean?" Next to Sengoku, Garp remained silent, unable to help but lower his head and sigh. Too much has happened recently, making him feel quite haggard. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zephyr, who was in combat with Akiji, also paused his movements for a moment. He glanced at Lin Yan. In front of the Navy, in front of the Whitebeard Pirates, in front of the whole world, he stood up for himself. The sarcasm and insinuation in his words were unreserved. A warm current also flowed through Zephyr's heart. Seeing Zephyr stop, Akiji also halted his actions. Lin Yan's words were also like a thorn in his heart, weren't they? "Captain," in the distance. I bit her lip, tears streaming from her eyes. Ever since Zephyr was kicked out by the Navy, they too have entered their darkest hour. Betrayed by all, pointed at by thousands, their situation is a complete mess. The world seems to have dimmed, weak and lifeless. Just as they were about to step into darkness, Lin Yan appeared and opened a door for them. In the dawn sunlight, he pulled them up from the depths of despair. Thinking of this, I couldn't hold back her tears. Finally someone was willing to speak up for them. This kid, Whitebeard, healing on a Moby Dick, witnessed this scene and felt a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The whole person felt enlightened. No wonder Zephyr was willing to join his crew. With such an emotional appeal, who could withstand it? Facing the silent Carp and the barely contained fury of Sengoku, Lin Yan immediately raised his hand. "Ah, Admiral, please don't misunderstand. I'm not talking about you. I'm just expressing my feelings and standing up for my vice captain. If there is anything offensive, I hope you can forgive me." While speaking, Lin Yan directly expressed his apologies to them, appearing harmless. Sengoku's already dark face turned even darker. He could no longer hold back. "Are you done?" "To be honest, not yet." Lin Yan shook his head in response. "You're right. Our Navy indeed has many shortcomings. Along the way, we've made many mistakes out of necessity, and we owe apologies to many innocent people. But compared to us, how much better are you pirates? A den of snakes and rats colluding together. Just a group of heartless and ungrateful people causing havoc in the world. What right do you have to talk about us? Today, in this Marine Ford War, our Navy must win, and can only win. Carp, do you understand?" Sengoku reprimanded in a steady voice. His words were directed at Lin Yan, but also at Carp. Carp, who had been silent beside them, gradually lifted his head. Ever since the moment the war on the top began, a heavy burden had been weighing on him. He knew that he must fight for the Navy. Carp was a vice admiral of the Navy, a hero of the Navy, the backbone of the Navy, and an unshakable banner of Marineford. With this thought, his eyes became even more resolute. Carp said, "I understand." Lin Yan fell silent. He discovered that his words seemed to have hit a nerve with his opponent. Just now, he had implied something about their Navy, intending to make Carp reluctant to serve the Navy and not want to take action against him. And what was the result? Sengoku immediately responded with an inspiring remark. Carp, who had been dispirited, instantly became filled with fighting spirit. This marshal is indeed no joke. Of course, Lin Yan would not just sit idly by. He was also ready to continue his verbal persuasion to convince Carp. But at this moment, Sengoku pointed at Lin Yan and forcefully interrupted the spell, saying, "Enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then let us fight. For Marine Ford, for the glory of the Navy." With Sengoku's words, the scene suddenly turned into a tribe versus alliance. At the same time, he suddenly tugged at the marshal's cloak behind him, revealing the tightly toned muscles beneath the robe. "As long as I'm here, you won't get within a step of the execution platform today." Seeing this, Carp also tore off his vice admiral's cloak. The two stood like two towering mountains in front of Lin Yan. The fierce wind howled, and the waves surged. The terrifying momentum ignited the entire Marineford. The scene once again turned into a golden lion, and Lin Yan's mouth moved to cast a spell but was interrupted, especially upon seeing the appearance of the two. He showed a hint of regret in his eyes. It seems that this battle is inevitable. Lin Yan's aura began to rise steadily. It was as if 3 bubbles had been inflated on the scene, colliding and pressing against each other. At such a tense moment, the most shocking presence was none other than the Whitebeard Pirates at Marineford. Is Team Lin going to fight against Carp and Sengoku? What? Those are 2 top-tier forces of the Navy. I admit Team Lin is strong, but after all, it's Carp and Sengoku. The 2 of them working together could even bring down the former Golden Lion. Not to mention, even if our old man personally came to the scene, he would probably end up like the Golden Lion. Can Team Lin withstand it? Even if he can't, he has to bear it, because no one in the entire Whitebeard Pirates can help him. Watching this scene, all the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates began to worry. Even those who were clashing with the Navy became a bit distracted. They nervously broke a sweat for Lin Yan. How dare he challenge the fleet admiral and the hero Carp? He really doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Dream on. Let me see how you die later. The Navy members sneered continuously, looking at Lin Yan as if he were a clown. In their impression, there were hardly any pirates who could rival the combined forces of Carp and Sengoku. Hee. This captain is quite interesting. Does he not fear the tiger? Doflamingo glanced at Lin Yan and mocked. Better take care of yourself first. Crocodile, holding a sandblade, slashed towards Doflamingo's head. Did Carp and Sengoku make their move? As the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk also noticed the battlefield situation. The current Luffy and Buggy were no match for him, so he naturally didn't need to take them seriously. This was one of the rare occasions that could make 2 veteran Navy figures join forces. I am quite looking forward to it. The pirate Empress Boa Hancock, undefeated until now, with her hair flowing like a waterfall and long legs striding forward, took advantage of this moment of leisure to glance in Lin Yan's direction. Not just at Marineford, the whole world was witnessing the scene of the imminent battle. In fact, if it were just a deal with a newly promoted captain, Sengoku wouldn't need to intervene. Carp alone would suffice. However, after seeing the strength of Smile and Green Bull, Sengoku deeply realized that the newly promoted captain before him was far from simple. What a joke. To be able to have 2 admiral-level powerhouses join his ranks and become one of his subordinates. If he doesn't have enough strength, it simply doesn't make sense. Therefore, rather than letting Carp get entangled with him and the Navy losing a top combat force for no reason, it would be better for him to join forces with Carp and take out this newly promoted captain of the White Group first. The Whitebeard Pirates have already lost Whitebeard as a support. If the 2 of them work together to eliminate the other support, Lin, then the balance of victory in this war will soon tilt in favor of the Navy. Bone Fist. Once the energy had built up enough, the first to strike was the Navy hero, Iron Fist Carp. Swinging his fist the size of a sandbag, Carp vanished in an instant. In that moment, he came before Lin Yan, raising his enormous fist that struck down with a sonic boom. The power brewing within was endless. Armament hockey instantly enveloped him, and Lin Yan also met the blow with a punch. Bang! The fists collided. Carp's bone-crushing fist smashed down, causing the ground beneath Lin Yan to explode, creating a massive crater. After the strike, Carp was forced back over 10 steps. Lin Yan also stepped back a few paces before barely stabilizing his body. However, his figure had yet to stabilize beneath him. A golden light illuminated behind Lin Yan. Sengoku, not knowing when, had actually circled to Lin Yan's back, and the devil fruit had long since completed its integration. His entire body was enveloped in a dazzling golden divine light, radiating Buddha-like brilliance that was striking and overwhelming. In the eyes of everyone in Marineford, Sengoku seemed like a god high above, awe-inspiring and captivating, evoking a sense of admiration and shock that resonated far and wide. Raising his golden Buddha-like giant fist, Sengoku charged towards Lin Yan once again. Just after forcing back Carp, Sengoku followed up with another strike. As comrades for many years, Carp and Sengoku's cooperation was seamless. Boom! In just the first round of confrontation, Lin Yan was sent flying. Once again, 2 long trenches were gouged into the ground. Lin Yan shook his painful arm. Even though Carp and Sengoku were getting older, it did not change the fact that they were the pillars of the Navy. Launching a joint assault in this situation caused Lin Yan immense trouble. 1 peak powerhouse was already enough to deal with, let alone 2. Most importantly, they had trained together for many years, their synergy as strong as ever, and together, their power was far beyond simple addition. Before Lin Yan could catch his breath, Carp and Sengoku's attacks came as expected, a barrage of gunfire and strikes that kept coming, leaving him no opportunity to breathe. For a moment, due to the combined efforts of the 2, Lin Yan was suppressed and couldn't find a chance to fight back. 50 rounds passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yan was forced back once more. Even during the fight, due to a moment of carelessness, he took a solid punch from Carp amidst their siege. Carp's fists were not easy to endure, with terrifying power and explosive force that could break through anything. Blood immediately spilled from the corner of Lin Yan's mouth, making him look particularly disheveled. Witnessing Lin Yan being injured by Mangekyō and Carp, the Whitebeard Pirates were momentarily stunned. In their impression, Lin Yan's strength could sweep through the entire Whitebeard Pirates, and more than 10 captains couldn't do anything against him. From beginning to end, they couldn't see any signs of injury on this man. However, soon everyone regained their composure. After all, it was Marshal Mangekyō and Iron Fist Carp. In this vast sea, how many could withstand the combined pressure of these two giants? Moreover, the most critical point is that, in the current situation, no one could help team leader Lin. What to do? What should be done? They were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. At this moment, even Whitebeard changed from his previous calm demeanor, his expression gradually shifting between gloom and brightness. The joint effort of Carp and Mangekyō was something he couldn't handle now, let alone in his prime. He had to weigh the risks of facing them head-on. Similarly, when the Navy saw Lin Yan struggling against Carp and Mangekyō, their expressions of pride became more pronounced. I don't know where you get your courage to confront the Navy's fleet, Admiral Mangekyō and the Iron Fist Carp. The looks from the Navy personnel towards Lin Yan grew increasingly contemptuous. Was it finally coming to an end? Mihawk lightly struck, forcing both Luffy and Buggy back, and then looked towards Lin Yan, saying, "It's nothing special, really." Moonlight Moria sneered. "He seems like he can't go on anymore." Doflamingo also offered his commentary. In front of Doflamingo, Crocodile remained silent. Just as the white group was worried, the Navy was disdainful, and the 7 warlords on site believed this captain might be at his end. Lin Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked towards Mangekyō and Carp. He sighed, as expected of 2 legendary figures of the Navy. Their strength is truly exceptional. I can feel the pressure of the Golden Lion from back in the day. To be honest, Lin Yan really wanted to fight them in a close-quarters brawl. Unfortunately, the pain in his fists and the numbness in his body made him shake his head involuntarily. Carp's iron fist was not something an ordinary person could endure. In that case, surrender it is. Carp raised his hand and pointed at Lin Yan. Surrendering is one thing, but at least the outcome of this battle is still unknown. Lin Yan smiled slightly, his fighting spirit rising steadily. The enemies were the 2 peak figures of the Navy, Mangekyō and Carp. To overcome this hurdle, he had to give it his all today. In fact, he can definitely open the kaleidoscope of the couple's space, which greatly increases the chances of taking Ace away. Of course, it's just a higher probability. The peak powerhouses in the Navy are not to be underestimated. At least when it comes to Carp and Mangekyō in front of us. They won't just sit back and do nothing. Moreover, if they did that, wouldn't it take away a lot of the fun? It's rare to have the chance to experience the treatment of a golden lion. So Lin Yan is determined to be a little willful today. After saying that, a flash of red light flickered in his eyes, and the iconic Tomo of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan emerged. At the same time, holding the Zhonglei, the Thunder Fruit manifested on his body. The observation Haki and armament Haki were activated to the fullest. At this moment, Lin Yan had unleashed all his strength and entered a peak state. Since crossing over to the pirate world, this was the first time Lin Yan showcased all his power. If you're unwilling to surrender, then I'll force you to submit. Mangekyō stepped forward, his fist radiating with Buddhist light. Like a golden-skinned Arhut, he struck once again towards Lin Yan. Come on. Lin Yan did not back down at all. He pushed off the ground with his toes and dove towards Mangekyō. The two collided like rockets. Mangekyō's fist, glowing with Buddhist light, headed straight for Lin Yan's face. However, just as the fist was about to hit Lin Yan, Mangekyō's expression changed slightly. His fist actually passed through Lin Yan's head. Elementalization? Mangekyō's heart sank, realizing the ability Lin Yan had used. The ability to phase through his fist. What other tricks could it be besides the elementalization of a Logia-type fruit? When the next second, Mangekyō's pupils constricted. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It should be known that his fist was already covered in armament Haki. Armament Haki is a dimensional strike against the elementalization of Logia-type devil fruits. Elementalization has no way to escape before armament Haki. You can control it as you wish. But the problem is, in the current situation, the fist activated with armament Haki passed through his body. Seeing this scene, Mangekyō was completely stunned. Why? Why is this happening? Isn't your ability the elementalization of a Logia-type devil fruit? No, this is completely unreasonable. If it's not elementalization, then how did my fist pass through his body? Sengoku's face turned pale with horror. In that fleeting moment, he thought of dozens of possibilities. In the end, he concluded, this is not scientific. Sengoku was shocked. What ability does this newly appointed captain of the Whitebeard Pirates truly possess? Yes, what Lin Yan was using was the ability of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kamui. It is an extremely advanced space-time ninjutsu, and its essence is to transfer oneself or other objects back and forth between the real space and the alternate space. And intangibility is one of its abilities. Intangibility is essentially the same as elementalization of natural elements. However, it does not have the shortcomings of elementalization of natural elements, such as being afraid of armament haki or sea stone, etc. This is also the reason why Sengoku, after activating armament haki, still passed through Lin Yan. Before Sengoku could think any further, at the moment his fist passed through, Lin Yan's body suddenly solidified. He raised his hand. He grabbed Sengoku's neck, who was within arm's reach. Bang! The moment Lin Yan tightened his grip on Sengoku's neck, Akainu, Akiji, Kazuru, and the others all turned to look, their pupils constricting in disbelief at the incredible scene before them. Impossible. Even Garp couldn't help but shout in shock. Sengoku was actually being choked by someone? Similarly, the Marine Vice Admirals, the Shichibukai, and the division leaders were all stunned by this scene. They had previously thought that Lin Yan would be defeated under the combined assault of the two. But in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. As the fleet admiral, possessing the highest combat power of the Navy, Sengoku was now being held by Lin Yan around the neck. This scene was unexpectedly eye-catching and left everyone present in utter shock. Even Whitebeard, seeing this, disregarded his injuries and stood up in astonishment. What? Sengoku's eyes widened like saucers, trying to struggle. However, before he could react, Lin Yan's other hand unleashed the full power of the Rumble fruit. 1 billion volts, Azure Dragon. Thunder and lightning gathered in Lin Yan's hand, and he struck Sengoku with a palm. In an instant, dazzling white light shone to its limit. The white rays flickered. Thunder rumbled, and the high temperature instantly ignited the entire area, as if everything in the world was about to be melted. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning struck Sengoku, who seemed to be hit by Might Guy's 8 Gates release, spitting out a large amount of blood. Sengoku was blasted away, and after violently scraping along the ground, he crashed into the walls of Marineford. The massive wall collapsed under the impact. Large stones fell from above and landed on Sengoku. Smoke and dust filled the air, and a violent commotion reverberated throughout. With this sound, at that moment, the entire Marineford fell silent. The Marines and the Whitebeard Pirates, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but cease their conflict once more, just as the Shichibukai and the Vice Admirals had thought. Before this, especially seeing Lin Yan being besieged by Carp and Wano, they thought that this newly promoted captain of the Whitebeard Pirates would perish. Who would have thought that in the next second, their marshal was actually severely injured by him? The Navy soldiers' eyes widened in shock, and a storm surged in their hearts. That was their Navy marshal, the highest commander of the entire Navy. Beside him was the legendary Navy hero, Iron Fist Carp, and he was sent flying like this? They naturally knew the capabilities of this newly appointed captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Division and understood that he had the strength to contend with Sengoku, Carp, and any 3 of the Navy's admirals. But what was happening now? That was Sengoku and Carp working together. The principle that 2 admirals are greater than the 4 emperors is well known across the sea. Almost everyone knows about it. The Golden Lion was a classic example. The legendary pirate among the 3 great pirates, captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, stood at the peak of the New World, unmatched by anyone. Even Roger, even Whitebeard, had to concede some ground before the pinnacle Flying Sky Pirates. Such a powerful Golden Lion was held down tightly by their marshal and Carp. This led to the situation where, when they saw the 2 of them teaming up to encircle Lin Yan, almost no one believed he could survive. In fact, many Navy soldiers sneered, thinking about collecting his corpse. And what happened? Lin, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Division, not only did not feel discouraged under the siege of Carp and Sengoku, but instead surged against the current and pushed Sengoku back in one go. Watching Sengoku being forced back, the Navy soldiers were utterly shocked. Their astonished gazes all turned towards Lin Yan. Similarly, among the Whitebeard Pirates, when they saw how powerful Lin Yan was, they immediately exclaimed, each feeling extremely excited. Captain Lin, that was Carp and Sengoku. He actually managed to knock one of them down first under their combined attack. Who can give me a slap to see if I'm dreaming? Just as the Navy thought, it was the combined force of Sengoku and Carp. Even if Old Man came personally, The final outcome wouldn't be hard to guess. But when it came to Lin Yan, he turned defense into offense. Sengoku and Carp's action not only failed to deal with Lin Yan, but instead, they found themselves suppressed. After taking a deep breath, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was even more invigorated. On the Moby Dick, unlike the other excited crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard was muttering while stroking his chin. The scenes from just now flashed in his mind. What ability did Lin just use? Just because others didn't TC, it clearly doesn't T mean Whitebeard didn't T. His armed hockey fist passed through Lin Yan's body. This was clearly not the elementalization of a Logia-type devil fruit. This kid clearly still has many cards up his sleeve. The admiration in Whitebeard's eyes was unmistakable. On the other side, the Shichibukai, vice admirals, and countless rear admirals in Marineford were similarly shocked by Sengoku's retreat. At this moment, the scene in Marineford was being transmitted to the whole world by the transponder snail. People all over the world witnessed this incredible scene. The civilians were fine, but some pirates started to stir. I remember the 17th Division was just established. I don't care. After the Marineford War, I want to join the 17th Division. Some pirates' eyes lit up. Lin Yan's back seemed to stretch longer in their sight. Such strong power. Such fierce ability. Breaking out of the encirclement under the combined force of Carp and Sengoku. Many previously thought Lin Yan might have just touched the threshold of an admiral. You tell me this is the threshold of an admiral? This is already at the level of an Emperor of the Sea. The Whitebeard Pirates actually gave birth to a second Emperor of the Sea. A pirate crew actually has two Emperors of the Sea. My God, don't just join alone. I want to join too. Captain Lin, from tonight on you are my idol. I must join the 17th Division. 17th Division, Whitebeard Pirates, here I come. Realizing Lin Yan's powerful strength, a small goal had already formed in their hearts. Joining the 17th Division is set. Not even Jesus can stop what I'm saying. In this battle, Lin Yan made a name for himself in front of the whole world by taking down Carp and Sengoku. In the ruins, Sengoku pushed aside the large stones that were pressing down on him and struggled to crawl out. At this moment, he no longer had the spirited demeanor he had just moments ago. The pain in his abdomen and the numbness throughout his body made it almost impossible for him to move. You really look pathetic, Sengoku. Carp walked in front of Sengoku and calmly looked at him. As an old friend for many years, he couldn't believe that Sengoku would fall just like that. Stop with the sarcastic comments. Did you see what just happened? Sengoku said irritably. Yeah, I saw it. His natural elemental transformation surprised me a bit. Not only did Whitebeard notice this, but Carp also saw it. He narrowed his eyes, a strange light emanating from them. What do you think? Sengoku continued to ask. It seems we must give it our all and treat this person with the same seriousness we did with the Golden Lion back in the day. Carp cracked his knuckles, a series of popping sounds coming from them. Before this, Sengoku took the lead, while Carp was responsible for supporting from his side. The reason Carp willingly took on a supporting role was simple. The enemy was just a division commander from the Whitebeard Pirates. Even if Sengoku wanted to resolve the matter quickly, Carp felt that when dealing with Lin Yan, who was practically from their grandchildren's generation, they not only had to fight two against one, but also give it their all. This made Carp somewhat hesitant to go all out. But now, after witnessing Lin Yan's unheard of and unseen strength, Carp realized that if the two of them didn't exert their full power, they might not be able to handle this tough opponent today. Moreover, Carp had a gut feeling that this young man was far from as simple as he appeared. Realizing that Lin Yan staying here even a moment longer would pose more of a threat to the Navy, Carp took a step forward and called out to Lin Yan, Lin, you're young and strong, but are you ready to face me with your full strength? Carp, the legendary hero of the Navy, a figure who chased Roger around the world with his iron fists. Any pirate who heard his name would be filled with dread. Who were the peers at his level? Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Roger, Big Mom, and even the former king of the world, Rox. Such individuals, when unleashing their full power, could completely turn the tide of the battlefield. Facing the imposing Carp, Lin Yan's focus was not on that. Full strength? Hearing Carp's words, Lin Yan suddenly thought of a classic scenario. Well then, Vice Admiral Carp, have you seen my full strength before? Carp lowered his head and said in a deep voice, no, I haven't. So let me witness it now. Then come at me. Lin Yan's eyes, glowing with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, radiated a scarlet light, causing the space around him to begin to warp. Sengoku and Carp, having developed a tacit understanding over the years, launched their attack once again. This time was no different from the earlier relaxed phase. Sengoku unleashed his full power, and Carp did the same. Sengoku's devil fruit was pushed to its limits, radiating with Buddha light. Carp also utilized observation haki, armament haki, and even Conqueror's haki. With Conqueror's haki wrapping around him, Carp momentarily resembled a war god descending, emanating an intense red light. The battle between the two sides was about to explode. They collided with each other. Just the aftermath involved the entire Marineford battlefield. In the center of that battlefield, three figures were racing at the fastest speed. With each collision, it sounded as if thunder was beating drums in the air, creating a deafening noise that resonated in all directions. Each exchange of fire created a large pit in the ground. The ice surface of Marineford, the walls, and everything else could not withstand their overwhelming power. Even some of the nearby navy and pirates were unfortunately swept away by the aftermath, being thrown out and seriously injured. But the three in the center of the battlefield had no time to care about that. In their eyes, there was only each other, especially Carp. After unleashing his full power, fought desperately, even using a strategy of exchanging injury for injury. He disregarded everything in an attempt to defeat Lin Yan. Although Lin Yan could barely cope with his abilities and intangibility could ultimately be seen through. As expected, during the prolonged clash, Sengoku was the first to discover the flaw in Lin Yan's intangibility. Although your Devil Fruit's elementalization is somewhat special at the moment you take the initiative to attack, intangibility must eventually revert to a physical form. And that is the flaw of your elementalization, Sengoku pointed out to Lin Yan with keen insight. I see. Carp immediately understood the meaning behind Sengoku's words upon hearing them. Knowing the flaw and the disadvantage of intangibility, the two launched an even more ferocious attack. In no time, Carp and Sengoku managed to suppress Lin Yan again. Seeing Admiral Sengoku and Hero Carp restraining Lin Yan once more, the Navy was once again invigorated. They have also realized this. The reason why the new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates could astonish everyone during the Marineford War and defeat their Marine Admiral Sengoku is ultimately due to the fact that the admirals were not very familiar with Lin's strength, which led to their initial defeat. It was merely a fluke. Now that they are familiar with the enemy's strength and abilities, no matter how impressive this captain may be, under the joint efforts of Garp and Sengoku, even if you are a dragon, you must lie down for me. This captain is indeed very strong. I take back my previous underestimation of him. However, with the support of Garp and Sengoku, he will ultimately meet his demise. Hurry up and die. This new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates is still very young. If we can take him down during the Marineford War, our Navy will have one less major threat in the future. Admiral, eliminate this ignorant guy. With Sengoku and Garp backing them up, the Navy regained their confidence and began to shout. Their gazes towards Lin Yan turned into mockery and ridicule. They even wished for this obstacle to die on the spot. At the same time, after working together to suppress and push Lin Yan back, Sengoku shouted at Lin Yan, to have me and Garp take action together. You are worthy of your current strength and status. But after all, you are a pirate, and we absolutely will not allow you to come within a step of the execution platform. Garp also followed closely, saying, Lin, if this bizarre devil fruit elementalization